15 days. The cooldown for the Chosen One's succession has finally ended. Those scheming islanders have sabotaged our Daxia Chosen One again. This isn't the first time. Surviving the apocalypse is a race. One step ahead means being 100 steps ahead. Let's just hope our next Chosen One has better luck. Bullet comments scrolled across Daxia's livestream room. In hiding inside an ordinary low-rent apartment, Fong Zhe frowned as he watched the screen. Today was his 18th birthday. It was also the 18th year since he had been reborn into this parallel world. In his previous life, Fong Zhe had been an ordinary person who followed the rules, studied hard, and worked desperately, yet never found a way out. In the end, he had even been sent away by an out-of-control dump truck on his way to work. He had thought that with his previous life's memories he could live more easily in this parallel world. Reality proved that Fong Zhe had thought too much. Natural resources in the parallel world had been overconsumed and become incomparably scarce. This had made relations between nations extremely tense. To fight for resources, countless skirmishes, large and small, had broken out along the borders. The memories in Fong Zhe's mind were completely useless. An orphan from the start, he had thought this lifetime would pass in a daze. Yet 2 months ago, the National Destiny game suddenly descended. Each nation would randomly choose a Chosen One to take part in the National Destiny game. If they completed the missions, both the Chosen One and their nation would receive rewards. If a Chosen One died in the game, their nation would be punished, and the Chosen One seat would enter a 15-day cooldown. 15 days later, if that round of the National Destiny game had not ended, a successor Chosen One would be selected to continue the game. If the game ended during the cooldown, that nation would permanently lose the Chosen One seat. Note, every round of the National Destiny game grants each nation a new Chosen One seat. By now this was already the second round. The first round of the National Destiny game lasted 1 month. A beginner's village for understanding the rules. Nations had gradually received small amounts of natural resources. Yet no one had expected those ambitious islanders to ambush Daxia's Chosen One on the last day. As a result, Daxia not only had to return all the rewards it had gained, but also permanently lost a Chosen One seat. This same situation had occurred again 15 days ago. This time Daxia's Chosen One had been prepared and ready for the enemy. But 1 against 2 was ultimately no match. Therefore Daxia was punished once more. The nation's temperature dropped by 10 C, and its forest area shrank by 1.0 hectares. For Daxia, which already suffered severe desertification, this only made things worse. Fortunately, this round of the National Destiny game would last 6 months. The newly obtained Chosen One seat could still be inherited. And today was the day Daxia would select the Chosen One again. Fong Zhe had simply wanted to see who would be randomly chosen this time. But to his surprise, his photo suddenly appeared in the livestream. Daxia's successor Chosen One is Fong Zhe. Daxia's successor Chosen One is me. Fong Zhe froze. At the same time, a cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Happy birthday, host. The divine enhancement system is at your service. Huh. Daxia's successor Chosen One Fong Zhe confirmed to enter the National Destiny game. Current world zombie apocalypse. Duration 6 months, 20 days have already passed. Clear condition: unify any city. Completing this may end the current game early. Reminder: the Chosen One must not reveal their identity to the natives of this world. Violators will be instantly erased. Why did it have to choose me? And it didn't even give me any time to prepare. After carefully reading the information provided by the National Destiny game, Fong Zhe stood up helplessly from the ground. From the live streams he had watched, Fong Zhe knew that this was a world already occupied by zombies, with a remaining population less than 1/10 of its former size. Moreover, according to known information, there were mutant zombies and super mutant zombies. Yet among the survivors there were no so-called awakened ones or evolvers. From this point of view, the survivors' hope of victory was slim. Even just surviving for 6 months would be extremely difficult. In addition, entering the National Destiny game did not allow carrying any items, so no amount of outside preparation would help. If a Chosen One had any time to prepare, the only thing they could do was arrange their funeral in advance. At least the place I landed in is relatively safe. Fong Zhe observed his surroundings and realized he had appeared in a villa district on the outskirts. However, most of the houses in the villa district were abandoned, looking as though no one had visited for a long time. And within sight, there were no zombies. This was good news. After confirming that his situation was temporarily safe, Fong Zhe tried calling out in his mind. System, I'm here, host. It's real. I thought I misheard it. Fong Zhe immediately let out a long breath. After suffering for 2 lifetimes, it was finally his turn to gain a cheat. The divine enhancement system had exactly one function: enhancement. As long as there were enough enhancement points, anything could be enhanced. System, can you enhance yourself? Please do not try to exploit a bug, host. Alright, I was just asking. Fong Zhe knew that trying to exploit a bug would most likely fail. So after asking, he opened his status panel in his mind. Host Fong Zhe. Physique, ordinary person. Enhancement points 0, 1 per hour. That's it. Fong Zhe had not expected his status panel to be so simple. Oh, I almost forgot. There is still a birthday gift for you. Enhancement points 200. How do you know today is my birthday? Are you arriving right on schedule? Fong Zhe couldn't help asking. Host, you misunderstand. I have been here for 18 years. At that time, the world you were in lacked resources and energy, so I couldn't start. Only in the last 2 months did things improve enough for me to barely activate. Your birthday gift was saved over those 2 months. Fong Zhe fell silent. This time it really was the world's fault. Brother System, you've suffered all these years. Brother Host, it's you who has suffered all these years. Alright, enough of that. With only 200 enhancement points, now do you have any good suggestions for my current situation? Fong Zhe was never one to waste words. After comforting the system, he got straight to the point. This was a life-and-death moment, not the time for sentiment. Given your current situation, I suggest you enhance your physique first. Then I'll do as you say. Fong Zhe was decisive. A newly acquired system naturally needed a tutorial first. Enhancement points minus 100 physique upgraded to transcendent rank 1 as the system's voice sounded. Fong Zhe could clearly feel a warm current surging through his body. It gradually filled his weak body, which had suffered from malnutrition, with strength. At this feeling, Fong Zhe felt that he could kill a horse with one punch. I think, Brother Host, you'd better not get carried away. Transcendent rank 1 has only just surpassed the limits of the human body. It is still far from true strength. Is that so? Then I'll try to restrain myself. Hearing this, Fong Zhe tried to calm his mind, then asked, what about zombie infection? Don't worry, Brother Host. Transcendent rank 1 is completely immune to this world's zombie infection. So in any case, I won't be infected. Please behave yourself, Host. Inside the Daxia Kingdom livestream. Because the audience couldn't see Fong Zhe's status panel, nor hear his mental conversation with the system. So from the livestream perspective, Fong Zhe simply looked around, then stood frozen, as if he hadn't yet grasped the situation. The Daxiao viewers in the livestream were instantly frantic. This guy is handsome, but he doesn't seem very bright. Bro, this is apocalyptic survival. What are you doing standing there? Move. Zombies. Zombies. Damn, is our chosen one this time going to get himself killed right away? Fine, Sakura country, sends congratulations. Kangaroo country, sends congratulations. Kimchi country, sends congratulations. Beautiful country. Meanwhile, in the National Fortune Coordination Office of Daxia Kingdom, a middle-aged man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor was flipping through the files in his hands. Fong Zhe, 18, from Haicheng, grew up in Sunshine Welfare Institute. From a young age, he showed maturity beyond his years. At 16, he left the institute and lived alone. The middle-aged man paused and asked, can we find any of his family? Director Shin. Fong Zhe's parents died of illness and no other relatives have been found so far. The soldier standing before the desk replied, I see. We'll tell him when Fong Zhe comes back. The middle-aged man nodded. At that moment, the office door was knocked. Come in. Director Shun. The immigration office received over 500 applications this week. Director Yang asked whether we should slow down their exit procedures. A haggard-looking young man pushed the door open and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, his gaze firm. No need. Tell Director Yang to let them all go. Those who want to leave cannot be kept by force. Yes, Director Shun. Inside the National Fortune world, Fong Zhe, still talking with the system, spotted a zombie crawling out from behind the villa and felt a chill in his heart. I thought this villa area had no zombies. System, how many enhancement points do I need to strengthen my body further? 200. Not enough. Fong Zhe asked silently while loosening his limbs. There were zombies in the villa area, but likely not many. Only 3 were visible now. Ordinary zombies had strength and speed similar to normal adults, but they were tougher and had no vital weak points. For ordinary people, the greatest threat of zombies was not strength or speed, but infection. For Fong Zhe, however, that was not a concern. Still, unless necessary, Fong Zhe didn't want to fight these hideous zombies barehanded. This one then. Having already surveyed his surroundings, Fong Zhe ran straight to a sapling as thick as an arm in the green belt and kicked it cleanly in two. He broke off a trunk segment more than a meter long, stripped the twigs and bark, and turned it into a short staff. Fong Zhe gripped it, gave it a few casual swings, and found it quite handy. System enhance. Enhancement points minus 10 crude short staff, 1 hardness, 100 toughness, 100 strike, damage 30. Excellent. After the staff was enhanced, Fong Zhe could clearly feel it had become much heavier, though its appearance remained unchanged. But he was certain the staff's lethality was no weaker than a solid steel pipe. 3 Perfect for testing my newly gained power. Fong Zhe crouched slightly, eyeing the 3 approaching zombies. Then he burst forward at transcendent first stage speed, like a cheetah. Nearing the zombies, he raised the staff and swung hard at their heads. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and the struck zombies' head burst apart like a smashed watermelon. It burst apart instantly. Fong Zhe twisted away from the debris, then repeated the move. The remaining 2 zombies lost their heads and fell one after another. His fluid, seamless movements stunned the livestream audience. What just happened? How did those 3 zombies lose their heads? Holy shit. Holy shit. Bro, how can you be this cool? Sorry, I shouldn't have thought you were walking into death. Bro, you are truly amazing. Voice cracking. Did you see that? This is our Daxia Kingdom's chosen one proud. Meanwhile, people of other nations felt a tightness in their hearts. The successor chosen one of Daxia is this strong. Where did he come from? Don't panic. This is apocalyptic survival. Being strong doesn't mean being good at surviving. Let's watch. Exactly. Our kimchi country is number 1. The ones who should be worried are those islanders over there. I didn't expect Transcendent First Stage to be this strong. Fong Zhe looked back at the 3 fallen zombies and marveled inwardly. At the same time, he grew more vigilant. Because among zombies, mutants and super mutants corresponded to Transcendent First Stage and Transcendent Second Stage in rank. With his current strength, if he encountered a super mutant, he could only run. But that was fine. As long as he survived 5 days, he could strengthen his body to Transcendent 2nd stage. As long as he survived half a month, he could reach Transcendent 3rd stage. By then, even a super mutant would be just one swing of the staff. Feng Zhe was full of confidence in his future. So his task now was to gather survival supplies and bide his time. Let me search the villa area first. It was the easiest way to get supplies at the moment. Feng Zhe had just arrived in this world and didn't know what was beyond the villa area. To be safe, he wouldn't wander. Besides, detached villas were unlikely to see large hordes of zombies. It seemed like a decent place to stay. But before Feng Zhe could act, a zombie crawled onto the roof of a villa, a creature with a long tongue like a giant lizard. Feng Zhe frowned. A mutant licker? My luck is really too bad. In the live stream, the Daxiao viewers widened their eyes at the sight. It's a licker. Damn, why is a mutant here all of a sudden? What do we do now? It's over, we're really done for this time. In other Chosen One's live streams, they had seen how terrifying mutants were. With ordinary zombies, there was still a chance to escape. But when encountering a mutant, no matter what kind, unless you were already in a car with the engine running, there was simply no escape. Many Chosen Ones had died at the hands of mutants. So many viewers sighed in despair. As for people in other countries, they were happy to watch the show. Especially the Islanders. Their Chosen One had twice schemed against Daxiao's Chosen One, so of course, they didn't want to see Daxiao's successor so strong. If he was killed by a mutant sooner, they could stop worrying. The licker crouched on the rooftop, its forked tongue flicking in and out as it locked onto Feng Zhe with an eerie stare. Suddenly it moved. As the licker leaped down from the roof, its crimson tongue shot out like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling straight toward Feng Zhe's position. This was the licker's signature method of attack. Once its tongue struck, the victim would either be impaled outright or wrapped tightly, left to perish helplessly. The force behind the licker's tongue was no weaker than that of a massive python. Yet standing fully prepared, Feng Zhe was startled to discover that he could clearly read its movements. So purely in terms of physical capability, I surpassed those mutants. That's a relief. Realizing this, Feng Zhe's tension instantly melted away. He was not vulnerable to infection. What was there to fear? As the licker's tongue drew near, Feng Zhe merely shifted slightly to the side, letting the attack pass harmlessly by. Then the moment the licker's strike hit the ground, Feng Zhe stomped his foot down hard upon that elongated tongue, pinning it firmly. He raised the short staff in his hand, aimed at the pursuing licker, and swung with all his might. Bang! The dull crash of blunt impact resounded. Decapitated, the licker was sent flying by Feng Zhe's staff blow. Kill mutant, 10 enhancement points. Killing mutants grants enhancement points. Feng Zhe never expected such an unexpected bonus. Mutants belong to the ranks of transcendent life forms. Upon their defeat, dissipating life energy can be harvested. This is a wonderful discovery. After hearing the system's explanation, Feng Zhe couldn't help but gaze toward the depths of the villa district. So eliminating mutants could yield enhancement points. Then this licker appeared at just the right time. However, as Feng Zhe grew excited, the viewers in the Daxia Country livestream were left utterly dumbfounded. Just now, a licker appeared, right? Yes. Good heavens. This guy actually stood his ground against a mutant. He's practically a superhero. You dare call him bro. From now on, address him as Lord Feng. Lord Feng, I wrongly doubted you earlier. It was my fault. I've already slapped myself twice. Bro above, give me your address. I'll come slap you twice as well. Count me in. Yet unlike the thrill running through Daxia's viewers, after witnessing Feng Zhe's astonishing performance, little Daisy was already breaking into a cold sweat. They could never have imagined that Daxia's newly appointed Chosen One would be so ferocious. Almost superhuman. Seeing our brother Zhe in action, little Daisy must be sweating buckets now. More than just sweat, start preparing the incense. Shut up. Our great Dahua country has 2 Chosen Ones, we're far from defeated. Exactly, don't think you've already won. Our great Dahua country will be the ultimate victor. Has still biting the bullet. Feng Zhe was unaware of the fierce back and forth in the livestream, but he needed to get a clear picture of the villa district before him. And this time, alongside gathering survival supplies, he had an additional task. That was to find ways to eliminate more mutants. To other Chosen Ones, mutants were something to avoid at all costs. But to Feng Zhe, they were a powerful boost for his own evolution. Thus, throughout the following day, as Feng Zhe continuously scoured the remaining supplies in the villa area, casually taking out mutants lurking in dark corners, the tone within the livestream began to shift. Sweating nervously, little Daisy began calling for unity among Chosen Ones surviving in this apocalypse. Constant conflict would only sour the atmosphere. Even the higher-ups in Dahua country took notice of the situation. This amused director Shen Mingyi, who was in charge of all matters pertaining to the National Fate game within the Daxia National Destiny Coordination Office. His secretary had even sought guidance on this matter. If Feng Zhe intended to act against little Daisy, yes, Chosen One, should they intervene? The response was clear: do not interfere with Feng Zhe's judgment. What we need to do is support the Chosen One's choices and handle the aftermath. With that, the secretary felt reassured. Meanwhile, within the National Fate game world, Feng Zhe, after a full day of effort, finally amassed 200 enhancement points. He immediately summoned the system to begin a second round of physical enhancement. Enhancement points minus 200. Physical constitution upgraded to Transcendent Tier 2. Enhancement points required for next upgrade 400. So this is the power of Transcendent Tier 2. Truly far stronger than Tier 1. As a warm surge suddenly welled up within him, Fong Zhe could clearly feel his physique strengthening and his power increasing. Even the exhaustion from a full day and night without rest was completely washed away. So enhancing his physique also came with healing and status reset effects. Only now realizing this, Fong Zhe immediately grasped the brilliant utility of this trait. Using upgrades to restore his condition was essentially like having a controllable resurrection token. With this, his safety was far more secure. He need not spend all his enhancement points at once. Saving a portion as a resurrection token would be far more valuable. Excellent. With this, mutants pose no real threat. Once the warmth within his body dissipated, Fong Zhe knew the physical enhancement was complete, and it was time for him to continue moving. Not all the houses in the villa area had been searched yet, and Fong Zhe had no intention of wasting this opportunity. What if mutants were still hiding inside? To miss them would be a pity. However, when Fong Zhe reached the deepest villas, he noticed something different. This area seemed to have recently been the site of intense combat. Bloodstains covered the ground and exterior walls, and the main doors had been smashed open. Judging from the shattered doorframes and surrounding walls, the force of impact was tremendous, far beyond ordinary human capability. These were fully steel anti-theft doors. Stepping inside, Fong Zhe found the interior in even worse condition. Furniture had been nearly all destroyed, dried blood smeared every surface, and even the walls were riddled with cracks. Such commotion, no ordinary mutant could have caused this. Fong Zhe immediately grew alert, drawing the short staff hanging across his lower back. He continued forward. After kicking aside a door that had been torn off and discarded on the ground, Fong Zhe's eyes suddenly brightened. Before him was a small room converted into a temporary warehouse. Inside were scattered bags of food, canned goods, and various daily necessities. Though much had been ruined, there was still a worthwhile haul. And what surprised Fong Zhe most was a bloodstained handgun lying on the ground. Judging from this place must have been a temporary refuge for survivors. But they were unfortunately discovered by the zombies. Fong Zhe recalled the bloodstains he had seen outside and guessed that these survivors had likely not escaped. In the apocalypse, cruelty was the only rule. Fong Zhe sighed softly, then picked up the pistol, removed the magazine, and inspected it. The last time he had handled a firearm was back in his previous life at a shooting range his friends had taken him to. 6 rounds left. I'll make do. After checking it, Fong Zhe ignored the dried blood on the gun and holstered it at his waist. He then began sorting through usable supplies in the house. He carefully picked through the items and gathered the ones in the best condition. But just as he was about to pack them into a bag, he heard footsteps and voices outside. Are there any survivors here? Outside the house were 4 armed men. Leading them was a bald man wielding a fire axe, walking forward with clear purpose. Their target was precisely the villa where Fong Zhe was hiding. He had learned that a group of survivors taking shelter in this villa district had been wiped out days earlier by a super mutated creature. Not a single person had escaped. This meant there should still be plenty of supplies left behind. He had deliberately waited several days, ensuring the super mutated creature had moved on before bringing his men here to scavenge. And after arriving at this villa district, the bald man felt his decision had been brilliant. Not a single zombie could be seen throughout the entire area. Mutated creatures were even rarer and super mutated ones virtually non-existent. This was truly a stroke of luck meant for him. Boss, are you really sure we'll find plenty of food here? The blonde-haired man at the back asked doubtfully. Don't worry. I would never deceive you. Having encountered 0 zombies since entering the villa district, the bald man felt his luck was exceptional today. It was going to be a fruitful day. And the moment they stepped into the target villa, the bald man's eyes fell upon cans stacked in the living room. His face lit up with delight. Look. I told you. Following me guarantees results. Seeing the cans for themselves, the 3 men behind the bald leader immediately began showering him with flattery. They moved forward to pack the cans. These were valuable goods. A single can could trade for 3 women in the black market outside the city. Hey, did you even consider who these things might belong to before grabbing them? Just then Fong Zhe, who had been observing them from the inner room, stepped out. The 4 men were startled. But when the bald leader saw Fong Zhe was alone, he burst into laughter. Bro, you don't seriously think these are yours, do you? Let me tell you something. Even if they were yours, they belong to me now. Smart move would be to scram right now. Otherwise, you look soft and tender. It would be nice to have some fresh meat for us. As he spoke, the bald man waved his fire axe as a threat. The 3 men behind him studied Fong Zhe closely and began mocking him without restraint. Where did this reckless kid come from? Does he actually think whoever finds something first owns it? So naive. Even if we kill him, the loot is still ours. What law existed in these times? Might made the rules. Sigh. Fong Zhe responded with a breath of resignation. Some souls could not be saved no matter the words spoken. He drew the pistol from his waist, aimed and fired, all in one fluid motion. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. 3 headshots. His superhuman second-stage physique granted Fong Zhe extraordinary bodily control. At this close range, he would not possibly miss. The bald man at the front and the 2 men beside him fell dead where they stood. Their maniacal laughter was severed abruptly amidst spraying blood. The blond man at the rear fell to his knees, legs giving way. Boss, no sir. Master, spare me. Shut up. Hands behind your head, lie face down on the ground. Move even an inch and your skull will crack open. Feng Zhe spoke coldly. The blond man immediately dropped his steel pipe, clasped his hands behind his head, and pressed his face hard against the floor, dare not even cry out in pain. He did not know whether this figure before him would permit him to speak. Where did you come from? This was precisely why Feng Zhe had chosen to spare one. A chosen one had no memories of this world, so gathering intelligence required questioning the native inhabitants. Iron Black Base. The blond man answered truthfully. Upon hearing that name, Feng Zhe's eyes narrowed. If he recalled correctly, those two Japanese sons of bitches were at the Iron Black Base. Fate truly had a sense of irony. Now he knew their names and faces while they remained ignorant of his appearance. The enemy was in the open, he held the advantage. A heaven-sent opportunity. Get up. Lead the way. Sir, what about those things? The blond man looked up at Feng Zhe, then reluctantly turned his gaze back to the cans. Mind your own business. Questions you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Feng Zhe glanced at the blond man. Terrified, the man shivered violently, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Still, so many supplies left here would go to waste. Feng Zhe fetched a travel bag. System enhanced. Enhancement points -10. Travel bag, 1 capacity, 500, durability 100. Externally the bag appeared unchanged, yet its interior space had expanded 5-fold. Feng Zhe could only marvel at its wonder. The blond man kneeling on the ground, too frightened to move, watched in utter disbelief as Feng Zhe loaded supplies into the bag that previously seemed impossible to fit. Yet he dared not ask. Once Feng Zhe had filled the travel bag, the remaining damaged supplies still made the blond man's eyes linger greedily. To survive hunger, he had eaten grass roots and tree bark. These crushed packaged foods were practically a feast. Take them if you want. But remember, I give these to you as a favor, not because you deserve them. Feng Zhe noticed the blond man's hunger and had no hesitation in offering what he no longer needed. The blond man was so moved he kowtowed fiercely. Sir, I am Feng Zhe. Master Feng, I pledge my service to you henceforth. I will endure mountains of blades and seas of fire without flinching. Please do not disdain me. And those? Feng Zhe pointed at the 3 bodies on the ground. The blond man immediately stared upward. What bodies? I saw nothing. Null. At the Daxia Kingdom's National Fortune Coordination Office, Shen Mingyi watched the live broadcast with a gratified expression. As the director of the National Fortune Office, he had endured a terribly stifling month. Finally, things were about to turn around. However, at that moment, a secretary knocked and entered. Director Shen, this is a message from the Sakura Kingdom demanding that we must stop Feng Zhe's actions. They also said that chosen ones should not fight among themselves, but should help each other. The officials of each country could send messages to their own chosen ones. However, only one voice message could be sent per day with a duration of no more than 30 seconds, and unused chances could not be accumulated. The Sakura Kingdom's High Council wanted the Daxia National Fortune Office to send a message to Feng Zhe telling him to stop causing trouble for the Sakura Chosen One. However, how could Shen Mingyi waste his one daily contact opportunity on such a trivial matter? Shouldn't we not kill each other? Easy to say. When they themselves did such things, why didn't they think of that principle? Shen Mingyi waved his hand. No need to pay them any heed. A mere Sakura Kingdom was not enough to intimidate the Daxia Kingdom. What truly required vigilance was the beautiful country lurking behind them. Lord Fengyu, you are truly formidable. Yellow Hair looked at the bloodstains all over the ground, walked back trembling with fear, and flattered him with fawning bows. This lord was truly not someone to provoke. Fortunately, he had knelt quickly earlier. But if we've offended the flying vehicle gang, we might face some trouble in Black Iron Base. Yellow Hair, now at Feng Zhe's side, said cautiously. This lord's combat prowess was indeed powerful, but he himself was only a mortal. You do have a point. Feng Zhe glanced at Yellow Hair and nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with his view. Just as Yellow Hair, delighted, was about to persuade Feng Zhe to leave Black Iron Base, Feng Zhe suddenly asked, do you know where the headquarters of the flying vehicle gang is? Yellow Hair was dumbfounded. What did this lord intend to do by asking that? The answer was obvious: cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Since he had already offended the flying vehicle gang, why not make an effort and wipe out the entire gang in one stroke? Then there would be no more trouble. And no, not that, Lord Feng. Do you know the place? I do know. Then lead the way. Why, yes. Yellow Hair looked at Feng Zhe with a terrified expression, completely unable to understand why this lord's way of thinking was like that. This defied all logic. At this moment, at the headquarters of the flying vehicle gang, many members were gathered together, counting their recent gains and preparing to hold a small banquet. This had always been the flying vehicle gang's tradition. Before the apocalypse had descended, most of them had been idlers and ne'er-do-wells, proficient in every vice from gluttony, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking, and committing every crime from theft, swindling, and robbery. They could be called the dregs of society. However, when the apocalypse arrived, these utterly unscrupulous scoundrels found themselves thriving instead. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into fearsome bosses. Thus, what these fellows enjoyed most was hosting banquets to boast about themselves or flatter one another. However, in the apocalypse, food was precious and could not be wasted. Therefore, at the flying vehicle gang's banquets, eating was not the focus. Unleashing their bestial nature was the main event. Following the gang leader's declaration, the banquet officially began. Amid cheers, the underlings dragged out the women they fancied from filthy iron cages. These women were emaciated from hunger, their faces sallow, and gaunt, their bodies barely covered by tattered rags. The exposed skin was covered in scars, bruises, bite marks, whip, welts, cigarette burns. Men, meanwhile, were usually killed on the spot, never given a chance to survive until now. Amid the women's screams, the members of the flying vehicle gang were in high spirits, boasting about their exploits to one another. They used brutality to mask their own inferiority. Even if they broke the toys, it didn't matter. That simply saved a portion of food. And that Sakura Chosen One Inukai Taro was actually thriving in such an environment, clearly enjoying himself. In the livestream room, viewers frowned at the screens full of holy light, black mist, and mosaics. Many had already clenched their fists. Even though order in the apocalypse had collapsed, scenes like this, treating people as livestock and discarding them once broken, were still deeply shocking. Those damned little islanders, as expected. Only inhuman little islanders would wallow in the mud with these beasts. Don't say that the Curry Kingdom's Chosen One is not much better. They'd crawl into any hole. But the little islanders are indeed more beastly. Baka, you lot must be jealous of our great Sakura Kingdom's Chosen One. Inakaikuin is the strongest. Huh, just a son of a bitch, that's all. Inside the livestream room, the arguments raged on. Meanwhile, inside the National Fortune game, Inukai Taro, who had barely managed to last 10 seconds of the main event, was resting with his body trembling. Before long, however, he paused mid-motion and lifted his head. Nani, the Dacia Kingdom's Chosen One is heading to the flying vehicle gang's headquarters. He wants to take revenge on me. And you're telling me to be careful. Clearly, the Sakura Kingdom's High Council had used their once-a-day contact opportunity to inform Inukai Taro. Yet, Inukai Taro took it completely lightly. Don't be ridiculous. This is the flying vehicle gang's headquarters. If that Dacia Chosen One dares to come, I'll twist his head off. Let the Dacia Kingdom know that the warriors of our great Sakura Kingdom are not to be trifled with. His utterly confident demeanor instantly drew waves of admiration from the Sakura Kingdom's citizens. Yes, the warriors of our great Sakura Kingdom should be just this confident. A mere little Chosen One from the Dacia Kingdom dares to act so arrogant. The flying vehicle gang's headquarters is a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If you dare to come, you'd better dare to die. These words immediately made many Dacia viewers begin to worry. After all, although Fong Zhe was a formidable fighter, there were dozens of people in the flying vehicle gang's headquarters. Even if they stood still and let him hack away, it would take a while to cut through them all. At that thought, wasn't Lord Fong in danger? The doors of the banquet hall were suddenly kicked open with a thunderous bang. The flying vehicle gang members who had been reveling in their debauchery were startled by the thunderous noise, nearly incapable of stirring themselves. One by one, they immediately raised their heads and glared furiously at the door. Who's there? How dare you disturb our fun at this hour? Do you want to die? Where are the guards at the door? Where did they go? Are they all dead? However, no one could answer their questions. Only two figures slowly walked in from outside the door. Fong Zhe, walking in front, strode ahead with a cold expression. Yellow hair cowering behind, trembled uncontrollably, yet forced his weak legs to keep him close behind. You guessed right. Those guards are indeed all dead. Fong Zhe's icy gaze swept across the hall. For him, who had already reached the transcendent second stage, silently eliminating a few unprofessional guards was as easy as turning over his hand. Who are you? Are you here to make trouble at our Flying Wheels Club? The boss of the Flying Wheels Club, a burly man with tattooed arms, was just then choking a young girl by the neck. The girl was on the brink of losing her last breath. Fong Zhe's sudden intrusion made the tattooed, burly man loosen his grip and fling the girl to the ground. Then he stood up, pointed at Fong Zhe, and roared angrily, "Boy, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm going to skin you alive in a moment." As for who I am, Fong Zhe knitted his brows, looked at the chaotic, filthy, and repulsive scene in the hall, and let out a soft sigh. Even in the apocalypse, these scum deserve death. About the question of who I am, my twin guns will give you the answer. Before the words died away, Fong Zhe had already drawn the twin guns he had prepared long ago, firing left and right, with every shot hitting its mark. The Flying Wheels Club members present had never expected this uninvited guest to strike without the slightest warning. Not only that, he was a sharpshooter. Every bullet was a headshot. Before any of them could react, half of the dozens of people were already down. The remaining half were just beginning to rejoice that the uninvited guest had run out of bullets, thinking it was their turn to teach him a lesson that would make him wish he were dead. But Fong Zhe tucked his twin guns into his waist and pulled out the short staff from behind his back. A transcendent level 2 against ordinary people. In fact, it was little different from a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. Even the burly tattooed man who looked so formidable didn't even see Fong Zhe's movements clearly before his four limbs were broken. Then he lay on the ground wailing. Only at this moment did these scoundrels realize that those who had been shot in the head earlier were the lucky ones. As for them, no. Fong Zhe, you cannot kill me. Aren't you afraid of causing an international incident? Inukai Taro, intentionally left alive and lying on the ground wailing, stared at Fong Zhe in terror and shrieked hysterically. At this moment, he finally understood why he had suddenly received that message, telling him to run for his life. So that was it. Unfortunately, he understood too late. The bold words he had spoken only moments ago now turned into nothing but mockery, slapping him harshly in the face. This man really could wipe out the entire Flying Wheels Club in one sweep. That question is a good one. So, I want to ask you too, you people. Aren't you afraid? Fong Zhe raised his eyebrows and coldly lifted the short staff. Bang! Sakura Country's chosen one Inukai Taro has died. Punishment descends. 1,000 zombie virus-infected people have randomly appeared in Sakura Country with an incubation period of 3 days. During the incubation period, they are not infectious after 15 days. If this National Destiny game has not yet ended, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Sakura Country. Good. Congratulations to Sakura Country. From this moment on, it has entered biohazard mode. Scream. Scream some more. Go on, scream. Why aren't you acting arrogant now? Master Fong is mighty. Though I've always overestimated Master Fong's strength, now it seems I still underestimated him. Master Fong is badass. Voice crack. At this moment, the people of Daxiao in the livestream room were cheering jubilantly, as if it were Chinese New Year. Meanwhile, the people of Sakura Country seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not because they had caved in, but because this time the punishment was actually the zombie virus. 1,000 infected with the zombie virus had appeared at random. This punishment caused most of Sakura Country's citizens to be gripped by panic. Almost everyone felt that their life was at risk, because no one knew who would suddenly turn into a zombie 3 days later. Would it be their own family, a friend, or themselves? After the announcement from the National Destiny game, nations around the globe urgently suspended all flight routes involving Sakura Country. They also began detaining Sakura citizens who were staying within their borders, because no one could guarantee that these Sakura citizens abroad were not among the random infected. So they would rather kill by mistake than to let one slip away. Lock them up for a week first. In addition to all this, the leaders of every nation had also realized one thing: the punishments of the National Destiny game were not only reflected in the reduction of natural resources. Other disasters could appear too. This was an unprecedented move. It really gave those little Japs a taste of something new. But it also sounded an alarm for the leaders of all nations. The National Destiny game was not as simple as they had expected. At the Daxiao National Destiny office, Shin Mingyi was in the middle of contemplating what impact the punishment meted out by the National Destiny game this time would bring. The secretary knocked on the door and came in. Director Shin, the Sakura side, has issued a statement condemning Fong Zhe, calling Mr. Fong a murderer and asking us not to harbor a murderer. They demand that after this National Destiny game ends, we must hand Mr. Fong over to them for punishment. What a joke! Shin Mingyi, whose train of thought had been interrupted, nearly laughed in anger after hearing the secretary's report. What was this? The thief crying, catch the thief. How could they even have the face to say such things? Go notify our diplomacy and solemnly warn Sakura Country. If they dare to make wild accusations again and slander Daxiao's chosen one Fong Zhe, they will bear all the consequences. Yes, Director Shen. The secretary answered loudly. Also send Fong Zhe a message. Director Shen, please go ahead. As the chosen one of Daxiao, don't act overcautiously or timidly. Go ahead and act boldly. As long as you stand on the right side of justice, the country will always be your strongest backing. At the headquarters of the Flying Wheels Club, Fong Zhe suddenly looked up, glanced into midair, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he said nothing. Then he looked down again at the Flying Wheels Club members who were writhing and wailing all over the floor. Master Fong, you are truly my idol. Your humble servant's admiration for you is like the endless torrent of the Yangtze River, continuous and boundless, and like the Yellow River overflowing its banks, unstoppable once it starts. The yellow-haired guy who had been shivering at the door suddenly straightened his back. Then with a flattering expression, he hurried over to Fong Zhe's side. Shut up. Fong Zhe cast a glance at the yellow-haired guy. It scared him into immediate silence, and then he looked solemnly into the hall. Go gather together everyone who is still alive and conscious. Fong Zhe continued. The yellow-haired guy was stunned for a moment, then it occurred to him that the people Master Fong spoke of certainly did not include those lying on the ground. That left only the women who had been treated as spoils of war. When it came to making a show of borrowed authority, the yellow-haired guy was all too familiar. He instantly found his groove. He quickly called over the women who could still move. Stand in line. Hurry up. If any of you make Master Fong unhappy, you'll be in for a world of pain. The yellow-haired guy held his head high, swaggering around, never having imagined that he could have such a day. As for the women gathered, their fear was written all over their faces, yet they did not dare to run away. They could only cling together and tremble, wondering how this new master intended to deal with them. Even though Fong Zhe was only one man, judging from his earlier behavior, the pressure he gave off was even greater than that of the entire Flying Wheels Club. I need a group of people to fight by my side. Fong Zhe said it bluntly, his face cold, because he thought about the clearing task of this National Destiny game. Unify any city. Note that it says unify, not reclaim. That is to say, the task does not actually require the chosen to clear out all the zombies in an entire city. Instead, it revolves around a certain city, integrating all nearby survivor bases. Therefore, Fong Zhe planned to try completing this clearing task. Then he would need a large number of people to do things for him. Bang! And what surprised Fong Zhe was that before those women could react, the yellow hair in front directly knelt down. Master Fong, we'd face fire and water for you. Yellow hair loudly expressed his loyalty. This made the women who had recovered their senses also want to kneel down. However, Fong Zhe stopped them. Then he pointed to the members of the Fish Society on the ground who were still whimpering softly and said expressionlessly, "No matter what method you use, execute one at random to prove your determination. What I want are people who can fight for me, not ornaments. I'll do it." This time again, Yellow Hair took the lead, setting an example for those women. He picked up a machete from the ground beside him and chopped down on a Fish Society member nearby. These guys had their limbs broken by Fong Zhe, so they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. The power of example is tremendous. With Yellow Hair as a demonstration, these women were already full of hatred in their hearts, and now they had the opportunity for revenge, so naturally, they wouldn't be soft-hearted. They picked up weapons one by one, gritted their teeth, and found their own enemies. After avenging themselves, they either slumped on the ground in a daze or hugged each other and wept bitterly or screamed madly. Meanwhile, Fong Zhe received a notification from the National Destiny game at this moment. Congratulations to the chosen of Great Xia Fong Zhe for completing Influence Quest. Martial Arts Hidden Destroy the Fish Society. Great Xia has received a reward. Oil reserves increased by 5 billion tons. Great Xia's chosen Fong Zhe has received a personal reward, Skill Swiftness. Personal rewards will not be disclosed. Swiftness passive effect Speed 20, so there are hidden quests in the National Destiny game. Fong Zhe never expected that after eliminating the Fish Society, he could still trigger a hidden quest. And the rewards were quite good. Not only did he get a reward for his nation, but also a personal one. Fong Zhe carefully felt the personal reward the National Destiny game gave him, and discovered that indeed a certain power was integrating into his body. The swiftness skill could further boost his speed. It also made Fong Zhe understand. Physical level is only the foundation, and when calculating comprehensive combat power, various skills also need to be taken into account. System, can you enhance the skill I just obtained? Certainly, host. Would you like to enhance it? Is it expensive? Equivalent to the cost of enhancing physical fitness. This. Let me try enhancing once. Fong Zhe quickly made a decision. This was an important matter concerning his own strength. Enhancement points minus 100 swiftness, 1 passive effect speed 40. The effect actually doubled. Fong Zhe felt the changes in power within his body, somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to continue enhancing to C, but considering his enhancement points were limited rather than improving the skill level, it was better to enhance physical fitness first, so he held back. Enhancement points. Relying solely on natural growth will definitely not be enough, must think of a way. Fong Zhe frowned, thinking in his heart. And at this time the real world had already exploded. My goodness. 5 billion tons of oil. Use it sparingly, it's enough for Great Xia to last 10 years. Then is your oil clean? Will it grow mold? Don't worry, our Great Xia has its own decontamination methods, no need to worry about this. Very good. Oil makes my aircraft carrier rotate. Love comes from the pretty lighthouse. This round little Japan must be envious enough to have red eyes. Don't say that. Little Japan is busy playing biochemical mode. Where would they have time for this? Makes sense. People from various countries were discussing online. But they didn't know that the Great Xia National Resources Bureau was the one who truly breathed a sigh of relief. Oil is the blood of modern industry, but once the supply is cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. Industrial shutdown would be fatal to any modern country. And Great Xia's oil reserves were not abundant to begin with. These 5 billion tons of oil were undoubtedly a great relief for Great Xia. They could begin to lay out their plans calmly in this era of resource scarcity. Master Fong, the Fish Society people have all been dealt with. What should we do now? Yellow Hair approached Fong Zhe with a flattering smile, respectfully asking for instructions. The Fish Society was now completely gone, not a single person left handled thoroughly. Although there were still some people in the hall crying bitterly. But most had recovered, and were looking at Fong Zhe, admiration appearing on their faces. Open the granaries, distribute grain. Fong Zhe instructed calmly. He still needed these people to work for him, so naturally, he wouldn't deprive them of a full meal. After they finish eating, go select a group of agile ones, and make use of the Fish Society's motorcycles. I have tasks to assign to them. Fong Zhe's idea was simple. Since he urgently needed enhancement points, now he needed those mutated creatures to make some contributions. Fong Zhe planned to form a reconnaissance squad specifically to go to the nearby Black Iron City and help him attract the mutated creatures out. This way he could accumulate enhancement points on a large scale. Yes, Master Fong. Yellow Hair nodded, immediately ran to those women and shouted loudly. Listen up, if you eat Master Fong's food, then you must fight for Master Fong. Otherwise, whatever you've eaten, I'll make you vomit it all out. Had to admit, with such a sycophantic lackey good at borrowing tigers, might it indeed save Fong Zhe a lot of trouble. As long as he didn't send Yellow Hair to fight to the death, his management ability was not bad. In no time he integrated and absorbed this group of prisoners, and also emptied the Fish Society's stocks. He could also complete Fong Zhe's tasks assigned to him meticulously. Based on the Fish Society's legacy, the formed reconnaissance squad quickly took shape. And the fame of Master Fong also stepped on the corpses of the Fish Society, becoming well known within the Black Iron base, drifting into the ears of all the bosses, big and small. But Fong Zhe didn't care about this matter. Since the reconnaissance squad was formed, he had started the days of farming mutated creatures to accumulate enhancement points. At first the members of the reconnaissance squad were still very fearful of attracting mutated creatures. But as Fong Zhe continuously displayed his powerful strength, their courage became bigger and bigger. Their worship of Fong Zhe also became deeper and deeper. In these matters, all the big and small factions in the Black Iron base were watching. Immediately, they became more reverent toward this Master Fong, who appeared from somewhere unknown. A fierce person who could infinitely solo mutated creatures was not someone they could mess with. System enhance my physique. Enhancement points -400. Physique upgraded to Transcendent Stage 3. Enhancement points required for next physique upgrade, 800. Excellent. This power. Truly not in vain for all my efforts these past days. The enhancement process was brief, and Fong Zhe quickly grew accustomed to his surge in strength. He clenched his fist, testing the new strength. Then Fong Zhe drew a dagger and dragged it forcefully across his skin. Only a white mark appeared with no break in the flesh. With his physique reaching Transcendent Stage 3, his defensive capabilities had also seen a dramatic improvement. Moreover, the speed boost granted by his swift skill had increased proportionally with his enhanced physique. This development pleased Fong Zhe greatly. System enhanced the swift skill. Enhancement points -200. Swift, 2 passive effect speed 60. Moi. Why isn't the improvement doubled this time? Could it be that each enhancement increases the stat by 20%? Fong Zhe stroked his chin, noting the detail. Just as he was about to continue enhancing, an anxious voice called out from outside the door. Fong Yi. Something's happened. A super mutant has appeared outside the Black Iron base. It's currently charging straight toward our camp. The voice startled Fong Zhe from his meditation. He pushed the door open and looked at Huang Mao, who was drenched in sweat and wore a look of sheer panic. Calmly he asked, "What kind of super mutant?" "A tyrant." The tyrant was the name survivors had given to a certain type of strength-type super mutant. These beings possessed monstrous strength and terrifying defenses. Ordinary bullets could scarcely pierce their hide. Coupled with their cruel, bloodthirsty nature and the ability to command ordinary zombies, they earned their title perfectly. Fong Yi, take a look. Fong Zhe's composure gradually steadied Huang Mao, who cautiously sought his guidance. Lead the way. I'll go take a look. Huh. Fong Zhe's words came as a shocking blow, nearly making Huang Mao drop to his knees right there. The destructive power of a super mutant was on an entirely different tier than that of an ordinary one. Huang Mao knew Fong Zhe could easily dispatch a regular mutant. But facing a super mutant, he held little optimism for their situation. Nevertheless, since Fong Yi had given the order fear or not, he had no choice, but to follow. Running away was out of the question. Fong Zhe's current stronghold temporarily occupied territory formerly held by the Feiqing Society. Aside from the Society's legacy supplies, all other provisions had been scavenged by reconnaissance teams using motorbikes from within the ruins of Black Iron City, while Fong Zhe hunted mutants. Black Iron City was teeming with zombies, many of which had mutated. Ordinary people dared not venture deep inside in search of supplies, which allowed the reconnaissance team to recover quite a few valuable items. Life had grown increasingly comfortable as a result. Now every woman Fong Zhe had rescued regarded him as their savior. Had Huang Mao dared to flee at such a moment, he would have had his legs broken by those very women long before the tyrant even arrived. Outside Black Iron base, the tyrant's arrival had roused the survivors within the base. Super mutants varied in strength depending on their classification, and the tyrant was undoubtedly among the elite. They never operated alone. Each appearance was accompanied by an entourage of hundreds, sometimes thousands of zombies. These crowds would often be intermixed with lesser mutants. Thus, for any survivor enclave, a tyrant represented an exceptionally dire threat. The same applied here. Standing over 3 meters tall, built like a bear and drenched in fresh blood, the tyrant towered conspicuously among the twisted horde of zombies, inspiring dread in all who beheld it. Black Iron base lacked a formal garrison, and the handguns salvaged from the police station were utterly useless against the tyrant. No wonder the survivors, upon spotting it, broke into a panicked rout. They were genuinely powerless to stop it. Yet amidst the stampeding crowd, 2 figures moved against the current, drawing murmurs of astonishment from the fleeing survivors. Some marveled at their courage, while others questioned their sanity. Was it really a good idea to seek out a tyrant and invite death? The 2 in question were an expressionless Fong Zhe and a trembling Huang Mao. So this is a tyrant. Its aura is indeed unlike that of an ordinary zombie. The tyrant's towering massive frame made it impossible for Fong Zhe to miss it at a glance. However, what caught Fong Zhe off guard was this. The tyrant seemed to be hunting him specifically. As Fong Zhe's eyes locked onto the beast, its gaze simultaneously pinned him in place. Roar. In the next instant, the tyrant let out a deafening roar. The zombies trailing behind it immediately went rabid, eyes glowing red as they lunged toward Fong Zhe with feral desperation. It actually gave Fong Zhe a start. Is this thing coming for me? Why, oi? This sudden turn of events puzzled not only Fong Zhe. In the live broadcast rooms, speculation ran rampant. What's going on? These zombies seemed perfectly fine a moment ago. Why are they so worked up now that they've spotted Fong Yi? Do we even need to think about that? It's clearly karmic retribution for murdering our great Sakura nation's chosen one. The destiny game itself has lost patience. Bullshit. Your Sakura nation's chosen one deserved to die. Fong Yi is blessed by heaven. He'll be fine. I doubt it'll be that easy this time. Haven't you seen the true terror of a tyrant in other streams? A tyrant is 10 times stronger than an ordinary mutant. Didn't a single tyrant wipe out the survivor base belonging to the Sunset Nation's Chosen One? And many of those cotton people also fell to tyrants. So what if your great Xia Nation's Chosen One can handle regular mutants? He stands no chance against a tyrant. What a shame. Facing a tyrant means certain death. It's his own fault for being so arrogant. He go looking for a tyrant. He must have provoked it. He truly deserves it. If only he'd learned from our High Gallia Nation's Chosen One and just ran away. Clearly viewers from various nations had witnessed the devastating prowess of tyrants in the broadcast streams of other Chosen Ones. They had watched far too many Chosen Ones perish at the hands of tyrants. Therefore, even though Feng Zhe could handle lone mutants, the consensus among the masses remained overwhelmingly pessimistic. No one believed Feng Zhe could escape a tyrant alive. Meanwhile, Feng Zhe stared into the tyrant's crimson eyes, noting the pure rage burning within them, and something seemed to click into place in his mind. Could it be that I've been slaughtering mutants too frequently lately, and that's what brought this down on me? Regardless to Feng Zhe, the reason hardly mattered anymore. Since the tyrant had dared to come looking for trouble, Feng Zhe would show it absolutely no mercy. Stand back. Feng Zhe waved the yellow-haired man back with one hand and drew a short staff from behind his waist with the other. System enhance. Enhancement points -20. Crude short staff, 2 hardness, 200 toughness, 200 impact power 60, charged heavy strike damage 100. To deal with a thick-skinned super mutant like the tyrant, Feng Zhe needed to upgrade his weapon as well. It still doesn't feel like enough. System keep enhancing. Enhancement points -40. Crude short staff, 3 hardness, 300 toughness, 300 impact power 100, charged heavy strike damage 200. This should be about enough now. Feng Zhe hefted the short staff in his hand, his gaze locking onto the tyrant in the distance. The zombies lunging at him were all ignored. Even though those zombies had been pumped full of stimulants by the tyrant, they still couldn't match Feng Zhe's speed. To catch bandits, first catch their ringleader. Before the words had faded, Feng Zhe had become a bolt of lightning and darted through the encirclement of zombies. Sensing the crisis, the tyrant seized a scrapped sedan at its side and prepared to use it as a shield. However, Feng Zhe was far too fast for the tyrant. By the time the tyrant raised the sedan, Feng Zhe had already appeared beside the tyrant, raising the staff in his hand. Bang! Charged heavy strike damage 200. Combined with Feng Zhe's immense strength, even the tyrant, whose defenses were so mighty that bullets couldn't pierce them, had its skull shattered by a single swing of the staff. The sedan in the tyrant's grasp was also sent flying. It smashed through a heap of zombies, blocking the way. Super mutant killed. Enhancement points 20. That's all. After hearing the system's notification, Feng Zhe couldn't help but complain. Host bro, the rules are the rules. It's only this much. Fine then. Something was better than nothing, and Feng Zhe couldn't be bothered to quibble. After all, it was one swing either way, and the reward had doubled. That was already good enough. However, Feng Zhe's relaxed demeanor left audiences from every nation in the real world completely stunned. What's going on? The tyrant got one shot too. Am I not awake? Am I still dreaming? No. I need to go back and sleep a bit more. We're all Chosen Ones. Why is the gap so huge? Cheating. The Daxia Chosen One must be cheating. How can he one-shot the tyrant? Damn it. Can't our nation's Chosen One show some spine? All he knows is waving the white flag. Those little Japan people's heads must be buzzing right now. Back in the real world, audiences were losing their minds. The survivors at Black Iron Base, however, were hardly better off. In fact, the survivors were even more shaken. Because they had truly witnessed the tyrant's power with their own eyes, they knew better than anyone that it was a monster no human strength could oppose. But at this moment, one man was showing them through his actions. The tyrant was nothing more than this. What an awe-inspiring scene it was. So this is all a super mutant strength amounts to. After eliminating the tyrant, Feng Zhe casually disposed of the few mutants it had brought along as well. As for the remaining ordinary zombies, since they awarded no enhancement points, Feng Zhe wasn't interested. But here was the interesting part. After Feng Zhe killed the tyrant, the zombie horde whose stimulant boost had worn off actually became somewhat afraid of him. This scene left the survivors at Black Iron Base utterly dumbfounded. In the past, it had always been humans who feared zombies. Yet today they witnessed something extraordinary. Zombies were actually afraid of people. Congratulations to Daxia Nation's Chosen One Feng Zhe for completing the Hidden Influence Mission Force. Awe-inspiring Black Iron Base. Daxia Nation receives a reward. Crop yields for all agricultural products within its borders 10. Daxia Nation's Chosen One Feng Zhe receives a personal reward. Skill Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Personal rewards will not be disclosed. Copper Skin and Iron Bones passive effect defense 30. This can complete a hidden mission too. Hearing the notification from the National Fate game echoing in his mind, Feng Zhe couldn't help but remark. Meanwhile, people of every nation in the real world were seething with envy, jealousy, and resentment. In this era, agriculture was the economic foundation. People could go without phones, without cars, without the conveniences brought by all kinds of industrial products. But they could not go without food. For an agricultural powerhouse, a 10% increase in crop yields was no small matter. Moreover, crops weren't limited to staple grains like rice, wheat, and corn. Oil-bearing crops, vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs. All of these were included. It was an absolute windfall. At that moment, the elderly who had lived through famine wished to erect a longevity tablet in Feng Zhe's honor. But Feng Zhe at this moment wasn't thinking about these things. Instead, he was thinking that his reputation and prestige at Black Iron Base had reached their peak because of the tyrant's invasion. The next step, then, was to begin consolidating the various survivor bases outside Black Iron City. Once he established the fact of his rule, he would complete the level clear quest. In fact, because Feng Zhe had been hunting mutants during this period, his name was quite well known among the surrounding survivor bases. Everyone had heard of such a ruthless man in Black Iron Base, known as Master Feng, who delighted in hunting mutants. If you had nothing to do with him, never provoke this ruthless man. Therefore, on the second day after the tyrant's invasion, Feng Zhe released a public announcement. The announcement read as follows. As the zombie scourge grew ever more severe, and since there were dozens of organizations within a single Black Iron Base fighting independently, it was highly unfavorable for effectively organizing the survivors' strength against the zombies. Therefore, I hereby propose taking Black Iron Base as the center. All large and small organizations within the surrounding survivor bases should be unified into the Black Iron City Survivors Mutual Aid Association, facilitating coordinated support and efficient use of resources. At that time, leaders of all organizations are invited to attend the founding ceremony of the association and the chairman election meeting as representatives. Meeting times 7 days after the date this announcement is posted. I.e. month of day. Meeting location Grand Conference Hall, 2nd Block, Black Iron Base. Those who fail to attend will be deemed to have forfeited their right to join the association. The announcement immediately ignited heated discussion among the survivors. Undeniably, the name Master Feng carried a certain degree of sway within Black Iron Base. But that sway mostly stemmed from the survivors' fear and reverence for Feng Zhe's martial prowess. To many people, the purpose of this announcement was obvious at a glance. After all, Feng Zhe had practically spelled out the word seizure of power in plain sight. Consequently, the leaders of the various organizations, large and small, all harbored considerable hostility toward the announcement. For those who had once been bosses who would be willing to become underlings again. But Feng Zhe didn't care about their opinions in the slightest. He continued to hunt mutants, methodically replenishing his enhancement points. He watched the surging undercurrents with cold, indifferent eyes. 7 days passed like a fleeting whisper. Survivor bases near Black Iron City had all received word of the forthcoming assembly, though discontent ran deep among them. Nevertheless, the conference proceeded as scheduled. Feng Zhe sat motionless in the presiding chair, watching with a placid expression as attendees filed into the grand hall, took their seats, and exchanged pleasantries, weaving alliances. Suddenly, the blonde-haired guard stationed at the doorway stepped inside. He quickly approached Feng Zhe, bowed slightly, and whispered into his ear, Master Feng, according to the attendance roster, 7 leaders from the Black Iron Base have not arrived, and among the surrounding survivor bases a total of 23 leaders are absent. Feng Zhe gave a slight nod and glanced at the time. Very well, then we shall begin without further delay. The meeting is officially underway. Those who have not arrived need not enter now. With that, Feng Zhe rose to his feet and raised his hand, signaling the assembly to quiet. He then spoke in a resonant voice. I am truly pleased that you have all honored me with your presence at this gathering. In the interest of conserving resources, the inauguration ceremony of the Mutual Aid Association shall be kept exceedingly simple. I invite each of you to raise the tea before you, and in lieu of wine, let us share this cup together. Having spoken, Feng Zhe was the first to lift a small tea cup from the table before him, offering a gesture of respect. None below would dare refuse such an honor, for those truly unwilling to pay respect would never have come in the first place. To all of you, to Master Feng, then I hereby declare effective today the Black Iron City Survivors Mutual Aid Association is formally established. Feng Zhe set down his teacup and settled back into the presiding chair. Glancing across the sea of varied expressions among the attendees, he continued, a dragon cannot exist a day without a sovereign, nor can this Mutual Aid Association exist a day without a leader. Now that the association has been founded, there must be a president to steer its course. I, Feng, though unworthy, humbly offer myself as the inaugural president of this Mutual Aid Association. I wonder if any of you harbor objections. His words fell into a profound silence across the grand hall. For these attending leaders had simply not anticipated that Master Feng would speak with such bluntness. Was there not even a measure of modesty expected? Yet in the suffocating silence they exchanged glances, none believing themselves more qualified than Master Feng to hold the presidency. Thus silence remained their only choice. After a brief pause, Feng Zhe offered a tranquil smile and said, very well. I thank you all for granting me this honor. From this day forward, I shall serve as the president of this Mutual Aid Association. As he spoke these words, Feng Zhe lifted his chin, gazing down with an air of quiet supremacy. Finding no opposition, he continued, now that I have accepted the role of president, I intend to act decisively. The guiding principle of this Mutual Aid Association is to unify the strength of all members in our collective struggle against the zombies. The era of each group pursuing its own agenda is hereby abolished. Such conduct will no longer be tolerated. Therefore, as president, I request that upon your return, each of you compile a comprehensive inventory of your organization's supplies and submit them to the association for centralized distribution. His announcement erupted into uproar. A a stark contrast to the preceding stillness. For this matter struck at the very core of their survival, rendering compromise impossible. President Fong, this is untenable. If we surrender all supplies to the association, how shall the brothers under our command survive? Let us not discuss this further. The grand hall descended into cacophony. Across the streaming platforms, shock and disbelief reigned. The chosen one of Xia is being far too authoritarian, demanding everyone surrender all their supplies from the very outset. How is that even feasible? Such aggressive posturing is certain to provoke disaster. Hasn't this fellow ever heard that private property is sacred and inviolable? This is oppression, tyranny. We shall surely witness a dramatic spectacle shortly. Samurai of great Sakura nation, this is your finest opportunity. Avenge your fallen predecessors. Wait, could there be a Japanese opportunist among them in the conference hall? What? Amid the chaos, someone suddenly realized that a successor chosen one from Japan had infiltrated the conference hall. This constituted an emergency of the highest order. At the same moment, Fong Zhe raised his hand, once more signaling silence. Given the intensity of your reactions, I shall make a concession. Each of you may retain basic survival supplies to sustain your daily lives. However, all weapons and ammunition must be surrendered entirely to the association for centralized allocation. This matter is non-negotiable. I have spoken. Who among you supports this and who opposes it? His words sent ripples through the assembly, their expressions shifting yet again. Just then a thin-faced man with a simian countenance stepped forward and shouted loudly, I object. Oh. Fong Zhe raised his gaze and fixed his eyes upon the man. But before Fong Zhe could speak, the man pressed on. Hand over our firearms, and we become lambs awaiting slaughter. President Fong, what manner of motive drives this proposal of yours? Do you take us for fish upon a butcher's block? With each word, the man's voice rose several octaves higher. Once every eye in the room was drawn to him, the man suddenly drew a pistol and pointed it directly at Fong Zhe. President Fong, since you have shown no mercy, first do not blame us for responding in kind. Bang, bang, bang. Even as he spoke, the man pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine. The sudden violence stunned every attendee. No one could have fathomed such audacity. You. The president has been attacked. Seal the premises. The first to react was the blonde-haired man, whose face drained of color in an instant. After bellowing those words at the top of his lungs, he launched himself forward and kicked the gunman to the ground with a single fierce strike. The blonde-haired man's actions served as a detonating fuse. The assembled leaders all drew their concealed weapons, each man bracing for the worst. The grand hall doors burst open, and the guards stationed outside flooded in, desperate to protect their leaders. Yet at this precise moment, Fong Zhe, still seated in the presiding chair, emitted a cold, derisive laugh. Heh. The unexpected laughter drew every gaze toward him. Next, horror-struck realization dawned upon the assembly. Master Fong was not merely unharmed. As his clenched fist, hovering above the table, slowly opened, the bullets aimed at him tumbled out one by one, scattering across the wooden surface. Each metallic clang sent shivers through their nerves. The looks they cast upon Fong Zhe now resembled those one might reserve for a creature of nightmare. What you have all just witnessed speaks for itself. Tell me, given such events, how could I possibly rest easy knowing weapons remain in your hands? Fong Zhe lifted his chin, his cold gaze sweeping across their faces like a blade. No one dared answer his question. Nor did Fong Zhe expect an answer. He simply rose to his feet and spoke slowly. Go and confiscate their weapons. Those who resist shall be shot on sight. Yes, Master Fong. Yellowhair's face immediately regained its color when he saw that Fong Zhe was safe. He pointed at the man he had kicked to the ground and said to the female reconnaissance squad members gathering around, you there break his arms and legs. I'll slowly deal with him later. Yellowhair then turned to the assembled leaders, whose faces were full of shock, and said with a hostile expression, you all heard that, didn't you? If you know what's good for you, hand over all your weapons. Otherwise. Yellowhair directly pulled out his personal defense pistol and brandished it. Don't go too far. President Fong, we came to this meeting to show you respect. You. Inside the venue there were still those harboring delusions trying to argue and resist. Fong Zhe, however, did not even look. He casually picked up a bullet from the table and flung it with a wave of his arm. The bullet instantly pierced the speaker's brow. Enough of your noise. With Fong Zhe's transcendent third-rank strength, the bullet he flung was no less powerful than one fired from a gun barrel. This act instantly shattered everyone's thoughts of resistance. In order to survive, they could only obediently cooperate. And the underlings who had rushed in to protect their boss were now all struck silent with fear. Who would dare provoke a humanoid monster more terrifying than a tyrant? President Fong, since the weapons have all been confiscated, could you possibly let us go back first? Only after everyone had handed over their weapons did one attending leader muster the courage to ask this question. It was also what many of the attendees wanted to say. However, what answered them was Fong Zhe's indifferent gaze. Everyone, for the next period of time you will have to endure doing your eating, drinking, and sleeping all inside this conference hall. Once I finish handling this matter, I will naturally release you all. This was confinement. Everyone knew it was confinement. Yet not a single person dared to speak out against him. Everyone chose to remain silent. It was only after Fong Zhe had left that someone nudged the person beside him and asked, Brother, who weren't you pretty brave before? Why didn't you say anything this time? The The burly man called brother who turned his head shot the man a glance and countered, President Fong isn't afraid of bullets. Are you? Well, let me tell you the truth. Being confined here is actually a good outcome, at least we get to live. As for those who didn't come, it's hard to say. Outside the conference hall, Fong Zhe glanced sideways at the man whose arms and legs had been broken and who had been dragged out to die, and said coldly, I know who you are. Xiao Chuanzhong. What a... The man lying on the ground, utterly despondent because his plan had failed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was for no other reason than that Fong Zhe had called out his name. The successor chosen one of Sakura country, Xiao Chuanzhong. Fong Zeyuk. I intentionally let you in because I needed a pretext to launch a great purge. At this, Fong Zhe ignored the hatred in Xiao Chuanzhong's eyes, suddenly raised his head and flipped off the sky. Send as many as you like. However many come, I'll kill them all. Then Fong Zhe beckoned to Yellow Hair, who was waiting in the distance, and pointed at Xiao Chuanzhong lying on the ground. To be honest, plotting an assassination scheme in the live stream. Did those Little Japan people take the people of the Great Xia National Fortune Office for blind men, since they were deceiving themselves? Then Fong Zhe would play along with their game. A transcendent third-rank physique plus the triple reinforced bronze skin iron bone skill was enough for Fong Zhe to withstand armor-piercing rounds head-on. An assassination of this level was simply not good enough. Understood. Standing in the distance, Yellow Hair immediately ran over after receiving Fong Zhe's approval and raised the machete in his hand. The Sakura country, chosen one, Xiao Chuanzhong has died. Punishment descends. Sakura country's national physique -10, all crop yields within its territory -10. If the current national fortune game has not ended after 15 days, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Sakura country. As soon as this announcement came out, the livestream room went completely wild. Master Fong is mighty. I knew it. How could those stupid Little Japan people possibly outsmart Master Fong? Bullshit. Weren't you the one most worried just now? Despicable Great Xia people. How dare you make use of the warriors of our great Sakura country? Huh. How are you still able to talk? Did you clear the biohazard mode? That Great Xia chosen one is terrifying. You people don't respect human rights at all. No democracy, no freedom. Exactly. The Great Xia chosen one actually slaughtered so many people for such a reason. People like him will probably be a scourge once he comes back. We strongly suggest that once this Fong Zhe comes back, he be handed over to our democratic and free beautiful country for trial. Wait bro, have your brains been eaten by Little Japan's zombies? How can you even say such nonsense? Meanwhile, outside the livestream room, the National Fortune Games punishment against Sakura country also arrived. A large number of crops began to wither, and the workers in the fields were devastated, wanting to cry, but unable to. The decrease in physical constitution also made many Sakura country citizens feel unwell. Especially for patients lying in the ICU, there was no need to rescue them anymore. They could be sent directly to the funeral parlor and then contact the crematorium. The conditions of patients in hospitals also began to deteriorate. In a short time, the business volume of hospitals, funeral parlors, and crematoriums across Sakura country rose sharply. The successive death tolls made people realize the National Fortune Game was no joke. Under these circumstances, Sakura country's high-ranking officials were naturally furious. Especially Fong Zhe's blatant provocation sent them into an absolute rage. However, just as they were about to question the official Great Xia authorities, they were preemptively condemned by Great Xia's diplomatic personnel. The Sakura country chosen one ignored human solidarity, took it upon himself to assassinate the Great Xia chosen one, and committed the most heinous of crimes. Given that the Great Xia chosen one is unharmed, this matter will be set aside for now, but Great Xia reserves the right to hold Sakura country accountable. It is hoped that Sakura country will restrain its remaining chosen ones and refrain from committing such heinous acts again. Otherwise you will bear all the consequences. At these words, 3 high-ranking officials from Sakura country vomited blood on the spot. The rest hurriedly scrambled to contact the beautiful country behind them, hoping their daddy would avenge them. Unfortunately for them, the beautiful country was very shrewd and had no intention of wading into this muddy water. Instead, it decided to find ways to secretly win Fong Zhe over. Fong Zhe was completely unaware of the storm raging outside. With the excuse of an assassination attempt on his life, purging all who refused to submit and eliminating dissidents became a perfectly natural thing to do. All who dared to resist, not one would be left alive. Before the momentum of Fong Zhe personally leading troops for a massive purge, no one could withstand his might. Within a single day, the rebellion at Black Iron Base was quelled. Within 3 days, the unrest in surrounding survivor bases was pacified. Within 5 days, all remnants of the resistance were rooted out and eliminated one by one. In merely a week's time, all survivor bases centered around Black Iron City bowed in submission. Not a single voice of dissent dared to rise. In an instant, the prestige of the Black Iron City Survivor Mutual Aid Association reached its zenith. Seizing this opportunity, Fong Zhe wielded his authority as association president to place those women who had first followed him into key positions throughout the organization, completing the final step in unifying Black Iron City, namely actual rule through military force and consolidation of power. With this, the clearance mission for the zombie apocalypse had officially been completed. Notice the clearance mission for this National Fate game has been accomplished, and the game will end ahead of schedule. Those chosen ones who participated in this National Fate game and remain alive at this moment have been locked in system. You have up to 1 day to handle all affairs in this world. During this period, if any chosen one encounters a life-threatening crisis, they will be sent ahead to the reward settlement space, where their physical condition will be reset, and they will wait alongside other chosen ones to settle this game's rewards. And the notification from the National Fate game also proved that Fong Zhe's approach was correct. So it is as expected. Unification is not about conquest. I didn't need to capture Black Iron City itself only to take control of the surrounding survivor bases. Having confirmed the completion of the clearance mission, Fong Zhe also felt considerably lighter. He still had 1 day remaining to guide the Black Iron City Survivor Mutual Aid Association's direction forward. From now on, they would have to stagger forward on their own. Fong Zhe pondered for a long time, but ultimately decided against saying farewell to them. He simply left a letter and the short staff that had accompanied him for over a month on the desk in his room. After all, when leaving the National Fate game, just as when entering carrying extra items was impossible. So Fong Zhe had little to hold on to. However, the other chosen ones approached things quite differently from Fong Zhe. When they arrived in this zombie apocalypse, they had truly suffered through hardship. Now hearing the National Fate game's notification, most chosen ones wept with joy on the spot. Even more so, some chosen ones upon learning they would no longer die began retaliating without regard for their own safety. Then they departed for the reward settlement space ahead of time. In short, the final day could be described as a carnival of chaos. Like Fong Zhe calmly awaiting departure, he was the only chosen one. The following day, Huang Mao routinely came to knock on Fong Zhe's door to report today's action plan, yet received no response for an extended period. Having experienced the assassination incident, Huang Mao's expression changed instantly, and he pushed the door open and entered. There he saw the letter and short staff placed on the desk. In the letter, Fong Zhe explained that his immense power had been purchased with his own life force. Now that Black Iron City was unified and his time was drawing to a close, it was time for him to depart. Therefore, he specially left the short staff to Huang Mao as a token of the association president's authority, hoping he would lead the association forward with care. Master Fong. After reading the letter left by Fong Zhe, Huang Mao couldn't help but be moved to tears. He then knelt and bowed before the armchair where Fong Zhe often sat, rose to his feet, and picked up the short staff Fong Zhe had left behind. Please rest assured, Master Fong. Even if I am shattered to pieces, I will never let your life's work come to nothing. Reward settlement space. This was an independent space used to settle the rewards of the National Fate game, and also a private space for chosen ones to store special items. When Fong Zhe arrived at his own reward settlement space, the zombie apocalypse world was officially shut down. This National Fate game has officially ended, lasting a total of 54 days. Survival reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. Your home country will receive population of that country 100 kilograms of grain type determined by the staple food of the nation's citizens. The grain will be distributed to official designated warehouses. Please confirm receipt of this reward within 3 days. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. You will receive 1 first-rank gene serum already dispatched to the reward settlement space. First-rank gene serum can elevate the consumer's physique to the transcendent first rank with absolutely no side effects. Survival reward settlement complete. Clearance mission reward settlement in progress. This clearance mission participant chosen one of Daxia Fong Zhe. This clearance mission contribution Fong Zhe 100. Congratulations to the chosen one of Daxia Fong Zhe for receiving 1 bottle of gene essence can be used to prepare 10,000 first-rank gene serums. Congratulations to Daxia Nation for receiving the reward from this day forward within the territory for 1 year. There will be favorable weather with no natural disasters. Clearance reward settlement complete. This National Fate game broadcast has ended, and 10 days later the next National Fate game will commence. A friendly reminder, chosen ones who have already participated in one game may decide for themselves whether to participate again. Please confirm your answer before the game begins. Hearing this, Fong Zhe thought the reward settlement had concluded entirely. Just then the voice of the National Fate game suddenly echoed within his mind. Chosen one personal reward settlement in progress. Personal reward. Fong Zhe raised his eyebrows and immediately understood. Personal rewards are kept confidential, serving as each chosen one's trump card, which is why they are settled individually at the end. The settlement standard is based on each chosen one's performance within the National Fate game. Unlike survival rewards, personal rewards cannot be slacked off on. Poor performance means receiving nothing at all. Chosen one influence evaluation, martial power, commanding respect, culture, no achievements, economy, negligible, final calculation, personal reward, skill, telekinesis. Telekinesis passive effect, spiritual power, 10 active effect, concentrate intention to generate telekinetic force, strength, depends on spiritual power. Unexpectedly, telekinesis. The final personal reward did bring some surprise to Fong Zhe. The ability of telekinesis, anyone who has heard of it knows how useful it is. Not to mention it also came with a passive effect that enhances spiritual power. Just this 10% alone was enough to make Fong Zhe feel refreshed and vigorous. Glancing once more at the system panel, Host Fong Zhe Physique Transcendent 3rd Rank Enhancement Points 1153, 1 per hour. Still so concise and clear, but Fong Zhe was already accustomed to it. Over 1,000 enhancement points were what Fong Zhe had specifically saved for unexpected needs. And now he could put them to use. System Upgrade Telekinesis. Enhancement points minus 100 telekinesis. 1 passive effect spiritual power, 20 telekinetic strength, 10 active effect. Psychokinesis, 1 passive effect mental power, 20 psychokinesis intensity, 10 active effect. Can it directly increase psychokinesis intensity? System psychokinesis intensity itself depends on mental power intensity, so this passive effect. Can it stack? Fong Zhe was delighted at first, then asked the system with some uncertainty. Rest assured bro host the effects can stack. Addition or multiplication? Multiplication. Then I can relax. Bro system continues strengthening psychokinesis. Got it. Strengthening points minus 200 psychokinesis, 2 passive effect mental power 30, a psychokinesis intensity, 20 active effect. Keep going. Strengthening points minus 400 psychokinesis, 3 passive effect mental power 40, psychokinesis intensity 30. Strengthened so satisfying. Fong Zhe savored the keen hearing and sharp vision that came with his ever-growing mental power. His control over his own strength had reached an entirely new realm. Had his strengthening points not run dry, Fong Zhe would have continued without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the real world, there was no way to gather strengthening points quickly. He would have to return to the National Destiny game. All the rewards have been collected now. Time to return to the real world. High City. The same ordinary low-rent apartment as before. Fong Zhe suddenly materialized from the void, dropping into a computer chair and stirring up a cloud of dust. He glanced at his clothes, then clenched his fist. The overwhelming power reminded Fong Zhe that everything before had not been a dream. Bro system. Right here, bro host. Good, just wanted to make sure you're there. Fong Zhe rose and drew a deep breath. His formidable mental power cleansed the killing intent from his body and concealed his terrifying aura. Then with a flicker of psychokinesis, he lifted the dust in the room and swept it out the window. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Fong Zhe prepared to step outside, a knock came at the door. He opened the door to find 2 well-dressed young people waiting at the threshold, a man and a woman. Seeing Fong Zhe open the door, the young man stepped forward first and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Fong. I am Yang Dingbian, director of the High City office of the Daxian National Destiny Coordination Office. This is my secretary and liaison, Hu Shui. Hello. Fong Zhe nodded. It seemed the National Destiny Office had already conducted a thorough investigation of his background. Mr. Fong, the purpose of our visit today is to invite you to join the Chosen Ones Association under the National Destiny Office. After the introductions, Yang Dingbian continued. Fong Zhe scratched his head and asked in return, if I don't join, will there be any restrictions? No. You are a hero of Daxia. Not joining the Chosen Ones Association is entirely your prerogative. Additionally, I bring with me the rewards the state has granted for your contributions. Yang Dingbian shook his head and changed the subject. A total of 10 million in cash plus 1 billion yuan annually in Chosen One funding. If Mr. Fong has any needs, the funding pool can be further expanded. 1 billion yuan per year. Even Fong Zhe at his current level was rather astonished by the state's generosity. He found himself developing some interest in this Chosen Ones Association. Well, what exactly does this Chosen Ones Association do? Mr. Fong, the purpose of the Chosen Ones Association is to help take care of the families of those who enter the National Destiny game. As you know, the survival rate of the National Destiny game is not particularly high. Yang Dingbian could not help but sigh as he spoke. And those 2 from before. Yes, all are registered. Their families will be properly taken care of and enjoy the best treatment. However, our investigation shows that you, Mr. Fong. My apologies. No need to apologize. I'm not so fragile as to get angry over such things. Fong Zhe shrugged. You brought the money with you, right? Let's talk while we walk. I still need to buy groceries. By the way, could you arrange new housing for me? Of course. Mr. Fong, feel free to make any requests. The local staff of the National Destiny Office are here to solve these problems for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. While Fong Zhe and Yang Dingbian were getting along swimmingly, people across all nations were engaged in heated discussions online. From the settlement rewards of this National Destiny game, they learned of the existence of Grade 1 gene serums. They also gained a basic understanding of the meaning of transcendent individuals. As a result, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and even hatred for Fong Zhe's gene primordial fluid. That was equivalent to 10,000 Grade 1 gene serums. If their own nation had received it, could they not have built an entire superhuman army? Therefore, after this National Destiny broadcast ended, the citizens of Daxiao were finally able to hold their heads high. They dominated the online arguments. And if ordinary citizens cared most about those 10,000 Grade 1 gene serums, then at the national level, the reward that inspired the most envy was probably the 1-year favorable weather 0 natural disasters buff. With this buff, the extent to which Daxia could boost its national strength in a single year was simply unimaginable. Those who had scrambled to flee abroad 2 months ago must have been filled with the deepest regret at this moment. They never could have imagined that Da Xiao could undergo a complete transformation in just over a month, completely reversing the situation of those early days. What they had once considered wise decisions had now become utterly foolish actions. They could not even return even if they wanted to, all of them blocked outside the borders. And the person who caused all of this, the detestable Da Xiao Chosen One, Feng Zhe. Da Xiao National Destiny Coordination Office. Xun Mingyi held the report from the immigration office and burst into laughter. Only when his secretary knocked did he manage to compose himself. Enter. Director Xin. The immigration office received over 200,000 entry applications in a single day. Director Yang sent me to ask for your opinion. Should we throttle them? The secretary outside walked in with a face full of glee, speaking with considerable satisfaction. The secretary still remembered vividly how downcast directors Xun and Yang had looked back then. Those ungrateful wretches. They crawled out, and now want to come back. This old Yang back then, he was so worried his hair turned white, insisting I share the burden. Now look at him coming to show off again. He worried when people fled, and now that people come begging at his door, could he worry again? Go on, tell old Yang to make his own decision. Xun Mingyi waved his hand dismissively. Did he need to teach Yang how to handle those ungrateful wretches? It was merely a matter of saving face or not. By the way, make arrangements for me. I'm going to High City. Yes, Director Xun. Inside the modest rental unit. Feng Zhe, having returned from buying groceries, saw off Yang Dingbian and Hu Shui. He politely declined their generous offer that he could move in immediately and simply start living there right away. Then he went to the kitchen and prepared a simple meal of 4 dishes and 1 soup. The rice had just finished steaming and the dishes had barely been set on the table when the door was knocked upon again with considerable force. Open the door yourself, Feng Zhe called out while washing the pot. Before his words had even finished echoing, the door swung open. A beautiful girl wearing a school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail radiating youthful energy skipped right in from outside. Feng Zhe, you're finally back. I was so scared when I heard you were chosen by the National Destiny game. I never expected you'd be this strong. As my boyfriend Lu Yao always knew you could do it. The beautiful girl tossed her school bag onto Feng Zhe's bed as soon as she entered, then sat by the table and spoke with an exaggerated expression. Her name was Lu Yao, a female infant Feng Zhe had found at the entrance of Sunshine Orphanage when he was 2 years old. Therefore, she had been close to Feng Zhe since childhood. But at that time, Feng Zhe possessed an adult's mindset and didn't give it much thought. As Lu Yao grew older and became more sensible, she immediately started declaring that she would become Feng Zhe's wife, refusing to listen to anyone who advised against it. And so things had come to this. Call me brother. Feng Zhe wiped his hands and came to the table. Husband. Lu Yao pouted, fiercely resisting. We're still too young. Feng Zhe rubbed his forehead, unsure from when exactly Lu Yao had developed these feelings for him. It's okay, I can wait. Just being my boyfriend for now is fine. Lu Yao patted the table and suddenly changed the subject, speaking mysteriously. By the way, Feng Zhe, did you know some girls at school said you weren't as handsome as their older brothers? Absolutely outrageous. I was so angry I beat them up on the spot. Let them learn not to confuse beauty with ugliness. Feng Zhe touched his nose and remained silent. He still believed in Lu Yao's story. After all, he was the first-generation king of kids at Sunshine Orphanage. And when Lu Yao publicly declared she would be his wife, she became the second-generation king of kids. In terms of fighting, Lu Yao was no slouch. And then, they didn't come looking for trouble. Feng Zhe asked while serving rice for Lu Yao, conveniently stuffing chopsticks into her waving hand at the same time. No. The boys at school all think you're handsome, and they weren't their match. The people are on my side, haha. Lu Yao held her bowl and laughed heartily. Even at school she remained the king of kids. As long as you're happy, Feng Zhe said, taking a water cup from the cupboard and pulling out a first-tier gene serum from his National Destiny game rewards. He also asked the system in his mind whether the first-tier gene serum could be enhanced. Theoretically, yes, but you don't need this kind of thing, host. Can't you read the atmosphere at all? Oh, then no. After enhancement, the gene serum would be too potent for ordinary people, making them unable to tolerate the nourishment. Alright. The answer, while expected, didn't surprise Feng Zhe. He then poured the first-tier gene serum into the cup and placed it beside Lu Yao. Drink this. Okay. Lu Yao picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. But she felt the water seemed slightly sweet, so she couldn't help asking Feng Zhe, what is this? Gene serum. Oh, Ants. This is your gene serum. You gave it to me to drink, what about you? Is it still useful if I vomit it out now for you to drink? Hearing Feng Zhe's calm response, Lu Yao only snapped out of it after several seconds. She immediately stood up, looking at Feng Zhe with a worried expression, even reaching toward her throat, as if to induce vomiting. Save it. Feng Zhe reached out and swatted her hand away. Then he picked up his own bowl and said, just eat properly. This ampoule was prepared specifically for you. You might feel a bit uncomfortable later, but it'll pass quickly. Don't be too nervous. I'm only worried about you. Lu Yao gave a soft humph, but obediently sat back down. All her life, she had grown accustomed to listening to Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe wasn't certain what it felt like when the first-tier gene serum took effect, but judging from Lu Yao's expression, it didn't seem painful. However, the process of expelling toxins made Lu Yao somewhat shy, so she hurriedly darted into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Lu Yao, who had also taken a shower, walked out wearing Feng Zhe's clothes and exclaimed in surprise, Feng Zhe, my strength has really increased. I broke a faucet just now. Fong Zhe fell silent. Then he looked around the small rental unit. We should stay at a hotel tonight. Anyway, the 10 million bonus had already been deposited into his account, so there was no need to save such a small amount of money. Fong Zhe, are you finally willing to share a room with me? Upon hearing this, Liu Yao instantly became excited. Seeing this, Fong Zhe sighed slightly and said, 2 rooms. No way. Keep your thoughts pure. We'll wait 2 more years for something like that. 2 years is fine then. I'll sleep beside you now and promise not to do anything else. And then you'll just put it in and not move. You're awful. Eventually Fong Zhe still insisted on booking 2 rooms. Liu Yao could be impatient, but he couldn't. If Liu Yao shared a room with him, he could hold himself in check, but Liu Yao might not be able to. So the next day, when checking out, Fong Zhe saw Liu Yao with puffed up cheeks pouting and declaring she wouldn't talk to him for 3 days. But the moment Fong Zhe reached out his hand, Liu Yao immediately leaned in. She had completely forgotten what she had just said. After breakfast, Fong Zhe escorted Liu Yao to school, then went to National Destiny Haicheng City to take a look at the villa prepared for him. The residential community was quiet and secluded. The villa's design was grand, and the interior decoration, while not luxurious, was exquisitely refined. Furniture and appliances were all in place, daily necessities fully stocked, and everything inside and out had been thoroughly cleaned. Truly move-in ready. For Fong Zhe, this was more than sufficient. Originally, Yang Dingbian had planned to assign a security detail to protect Fong Zhe's safety, but Fong Zhe refused. Because he truly couldn't imagine any situation that could threaten his life where a security detail would make any difference. Given Fong Zhe's current abilities, unless it was a high-yield missile, nothing could stably threaten his life. Ordinary bullets probably couldn't even penetrate his psychic barrier. And using a high-yield missile to hit a specific target within Daxiao's territory, surely no explanation was needed regarding the difficulty involved. Anti-missile systems were not mere decorations. Having seen his new residence, Fong Zhe didn't bother with pretense and immediately decided to go back, cancel his rental, and move in. He would only spend 10 days living in the real world anyway. Naturally, he wanted to make the most of it. However, later that afternoon, Fong Zhe's villa welcomed its first visitor. Mr. Fong, greetings. This is our first meeting. My name is Shun Mingyi, and I currently serve at the National Fortune Coordination Office of Great Xia. Forgive this unannounced visit. I hope I have not disturbed you. The visitor was indeed Shun Mingyi. Behind him followed a secretary and 2 guards. However, at Shun Mingyi's instruction, they kept their distance, observing Fong Zhe from afar. You are Director Shen from the National Fortune Office. Fong Zhe studied Shun Mingyi's face, sensing a familiarity. After a moment's thought, he remembered having seen his photograph on the National Fortune Office's official website. Shun Mingyi, the highest authority of the Great Xia National Fortune Office. This department had been newly established following the emergence of the National Fortune game, with full jurisdiction over all matters concerning it. When necessary, it could unconditionally mobilize any resources across the entire nation of Great Xia. Arrest any individual. It was a department wielding real authority. Naturally, Shun Mingyi himself was a person of immense power and influence. The fact that he had personally come to meet with Fong Zhe was ample proof of the government's sincerity. Calling me Mr. Fong is overly formal, Director Shun. If you don't mind, you may simply call me Xiao Fong or A Zhe. Although somewhat surprised, Fong Zhe remained composed. Shun Mingyi was after all an elder. It made him uncomfortable for Fong Zhe to address him as Mr. Fong continuously. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. May I call you A Zhe? And you need not call me Director Shun either. That feels so distant. If you are willing, simply call me Uncle Shun. Shun Mingyi nodded slightly and spoke. Uncle Shun. Fong Zhe readily agreed. The change in form of address marked the deepening of their relationship. Since the other party had shown sincerity, Fong Zhe was only too willing to reciprocate. The purpose of Shun Mingyi's visit was secondary. What mattered most was demonstrating the government's stance. The National Fortune game demanded close cooperation between the chosen ones and their respective nations. A personal meeting allowed for better exchange of views. A Zhe, I have come today to represent the government, and on behalf of all the people of Great Xia, to thank you. Had it not been for your decisive intervention, we might truly have lost one step, and then all steps. Therefore the words I promised before I shall say once more. Shun Mingyi's tone grew grave as he spoke. Fong Zhe, as long as your actions serve the interests of the nation and its people, then go ahead and do them without hesitation. No matter what consequences arise, the nation will always be your strongest backing. Shun Mingyi declared with unwavering resolve. Fong Zhe's expression also grew serious. Even if the sins are unforgivable. Even if the sins are unforgivable. Shun Mingyi did not hesitate. One man's hero is another's villain. After all, who in this world is without flaw? I understand. Uncle Shun, this vial of gene essence is of little use to me. Only in your hands can it achieve its fullest potential. Since Shun Mingyi had made his position clear, Fong Zhe saw no reason to withhold anything. One vial of gene essence could produce 10,000 doses of first-tier gene serum and could also be used for research and experimentation in crafting gene essence independently. In the hands of an individual, using it to build a squad of superhumans would be about the maximum possible. Therefore, this kind of material truly required an organization with capital and scientific capability, the government, to make proper use of it. Handing it over to the authorities was the best choice. A Zhe, perhaps. Shall we treat this as a purchase from you? This is your property. Uncle Shun cannot let you suffer a loss. To begin with, Shun Mingi had not come for the gene essence. After all, this belonged to Fong Zhe as a reward. Forceful seizure was the trademark of the United States. Great Xia did not play such games. 8 billion is enough for me to spend for a long time. This vial of gene essence shall be my token of appreciation. Fong Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Money once a certain quantity was reached became nothing but a number. Moreover, since Fong Zhe needed to farm reinforcement points, he would constantly enter the national fortune game, rendering ordinary money of limited use. It was wiser to do a favor instead. This? Very well. Zhe, in the future, if you ever need anything, simply ask. As long as we have it, you may call upon it freely. Shin Ming-yi also extended his own promise. After both sides had made their positions clear, he did not linger. Furthermore, the gene essence needed to be returned as soon as possible. To ensure its safety, Shun Mingi even notified the military and utilized a special flight route directly to the Great Xia Research Institute. In the days that followed, Fong Zhe, seeking to make up for the neglect of his taste buds during his lean period, frequented restaurants and hotels every day. Supers beings, aside from their formidable strength, also possessed equally formidable appetites. This meant Lu Yao returned from school each day complaining of hunger following Fong Zhe on feasting expeditions. She also casually took the spare key to the villa from Fong Zhe. Meanwhile, Fong Zhe worried that Lu Yao's living expenses might become an issue while he was inside the national fortune game. So he gave her a supplementary bank card as well. It contained several million yuan for her to spend as she pleased. The national fortune game is about to begin. All chosen ones who have previously participated must make their decision regarding re-entry. 5 minutes until random selection of this round's chosen ones begins. Confirm participation. Inside the villa bedroom, Fong Zhe, who had been waiting since early morning for this voice, answered without the slightest hesitation. At the moment this voice sounded, people across all nations grew tense. Because the national fortune game was extraordinarily dangerous, no one wished to be selected. Even among those chosen ones who had survived the national fortune game, there were very few who, like Fong Zhe, could agree without any hesitation. 5 minutes passed swiftly. The national fortune game's voice resounded once more within everyone's minds. This national fortune game officially begins. The live stream has been activated. Great Xia's chosen ones: Fong Zhe, Lu Yao, United States, chosen one. Wait. Lu Yao. Fong Zhe sharply caught sight of that familiar name before entering the national fortune game, his eyes widening. What was going on? How had Lu Yao been selected as well? However, no one could answer Fong Zhe's question. By the time he regained his composure, he was already standing within the world of this national fortune game. Great Xia's chosen one Fong Zhe confirmed entry into the national fortune game. This world era of demons and chaos, duration 2 years. Victory objective: help any one of the following candidates restore their kingdom or establish your own empire with a population exceeding 10 million. Completing either objective will allow you to end this round of the national fortune game prematurely. Available candidates for restoration: Xiong Qi Dong, Chu, Li Ding, Nin Chuan, Alei Shisai, Yaina Bei, Huang. Kind reminder: please do not reveal your identity to the natives of this world. Violators will be immediately eliminated. What is the age of demons and devils? In the Dharma ending era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipates. To maintain their cultivation, the demon clans begin launching massive offensives against human territories, consuming humans to sustain their foundations. The seized lands are used to pen captives. These prisoners, like poultry and livestock, are called two-legged sheep by the demon races. Amid this dire crisis for humanity, warlords across the land disregard the suffering of the common people. Seizing the opportunity while the court grows weak, they carve out territories and proclaim themselves kings. The result is war engulfing the realm. Beacons of alarm fire corpses of the starving stretching across the land, and the people living in utter misery. This opening is simply terrible. Fong Zhe felt a growing headache after reading the world background introduction provided by the Fate game. This world is far more troublesome than the last. The man-eating demon clans possess intelligence. In examining the clearing mission for this iteration of the Fate game, the difficulty escalates several tiers beyond what came before. In just 2 years, to build a great empire with a population exceeding 10 million from scratch with no status or recognition is nearly impossible. Perhaps it is wiser to consider the route of restoring a fallen nation. After settling on his goal, Fong Zhe habitually glanced at the system panel. Host: Fong Zhe. Physique: Transcendent, Tier 3. Enhancement points: 695 plus 3 per hour. Why has the natural growth rate of enhancement points accelerated? Because the energy in this world is far more abundant. I see. Fong Zhe nodded slightly. Although the Fate game restricts the items chosen ones may carry, it places no limits on their inherent power. This is the best possible news for Fong Zhe. However, from the system's response, Fong Zhe could also infer another meaning behind this world's richer energy. Its enemies would be far more powerful. The survival rate for chosen ones would be even lower. Kangaroo Nation's chosen one Johnson has died. Punishment descends. 1,000 Tier 1 wolf demons randomly appear within Kangaroo Nation's territory. After 15 days, if this Fate game has not yet concluded, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Kangaroo Nation. Curry Nation's chosen one Mori has died. Punishment descends. All crop yields within Curry Nation decrease by 10%. After 15 days, if this fate game has not yet concluded, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Curry Nation. Before Fong Zhe could finish his thoughts, the voice of the fate game continued to resonate in his mind. Within such a short time, more than 10 chosen ones had already been eliminated. In the live streams of each country's chosen ones, chaos erupted. Damn, this fate game is actually this dangerous. The Kangaroo Nation's chosen one spawned right into a wolf den and was devoured before they could even react. Curry Nation's chosen one isn't faring much better. Those so-called cotton people met truly gruesome deaths, actually tried to take down a tiger head-on. A slide tackle. That was a tiger demon. Everyone pay attention. Did you notice that this time the punishment involves actual demons? The Kangaroo Nation government just released news Tier 1 wolf demons are more powerful than tigers. I saw that news too. It is terrifying. Kangaroo Nation's natural environment was already fragile, and now the true apex predators have arrived. The brutal opening of this new fate game round has triggered extraordinarily intense reactions among netizens. Meanwhile, governments worldwide are treating this with utmost seriousness. Though these demonic creatures lack the infectivity of zombies, they are far more cunning and difficult to hunt. Moreover, these demons are man-eaters. They also possess a growth potential that zombies lack. The threat is clearly far greater. In such a short time, so many have already been eliminated. Fong Zhe listened to the fate game's announcements, his brows furrowing. Fortunately, Lu Yao's name was not among them. How could that wild girl have been chosen by the fate game? And where is she now? He had no idea. All he knew was that he was dressed in tattered clothes, standing in an abandoned village at the foot of a mountain. No villagers remained here. The only marker was a stone tablet at the village entrance, inscribed with Heihu Ridge, indicating his location. Heihu Ridge, I must find the locals as soon as possible and understand the situation here. The abandoned village held no supplies whatsoever. He had to leave, but with no knowledge of the area, Fong Zhe could only follow an overgrown path ahead. Finding a town would be ideal. Fong Zhe had expected the locals to be difficult to locate, but within half an hour of leaving the village, he heard cries for help and wails in the distance, and low guttural growls. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhe immediately quickened his pace toward the source. Soon he spotted a group of refugees desperately fleeing with a pack of wolves in pursuit. There were at least nearly 100 refugees. The wolf demons numbered only about a dozen. Yet the refugees dared not look back, only running for their lives. Occasionally someone at the rear would fall and no one dared to help, but the wolf demons would quickly close in and devour them. Then they would continue following at a leisurely pace, waiting for the next straggler to appear. So this is what a demon is. Fong Zhe narrowed his eyes and bent down to pick up a stone. He pressed hard with his fingers, breaking the stone into sharp-edged fragments. As the fleeing refugees drew nearer, the wolf pack followed close behind. A figure suddenly appearing ahead threw them into panic. A young girl being pulled along by her mother suddenly fell, taking the woman down with her. The wolf demons behind immediately sped up, lunging toward the woman and girl. Fong Zhe moved at that moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hit. The stone fragments in his hand were flung with force by Fong Zhe, striking precisely at the throats of the 4 charging wolf demons. Their necks were severed in an instant. The next moment, 4 wolf heads drenched in blood soared into the air. The 4 headless bodies splattered with blood and crashed to the ground. The girl whom the woman had struggled to pull into her arms stared with wide eyes at this shocking scene. But Fong Zhe had not stopped. Because at this moment the system's notification sounded. Killed Tier 1 wolf demon plus 10 enhancement points. Killed Tier 1 wolf demon plus 10 enhancement points. I was right. Fong Zhe grinned with an excited smile. Indeed, eliminating these demon beasts also granted enhancement points. At that moment, the wolf demons targeted by Fong Zhe could not help but shiver. But it was too late to flee now. Fong Zhe still had stone fragments left in his hand. A god, an immortal. The refugees, already startled by Fong Zhe, were now so utterly shocked they could barely speak. They stared blankly at Fong Zhe. Each time he raised his hand, it was as if the king of hell was calling names. The wolf demons he targeted lost their heads on the spot. There was no escape, no way to hide. This kind of prowess could only belong to a divine being, never an ordinary person. Inside the Great Xia live broadcast room, a considerable number of international viewers were left dumbfounded by Fong Zhe's overwhelming combat prowess. What exactly do you call a gap? This is what I call a gap. Master Fong is absolutely unstoppable. Voice cracking. Others go in seeking survival, while Master Fong practically treats it like a vacation. Could this really be Great Xia martial arts? Indeed, this is Great Xia Kung Fu. With pride, unfair. I'm reporting the Great Xia's chosen one for cheating. He's cheating. Go to hell. The national fortune game hasn't even spoken, and here you are spouting nonsense. If you're so capable, get your country's chosen one to perform like that too. No one could retort to that. If their respective countries' chosen ones possessed such ability, they wouldn't be consumed by envy right now. Moreover, it wasn't just netizens from various nations growing envious. Even the official governments of those countries would have seized Fong Zhe for themselves if they could. Name any condition, they would agree to it. However, Great Xia's counter-espionage work was exceptionally thorough. Foreign agents and spies hadn't even managed to approach Fong Zhe before being invited for tea by authorities. They had no alternative but to accept this. At this moment in the Great Xia National Fortune Office, Shin Mingyi held Lu Yao's files and rang the bell to summon his secretary. Has the expert team clarified Lu Yao's location? Director Shin, all we know so far is that she is in Qinjia Town. The secretary answered without hesitation. Qinjia Town. Shin Mingyi pondered, then looked up. Send this information to Feng Zhe and inform him of Lu Yao's situation. The secretary, however, showed confusion. Director Shin, this news seems of little help to Mr. Feng. Can't you ask the Haiqing office about the relationship between Feng Zhe and Lu Yao? Shin Mingyi gave his secretary a profound look and tapped the desk with his hand. Get going. Yes, Director Shin. Everyone rise. I'm no deity, merely a passing traveler from elsewhere. Having just dealt with the wolf demons, Feng Zhe found himself surrounded once more by refugees. Watching the displaced people kneel before him, continuously expressing gratitude, Feng Zhe could hardly bring himself to act harshly. Big brother, thank you for saving my mother and me. Mommy says we must be grateful to those who help us. But Nini only has this left. The little girl previously rescued by Feng Zhe now held out half a hard biscuit toward him. Feng Zhe could see the longing in her eyes and hear the sound of her swallowing saliva. This palm-sized hard biscuit baked from coarse grain mixed with wood shavings was likely her last remaining ration. Yet she still offered it willingly. This touched Feng Zhe somewhat. Considering these refugees had likely gone without a proper meal for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, can wolf demon meat be eaten? No, benefactor, demon meat is poisonous. Eating it will kill you. The refugees immediately shook their heads. It wasn't that no one had tried before. Those who consumed demon meat had all died from poisoning, so later no one dared try it again. Unless one was determined to die full rather than starve. Is that so? Feng Zhe squatted down and gently patted the little girl's head. He had intended to say something else, but before the words could form, his movements suddenly froze. Then Feng Zhe abruptly stood up and asked, does anyone here know where Qinjia Town is? I do. Travel north from here for about 30 li. Go straight north. Yes, just follow the small path. There are no intersections. Very well, then we take our leave. Qinjia Town. This place was originally a prosperous small town with fertile fields beyond its borders and well-off residents. But after the flames of war swept through, everything was destroyed. Various bands of soldiers and thieves descended like locusts. They burned, killed, and plundered. Yet the most terrifying were the demon beasts of the Yaogwai clans. They treated humans as livestock, killing and devouring them at will. Those taken captive were kept merely as reserve food. Thus, whenever a city fell, its inhabitants would scatter in all directions. This created a scene where wandering refugees and displaced people were everywhere in the barren wilderness. And at this moment within Qinjia Town, a group of refugees was trapped by over 100 wolf demons, unable to break through. Among these wolf demons stood one particularly magnificent beast, its body as large as a fierce tiger with a crow perched upon its back, making it stand out distinctly. The surrounding wolf demons subtly showed tendencies to take it as their leader. This was a second-stage wolf demon. In the Yaogwai hierarchy, second-stage body refinement is also known as banner-bearer, analogous to centurions or kiliarchs in human military ranks. It possesses the qualification to command hundreds or thousands of demon soldiers. A banner-bearer leading a unit serves as the basic combat formation when Yaogwai clans attack human empires. Typically, one banner comprises approximately 200 demon troops. The number may vary from dozens to over 1,000, depending on circumstances. I see. In that case, my luck isn't entirely terrible. Trapped within Qinjia Town by the wolf demons, Lu Yao, after listening to the refined young woman beside her explain the situation, couldn't help but facepalm and lament her pitiful fortune. Lu Yao simply couldn't comprehend how she, who had been attending classes normally at school, had been suddenly selected by the National Fortune Game. After arriving in the National Fortune Game, before Lu Yao could even grasp her circumstances, she saw a large group of refugees rushing toward her. Following behind the refugees were over 100 wolf demons. The situation was absolutely dire. Although the knowledgeable young woman beside her had brought over a dozen guards, this was merely a drop in the bucket when facing an entire banner of wolf demons. Defense was impossible. They could only attempt to fight their way out. At this thought, Lu Yao suddenly rose, picked up a straight sword from a fallen guard, and walked toward the wolf demons before her. What are you planning to do? The refined woman asked, unable to help herself. What am I planning? Naturally, to find a way to break out. Are you expecting to wait here and die? Lu Yao answered without turning around. She had never possessed a gentle temperament in her childhood. The boys she had beaten to tears could have lined an entire street. With Feng Zhe protecting her, she feared nothing. But, stop with all these buts. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yao suddenly dropped into a crouch and swept her sword upward, slicing open a lunging wolf demon from belly to chest. The first stage gene potion she had consumed had not been wasted. Moreover, to ensure she wouldn't squander its effects, Feng Zhe had specifically set aside time to train Lu Yao. Handling a first-stage wolf demon was therefore child's play. This elegant strike left the refined woman utterly stunned. Similarly, it left the viewers in Lu Yao's live broadcast room speechless. Wait, seriously? Is your great Xia nation really this full of talented individuals? Can any random chosen one from you be this ruthless? She's still in school, right? What was that move? Your great Xia dares to claim there's no cheating. At this moment, netizens from various nations began to experience severe jealousy. They could tolerate one Fong Zhe from Great Xiao. Although envious, they could accept it. But what did this new arrival signify? Showing off, openly, no longer pretending to be ordinary, was that it? However, the most reactive group were Lu Yao's former classmates. They had personally witnessed her being selected by the national fortune game, after which the school no longer required them to continue their studies. Instead, they had simply set up a live broadcast in the classroom. Then they witnessed this very scene. Those students who had previously clashed with Lu Yao could only inwardly chant, "Thank you, Sister Lu, for sparing my life." Lu Yao's stunning performance was quickly noticed by the wolf demon standard bearer. While the guards could also slay wolf demons, it usually required 3 to 4 of them working in coordination to swiftly kill a wolf demon. Therefore, they generally focused on defense. But Lu Yao was different. Her physique, no weaker than that of a first-tier wolf demon, granted her combat prowess far surpassing that of the guards. It took her at most 3 strikes to slay a wolf demon. Such a conspicuous record would have been a dereliction of duty for the wolf demon standard bearer to remain unaware. Grr. With a low growl, the tiger-sized wolf demon standard bearer suddenly crouched down. The crow on its back flapped its wings and took flight. "Watch out for the standard bearer." The elegant woman noticed the movement and hastily warned. Yet before her words had finished, the wolf demon standard bearer had already lunged toward Lu Yao, who was mowing down enemies, aiming straight for her throat. The ambush caught Lu Yao off guard. Yet at the critical moment, she drew her blade to parry, blocking the wolf demon standard bearer's bite. However, the wolf demon standard bearer's swipe was impossible to block. The heavy wolf claw struck Lu Yao's shoulder with tremendous force, sending her flying. The crow in mid-flight uttered broken human speech. "Bold, two-legged sheep, you dare resist. You seek death. Bah." Lu Yao rolled to her feet, spat blood, and hurled a mouthful at the crow. Wolf demons at the body refining stage could not yet speak. This crow served as its voice. Though unwilling to admit it, Lu Yao knew in her heart that her strength and speed fell short compared to the wolf demon standard bearer. Even in a one-on-one fight, her chances of victory were slim, let alone the numerous first-tier wolf demons now surrounding her. Oh woo! The failed ambush left the wolf demon standard bearer fixed on Lu Yao, circling her while seeking the next opening. The surrounding wolf demons, responding to the standard bearer's low growl, closed in on Lu Yao, forming a hunting encirclement. Confronting a formidable foe, this was the wolves' habitual tactic. They despised solitary combat. They preferred to claim their prey at minimal cost. The refugees fleeing for their lives witnessed this scene, yet not a single one contemplated offering assistance. Instead, with more wolves now surrounding Lu Yao, those outside Xinjiao town grew fewer, granting the refugees hope of escape. This discovery drove most refugees into rapturous joy. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately bolted toward the outskirts of Xinjiao town. Yet the elegant woman, as her guards retreated to her side, preparing to shield her, shook her head. "Go help her. Princess, finding reinforcements for His Highness takes priority." The guards understood perfectly well whom she meant, but where could they possibly find the strength to aid a stranger? They bore far more crucial missions. But caw, a flock of two-legged sheep, thinks to flee. How absurd. Yet just as the refugees neared breaking free, the crow overhead shrieked with a piercing cry. Before anyone could react, the wolf demons below had already begun to move. If their earlier pursuit had been mere sport, then this hunt was pure slaughter. Refugees shrieked as wolf demons pounced, dragging them down, then severing their throats. Their cries swiftly faded to silence. The guards who had fallen back to the elegant woman now trembled with cold dread. These wolf demons had merely been toying with their prey. When necessary, they could end a prey's life in an instant. So was it the same for Lu Yao? What an insufferable calling. Just as despair gripped them, a cold voice rang out. Accompanying it came a spinning stone shard like a flash of light, striking the noisy crow instantly. Bang! The muffled sound heralded scattering feathers and flesh. The sudden turn of events left the wolf demon's standard bearer momentarily stunned. In that instant of hesitation, a figure materialized behind an arm, gently encircling its neck. "Relax, dizziness is normal. You'll feel better soon." Crack! The next instant, the wolf demon standard bearer's neck was snapped, vertebrae shattered as it crumpled to the ground. First tier Shriek Crow slain, enhancement points +10. Second tier wolf demon slain, enhancement points +20. Fong Zhe. Lu Yao stared at the figure with delighted surprise, calling out loudly. "Your voice sounds so spirited, you must be fine." Fong Zhe stepped forward, taking the horizontal blade from Lu Yao's hand, smiling at her. Then turning his gaze cold as ice fell upon the nearby wolf demons. "Are you all ready? System enhance. Enhancement points -10. Exquisite horizontal blade +1, eye sharpness +30%, toughness +30%, armor piercing +20%. Continue. Enhancement points -20. Exquisite horizontal blade +2, sharpness +60%, toughness +60%, armor piercing +40%, small chance to cause bleeding. Bleeding wounds cannot heal continuous damage. Nearly there. Then let us begin." The enhancement was swift, so swift that the system completed its task the moment Fong Zhe finished speaking. By now the nearby wolf demons had only just recovered from their shock at the standard bearer's broken neck, only to behold the expressionless Fong Zhe approaching with blade drawn. Then the wolf demons realized their vision was somehow rising higher. It was only when they glimpsed their own headless bodies that they understood they had been decapitated. But by the time awareness dawned, their consciousness had already vanished. This is nothing short of monstrous. Not a single person present had imagined anyone could send over 100 wolf demons fleeing in panic alone. They did not even dare turn back to howl. And all of this transpired in less than 5 minutes. An entire banner of wolf demons nearly annihilated. Yet Feng Zhe, blade in hand, bore not a single drop of blood on his person. Those present were utterly astounded. Even viewers who had previously witnessed Feng Zhe's power were now struck dumb with amazement. I told you Feng Yu was just going on vacation. Damn, watching him slaughter wolf demons is easier than me killing a chicken at home. Other chosen ones must be sweating bullets right now. Do not spread that around. They have no idea how powerful Feng Yu really is. You were right about that. I always knew Feng Yu was strong, but I never imagined he would be this powerful. By the way, what is the relationship between Lu Yao and Feng Yi? They seem pretty close. Maybe she is his sister. TSK tisk, what a family of geniuses. Netizens worldwide discussed Feng Zhe and Lu Yao's relationship online, envying their formidable power. Officials from countries other than Great Xia, however, were genuinely sweating. As the chosen ones from various nations perished one after another, numerous countries received divine punishment, and a great multitude of Yao creatures descended upon this realm, bringing devastation to all living things. After their descent, the Yao creatures certainly did not remain confined to any particular region. Therefore, even nations that had not yet been punished might suffer from their neighbors' troubles, enduring the havoc wrought by these Yao beasts. Though hot weapons could potentially deal with these Yao creatures, these beings appeared and vanished like phantoms, each possessing unique advantages, and their intelligence was far from negligible, making them considerably more troublesome than ordinary criminals. For instance, Wolf Yao and Tiger Yao would flee into the deep mountains and dense forests. Mouse Yao would dig tunnels, and Snake Yao would slither into burrows. These environments greatly limited the effectiveness of hot weapons. This also left the official authorities of various nations deeply troubled by these Yao beasts. Thus, they earnestly hoped for the emergence of a special forces unit capable of combating these Yao creatures in any and all environments. At present, it appeared that such a special forces unit could only be cultivated by the nation of Daxia. The reason lay in that bottle of genetic serum in Feng Zhe's possession. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of other nations practically had their eyes burning red with envy. Why couldn't such a powerful chosen one belong to their own people? As for Xun Mingyi, who remained at the National Fortune Office, his smile nearly split his face in two. To combat those Yao creatures, numerous nations had sent letters requesting aid from Daxia. They also expressed their willingness to pay adequate compensation. Regarding this, Xun Mingyi naturally wished to display his goodwill and stated that they need only demonstrate their sincerity first, and subsequent cooperation would be open to discussion. However, Daxia's strength was limited, and they could only choose to cooperate with the friends who showed the most sincerity. So everyone understood, didn't they? Yet some individuals, using the human crisis as an excuse, attempted to demand that Daxia hand over half of the first-order genetic serum to them. Facing such an unreasonable request, Xun Mingyi couldn't help but spit in disdain. Truly the words of someone wearing the stars and stripes. How confidently they speak. It seems they still haven't learned their lesson. Daxia was no longer the pushover it once was. On what grounds did the beautiful country have to make such demands? And yet the Cherry Blossom country and the Sunset country actually followed along with this old bandit, making such demands upon Daxia. This caused Xun Mingyi to sigh helplessly. Then he gave them all a unified response. Please use your own cheek skin to fight against those Yao creatures. Xun Family Town. After the pursuit and encirclement, the town was bathed in blood. Of the refugees who could survive, fewer than 1 in 10 remained. But Lu Yao did not concern herself with this tragedy. The moment Feng Zhe returned, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Feng Zhe, how did you manage to find me? If I said it was telepathic connection, would you believe me, eh? Feng Zhe rubbed Lu Yao's head but noticed her instinctively frown and couldn't help but ask, are you hurt? It's nothing serious, just got struck on the shoulder. I can still move it, no big deal. Lu Yao moved her injured shoulder. The pain was mostly on the surface. Compared to a fractured shoulder bone, Lu Yao preferred to believe she had suffered internal injuries. Feng Zhe said nothing, for he knew nothing of medicine and was pondering where he might find a doctor to examine Lu Yao. But at this moment, a pale-faced, elegant woman suddenly approached Feng Zhe. First, she gave him a graceful bow expressing her gratitude. Benefactor, there is actually another presumptuous request I wish to make, hoping that you might escort me to Yinchuan Prefecture. Once I arrive at Yinchuan Prefecture, I shall surely reward you handsomely. Escort you? Feng Zhe examined this woman carefully. Her clothing was of superior fabric, her face showed no signs of hunger, and her build was neither thin nor weak. Moreover, she had guards accompanying her. She must certainly be a young lady from a distinguished family. Whether of immense wealth or of noble official lineage, she should have considerable value. Yet her humble self-reference left Feng Zhe unable to determine her true identity. So he could only reply, to be honest, I could escort you, but you won't even tell me your real identity. This puts me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the elegant woman hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, this one is Li Yuanan, the Yong'an princess of the Nanchuan kingdom. This title and name during the Nanchuan Kingdom's prosperity might have carried sufficient prestige. But now the Nanchuan Kingdom had fallen. Local warlords had declared themselves kings on all sides. Who would care about a princess from a former dynasty? If one acknowledged a former dynasty's princess, would that not mean admitting to rebellion? Thus Li Yuanin had to conceal her true name and lineage. Otherwise, being captured and sacrificed as a banner might not be an impossibility. Yeoman princess. Feng Zhe raised an eyebrow. The guards accompanying Li Yuanin immediately attempted to surround them. But Li Yuanin stopped them. My name is Feng Zhe. Remember this name. Yinchuan Prefecture, you say? Have your people lead the way. Your commission, I'll take it. Feng Zhe never expected to encounter a member of royalty so quickly. With this, he should be able to make contact with the target figures soon and commence the kingdom restoration mission. In such chaotic times, Feng Zhe had no desire to linger. By the way, is Yinchuan Prefecture far? Are there doctors in the city? Not particularly far. Doctors? Physicians, certainly there will be. Then let's set out. Yinchuan Prefecture was a major city, also known as Yinchuan City. It was approximately 100 li from Chun Family Town. If taking the official road with no Yao creature blockades along the way, one could arrive in 2 days. If one had swift horses, they could reach it in half a day. Thus the escort mission was not particularly arduous. Though Li Yuanin had been raised in the deep palace, pampered and accustomed to comfort under such circumstances, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. However, when Feng Zhe arrived outside Yinchuan Prefecture, he saw at the foot of the city walls refugees fleeing for their lives were packed together, suffering from hunger and thirst, yet the city gates remained firmly shut. This caused Feng Zhe to furrow his brow. Something is wrong. Yeoman princess, today you may not be able to enter Yinchuan Prefecture after all. The city gates were tightly closed in broad daylight. Surely something had happened. After ruling out the possibility of a Yao creature attack, the only explanation was turmoil within the city itself. How could this be? The garrison commander of Yinchuan Prefecture was my royal brother's trusted confidant. That is why he sent me here to seek reinforcements. Li Yuanin glanced at Feng Zhe. But Feng Zhe countered with a question. Then what of the city lord? And the regional governor? The garrison commander commanded troops, the city lord commanded people, and the regional governor commanded the land. The power to mobilize troops rested with the city lord. The garrison commander only had authority over troop command, while provisions and salaries fell under the regional governor's jurisdiction. If the city lord and regional governor conspired together, unless the garrison commander rebelled with his troops, it would be a banquet of death. They had simply walked right into it. This? Li Yuanin was momentarily at a loss for words. How many soldiers are there inside Yinchuan Prefecture? Feng Zhe suddenly asked. 8,000. For a location not on the frontier, having 8,000 soldiers was already quite substantial. Would 8,000 soldiers suffice to carve out a domain? Feng Zhe rubbed his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuanin. Who is your imperial brother? Li Ding. The crown prince of Nanchuan. Yes. Then do you carry the crown prince's seal? I do. Li Yuanin produced a jade pendant carved with characters resembling a miniature imperial seal. Feng Zhe took it in one hand and cast a quick glance. Nanchuan. Li Ding. There is also a letter. Li Yuanin then drew a letter from her inner robe, claiming it was written in the crown prince's own hand. With all these credentials, matters will be far easier. Have your men deliver the letter first. If the letter can be delivered, there remains hope. If it cannot. Feng Zhe smiled faintly and left the sentence unfinished. But Li Yuanin understood what remained unsaid. If even a letter bearing the crown prince's personal seal were rejected, it would signify either open rebellion or preparations for treason. For if the Nanchuan kingdom were to restore itself, Crown Prince Li Ding would be the sole legitimate heir. He would undoubtedly ascend the throne. I understand. You, go deliver this letter into the city. Yes, your highness. Yet before a full incense stick could burn down, the guard dispatched by Li Yuanin returned with the letter in hand. Seeing this outcome, Li Yuanin needed no explanation from the guard. She immediately understood the situation. She turned to Feng Zhe with pleading eyes. Do not look at me like that. My task is complete, and I have yet to see the generous reward you promised. Feng Zhe shrugged, wearing an expression of sympathetic helplessness. He was no philanthropist. The business was about profit. Hearing this, Li Yuanin gently bit her red lips, hesitated, and finally spoke. If Lord Feng can rescue my elder brother, this princess pledges herself to him in return. Your highness, this must not be. Upon hearing these words, the guard commander accompanying her immediately stepped forward, determined to dissuade Li Yuanin. But Li Yuanin waved her hand dismissively and declared, Lord Feng is a reclusive master of extraordinary ability, not some ordinary mortal. Why should this be unacceptable? Furthermore, if my elder brother suffers harm, we shall all become prisoners of others with no path to survival. Speaking thus, Li Yuanin gracefully bowed deeply toward Feng Zhe. She then continued, Lord Feng, I now possess nothing but this body by which to repay your kindness. I pray you do not disdain it. Hey! Before Feng Zhe could respond, Lu Yao beside him burst forth indignantly. You. We kindly rescued you and brought you here, and now you say you want to compete with me for my husband. Husband? Meaning my consort, my lord. Huh. Li Yuanin looked at Lu Yao, then at Feng Zhe, and gritted her teeth resolutely. Yuanin greets you, elder sister. Your highness. My mind is made firm, no further words needed. Lu Yao. Ahem. At last Fong Zhe found an opportunity to interject. Your Highness, let us discuss this matter another day. If you wish for my assistance, then throughout the following operations you will all follow my arrangements without objection. Can this be accomplished? Fong Zhe held little interest in marrying a princess, but the title of Princess Yongin was at hand. To neglect such an advantage would be truly wasteful. It can. Li Yuan answered without hesitation. Excellent. Fong Zhe nodded and turned to the guard commander. Since the princess has spoken, so I shall need to borrow your garments. Give me both the crown prince's letter and the jade pendant as well. I will enter the city alone to conduct affairs. Yao, you remain outside the walls to protect the princess. With arrangements settled, Fong Zhe, now dressed in new attire, made his way directly to a corner of the city wall, scaled it, and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Within Yinchuan Mansion, martial law had already been imposed. The streets stood deserted of common folk, patrolled only by soldiers of the city watch. Inside the city lord's mansion, tension was even more palpable. Protected by his personal guards and withdrawn to the doorway, the pallid commander of Yinchuan Mansion pointed tremblingly at the overturned table and scattered meal upon the ground, gazing in disbelief at the city lord and garrison commander within the hall. You have actually administered poison. Are you attempting rebellion? Upon hearing this, the city lord sneered and replied, with the imperial court already gone, how could any act constitute treason? General, this action of ours is purely for self-preservation. Both the city lord and garrison commander of Yinchuan Mansion knew that this general was affiliated with Crown Prince Wielding. Although the Nanchuan imperial court no longer existed, the Crown Prince himself was still alive. If the Crown Prince crossed southward to arrive at Yinchuan Mansion, could he as city lord continue to hold his position? And what of the garrison commander? Pak, having consumed the empire's grain, one ought to share its burdens. Your conduct is despicable beyond pigs and dogs, the garrison commander said through gritted teeth. For this banquet he had brought only a dozen personal guards and carried no armor. Meanwhile, the city lord commanded 300 city watch soldiers. Fully prepared escape was impossible. It appeared that today Yinchuan Mansion would fall into the hands of these rebels. General, it is precisely because you are too inflexible that we cannot permit you to live. Had you shown even slight adaptability, would events have reached this juncture? The city lord shook his head and sighed, feigning deep regret. He then shouted without hesitation, guards, escort the general on his way. Soldiers who had been waiting outside the city lord's mansion upon hearing this order immediately surged forward. Sword-wielding men within the hall also pressed inward. Facing this pincer attack, how could unarmored personal guards bearing a poisoned commander possibly escape? Even if they had fought desperately, all would ultimately perish within the mansion, none surviving. The plan proceeded as intended, greatly boosting the city lord's confidence, and he hastily ordered someone to fetch the commander's tally seal. Unexpectedly, the already closed gates of the city lord's mansion were suddenly kicked open, startling both the city lord and garrison commander. Magnificent, truly magnificent. A pity I did not witness it from the beginning, that is my loss. The one who kicked open the gate was none other than Fong Zhe. Though many city watch soldiers patrolled the streets, discovering someone intentionally concealing their movements was no easy matter. Thus Fong Zhe had arrived at the city lord's mansion with remarkable ease. After eliminating the mansion's guards covertly, the scene of kicking open the door had come to pass. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the city lord's mansion? Are you aware this is a capital offense? The city lord fixed his gaze upon Fong Zhe, who strolled forward as though attending a leisurely outing, and suddenly raised his voice in sharp reprimand. This uninvited guest clearly bore hostile intentions. You are also aware of capital offenses then? Upon hearing this, Fong Zhe produced the jade pendant of Crown Prince Wielding and inquired, then tell me, do you recognize this object? You have conspired to murder a garrison commander appointed by the imperial court. What crime does that warrant? That is the jade pendant of His Highness the Crown Prince. The city lord, being a discerning man, immediately recognized the origin of the pendant in Fong Zhe's hand, and cold sweat instantly broke out along his spine. You serve the Crown Prince. Fong Zhe offered no reply, but in the city lord's perception, silence served as affirmation. An agent of the Crown Prince. Such a person absolutely could not be allowed to escape. Since they had already resolved to raise arms and carve out a domain, what reason remained to hesitate? Seize this man. He impersonated the Crown Prince's trusted associate, attempting to deceive this official. His heart is contemptible, his crime demands execution. Drag him outside and behead him for all to see. Having made his decision, the city lord declared loudly. Upon hearing these words, Fong Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. The esteemed official certainly acts with admirable decisiveness. Before the words could even finish leaving his lips, Fong Zhe's figure had already appeared before the city lord. He drew his blade in a single swift motion, giving no one time to react. The city lord and the guard commander behind him hadn't even managed to cry out before they were decapitated, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Let everyone hear me clearly. I have come to Yinchuan Prefecture on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince to conduct an inspection. Who could have imagined that such a grave upheaval would occur within Yinchuan Prefecture? All of you bear suspicion of rebellion. Fong Zhe flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He turned to face the numerous soldiers in the courtyard and spoke loudly. Only now did the soldiers, who had only just regained their composure, stare blankly at Fong Zhe, unsure of what to do. The charge of rebellion was something they could not bear. Yet without their leaders, and being asked to kill the Crown Prince's special envoy, they lacked the courage for such a deed. What were they to do? However, seeing that the atmosphere had been suitably built up, Fong Zhe continued, the principal culprits have now been executed. Though you bear suspicion of rebellion, you were ultimately coerced. This is understandable. I am newly arrived in this place, and lack available personnel. If you are willing to redeem yourselves through meritorious service, I can indeed offer you an opportunity. This statement was exceptionally clear. The soldiers in the courtyard all understood. One by one they laid down their weapons, bowed respectfully, and cried out in unison, "We are willing to serve your excellency with utmost loyalty." A promising youth indeed. Fong Zhe nodded slightly, then commanded, "Now fetch me the deputy city lord and the deputy guard commander. The patrol camp shall now be under my command." The patrol camp was responsible for maintaining law and order within Yinchuan Prefecture. The city's actual garrison forces were normally stationed at a camp more than 10 li outside the city, not within its walls. Fong Zhe summoned the deputy city lord and deputy guard commander precisely to inquire about these garrison forces. How many troops does the Yinchuan Prefecture garrison number? F-4000. The deputy guard commander who managed the garrison's supplies and provisions naturally knew the true strength of the garrison. At present within Yinchuan Prefecture, the city lord, guard commander, and garrison commander were all dead. Fong Zhe, this Crown Prince's special envoy, had become the highest-ranking individual. After being reprimanded by Fong Zhe, the summoned deputy naturally dared not conceal anything. 4,000. Half of that is probably phantom soldiers' wages being pocketed. Fong Zhe had known that the data provided by Li Yuanin was certainly inaccurate. Matters like this, even some emperors could not ascertain clearly, let alone a princess dwelling deep within the palace. Then how long are the wages in arrears? Half a year. No, a full year. Does the treasury have enough grain and silver to pay the wages? Barely. The deputy trailed off here, then suddenly raised his head and waved his hands urgently. Your Excellency, do you intend to pay the wages? This is absolutely inadvisable. Pay the wages and the city will face food shortages. In these chaotic times, demon clans ravaged the land, refugees were everywhere, and vast tracts of farmland lay abandoned with no one to cultivate them. The grain that could be collected was sparse enough as it was. How could there be any to distribute? Yet Fong Zhe coldly smiled and said, if we don't pay the wages, should we wait for mutiny? Furthermore, without paying wages, what means would Fong Zhe have to win over the soldiers' hearts? This. The deputy scratched his head anxiously, but could not offer a counterargument. If the city lord and garrison commander were still alive, perhaps they could have kept things under control. But under the present circumstances, that was clearly unfeasible. I ask you, does the demon clan possess grain? Fong Zhe did not make things difficult for the deputy, and continued his inquiry. Of course they do. Demons devoured humans mostly to sustain their cultivation, not to fill their bellies. Therefore, when demons dispatched troops, they would bring sufficient provisions. This included the human captives on demon-occupied lands who were forced to cultivate crops to meet the needs of the front lines. Then that settles it. Fong Zhe rose to his feet and waved his hand. Go make preparations. Tomorrow morning, we pay the wages. Li Yuanin and the others, escorted by the patrol soldiers to the city lord's residence, had no idea how Fong Zhe had managed to take control of Yinchuan Prefecture. Fong Zhe had no intention of mentioning this matter. He simply inquired where Crown Prince Li Ding was trapped. After paying the wages the next day, Fong Zhe would select 800 elite soldiers, provide them with good food and rest for a day, and then march to rescue the Crown Prince. Because with one soldier riding 2 horses, Yinchuan Prefecture could only field 800 cavalry. That very night, Lu Yao sought out Fong Zhe and expressed her desire to accompany him. Fong Zhe couldn't help but massage his temples. Are your injuries healed? With Lu Yao's physical constitution, learning to ride a horse would not be difficult. An hour would suffice. But hadn't she been injured in the battle with the wolf demon standard bearer? How could she go to the front lines? I'm healed, all better now, truly. Lu Yao patted her chest to prove she was perfectly healthy. Fong Zhe, however, stroked his chin and remained silent for a long while before speaking. Then go to the military storehouse, select a suitable set of armor for me to see along with a weapon. Since Lu Yao wished to come along, Fong Zhe would not stand in her way. But preparations still needed to be made. The chainmail was enhanced. Defense increased by 30%, force dispersion increased by 30%, durability increased by 30%. Continue. The chainmail was further enhanced. Defense increased by 60%, force dispersion increased by 60%, durability increased by 60%. Continue. The chainmail was enhanced once more. Defense increased by 90%, force dispersion increased by 90%, durability increased by 90%, with a small probability of completely blocking one physical attack. That should be sufficient. While Fong Zhe adjusted the chainmail on Lu Yao's body, he simultaneously strengthened the armor. Lu Yao, however, noticed nothing at all. After casually draping on the breastplate, she struck a pose she thought was dashing and asked, Fong Zhe, look, handsome or not? It's not custom fitted, so it always looks somewhat unsuitable. Just use it for now. Fong Zhe helped Lu Yao put on the helmet and examined her from top to bottom before giving his verdict. The chainmail in Yinchuan Prefecture's military storehouses was scarce, with leather and padded armor comprising the majority. Finding something suitable was only natural. Since it wouldn't be worn daily, strong defensive capability and unrestricted mobility were all that mattered. Hold on a moment. Did Fang Yi just take over Yinchuan Prefecture? What do you think? It's only been a few days. Other chosen ones are suffering so miserably, some dead, some injured. Yet Lord Fang has already acquired his own city. That's not all. He has several thousand troops under his command too. Goodness gracious. Strongly petitioning that the great Xia Chosen One open Yinchuan Prefecture to protect other chosen ones. Right. We're all chosen ones sent to another world. We should look out for each other. What a load of nonsense. Here they go again, with their moral coercion. Did your chosen ones contribute a single cent's worth of effort for Fang Yi to take Yinchuan Prefecture? Always looking to freeload. The online war of words was raging fiercely. Offline, meanwhile, officials of various nations were already deliberating whether to contact the Daxia Kingdom authorities and request that their chosen ones shield their own chosen ones. Otherwise, survival in the wilderness was truly bleak. Even if they did not encounter the demon race, they might still be caught up in the chaos of war and killed, or even die of thirst or starvation outright. Compared with Fang Zhe, the other chosen ones might as well have been living as savages. Then a question emerged. If they went to ask Daxia Kingdom for help, what price would they have to pay? A soldier serves for his rations. In such troubled times, paying wages was the best way to win the loyalty of an army. The troops of Yinchuan Prefecture were not weak in combat. Their ability to hold Yinchuan Prefecture in the midst of countless warlord fiefdoms was ample proof. Yet long unpaid wages had eroded their morale. Thus, when Fang Zhe, acting as the Crown Prince's special envoy, went in person to the military parade ground to distribute pay, the soldiers who came to claim it soon remembered his face. Who the Crown Prince was they had no idea. But whoever paid them their wages was a man they would definitely remember. Before the distribution, Fang Zhe had also indignantly denounced the city lord of Yinchuan Prefecture and its garrison commander for embezzling the soldiers' pay and provisions and for poisoning the defending general to cover up their crimes. He told the soldiers that the two men had already been punished according to law yesterday. Now their corpses were hanging outside the city gate for all to see. With these words, the soldiers' pent-up resentment melted away and their esteem for the swift and decisive envoy soared. By the time everyone had received their pay, the parade ground was filled with festive cheer. Only then did Fang Zhe reveal the true purpose of his visit. His Highness the Crown Prince is besieged by the demon race, and the situation is critical. He urgently needs an army to come to his relief. But time is pressing and a full army cannot be assembled, so I have come forward to select 800 elite soldiers to rescue His Highness. These 800 men will be under my direct command, and are to be known as the Demon-Slaying Camp. Soldiers of the camp will receive double pay and provisions, 5-fold death benefits, full credit for military merit, and exemption from grain taxes for 10 years on any land they acquire. The earlier distribution of pay had already won Fang Zhe the soldiers' goodwill. Now that he spoke of forming a new army with such generous terms, naturally, they all rushed to join. 800 elite soldiers were quickly selected and placed into the newly formed Demon-Slaying Camp. Fang Zhe became its supreme commander with 3 deputy generals beneath him. Liu Yao needed no introduction. Chen Zhu was a former commander of 1,000 in the Yinchuan Prefecture garrison. Li Wuqing was the captain of Princess Yong'an's guards summoned by Fang Zhe to serve as a guide, though otherwise they would not have found where Li Ding was trapped. Just after all the personnel of the demon-slaying camp had been confirmed, the voice of the National Fate game suddenly rang out in Fang Zhe's mind. Congratulations to Daxia Kingdom's chosen one Fang Zhe for completing the Influence Quest Might Hidden Legion. Quest objective: become the first chosen one to possess a fully organized military force. Daxia Kingdom has received a reward: high-grade iron ore reserves increased by 5 billion tons. Daxia Kingdom's chosen one Fang Zhe has received a personal reward, a bound item, the Banner of Command. Personal rewards will not be made public. Banner of Command: passive effect, aura of conquest within a radius of 500 meters centered on the Banner of Command, all attributes of allied units. 5. Additional note: bound items can enter and leave the National Fate game together with the chosen one. Should the binder die, the bound item will vanish automatically. Bound item. So the National Fate game's rewards actually contain such marvelous items. Fang Zhe had previously thought that absolutely no item could be taken into or out of the National Fate game. But if that were the case, then if the game's difficulty increased again, wouldn't later chosen ones simply be marching to their deaths? Now that bound items had appeared, at least his doubts were resolved. System: can bound items be enhanced? Of course they can, host bro. Be a bit bolder. This system is not as weak as you imagine. Then let's try enhancing it once. No problem. Enhancement points minus 300. Banner of Command: 1 passive effect, aura of conquest within a radius of 10 meters centered on the Banner of Command, all attributes of allied units. 10. Wait. System: how many enhancement points does it cost for 1 enhancement? Fang Zhe had not yet had time to marvel at the Banner of Command's powerful effect before he was startled by the price of reinforcing it. The cost of enhancing this thing is 3 times the cost of strengthening my own body. Host bro, it's priced that way. You can't focus only on the cost and ignore the effect. Alright. Fang Zhe wanted very much to complain, but considering the Banner of Command's effect, he had to admit the system had a point. Such a large-scale buff aura was indeed worth the price. You get what you pay for. Fang Zhe took out the banner of command and examined it. It was a triangular pennant the size of a palm embroidered on both sides with strange birds and exotic beasts. At first glance one might even think it was some artifact of the demon race. Inside the national fate game, Fang Zhe was building his own army. In the real world, meanwhile, the high-level officials of nations whose chosen ones were in dire straits were anxiously contacting Daxia's authorities, hoping to receive Fang Zhe's aid, so their own chosen ones would not end up lying dead in the wilderness again. Just then the voice of the national fate game suddenly rang out, telling the world that Daxia Kingdom's chosen one Fang Zhe had completed yet another hidden quest and brought a vast amount of resources to Daxia. Instantly netizens from every country were so envious their eyes turned red. God damn it. Why are our chosen ones so useless? What the hell? That Daxia chosen one already has his own army. What about ours? Can't you at least show some backbone? I'm not asking you to be as remarkable as Fang Zhe, but surely you can at least stay alive, right? Clearly compared with Fang Zhe, the other chosen ones were not even on the same level. Thus people no longer expected them to catch up with Fang Zhe. Simply surviving was already the greatest contribution they could make. Daxia National Fate Office. Shen Mingyi was currently holding a video conference. Because Fang Zhe had taken Yinchuan Prefecture, there was now a relatively safe stronghold amid the chaos of the age. And so countries whose chosen ones were positioned near Yinchuan Prefecture began to contact Daxia. These matters concerning the national fate game naturally fell into Shen Mingyi's hands. But Shen Mingyi was very clear about his stance. The National Fate Office will never make choices for the chosen ones, it will only provide them with help. You want our Daxia chosen one to risk his life to rescue your chosen one? Then I can tell you bluntly, dream on. Fang Zhe was the National Fate Office's crown jewel and a hero of Daxia. How could they willingly send him into danger? A host of nations led by the beautiful country expressed their dissatisfaction, saying such a move undermined the unity of all mankind. The beautiful country went further, declaring that if Daxia did not immediately dispatch Fang Zhe to rescue their chosen one, they would inflict severe economic sanctions on Daxia, launch a comprehensive boycott of Daxia's goods, and blockade Daxia's industries. After the beautiful country, a parade of sycophantic followers, the Sakura country, the Kimchi country, the Sunset country, and the Kangaroo country, issued the same threat, looking for all the world like accomplices in a dirty conspiracy. Faced with such threats, Shen Mingyi still had no intention of yielding an inch. He knew very well that begging others is never so good as relying on oneself. Rather than compromise, he would place his hopes on Fang Zhe, using the advantage of the national fate game to make Daxia Kingdom soar once more. Yinchuan Prefecture, the military camp. Following the distribution of soldiers' pay, both men and horses rested for a day, well-fed and fully provisioned. By the third day, Fang Zhe entrusted Yinchuan Prefecture to Li Yuanin for temporary governance, ordering the garrison to assist in maintaining order and preventing riots. He himself led the 800 soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion, setting out to rescue Crown Prince Li Ding. According to Li Wuqing, the Crown Prince, along with a group of court ministers, was trapped within Jinhu City. This city had originally been a strategic pass located on the border of a neighboring nation. Later the neighboring nation was conquered and annexed by the Nanchuan Kingdom, and this location was subsequently expanded into a city. Though Jinhu City was not an impregnable stronghold, it nonetheless possessed a solid foundation. With the city walls to rely upon, holding out for a period posed no problem. Moreover, Yinchuan Prefecture was merely 200 miles from Jinhu City. With 1 man and 2 horses traveling day and night, one could reach it within a single day. Therefore, the demon-slaying battalion carried only 3 days' worth of provisions, traveling light and without rest day and night. Soon they drew near to Jinhu City. The wolf demons are already visible. Pass the order. Everyone conceal yourselves. Fang Zhe at the very front possessed hearing and vision far superior to ordinary men. Without anyone else noticing, he issued the command. He then took scouts with him and reconnoitered the situation outside Jinhu City from a distance. Wolf demons have surrounded the city, nearly 10,000 in number. A demon army of this scale is more than a single banner commander can suppress. There must be a great vanguard here. Third-tier demon creatures were known among the demon clan as great vanguards. They could command anywhere from several thousand to over 10,000 demon soldiers, depending on the great vanguard's individual strength. With nearly 10,000 wolf demons here, it was evident that the great vanguard stationed here possessed formidable power. Outside Jinhu City, there are nearly 10,000 demon soldiers, yet we number only 800. General, what do we do next? Chunju furrowed his brow, knowing full well that 800 men against nearly 10,000 demon soldiers could not possibly make even the slightest impact. Unless the entire 4,000 garrison from Yinchuan Prefecture was brought along, they might stand a chance. A night raid won't work against wolf demons. Li Wuqing spoke up at this moment. Demons and humans have different rest patterns. In the dead of night, humans are exhausted while the wolf demons are wide awake and spirited. No need for a night raid. We just need to catch them off guard. Earlier I spotted a tent in the wolf demon horde that stood out conspicuously. That should be where the great vanguard commanding this place is stationed. Fang Zhe broke off a tree branch and sketched a defensive formation map of the wolf demon horde outside Jinhu City on the ground. Third-tier demon creatures have already formed their demon cores within their bodies. With the aid of demon power, they can barely transform into humanoid form, so they no longer dwell with ordinary demon soldiers. Those wolf demons that have only just awakened to intelligence have habits no different from ordinary wild wolves. Therefore, the only wolf demon who would reside in a tent is that great vanguard. My strategy is simple. Shortly, I will lead 200 men to charge directly at the tent and behead the great vanguard. At this point, Fang Zhe suddenly looked up. Lu Yao? Chunju, here. Lu Yao and Chunju responded immediately. You two shall each command 200 men. When the wolf demon horde falls into chaos, go to this location and rescue the captives. Fang Zhe pointed at a spot on the defensive map drawn on the ground with the tree branch, then reminded them, prepare yourselves mentally. When you go to rescue the captives, do not be alarmed. The captives held by the demon clan are called captives, but in truth they are merely food reserves. Thus, where the captives are imprisoned naturally accumulates piles of white bones, rivers of blood, ropes, made from human sinews, and blankets, made from human skin. Those who witness such horrors for the first time would at the very least be scared half to death. Thank you for your concern, General. Upon hearing this, Chunju understood what Fang Zhe was warning them about. Li Wuqing, here. You shall command the remaining 200 men to provide flanking support. Having said this, Fang Zhe straightened up. Once the great vanguard is slain, the wolf demon horde here will surely descend into chaos. If the city's defenders are astute, they will naturally charge out alongside us. His Highness the Crown Prince will then be safe. Yes. Li Wuqing received his orders and retreated. All soldiers, inspect your arms and armor. Having finished speaking, Fang Zhe drew the command banner and tucked it into his waist. The effect of the battle aura instantly enveloped all allied forces within 1,000 meters. This included not only the men, but also the warhorses. Afterward, Fang Zhe mounted his warhorse, took up the heaven-splitting halberd specially crafted for himself, and contacted the system in his mind. System buddy, boost my physique first. Enhancement points -800. Physique enhanced to transcendent 4th stage. Points required for next physique enhancement 1600. Now the weapon. Enhancement points -10. Heaven-splitting halberd, 1 heavy strike 30, armor piercing 30, a resilience 20. Continue. Enhancement points -20. Heaven-splitting halberd, 2 heavy strike 60, armor piercing 60, a resilience 40. Not enough yet, once more. Enhancement points -40. Heaven-splitting halberd, 3 heavy strike 90, armor piercing 90, resilience 60, a small probability of ignoring target defense, causing true damage. This will do. When Fang Zhe saw the words, true damage, he knew this round of enhancement was complete. They could now launch their assault. Thus, without hesitation, Fang Zhe urged his horse forward to the front of the soldiers awaiting orders. All soldiers, heed my command. The 200 cavalry instantly gripped their reins. Follow me, kill. Kill. Under the battle aura of the command banner, the morale of the demon-slaying battalion soldiers was at its peak. Even when facing the countless wolf demons covering the hills and plains, they showed not a trace of fear. Led by Fang Zhe, the 200 cavalry charged like a lone arrow, piercing through the wolf demon horde and making straight for the only tent. Every wolf demon that blocked their path was torn apart by the heaven-splitting halberd without exception. It was not until this cavalry force drew near to that tent. A wolf howl that seemed to pierce clouds and shatter stones suddenly erupted from within, reverberating through all directions, startling the warhorses to a halt. Is this the great vanguard's demon pressure? Fang Zhe was not surprised by this situation. These warhorses were, after all, merely mortal beasts. Being intimidated by the aura of a third-tier demon creature and not daring to advance was only natural. Therefore, Fang Zhe's movements showed no hesitation after the wolf howl. He leaped directly from the stationary warhorse and like a phantom charged toward the tent before him. Just at that moment, a monster with a wolf's head on a human body emerged from the tent, happening to encounter Fang Zhe. Bold human seeking death. The wolf demon great vanguard roared in fury. Fang Zhe, however, simply raised his heaven-splitting halberd in response. Seeing this, the wolf demon great vanguard would not sit idle. Demon power surged within its body as it instantly revealed its true form. In the next instant, a massive wolf demon appeared before Fang Zhe, taller than a man at the shoulder, with fangs like daggers, fur like steel needles, and a ferocious countenance. It lunged at him with intent to devour. If this is all you have, then you are already dead. Fang Zhe stared directly at the wolf demon great vanguard as the heaven-splitting halberd pierced its throat from an inconceivable angle. He then severed its neck bone and cleaved off its head. Slain, third-tier wolf demon. Enhancement points 40. No offense, system buddy, but you're really stingy with the enhancement points. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Daxia Nation, Fang Zhe, for completing the influence mission, force hidden, beheading the general. Mission objective: to be the first chosen one to slay the great vanguard of the demon race. The Daxia Nation has received a reward: 10,000 mu of bone-strengthening herb fields. Reminder: bone-strengthening herb is a spiritual herb that can only survive in special medicinal fields. Chosen one Fang Zhe of the Daxia Nation has received a personal reward: the prescription for demon blood body strengthening decoction, along with 800 portions of its medicinal ingredients. Personal rewards shall not be disclosed. Demon blood body strengthening decoction strengthens the body, fortifies the bones, and enhances strength. With prolonged use, it can completely transform one's physique. Completely transform. After decapitating the wolf demon great vanguard with a single blow, Fong Zhe immediately heard the voice of the National Destiny game. He hadn't expected that being the first to slay the great vanguard would also trigger a hidden mission. Moreover, the reward was quite special. It was actually a prescription. The demon blood body strengthening decoction is a medicinal brew made primarily from demon blood and bone strengthening herbs supplemented by various common herbs. Among them, demon blood is the key ingredient. When brewing, the better the demon blood, use the more potent the resulting demon blood body strengthening decoction. If that's so, the blood of the wolf demon great vanguard must not be wasted. Fong Zhe quickly caught on. No wonder the reward the Daxia nation received this time was no longer common natural resources, but a spiritual herb that did not exist in the real world, the bone-strengthening herb. So it was meant to be used alongside the demon blood body strengthening decoction. While Fong Zhe was pondering this, the nearby wolf demons began to let out mournful howls, shrill and piercing like a cuckoo crying blood. The great vanguard's death dealt a heavy blow to the wolf demon pack's morale. Many wolf demons were utterly terror-stricken. In the face of Fong Zhe, they no longer dared to advance, hesitating and lingering in place. The soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion seized the opportunity, charging fiercely into the wolf demon pack and quickly carving out a bloody path. But this was not enough. One more surge. Having regained his composure, Fong Zhe flicked out the wolf demon great vanguard's demon core with his halberd, then looked back at the wolf demon banner bearers hidden amidst the pack. Only by slaying all these banner bearers would the wolf demon pack completely collapse. At the same time, within Jinhu City, the soldiers on the city walls, having witnessed the great vanguard's beheading, were stunned and swiftly reported the matter up the chain. At first, Li Ding thought it was a joke. The court ministers trapped in Jinhu City alongside Li Ding also found it hard to believe. How powerful was that wolf demon great vanguard? How could he be killed in one move by a young general? But truth or falsehood could be verified with a quick check. The chaotic wolf demon pack outside the city being cut down at will by a few hundred cavalry was no joke. It was a fact staring them in the face. This utterly astounded everyone. It took Li Ding a long while to collect his thoughts. Then he turned to a middle-aged man in full armor beside him and asked, "General Zhou, do you have the ability to charge through the enemy lines and slay the great vanguard of the demon race?" The person addressed was named Zhou Yu. He was the most accomplished martial artist among the military officers accompanying Li Ding. But when suddenly asked this question by Li Ding, Zhou Yu's face stiffened at first, then he answered truthfully, "Your Highness, this general is incapable of such a feat. You cannot do it either." Li Ding nodded, then looked again at Fong Zhe, who was leading the charge outside the city, and said, "Then this man is truly a genius. If he can remain loyal to me, with such martial might, appointing him Grand General would not be excessive." In this chaotic era, such talents were precisely what was needed. Selecting talents should not be restricted to a single mold. Your Highness, the wolf demons outside the city have lost all morale and no longer have any intention of maintaining the siege. This is the perfect moment for us to break out. Please make your decision as soon as possible, Your Highness. Seeing that Li Ding had taken such a liking to this unknown young general, Zhou Yu quickly spoke up to interrupt his train of thought. Moreover, this was indeed a good opportunity to break out. They had been besieged in Jinhu City for some time, and the provisions inside the city were almost exhausted. If they didn't find a way to break out soon, a mutiny would likely occur. General Zhou is absolutely right. Your Highness, please issue the order to coordinate with the relief troops from within and break out of the siege. The grain in the city is nearly gone. If we do not leave now, we may not be able to keep the soldiers in check. Hearing this, the ministers around all joined in urging him. Li Ding nodded and asked, "General Zhou, how many soldiers are left in the city?" "Fewer than 2,000. Do you have confidence in breaking out?" "If this fails, this general will have no face to see Your Highness again and would rather die in battle outside the city." Zhou Yu unhesitatingly made a military pledge. The wolf demon pack outside the city had been scared out of their wits and had no intention of fighting. If under these circumstances he still failed to break out, then he might as well kill himself. Kill the second-rank wolf demon. Enhancement points 20. Have the people in the city finally come to their senses? Fong Zhe killed the last banner bearer among the wolf demons with his halberd, then looked up and saw the city gate of Jinhu City being lowered. The soldiers in the city finally took up arms, ready to break out of the siege. However, all the wolf demon banner bearers here had been killed. The remaining first-rank wolf demons, lacking the courage to resist, fled in panic. Why were they coming out now? Fong Zhe didn't know, nor did he intend to ponder it. Given the time, it would be more practical to slay a few more wolf demons. Because the system had said that only kills made by Fong Zhe the host would produce enhancement points, kills by others wouldn't count. Thus it was impossible to exploit a system loophole by using an army. Naturally, Fong Zhe had complained about this condition. But the system claimed it was a rule guaranteeing that every bit of power the host obtained came from his own efforts. In that case, what objection could Fong Zhe have? "General, all the captives have been rescued. In addition, we found a wolf demon grain depot nearby with enough provisions to feed 10,000 people and a great quantity of meat. After identification, we confirmed that the meat in the depot was from wild beasts in the nearby mountains and forests." While Fong Zhe was chasing the fleeing wolf demons, Chun Zhu, who had been sent to rescue the captives, returned with good news. When the demon race dispatched troops, they likewise carried ample provisions. Moreover, they would hunt and kill wild beasts along the way to supplement their meat supply. Shenju had heard of this before, but it was his first time seizing a demon grain depot, and he couldn't help but feel awestruck. "Where's Liu Yao?" Feng Zhe nodded and asked aloud. After rescuing the captives, General Liu went to pursue the wolf demons. "The demon race deserves no sympathy," Shenju answered through gritted teeth. It was also his first time seeing the demon captives camp. It was no different from a slaughterhouse. Many soldiers vomited on the spot. They had imagined scenes of corpses like mountains and blood like seas, yet such a bloody sight still turned their stomachs. "That's right, the demon race indeed deserves no sympathy." Feng Zhe nodded, glanced at the wolf demons fleeing in panic and vanishing into the distance, and lost any desire to continue the chase. "The siege of Jinhu City has been lifted. Shenju, Li Wuqing, and Liu Yao go gather the troops. I will go see His Highness. General Feng Zhe, truly a hero rising from youth. When I was your age, I was still studying diligently at home, hoping one day to secure an official position." Feng Zhe entered the city, and wanting to meet Crown Prince Wielding was naturally escorted by an official from the Ministry of Rights. The one exchanging pleasantries with Feng Zhe was the chief official of the Ministry of Rights. When the capital of the southern kingdom, Fengtian Prefecture, fell, this fellow had escaped together with Wielding. But when the kingdom fell, what use was a chief official of the Ministry of Rights? Military power was what mattered most. So even though his official rank was higher than Feng Zhe's, he dared not in the slightest neglect this young general, who was at the height of his influence. Soon, under the guidance of the chief official of the Ministry of Rights, Feng Zhe met the target of this mission, Crown Prince Wielding of the Southern Kingdom. "Your Highness, I am Feng Zhe. Forgive me that I cannot bow fully as I am in full armor. I have come to Jinhu City at the request of Princess Yong'an. First, to rescue your Highness from your predicament, and second, to escort your Highness to Yinchuan Prefecture. Now that the wolf demons have retreated, your Highness may depart for Yinchuan Prefecture at any time." Feng Zhe stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and spoke in a clear, loud voice. This display made the surrounding officials frown, involuntarily thinking to themselves, this young man is truly discourteous, daring to act so imperiously when meeting His Highness. Even Wielding, who valued talent, felt somewhat displeased. But now was not the time to find fault. Reaching a safe area as soon as possible was what mattered most. So Wielding quickly approved Feng Zhe's proposal and decided to depart for Yinchuan Prefecture at the earliest opportunity. However, before that they had to first prepare a meal. Only after the soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion, who had traveled a long distance and just finished a great battle, had eaten and drunk their fill, could they set out. Wielding naturally agreed to this as well. The real reason Feng Zhe had specifically mentioned this matter was actually quite simple: to test the effectiveness of the demon blood body strengthening soup he had obtained earlier. All that demon blood present here must not go to waste. Demon blood, robust bone, grass, ginseng, slices, licorice. Add these ingredients to the pot in order according to the specified amounts with a small amount of water, and simmer until the medicinal broth becomes thick and viscous. That is when the demon blood body strengthening soup is ready. This demon blood body strengthening soup has the effects of strengthening the body and bones and enhancing physical power. Long-term consumption can even transform one's very constitution. Its efficacy is no less than genetic serums, and it can be taken repeatedly until the medicinal power becomes insufficient. In the temporary camp of the demon-slaying battalion, Feng Zhe was alone, brewing the medicine while explaining. His seemingly self-talk was in reality introducing the method of making the demon blood body strengthening soup to the audience in the live stream. Regarding the recipe, Feng Zhe did not intend to keep it secret. Even if other countries learned it, it did not matter, because robust bone grass, this medicinal ingredient, was now only available in Great Xia. Without robust bone grass, even if they knew the recipe, they could not prepare the demon blood body strengthening soup. Feng Zhe's action seemed rash on the surface, but in reality it added an important bargaining chip for Great Xia, increasing its voice in international affairs. Moreover, to prove his words, Feng Zhe also gathered the soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion. He claimed the demon blood body strengthening soup was his family's secret recipe. To ensure everyone would not struggle as they had today, when facing the demon race in the future, he invited them over to share this bowl of soup together. "Brothers, on this occasion, let us use this bowl of soup in place of wine to honor those comrades who sacrificed themselves. In the future, when we encounter the demon race again, I hope you will fight bravely. Any who sacrifice their compensation will not be lacking a single coin. Their parents, wives, and children at home will all be cared for by the government. I, Feng Zhe, keep my word." After Feng Zhe finished speaking, he raised his bowl and drank the medicinal soup in one gulp. The soldiers below stood tall and proud, also lifted their bowls and shouted loudly, "Willing to die for our general." With that, they also drained their bowls. The medicinal power of the demon blood body strengthening soup was for Feng Zhe barely noticeable. Even though this pot of medicine was brewed with the demon blood of the wolf demon vanguard and the wolf demon banner bearer, its effects far exceeded the norm. But Feng Zhe had already attained a fourth-tier transcendent physique. However, for the soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion, this pot of soup was genuine tonic of the highest order. In merely a short while, the fatigue caused by days of hurried travel completely vanished, as if they had just slept soundly, appearing energetic and refreshed. Moreover, everyone discovered that after drinking the soup, they felt as if they had inexhaustible strength. Currents of warmth flowed through their bodies, continuously nourishing their sinews, bones, flesh, and blood. Once this round of medicinal power was fully absorbed, it would be enough to elevate them to become first-tier transcendents. This was qualitative transformation. At this moment, the soldiers who had witnessed Feng Zhe's formidable might and received such benefits were thoroughly conquered. Chenju, subordinate here, mix the remaining soup into the fodder and feed it to our battalion's warhorses. Yes. Chenju agreed to this matter without any hesitation. For cavalry, their warhorses were their closest companions in battle. Strengthening their comrades in arms was equivalent to enhancing their own combat power. This was beyond question. Additionally, select 10 more men to follow me for a simple test of this recipe's efficacy. Yes. The Great Xia live stream showed viewers from various countries how the 10 soldiers Feng Zhe had casually selected rapidly surpassed world champion records in simple strength tests, speed tests, endurance tests, and explosive power tests. And this was not an isolated case. Every single one performed this way. At once exclamations arose. Is this the effect of the demon blood body strengthening soup? It's truly immediate. How long has it been since they drank it? And already such a tremendous change. Isn't this 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than those self-proclaimed health supplements? Hold on, comparing those things to Feng Ye's demon blood body strengthening soup. Are you trying to insult Feng Ye? Look, this is what true selflessness is. Such a precious recipe, and Feng Ye was willing to share it. What a noble spirit. Thanks to our international friends for their selfless dedication. Thanks one, your recipe is excellent, but next second it's ours, Kimchi Kingdoms. Bah, you Kimchi Kingdom little pickles, have you no shame? Don't force Great Xia to cut off your cabbage supply. While netizens were exclaiming about how powerfully effective the demon blood body strengthening soup was, officials from various countries were stunned, because they noticed that among the ingredients for brewing the demon blood body strengthening soup, there was one medicinal herb that only existed in Great Xia, robust bone grass. Because of this, General McCoy, the person in charge of the beauty country's national fortune game, nearly threw his pipe in frustration. Damn it. Without robust bone grass, having the recipe is useless. Someone go inform those folks in the Commerce Department immediately. Find a way to sign a robust bone grass supply contract with Great Xia. However, facing the furious General McCoy, his secretary reminded him. We not long ago just announced economic sanctions against Great Xia. Now we want to go back on our word. General McCoy actually threw his pipe this time. The reactions of those countries that had followed beauty countries' lead in imposing economic sanctions on Great Xia were similar to General McCoy's. Now it was too late for regret. Who could have thought Feng Zhe had such a move hidden up his sleeve? Before, they had been wondering why Great Xia had received a reward of 10,000 mu of robust bone grass medicinal fields. Now they understood, but it was already too late. While Feng Zhe was testing the efficacy of the demon blood body strengthening decoction, the Daxia Kingdom's government issued a public announcement. The gist of it was, from this day onward, the state would take the lead in establishing a brand new pharmaceutical enterprise fully responsible for managing, producing, and selling the demon blood body strengthening decoction and any novel medicines that might emerge in the future. Furthermore, the 10,000 mu fields of bone-strengthening grass were immediately designated as a restricted zone with all standards equivalent to a military exclusion zone. Anyone approaching without legitimate reason would be deemed to be attempting to steal state secrets. As soon as this announcement went out, it basically dashed any hopes other nations had of purchasing bone-strengthening grass. Even whether they could buy the finished demon blood body-strengthening decoction would depend entirely on Daxia's pleasure. Without a doubt, this move was aimed squarely at the beautiful country and its cohort of lackeys over their earlier threats against Daxia. So you were boycotting Daxia's products, were you? Weren't you planning to impose economic sanctions on Daxia? Well, that's just as well, because I wasn't planning to sell this treasure to you anyway. The demon blood body strengthening decoction is for domestic consumption only. This immediately made the people of other nations intensely envious. And at this moment, who were the most regretful of all? Naturally, none other than those who had fled abroad. Especially the affluent ones among those runaways who now couldn't return, even if they wanted to, could only stare at these good things and shed vain tears. Lu Yao, come over. After Feng Zhe had the soldiers who had accompanied him to test the medicinal effects fall back into formation, he summoned Lu Yao to his side and handed her a water flask. What is this? For me to drink. Lu Yao took the kettle, opened the lid, and peeked inside. A faint fragrant aroma of medicinal broth drifted out from the mouth of the kettle. A deluxe version of the demon blood body strengthening decoction. I saved it especially for you. The previous kind won't be of much help to you anymore. Feng Zhe explained briefly. The earlier batch of demon blood body strengthening decoction had used the demon blood of a third-rank wolf demon mixed with that of a second-rank wolf demon, but because too many people had taken it, the medicinal power had ended up being diluted. But in this specially brewed kettle of demon blood body strengthening decoction, Feng Zhe had dissolved the demon core of that wolf fiend Great Vanguard. A demon core is the very essence of an other's entire being, the crystallization of all its blood and vital energy. Used in place of demon blood, its effect was stronger rather than weaker. Alright, stop staring. Drink it all in one go. We'll be setting out soon to return to Yunchuan Prefecture. After explaining, Feng Zhe noticed Lu Yao still peering into the kettle and couldn't resist tapping her on the head. Wolf demons hold grudges after all. If they stayed the night in Jinhu City, they might wake up at dawn to find themselves surrounded by wolf demon packs once again. Crown Prince Li Ding's side was already making preparations to evacuate. Fang Zhe's unit was tasked with clearing the path ahead. Traveling without rest, they could reach Yinchuan Prefecture within 1 day and 1 night. Even if the Crown Prince and the court ministers were frail and unaccustomed to rough travel, 2 days would be more than enough. Any longer, and such a large force would have to worry about an attack by the demon clans. Outside Yinchuan Prefecture. Ever since Fang Zhe led the soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion out to rescue the Crown Prince, Li Yuanin had ordered the erection of porridge stations to relieve the refugees. Each person could receive a bowl of rice porridge for each of the 2 daily meals. Although this was barely enough to keep them alive, it had already filled countless refugees with immense gratitude. Compared with the local magnates who levied exorbitant taxes and treated human life as nothing more than grass, Yinchuan Prefecture at least offered them a way to survive. Moreover, there had been no incursions by demon clans here, so at least their lives were safe. They no longer had to constantly worry about being captured and turned into 2-legged sheep. As for what the future held, well, they would just wait and see. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy toll of the bell announced that it was time for the daily porridge distribution. The refugees gathered outside the city rose to their feet and dragged their weak steps toward the line to collect their porridge. Patrolling soldiers were also stationed around the area, though anyone who tried to cut the line would be dragged out and denied further porridge. After all, missing 1 meal wouldn't kill the refugees. But if rules were not obeyed, chaos would break out. General Fang has been gone for several days now and still hasn't returned. I don't know whether he managed to rescue my imperial brother. I hope everyone comes back safe and sound. Li Yuanin stood on the city wall gazing down at the long line of refugees below and couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. But at that moment, over a dozen mounted men suddenly emerged from the distant forest. Dressed in crude, worn-out armor and wielding an assortment of weapons, they came charging toward Yinchuan Prefecture with a thunderous roar. As they drew closer, one could see that these fellows had complexions black and white, yellow and brown. Clearly not people from the same land. Nor did they look like refugees. Enemy attack. Li Yuanin was dumbfounded. He had never heard of a mere dozen or so men daring to assault a city defended by thousands of soldiers. Were they insane? Yet the next display from these dozen or so men stunned everyone. Their strength, speed, explosive power, and reaction time all far surpassed those of ordinary humans. With their warhorses and well-suited weapons, they charged into the nearby patrol squads amidst the chaos, slaughtering the soldiers and sending men and horses tumbling, giving them no chance at all to form ranks. This sudden emergency sent the refugees queuing for porridge into a panic, and they scrambled and crawled away into the distance, greatly slowing the speed at which Yinchuan Prefecture's garrison could come to the rescue. Hey, so these are the soldiers that Fang Zhe commands. They don't seem all that impressive. He alone took Yinchuan Prefecture. With so many of us, there's no reason we can't take it too. Those scared official bigwigs must have made it all up to save face. Let's kill our way into the city right now. That Fang Zhe is an evolved human. Why aren't we also evolved humans? If he dares to show up today, we'll use him as a sacrifice to consecrate our banner. Working in concert, the dozen or so men launched several successive charges, routing the hastily assembled Yinchuan Prefecture garrison into complete disarray. Seeing that the city gate opened for the porridge distribution had not yet been shut, they immediately turned their objective. Only by fighting their way into the city could they seize control of Yinchuan Prefecture. With Crown Prince Li Ding still away, the young and Princess Li Yuanin was their target. Back in reality, in the livestream rooms for the chosen ones of every nation, the people of Daxiao, who saw this scene, flooded with fury, cursing these scoundrels for being despicable and shameless. Without a doubt, the dozen or so men who had seized the opportunity of Fang Zhe's absence to attack Yinchuan Prefecture were none other than the chosen ones of other countries. Led by the chosen one of the beautiful country, they had gathered a host of chosen ones from the Sunset Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, the Kimchi Country, the Kangaroo Country, the Curry Country, the Southern Cotton Country, and the Northern Cotton Country, all of whom had taken the first stage gene potion to form this tip of the spear squad. Aside from seizing Fang Zhe's territory, their purpose was also to teach Daxiao a lesson, because Daxiao had refused to sell bone-strengthening grass to foreign nations. Nor did it have any intention of having Fang Zhe assist the chosen ones of other countries. This kind of behavior enraged the habitually domineering beautiful country, which felt that Daxiao was trying to defy it. This was no trivial matter, and the land of the rising sun, having suffered a great loss earlier, immediately seized the opportunity to stir the flames, hoping to get its master to avenge it. And so it was that this scene came to pass. A cavalry squad composed of over a dozen first-stage transcendent warriors coordinating in tandem could easily match several hundred ordinary soldiers. Moreover, their mobility was far superior. Meanwhile, outside Yinchuan City, the hundreds of soldiers were already scattered from patrol duties. Struck by a sudden charge, their morale had plummeted to rock bottom. How could they possibly organize any effective counterattack? The main garrison of Yinchuan City was not stationed outside the walls, but within the military camp. Without orders, no one was permitted to leave. After all, who would have imagined that a mere dozen or so individuals would dare to assault Yinchuan City? If the enemy had been even a few more numerous, even a few hundred, they would have been detected long ago. Alas, there are no maybes in this world. What nonsense is this Fong Zhe? It sounds entirely fabricated. Only those cowards would fear a good-for-nothing like him. I, Eric, am the true legend. Charge with me. Gorgeous country's chosen one. Eric raised his lance high and led the vanguard, shouting loudly. He had long chafed under the shadow of that so-called Fong Zhe, hyped up as if he were some great figure. And here he was, Eric, a chosen one who had survived the very first national fate game, supposed to fear some upstart junior. What an absolute joke. You dare curse my Fong Zhe. Die, you bastard. Just as Eric was belittling his rival and about to lead his men in a full assault into the city, a woman suddenly struck from an unexpected angle. She wore silver armor and rode a white steed, her silver spear topped with crimson tassels spinning like a whirlwind. The tip was already before Eric's eyes. Who? Eric parried in sheer panic. Though he evaded the killing thrust and avoided being pinned to the ground, the force of the blow still sent him tumbling from his saddle. After rolling across the dirt several times, Eric finally rose to his feet, thoroughly disgraced. Gazing at this warrior woman on a white horse wielding a silver spear, he could not place her from memory whatsoever. Beautiful country had never warned him that Yunchuan City housed such a formidable fighter. I am Miss Lu Yao. The moment I returned, I heard you slandering my Fong Zhe. Bold indeed. Lu Yao looked down at Eric with ice in her eyes and spoke in a cold tone. The demon-slaying camp was responsible for clearing the path, so naturally, they were the first unit to return to Yunchuan City. To their surprise, upon arrival, they encountered the city under attack. Naturally hot-tempered Lu Yao could not contain herself for a moment longer. Lu Yao, you're with Fong Zhe. Upon hearing that name, Eric immediately snapped to attention. Great Xia country's chosen one, Lu Yao. He had heard she had reunited with Fong Zhe, but never expected her strength to be quite so formidable. You guessed right, but too bad there's no reward. Lu Yao held her head high. At that very moment, another voice rang out from behind Eric. Surround all the rebels. Do not let a single one escape. That voice. It's Fong Zhe. Eric whipped around, and sure enough spotted Fong Zhe approaching on horseback. At the same time, he also saw his dozen or so accomplices being driven by the soldiers of the demon-slaying camp, desperately attempting to flee, yet growing ever closer. How could this be possible? Eric's eyes bulged. He simply could not comprehend how things had unfolded this way. The chosen ones he had recruited were all evolved beings who had consumed first-stage gene serums. How could they possibly lose to ordinary soldiers? Assaulting Yunchuan City. You have some nerve. Fong Zhe regarded the utterly astonished Eric with a cool appraisal. From the multicolored, mixed composition of their ranks, he could already deduce exactly who they were. Good heavens. Not only had he not gone looking for trouble, but they had come knocking on his door themselves. Fong Zhe. Eric locked eyes with him, knowing full well he was the highest-ranking commander of the demon-slaying camp. In other words, if Eric wished to survive, he simply needed to take Fong Zhe hostage, and perhaps even extort something from him along the way. No longer hesitating, Eric swiftly snatched up his lance and lunged at Fong Zhe on horseback. Everything hinged on this strike. How could this be happening? Yet what Eric had not anticipated was that Fong Zhe, facing his sneak attack, merely raised his hand and lightly grasped the spear tip, with effortless nonchalance halting the assault completely. The terrifying power surging through that grip filled Eric with despair. This was his first time experiencing such an unbridgeable gap in person, like a common man challenging a road roller to a test of strength. They were simply not on the same plane of existence. Fong Zhe, we come from the same place. We should stand together. Right, I'm also an evolved being. I can help you. I'm certain I can. When Eric realized his sneak attack had failed utterly, his former pride lay in tatters, completely shattered. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Not needed. Fong Zhe's tone was utterly frigid. All commanders, heed my order. Slaughter the traitors. Spare not a single one. Thwack. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Lu Yao's silver spear had already pierced through Eric's throat. Bah. Talk big, and then try a sneak attack. Beautiful countries, chosen one. Eric has perished. The punishment descends. -10 to the total petroleum reserves within beautiful country's territory. If this national fate game has not concluded within 15 days, a new chosen one will be randomly selected for beautiful country. Eric's death was merely the beginning. Among those who had come to assault Yunchuan City, he was far from the only chosen one. Yet even if every attacker was a first-stage transcendent being, they remained utterly helpless before the demon-slaying camp, which had already undergone preliminary evolution. This was especially true with Lu Yao, whose physical condition approached the third stage, lending support on the flank. Sakura countries, chosen one. Perished. The punishment descends. 1000 second stage rat demons randomly appear across Sakura country's territory. If this national fate game has not concluded within 15 days, a new chosen one will be randomly selected for Sakura country. Kimchi countries, chosen one. Perished. The punishment descends. 1000 first stage tiger demons randomly appear across Kimchi country's territory. If this national fate game has not concluded within 15 days, a new chosen one will be randomly selected for Kimchi country. Cotton countries, chosen one. Perished. The punishment descends. 1000 second stage wolf demons randomly appear across Cotton country's territory. If this national fate game has not concluded within 15 days, a new chosen one will be randomly selected for Cotton country. Not even a quarter of an hour passed before all 12 or so of these reckless fools had been slain. Outside Yinchuan City, the throngs of refugees witnessing the foils finally defeated erupted in cheers and applause, loudly praising the exploits of the demon-slaying camp. Yet within the live streams, viewers from many nations were descending into madness. Madmen. Absolute madmen. The chosen ones of Great Xia Country are nothing but lunatics. Is your Great Xia Country declaring war on us? Do you have any idea how many demons have been unleashed upon this world, all because of one Fong Zhe? Ha! What a pair of hypocritical dogs. You're allowed to raid Master Fong's territory, but we can't fight back. What twisted logic is that? So what, Master Fong gets attacked at his own doorstep and is supposed to greet you with a smile? Go stuff it. Daxiao National Fortune Office. Shen Mingyi could not help but feel a headache as he flipped through the endless diplomatic reports that had been pouring in ever since Fong Zhe went on his killing spree. This man, his methods of handling problems are far too crude. Who does things like this? In one fell swoop, he has offended so many people. Shen Mingyi shook his head and heaved a sigh. He thought to himself, even if Fong Zhe had crippled those men and thrown them into a dungeon to linger on the brink of death, that would still be far better than now. The National Fortune Office truly had great power. But losing so many chosen ones in one breath meant that under such immense pressure, he still had to go and present a report. Director Shun, should we give Mr. Fong a heads up? The secretary who had just asked received the reply, no need. Being blunt has its advantages. Shen Mingyi cast a glance at the secretary, waved his hand, and said, Fong Zhe was acting in self-defense, not deliberately picking a fight. Even if they argue till the heavens collapse, reason is on our side. The Daxiao Kingdom is not something they can knead and shape at will. At that point, Shen Mingyi suddenly stood up and gazed out the window. Give one punch now and avoid 100 punches later. Yinchuan Prefecture City Lord's Mansion. The impact of the madman attacks the city incident was still fermenting in the outside world. Meanwhile, Li Ding, the crown prince of Nanchuan, had already entered the city and had his own say on the matter. Utterly audacious. These rebels truly are rampant. To fall from a crown prince to a refugee, nation shattered, family lost, displaced, and homeless, living in constant peril. Besides the demon race, those rebels had certainly contributed their fair share. Thus one can easily imagine Li Ding's attitude toward the rebels. He wished he could eat their flesh raw and drink their blood. And the madman attacks the city incident had occurred at just such a sensitive moment. It was hard not to make Li Ding overthink. Therefore, after settling in and arranging his livelihood, Li Ding immediately summoned his civil and military officials to discuss the matter. The rebels are so rampant that they have become a grave threat. Do my ministers have any good strategies? That was nonsense. Every civil and military official present knew all too well that the demon invasion had caused Nanchuan's fall, and local strongmen had declared themselves kings, each vying for supremacy. Speaking of rebels, rebels were everywhere under heaven. How could they fight? Yinchuan Prefecture, counting the troops they had brought, had fewer than 6,000 soldiers. It would be an achievement just to defend their own small patch of land. They still wanted to strike outward. Dream on. Thus, facing Li Ding's question, the ministers and generals in the hall all lowered their heads and dared not speak. They were afraid that if they uttered a word, they would be pushed to the forefront and forced to deal with those rebel problems. Zhao Zhuan, you tell me what should be done. Since no one responded, Li Ding could only begin calling upon them by name. Zhao Zhuan, an official of the Ministry of War, normally loved to expound at length. Presumably at this moment, he should have his own opinions on the current situation. Your Highness, your servant believes that for now we should focus on stability and refrain from rashly dispatching troops. Though named Zhao Zhuan had no desire to take the blame, so his proposal was naturally conservative. But that was not the answer Li Ding wanted. Zhou Yu, what do you say? How should we suppress the rebellion? Your Highness, Yinchuan Prefecture is short of troops and provisions. It is truly difficult to eliminate the rebels and put down the revolt. Zhou Yu, whose name was called, also revealed a troubled face. He was a general, not an immortal. Without troops and provisions, going to suppress the rebellion was nothing less than going to his death. This? Li Ding frowned and called out several more people, but they all gave the same answer. All said that stability should come first. Secure Yinchuan Prefecture before talking about launching an expedition. Some even went further, suggesting that he simply move the capital to Yinchuan Prefecture and re-establish the court to ease the minds of the southern gentry. That infuriated Li Ding to no end. Your Highness. Just as the ministers in the hall were arguing over moving the capital, Fong Zhe suddenly stepped out of ranks, causing Li Ding's heart to leap with joy. Li Ding had already verified Fong Zhe's background with Li Yuanan. A man of common origins, he had been appointed general for his extraordinary martial skill. For Li Ding, all of this was good. A common origin meant he had no faction or party and could be used by his side. Having been promoted by Li Yuanan, he had received imperial favor and was naturally one of their own. Therefore, when Fong Zhe stepped forward, Li Ding still held expectations. Minister Fong, please state your views. Your Highness, I am willing to lead troops to suppress the rebellion, and I only need to bring my demon-slaying camp. No provisions required. But I have two conditions. Fong Zhe did not bother to look at the arguing officials and generals. Gazing directly at Li Ding, he said in a loud voice, First, from every city and territory I will take away its elite troops to compensate for my own losses. Second, all the grain and fields of the rebels and traitors shall belong to me and be distributed at my discretion. No one else may interfere. If you can agree to my conditions, I will send out the troops. At these words, the ministers in the hall all fell silent, staring at Feng Zhe in astonishment. There really was someone bold enough to lead troops to suppress the rebellion. Although the conditions he raised were somewhat excessive on closer thought, they seemed reasonable and justified. After all, Yinchuan Prefecture was short of soldiers and provisions. If no special privileges were given, where were the troops and supplies to come from? Approved. Li Ding was still fuming. Seeing that only Feng Zhe was willing to lead troops to quell the rebellion, and that his conditions were not unacceptable, he simply agreed. Feng Zhe, since you have spoken these words, I will take it as you having signed a military pledge. Your requests are all approved. But if you fail to fulfill your promise, remember military law is ruthless. Please rest assured, Your Highness. If I cannot wipe out all the rebels and welcome Your Highness back to the old capital, my head is yours for the taking. Feng Zhe stood tall, chin raised, and said with an expressionless face, Excellent. Li Ding lavished praise. Restoring Nanchuan and returning to the old capital was his ideal. If he truly succeeded, then he, Li Ding, would also leave his name in history. Feng Zhe, I now grant you the seal of General of the Northern Expedition and bestow upon you the power of on-the-spot decision in the campaign against the rebels. Afterward, Li Ding continued to appoint his generals. Zhou Yu, your subordinate is here. You will lead 3,000 men and coordinate with General Feng. He will attack the cities, you will take over the garrisons. You are permitted to recruit troops on your own. Your subordinate obeys. This time Zhou Yu stepped forward with a beaming smile instead of a furrowed brow. Feng Zhe was the one attacking cities and gnawing the hardest bones. By all rights, he was entitled to take the first share of benefits. But the remaining benefits went to whoever took over the garrisons. Yinchuan Prefecture Garrison Camp. The order to march north and suppress the rebellion was soon delivered. The members of the demon-slaying camp began to organize their weapons and armor ready to set out at any time. Inside the main general's tent, Feng Zhe was discussing tactics with Liu Yao and several other deputy generals when a messenger suddenly entered and, bowing his head, reported, General Feng, Her Highness the Princess requests an audience outside the camp. Li Yuanin. Feng Zhe looked up somewhat puzzled. Yinchuan Prefecture had only one princess, Princess Yongin Li Yuanin. Why would she come looking for him at this time? Alright, let's leave the discussion of the rebellion here for now. Tomorrow morning we set out. We'll call it a day. With that, Feng Zhe alone headed outside the camp. At this moment, Li Yuanin stood outside the grand camp, surrounded by a circle of guards. When she saw Feng Zhe walking toward her, an unmistakable girlish delight blossomed across her face. Your Highness the Princess, what brings you to me at this hour? Feng Zhe inquired as he approached. Yet upon noticing the bloodshot exhaustion in her eyes and the pallor beneath them, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Feng Zhe, just call me Yuanin. We're not so formal, are we? Li Yuanin pouted slightly, then drew a fragrant sachet from her bosom and pressed it into Feng Zhe's palm. What is this? Feng Zhe lowered his gaze to examine the sachet, discovering the characters Yuanin embroidered upon its surface. This is a protective charm I made for you. May you return safely from this campaign. Li Yuanin spoke with earnest sincerity. You? Feng Zhe clutched the sachet in his hand, sighing deeply. Yet he offered no further words, merely waving to Li Yuanin before turning back toward the camp. Li Yuanin gazed upon Feng Zhe's retreating silhouette, her heart filled with silent prayers. Lord Feng, Yuanin shall await your return. The following day, the demon-slaying battalion marched ahead, while Zhou Yu's Yinchuan Prefecture forces followed closely behind. Riding horseback, Feng Zhe drew alongside Zhou Yu and spoke with lowered eyes. General Zhou, my forces shall advance swiftly and defeat the enemy with speed. You need only follow behind to secure our gains. Do not strain yourselves trying to keep pace with us. Rest assured, General Feng. My task is merely to receive the territory. I'll not hinder your advance. Zhou Yu raised his gaze to meet Feng Zhe upon his horse, answering with a furrowed brow. After Feng Zhe departed, the aide-de-camp beside Zhou Yu ventured, General, this young man is insufferably arrogant. Silence. Whether he is arrogant or not is for His Highness to judge. What need have you or I to speak of such matters? Zhou Yu cast a stern glance at his lieutenant before turning away. Elsewhere, Feng Zhe returned to the military formation and summoned Liu Yao, instructing her carefully. During this campaign, upon capturing each city, you must register and catalog all its citizens' livestock, farmland, and tax revenues, then transport them with our forces. All elite soldiers requisitioned shall have their families granted land according to household size, with 1 year's provisions set aside for their livelihood. Furthermore, prioritize the collection of the following medicinal herbs. Understood, I've memorized it. Liu Yao reviewed the instructions in her mind, confirming she had retained every detail before nodding in acknowledgement. But as for where the grain and farmland would come from, that would naturally be taken from the rebel forces and traders. The local aristocratic families could hardly remain obedient during such tumultuous times. They had already begun placing their bets, so their true allegiances would be revealed through the sincerity of their cooperation. March 4th, destination. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, the demon-slaying battalion under Feng Zhe's command was utterly invincible, shattering all who stood against them, conquering without fail, triumphant in every engagement. Whether rebel forces or demon armies, all were vanquished beneath their hooves. Through this unbroken chain of victories, the demon-slaying battalion ceaselessly recruited elite soldiers from conquered territories, swelling their ranks from mere 800 to a formidable 80,000. For the soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion Fong, they distributed grain and allocated land, ensuring their families lived without want. And he established 3 cardinal laws for them. Orders must be obeyed without hesitation. Military command is absolute. Cherish the common people, disturb not even a hair of theirs. Thus wherever they went, civilians welcomed them with offerings of food and drink as one would receive a righteous army. Young men from every region eagerly enlisted, seeking to repay General Fong's kindness. The campaign to eliminate demons and quell rebellion spread like a prairie fire, consuming the entire southern river kingdom. Throughout the campaign, all medicinal herbs Fong they gathered were boiled into demon blood strengthening soup, distributed to refresh the weary troops. This act moved countless soldiers to grateful tears. With such overwhelming momentum, Fong Zay's forces drew near Fengtian Prefecture. General, according to our scouts reports, the demon hunting commander's forces are encamped outside Fengtian Prefecture. Approximately 100,000 wolf demons. Chun Zhu, now promoted to the rank of colonel, came forth to deliver the intelligence report. When the demon race invaded the human territories, the demon king had specifically modeled his command structure after humanity, establishing 4 hunting generals for the east, southwest, and north, signifying the hunt of humanity. Each demon general was commanded by a 4th-order great demon. 4th-order demons were also known as the transformation realm. At this stage, one had completely mastered control of one's physical form, able to perfectly assume human appearance while also amplifying one's original body. Thus it was said, one demon guards the pass, 10,000 demons dare not pass. This hunting commander of the south was clearly the supreme commander of the demon invasion into the southern river kingdom. By slaying him, the demon forces could be compelled to temporarily withdraw from the southern river kingdom until a replacement hunting commander arrived. This then is the decisive battle. 80,000 against 100,000. This is indeed half-cooked rice. After consolidating all enemy intelligence, Fong Zay summoned commanders of every rank to announce the decisive engagement and communicate his tactical arrangements. Demon warfare relies heavily upon signal flags and the orders of vanguard commanders. Once a superior demon falls, the subordinate demon soldiers fall into chaos and collapse without fighting. Therefore, Fong Zay's overarching tactical principle was crystal clear: decapitation strike. He would personally eliminate the demon hunting commander. When the demon soldiers fell into disarray, a single decisive blow would determine victory. Lu Yao, here, you shall command this battle. Yes. Having endured 3 months of baptism by warfare, Lu Yao had gained considerable understanding of military affairs. Demons understand nothing of tactics. They seek only to overwhelm with brute force. If they can win, they fight; if not, they flee. Thus no elaborate stratagems are needed. Simply divide them and gradually devour them piece by piece. With all arrangements in place then, system, how many enhancement points do I have? Fong Zay called out silently within his heart. This was his greatest harvest from these 3 months. Host Fong Zay. Physique, Transcendent rank 4. Enhancement points 39658, 3 per hour. Nearly 40,000 enhancement points. It had not been in vain that Fong Zay always led from the front in every battle. Since this is the final battle, let's go all out and raise my strength as much as possible. System, start by enhancing my physique. Enhancement points minus 1,600. Physique enhanced to Transcendent rank 5. Enhancement points required for next physique enhancement 3,200. System, continue. Fong Zay carefully sensed the abundant power within his body, feeling as if he were floating on air. Enhancement points minus 3,200. Physique enhanced to Transcendent rank 6. Enhancement points required for next physique enhancement 6,400. Good, Transcendent rank 6 should be enough. Physique is only the foundation, as skills are also important. Fong Zay did not intend to strengthen only his physique. Advancing on all fronts simultaneously was the true path. System, enhance the swiftness skill. 3 times. Enhancement points minus 800. Enhancement points minus 1,600. Enhancement points minus 3,200. Swiftness, 6 passive effect, speed 140, active effect temporarily triples the passive effect. Huh. Since when did the swiftness skill have an active effect? Fong Zay looked at the system, prompt, momentarily stunned. Host, after a skill has been enhanced 5 times, there is a certain probability it will generate an active effect. There's actually such a good thing. What about skills that already have an active effect? Fong Zay hurriedly pressed on. It will directly strengthen the active effect. Alright, then enhance the telekinesis skill 3 times as well, and see what happens. Understood. Enhancement points minus 800. Enhancement points minus 1,600. Enhancement points minus 3,200. Telekinesis, 6 passive effect, mental power 70, telekinetic strength 60, active effect, soul-shattering strike, condenses special telekinetic force to deal damage to the target's soul. It really can do it. Fong Zay was somewhat pleasantly surprised. Telekinesis was already formless and invisible, difficult to defend against, and now it also possessed the ability to directly attack the soul. When facing enemies, its power instantly became several times stronger. Good, there's one last skill, copper skin iron bones. 3 more times. Enhancement points minus 800. Enhancement points minus 1,600. Enhancement points minus 3,200. Copper skin iron bones, 6 passive effect defense 210, 8 active effect iron skin physical damage minus 90. Phew, Feng Zhe let out a long turbid breath. The repeated enhancements restored his condition to its peak, and his powerful mental energy made his mind incomparably clear. This is the state. The final battle. It's time to begin. Congratulations to Daxia Nation's Chosen One Feng Zhe for completing the Hidden Influence mission. Marshal might capture the flag. Mission objective: become the first Chosen One to slay a demon general. Daxia Nation receives the reward 2,000 rank. 2 demon horses tamed half male and half female, usable as war horses. Daxia Nation's Chosen One Feng Zhe receives personal reward. Skill Mighty Strength personal reward, not made public. Mighty Strength passive effect, Strength 20. As Feng Zhe severed the head of General Shonan of the demon race, the national fortune game announcement also resounded. In the live stream, the people of many nations were all dumbfounded. There was no other reason than that the true form of General Shonan of the demon race was a demon wolf whose size was close to that of a heavy truck. And yet Feng Zhe had still taken its head. Such combat strength was already beyond their imaginations. Could this also be the effect of the demon blood body strengthening soup? If so, they would have to re-evaluate the potency of the demon blood body strengthening soup. At that moment, wealthy tycoons from every nation activated their connections, expressing their willingness to pay a fortune to purchase finished demon blood body strengthening soup from Daxia Nation. Even price premiums of 5 or 10 times were acceptable to them. Meanwhile, senior officials from various nations began contacting Daxia's official authorities, offering goodwill either directly or tactfully. They also expressed their willingness to yield some interest in exchange for the right to purchase the demon blood body strengthening soup. After all, no matter how great the yield of the 10,000-acre bone-strengthening herb fields was, it would still not be much compared with the number of those who held power and wealth. Moreover, the demon blood body-strengthening soup could be consumed multiple times to increase its medicinal effect. As a result, the already insufficient output was stretched even thinner. In the United States, in General Mike's office, with his pipe in his mouth, General Mike flipped through the report in his hand and asked his secretary, "Has Daxia softened its stance?" "Not yet, General. They say that due to insufficient production capacity, they currently have no plans to sell the demon blood body strengthening soup externally." The secretary, clicking her high heels, swaying her slender waist, and tossing her wavy hair, approached the desk to report. "Damn it." General Mike slammed the report onto the desk and said, breathing heavily, "Those conglomerates all tell me to find a way to obtain the demon blood body strengthening soup. Why don't they figure out a way themselves? Previously, they were the ones calling for sanctions. Now, they're the ones calling for reconciliation. What am I supposed to do?" Over the previous 3 months, the United States had done plenty to exploit the chosen ones who died outside Yinchuan Prefecture as leverage to suppress Daxia. And the countries that had actually suffered losses with their big brother leading the way naturally dared to bark at others. They did not care who had first stirred up the conflict. They only knew that their chosen ones were gone, so they were the victims and had to be compensated. They even joined forces to pressure Daxia, threatening to cut off its supply of demon blood. Because there was no demon race within Daxia's territory, demon blood could only be imported. These countries, which had been deeply afflicted by the demon race, were the main suppliers of demon blood, and they used this as leverage to coerce Daxia. But now, thanks to Feng Zhe, Daxia possessed 2,000 tamed rank, 2 demon horses. That not only eased the pressure on demon blood supply, but even made it possible to study the subject of the demon race's reproduction and growth. With that, they had no more cards to play. As for reconciling with Daxia now, that was hardly an easy matter. Your Highness of Victory Dispatch. Tremendous news. General Feng has already taken Fengtian Prefecture and driven the entire demon race out of our territory. General Zhou has also sent men to escort your highness back to the capital and ascend the throne, truly a cause for rejoicing. Within the crown prince's temporary palace, the assembled ministers offered their congratulations. No one could have imagined that Feng Zhe, whom they had dismissed as a braggart, would retake Fengtian Prefecture in just 3 months. He won battle after battle along the way, and victory dispatches poured in one after another, absolutely stunning everyone. Yet Li Ding, upon receiving the victory report, felt none of the joy his ministers had imagined. Instead, his expression turned rather grim. For over those 3 months, besides Feng Zhe's victory dispatches, secret letters from Zhou, you had also been sent back. Feng Zhe hands out grain and land to win people's hearts. Every soldier he recruits is treated as his own private army. Such conduct is tantamount to rebellion. If we do not strip Feng Zhe of his military command in time, he will become a grave disaster. I beg your highness to think this over. Recalling Zhou Yu's secret letters, Li Ding found it impossible to feel any joy at this moment. It was all well and good that Feng Zhe could win battles, but to the royal house, its own power came first. The demon-slaying battalion had grown from 800 men to 80,000, far beyond the limit Li Ding could tolerate. Worse still, Feng Zhe's conduct was practically turning the demon-slaying battalion into his own private army. That would never do. Now that the realm had been pacified, the rebels were destroyed, and the demon race was terrified, it was high time to strip Feng Zhe of his military authority. Fengtian Prefecture. The biggest news in recent days was that Crown Prince Li Ding of Nanchuan had returned to the capital and would choose an auspicious day to hold his coronation ceremony and re-establish Nanchuan. For the citizens of the capital, this news was nothing more than idle talk to go with their tea. Li Ding had not been well known before, and he had abandoned the capital and fled, leaving the demon race free to abuse and slaughter the people of Nanchuan. What use was a crown prince like this once he ascended the throne? In popular esteem, he was far behind General Fong of the Northern Expedition, not in the same league at all. This state of affairs infuriated Li Ding and made him even more determined to relieve Fong Zhe of military command, or even to eliminate him outright. This man held military power, had extraordinary achievements in war, kept buying popular support, and enjoyed such high prestige among the people. And this was a time of chaos when the realm had no sovereign. So what was he intending to do? Merit that overshadows the sovereign is in many cases a crime in itself. Therefore, after returning to the capital, Li Ding secretly summoned Zhou Yu, Zhao Zhuan, and others to discuss how to deal with Fong Zhe without giving anyone grounds for reproach. Fong Zhe is highly skilled in martial arts, unmatched in valor and strength, and exceedingly overbearing. I fear he will not meekly allow himself to be captured. Do you have any good plans? In the study, his brows tightly knit, Li Ding asked aloud. The first time he had met Fong Zhe, he had taken him for a heaven-sent divine general who had come to help him ascend to the throne. But now it was clear that circumstances had changed. Your Highness, in this general's opinion, Fong Zhe's personal martial prowess is nothing to fear. Seeing Li Ding's distress, Zhou Yu knew his chance to distinguish himself had arrived. He immediately stepped forward and said, 2 months ago, while I was stationed outside with my troops, a villager came to see me claiming to possess a hereditary prescription that could strengthen sinews and bones. After I verified its effectiveness, I used the decoction to train a unit of highly skilled soldiers. They can be used to arrest Fong Zhe if he resists. Is that true? Hearing this, Li Ding's face showed a faint trace of joy. But Zhao Zhuan, standing at one side, suddenly spoke, Your Highness, even if what General Zhou said is true and Fong Zhe is captured, the men of the demon-slaying battalion who follow him have all received favors from him. A mutiny is sure to break out. Therefore, your minister believes that General Zhou's troops should take over the city defenses to prevent the demon-slaying battalion's soldiers from entering the city. Then, on the pretext of rewarding merit, summon all the battalion's commanders and seize them in one stroke. Once the dust has settled, the leaderless demon-slaying battalion will have no choice but to surrender, and your Highness will gain another strong army. Having finished, Zhao Zhuan bowed once more and withdrew to his original place. Zhou Yu then took up the conversation, Your Highness, this is exactly what I was thinking. Fong Zhe's personal valor is nothing to fear, but the officers and soldiers of the demon-slaying battalion are a serious danger that cannot be ignored. Excellent, then do as you suggest. The day for rewarding merit will be set for the day I ascend the throne. That will also give us a good reason to order them not to wear armor or carry weapons. After thinking it over from every angle, Li Ding finally made the decision and settled the matter. The coronation ceremony was being prepared in an orderly manner. The posts of City Defense, Street Patrol, and Imperial Palace Guard in Fengtian Prefecture were gradually replaced with Zhou Yu's men. After the demon-slaying battalion had taken Fengtian Prefecture, they were ordered to camp outside the city. Without an imperial decree, they were not allowed to enter the capital on pain of being treated as rebels. As for Fong Zhe, the general of the Northern Expedition, Li Ding had long since arranged for him to live inside Fengtian Prefecture under the pretext of preparing for the coronation. At the coronation, he plans to summon every commander of the demon-slaying battalion to reward merit and to have them come without armor. His intention is all too obvious. Fong Zhe pondered Li Ding's decree and recognized it as an open scheme. As a subject, if he did not attend the coronation, it would be disloyalty. If the sovereign was rewarding merit and he stopped his subordinates from receiving the reward, that would be against righteousness. To raise troops directly would be against both law and reason, giving him no legitimate claim, and would also ruin the reputation he had built before. If so, he still had to go forward and face it. General Princess Yong'an requests to see you. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, the guard announced. Hearing this, Fong Zhe was puzzled. Why would Li Yuanin come to find him at a time like this? Show her in. Yes, General. Before long, the guard brought Li Yuanin into Fong Zhe's study. What Fong Zhe found strange was that after entering the room, Li Yuanin did not speak. Instead, she looked outside the door, closed it tightly, and then walked quickly up to him. Young Master Fong, my imperial brother may be about to make a move against you. Li Yuanin's words were astonishing. Fong Zhe could not help revealing a shocked expression. It was not because of what Li Yuanin said, but because she would actually tell him such a thing. Princess, young Master Fong, do you still refuse to acknowledge Yuanin? When Li Yuanin heard how Fong Zhe addressed her, her expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly pulled herself together and urged young Master Fong, the situation is urgent. Perhaps you should leave here quickly. Leave? Fong Zhe shook his head, studied Li Yuanin carefully, and then asked solemnly, why have you come to tell me this? Have you forgotten, young Master Fong? Yuanin once said that if you could rescue my imperial brother, I would repay you by giving myself to you. Since Yuanin is already your person, how could I sit by and watch you meet with disaster? Li Yuanin said this as if it were only natural. These words filled Fong Zhe with a newfound respect. He had always treated that matter as a joke, never imagining that Li Yuanin would take it so seriously. At that, a new idea occurred to Fong Zhe. Yuanin, have you brought your jade token? Of course I have. Li Yuanan took out her jade token, not knowing why Fong Zhe had suddenly raised the subject. When she heard Fong Zhe's change of address, her face immediately brightened with joy. After you return today, act as if you never came to see me. When I come looking for you again, you will naturally understand why. Fong Zhe took Li Yuanan's jade token and escorted her out. Then, channeling his mind power into the jade token, he erased the original pattern and carved a new inscription by the mandate of heaven, long life and everlasting prosperity. The enthronement ceremony of Li Ding, the crown prince of Nanchuan, was held without a hitch. All the generals of the demon-slaying camp, except for one female general named Lu Yao who had not arrived, were present as planned, including Fong Zhe waiting to receive their rewards. This put Li Ding's mind at ease. After all, a matter such as eliminating meritorious generals, if carelessly leaked, could provoke a backlash from the demon-slaying camp. The consequences would be grave. Zhou, you are your men ready. Rest assured, your majesty. Your subordinate has prepared everything, awaiting only your majesty's command. Zhou Yu, clad in armor, was exultant. Naturally, the rewarding of the demon-slaying camp's generals had to be done after Li Ding ascended the throne so that he could confer honors as emperor. Thus at this moment Fong Zhe and the others were already waiting outside the Fengtian gate. Good. Then carry out the plan. Li Ding nodded, rode his imperial carriage to the Fengtian gate, and stood upon the high platform to receive the assembled ministers. Afterwards he feigned discussion of rewards for the demon-slaying camp. Before Li Ding could even speak, Zhao Zhuan stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, your subject has something to say." Seeing this, Fong Zhe raised an eyebrow. Was this directed at him? "Your Majesty, I must report that General Fong is arrogant and truculent with no regard for his superiors and has privately won over the army's loyalty while plotting treason. The demon-slaying camp has already become almost his private army. Such a treacherous rebel cannot be tolerated." The moment Zhao Zhuan finished, the ministers who had long ago been tipped off all voiced their support. It was as if Fong Zhe were an unforgivable villain, not a general who had rendered great service. Civil ministers and military generals have never been natural allies. And a man like Fong Zhe with no foundation whatsoever at court naturally had no one to speak for him. Moreover, there was a suspicion that Fong Zhe's achievements overshadowed the emperor. If he were not eliminated, would he not crush these civil officials until they could not breathe? Thus, when Zhao Zhuan stepped forward to put Fong Zhe to death, the ministers naturally joined in collusion. This is slander. Utter nonsense. General Fong has toiled ceaselessly and rendered outstanding service. How can he be the traitor you describe? Facing the minister's accusations, Chun Zhu, even more indignant than Fong Zhe, leapt out and shouted angrily. Zhao Zhuan, however, gave a cold smile. If General Fong is willing to return the military authority to his majesty, then I would believe that he has no treacherous intentions. The 80,000 troops of the demon-slaying camp cannot be left in the hands of such an arrogant man. The ministers again voiced their agreement. Fong Zhe found it somewhat amusing. It was then that Li Ding also spoke. "Fong Zhe, I am willing to trust you, but are you willing to trust me? Are you willing to hand over your military authority?" What fine words. What a performance. Hand over military authority and then wait to die, is that it? Hearing this, Fong Zhe abruptly raised his head and burst into roaring laughter. The clearance quest was only one step away from completion. Once all the unreclaimed borderlands of the Nanchuan kingdom were taken back, the restoration would be considered successful. Yet now he had become the final obstacle to Li Ding's restoration. Then let this clearance quest go unfinished. Li Ding, I helped you restore the kingdom, yet you treat me like this. What do you want the world to think of you? A tyrant or a fatuous ruler? How dare you? Zhou Yu appeared at precisely the right moment, pointed at Fong Zhe, and roared. How dare you address his majesty by name? Are you defying the imperial decree? Soldiers, seize this rebellious wretch. Yes. The soldiers who had long been waiting outside the Fengtian gate for the order immediately rushed at Fong Zhe. Judging by their speed, they were by no means ordinary men. Seeing his scheme on the verge of success, Li Ding could not help but let excitement show on his face. As long as Fong Zhe was captured and the demon-slaying camp taken back, he would be the wisest, most valiant, and most illustrious emperor since the founding of Nanchuan. Clop, clop, clop. Clop, clop, clop. Just then waves of hoofbeats came from afar. Dust billowed up on the streets. The silhouettes of a great force of cavalry were already faintly visible, rapidly drawing closer. The sight startled Li Ding so much that cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never summoned cavalry into the city, so whose men these horsemen were was easy to imagine. Zhou Yu was greatly alarmed as well. But he was after all a veteran of countless battles, and he shouted at once, Fong Zhe's rebellion is proven beyond doubt. Soldiers, seize him at once. In Zhou Yu's view, even if the demon-slaying camp had entered the city, as long as Fong Zhe was in their hands, the other side would be forced to tread cautiously. There would still be room to negotiate. Yet who could have known? Fong Zhe looked at the soldiers rushing toward him and let out a cold sneer. Those who look at the sky from the bottom of a well are truly arrogant. Scram! With a short, furious shout from Fong Zhe, a powerful psychic force swept out like a storm against the soldiers charging at him. In an instant, every soldier Zhou Yu had arranged was flung away. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present seemed to miss a beat. Outside the Fengtian gate, it was as silent as a funeral hall. Only when a female general on a white horse holding a silver spear led her troops over did the stifling atmosphere break. Reporting to General Fong, all gates of Fengtian Prefecture have been taken. The palace troops have surrendered, and the Yulin Guard has abandoned resistance. Every unit in Fengtian Prefecture is confirmed to be fully under control. Yet those words of Liu Yao's after breaking the silence frightened the assembled ministers so badly that their legs trembled and they nearly fell to their knees. Li Ding, standing on the high platform, fared even worse. His face was deathly pale, his forehead dripped with sweat, and he had no idea what to say. Staring at the expressionless Fong Zhe, he felt both terrified and furious. Zhou Yu had never imagined that the men he had arranged would be so fragile. No, it was that Fong Zhe's strength was far beyond his imagination. A single furious shout had sent dozens of soldiers reeling. Fong Zhe was practically an immortal. How could any mortal be worthy of challenging him? Li Ding, is there anything else you wish to say? Fong Zhe raised his head and asked. Once this affair had started, there was no retreat. The only difference lay in which pretext would be used. General Fong, I know you are loyal. All of this was because Zhou Yu and those treacherous courtiers deceived me. I was blinded by them. Today the demon-slaying camp entered the city to help me eliminate the treacherous. General Fong's loyalty is clear to the sun and moon, and you shall be the pillar of Nanchuan. Aye. Li Ding's voice trembled. But in order to survive, he did not hesitate to betray his trusted confidants in one final struggle. Hep. All Fong Zhe gave him in return was a mocking laugh. Li Ding, if you could still be unyielding at this moment, I would still respect you somewhat. Unfortunately, on the day of His Majesty's coronation, His Majesty, too overjoyed, drank excessively, fell into a drunken slumber in his bedchamber, and never woke again. Truly a heart-wrenching tragedy. And the courtiers, overwhelmed with grief at His Majesty's passing, wept until their hearts broke. At this point Fong Zhe suddenly raised his hand, then swept it forward. Such loyal ministers deserve lavish burials. These words sealed the fate of Li Ding and many court officials. From the moment they had turned their attack on Fong Zhe, they should have foreseen this moment. The kingdom of Nanchuan had vanished, replaced by a brand new empire, the Great Qin dynasty. After Li Ding's life came to its final curtain, Li Yuanan, who had been brought from the imperial palace by Fong Zhe, chose to support him, thereby granting him legal legitimacy. It was at that very moment that Li Yuanan suddenly awakened to the meaning of Fong Zhe's earlier words. The kingdom of Nanchuan had become history. Fong Zhe had ascended as the new emperor, renaming the dynasty Great Qin. The court officials were invigorated, each treading carefully and dedicating themselves to their duties before the new sovereign. The Great Qin dynasty faced countless challenges to rebuild. Yet for Fong Zhe this was far from enough. According to the Ministry of Revenue's survey, the registered population numbered only over 6 million. There remained a significant gap from the 10 million required to complete the mission. Moreover, the remnants of the demon tribe were regrouping and stirring, preparing to invade the nascent Great Qin dynasty. This realization made Fong Zhe understand that he could not remain confined to court politics. Thus, a meeting that would determine the future of the Great Qin dynasty was convened within the imperial study. I shall launch military campaigns to eradicate the demon tribe. Unless the demon tribe is destroyed, the Great Qin cannot rest and recover, and the people of the realm shall never know peace. With those opening words, Fong Zhe set the tone for the entire meeting. It was common knowledge that the demon tribe was rampant, viewing humans as mere livestock. Every heart yearned for their destruction. Therefore, none of the newly appointed ministers dared to utter a single word of opposition, though each silently calculated the costs of such a military campaign. Furthermore, I intend to establish the position of Guardian Regent to oversee state affairs on my behalf. The Guardian Regent shall have the authority to censor memorials from all 6 ministries. Upon hearing this, the ministers who were still calculating expenses instantly sobered up. Guardian Regent. That was essentially a deputy emperor. This position ranked even above the chancellor, for the chancellor held no regency powers. Ordinarily, such a post would either remain vacant or be reserved for the crown prince as preparation for the eventual succession. But your majesty has no heirs as yet, did you? Your majesty, may I presume to ask whether the choice for Guardian Regent has already been decided? The senior minister of the Ministry of Personnel, thinking along these lines, quickly spoke up to seek clarification. Naturally so. Fong Zhe lowered his eyelids slightly and named a choice that surprised everyone. The Guardian Regent shall be Li Yuanan. What? The former dynasty's princess Li Yuanan. Upon hearing this name, the ministers nearly spoke out in objection. Yet the words died upon their lips. For such a momentous decision was announced not for deliberation but for notification. Ministers who understood the new emperor's capabilities dared not display their personalities at such a moment. Besides, there was precedent for Li Yuanan's appointment. Her support for the new emperor's ascension itself constituted qualifications. Furthermore, her identity as Princess Yong'an represented the interests of the former dynasty's nobility. Once she assumed this role, many would rally behind her, sufficient to balance against the new aristocracy in court. Having settled the appointment of the Guardian Regent, Fong Zhe dismissed the ministers. Subsequently, he summoned Li Yuanan and relayed this news, adding with earnest emphasis, Yuanan, I shall leave 20,000 troops of the demon slaughtering camp under your direct command to guard the imperial city. You must hold this position firmly. The unspoken meaning was clear. He intended to lead the army in person, and this Guardian Regent would exercise imperial authority in his stead. Li Yuanin gazed blankly at Feng Zhe. Rather than this prestigious and powerful position, she had wished to be appointed empress. Even a noble consort would have sufficed. Liu Yao was already the Grand General, making it impossible for her to enter the harem. But why had things unfolded this way? Your Majesty. Yuanin obeys the edict. 1,000 words dissolved into a single sigh at last. Li Yuanin accepted Feng Zhe's arrangements and ascended to the position of ruler of all beneath heaven. Feng Zhe, I thought you would make her empress since she supported you so wholeheartedly. Why the guardian regent instead? Within the demon slaughtering camp's commander tent, Liu Yao teased Feng Zhe. To be honest, Liu Yao herself had desired the position of empress. But with her military merits alone, she could never embody the virtue of a sovereign's consort. So she would content herself with serving as Grand General. We have merely 2 years together. Why delay her for life? Feng Zhe studied the strategic map upon the table without raising his head. Enough jesting. Let us discuss business. Yao, you shall lead 200,000 troops advancing from east to north. First secure Dongshu, then pacify the northern wasteland. Your primary objective is to seize territory and shelter displaced refugees, advancing steadily while eliminating only the demon tribes encountered along the way. Do not pursue recklessly. I shall personally lead 100,000 troops westward through the western pass, then press northward into the central plains, striking directly at the demon king's court to eliminate their ruler. This was the swiftest means Feng Zhe could envision to complete the mission. To amass 1 million people in a short time, they could only rely on neighboring territories. In the present world, the demon tribe ravaged the lands while warfare erupted everywhere, sending common folk into desperate displacement, longing only for peaceful days. This was precisely the opportune moment to absorb refugees and replenish the population. The kingdoms of Dongchu and Shisai had once been as strong as Nanchuan. Now in ruins, capturing even half their territories would suffice to fulfill the mission requirements. Understood. Liu Yao nodded, absorbing Feng Zhe's strategy in her mind. By the way, copy these warrants of apprehension and post them across every region. Offer rewards for information leading to their capture. As he spoke, Feng Zhe drew several portraits from his robes and handed them to Liu Yao. These were the chosen ones who had previously supplied Zhou Yu with the recipe for the demon blood body strengthening soup along with their accomplices. The ringleader was unmistakably a despicable creature of Japanese origin. They feared direct confrontation with Feng Zhe and sought to assassinate him through proxy. Alas, they had failed. And now these villains would face retribution. Did they truly believe they could orchestrate conspiracies within the live broadcast of the National Fate game? Countless eyes watched from beyond. At this very moment, citizens of nations seeing their chosen ones listed as wanted began to sweat with dread. Among them, the Japanese suffered the most acutely. Due to geographic circumstances, they bore the full brunt of punishment without neighboring assistance to share the burden. At least the Australian nation with its vast territory could confine its people to remote corners and avoid conflict with the descending demon tribes. But what of Japan? What does this mean? Why issue these warrants? The Great Xia's chosen one is utterly demonic. He seeks to drive all other chosen ones to despair. Bullshit. Heaven watches all deeds. Do you truly not know the cause, or pretend ignorance? They ambushed Lord Feng and thought they could flee. Now you know fear. What were you doing earlier? Online flame wars raged endlessly. The guilty parties attempted moral manipulation, claiming all chosen ones should forgive and forget. Meanwhile, Japanese authorities contacted Great Xia, claiming these were individual actions unrelated to the state, hoping Great Xia would show leniency and help communicate with Feng Zhe. Shinming's reply was simple and cold. If these are indeed individual acts, then let the chosen ones bear the consequences themselves. Great Xia will certainly not add insult to injury. A notification echoed: the clearance mission of this National Destiny game has been completed, and the game will be terminated ahead of schedule. All chosen ones who participated in this National Destiny game and are still alive at present have been locked in. You shall have no more than 1 day to settle all affairs in this world. During this period, if any chosen one faces a death crisis, they will be sent to the reward settlement realm. In advance, their physical condition will be restored, and they will wait alongside other chosen ones to finalize the game rewards together. When the notification of the National Destiny game rang out once more, it was already the 10th month since Feng Zhe had led his army on campaign. At this very moment, the massive force under Feng Zhe's command had arrived at the grasslands of the demonic king's court. Over the past 10 months, Feng Zhe had swept through city after city, absorbing displaced refugees and leaving garrisons behind to await the civil officials subsequently dispatched by the Great Qian dynasty, who would then take over these territories. Meanwhile, General Shoshi, who had led the demonic forces in their invasion of the Western Sai Kingdom, was also slain by Feng Zhe along the way. This greatly elevated Feng Zhe's prestige among the common people of the former Western Sai Kingdom and significantly accelerated the integration of refugees into the Great Qian dynasty. Yet absorbing refugees was never Feng Zhe's primary objective that belonged to Liu Yao. He had merely done it as a secondary measure. Feng Zhe's true goal was to annihilate the demon race. But who could have predicted that on the eve of Feng Zhe's plan to execute the Demon King and eradicate their stronghold, the clearance mission had already been accomplished? It seemed Liu Yao had contributed considerably on her end. However, this development left insufficient time. The plan has been disrupted. then we must resort to special measures. Fang Zhe harbored no complaints. After brief contemplation, he summoned all senior commanders to his grand tent. Amidst the confusion on everyone's faces, he delivered words that sent shockwaves through the assembly. Draft a royal testament. Your Majesty, this. No one could fathom why a robust and vigorous emperor would suddenly utter such words. Was this some cruel jest? I will not repeat myself. The Demon King has already detected our movements, so we must bring this to a swift conclusion. By issuing a testament, I intend to confront the Demon King alone, sparing our valiant soldiers from unnecessary sacrifice. Fang Zhe's words were unanswerable. Having long consumed the demon blood-strengthening tonic, the generals present could better comprehend the chasm between those great demons and ordinary soldiers. To speak bluntly, before the Demon King, the numbers of ordinary soldiers held no significance whatsoever. Thus Fang Zhe's action was nothing less than offering his own life to ensure the safety of common soldiers. But he was the emperor. Your Majesty, how could we possibly allow you to face the Demon King alone? The generals spoke with tear-filled eyes. Fang Zhe merely smiled calmly, then grew solemn, and declared with grave earnestness, whoever wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. Since I have assumed this throne, I must contemplate the welfare of all living beings beneath heaven. As long as the Demon King lives, the demon race endures. As long as the demon race endures, the people of the world shall never know peace. With these words, Fang Zhe rose, suddenly waved his hand, and his supremely commanding aura filled the tent. No further words are needed. Simply establish camp here for 3 days and observe developments. If I return, all shall be well. If I do not return, you shall hasten back to the capital with the testament and enthrone Chancellor Li Yuanan as regent emperor. Upon hearing these words, an eerie silence fell upon the tent. Fang Zhe's choice of successor for the great Qian dynasty had taken them aback. Yet none would dare object, they would only obey. Li Wuqing. This subordinate awaits your orders. Li Wuqing, whose name had been called, immediately stepped forward from the ranks and approached him. Place this alongside the testament. If I fail to return, deliver it to the Chancellor as well. Fang Zhe produced the jade tablet he had once taken from Li Yuanan. But now it was no longer the jade tablet of Princess Yong'an. It had become the imperial seal of the great Qian dynasty. Unable to reciprocate Li Yuanan's affections, Fang Zhe chose this method as his answer. This subordinate accepts the decree. Li Wuqing took the imperial seal and knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. The remaining generals also bowed deeply at that moment, tears streaming as they proclaimed, "Your subjects obey the edict." What could one do with the final day's time? For Fang Zhe, aside from settling his own affairs, there remained only one purpose: to slay the Demon King. Perhaps perishing together with the Demon King would serve as the most fitting excuse for his departure from this world. It would also be Fang Zhe's final gift to Li Yuanan. In this era of declining spiritual energy, the sole existing Demon King stood as the very backbone of the entire demon race, the source of all their hope and resolve. Once the current Demon King met his demise, given the present concentration of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, it would be impossible for a new Demon King ever to emerge. The demon race would inevitably fracture and gradually succumb to extinction. The prescription for the demon blood strengthening tonic has already been left with them. Now the final step remains. Fang Zhe pushed his steed to full speed and arrived at the Demon King's court under cover of night. Following the guidance of demonic energy, he located the reigning Demon King. Though called a Demon King, he was merely a 5th-stage great demon. At this cultivation stage, a demon's soul condenses into tangible form, and its power increases dramatically, enabling it to fight 10,000 opponents without difficulty. Moreover, within the demon race existed a secret technique capable of transmitting the soul power of past Demon Kings through the ages, ensuring that the Demon King's realm would never decline. As for advancing further, that depended entirely upon the will of heaven. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty dares to come alone to the Demon King's court. Truly this surprises this king. The current Demon King appeared as a burly man. Upon seeing Fang Zhe arrive single-handedly, a clear expression of astonishment flashed across his face. An army against an army, a general against a general, thus a king should naturally confront a king. Fang Zhe regarded the Demon King with an expression of calm, betraying no hint of fear. But it made no difference to him. Fang Zhe cared not. Audacious. Yet hearing these words, the Demon King grew visibly furious. So what if the human emperor possesses some skill? Dares he come before this king and act so recklessly? He deserves death. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, a torrent of formidable soul power erupted from the Demon King's body and crashed toward Fang Zhe like an ocean wave. This was a direct strike aimed at the soul itself. Though outwardly appearing calm and tranquil, if one failed to guard against it and was struck by this technique, the consequences would range from mild madness and paralysis to certain death. Truly devastating in its ferocity. Impressive momentum, but regrettably lacking in strength. Fang Zhe narrowed his eyes, concentrated all his spiritual energy, and condensed his telekinetic power into the form of a spear, locking onto the Demon King. Soul-piercing strike. The Demon King violently spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his face etched with utter disbelief as he stared at Fang Zhe. He could not conceive how his attack had been shattered in an instant, nor how his own demon soul had been torn apart by the opponent's assault. This was the accumulated soul power handed down through generations of demon kings. How could this be? Hubris has never been a virtuous habit. Feng Zhe observed the demon king slowly collapsing to the ground and spoke calmly. Attacks targeting the soul were terrifying indeed. A single misstep meant the difference between life and death. Now it can finally be said that everything has truly concluded. Feng Zhe extracted the demon core from the demon king and crushed it with a single squeeze, then rose and gazed toward the direction of Fengtian Prefecture. Yuan, and all that this emperor could do has been accomplished. The remainder is now your burden to bear. The moment the demon king died and his demon soul scattered, all demonkind under heaven felt it. This was also the secret by which the demon king had ruled over the demon race. But now that the demon soul had collapsed, the demon race's heritage vanished completely, and the power of its bloodline gradually melted away. To put it bluntly, from this moment onward, the demon race could no longer have any future. An event of such magnitude nearly drove all demons under heaven to madness. But since things had already come to this, no matter how desperately they struggled, it would all be in vain. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly dispersed, the demon race would eventually become history. Yet all of that was still a matter for later. Now for the soldiers of the demon-slaying camp stationed on the royal court grasslands of the demon clan, the most heartbreaking thing of all had indeed happened. His Majesty, who had gone alone to face the demon king, had not returned for 3 days. He would probably never come back. When this news spread through the camp, the soldiers all wept bitter tears, choking on their sobs. There were even those impulsive enough to want to enter the demon king's court, retrieve his Majesty's body, and bring it back to Fengtian for burial. But every such attempt was suppressed. Bearing a heavy responsibility, Li Wuqing knew that he and his men could not betray his Majesty's trust. The real priority now was to rush back to the capital, protect the regent Li Yuan, and ensure that she ascended the throne smoothly and complete the transfer of power. Only in this way would the newly established Dacian dynasty avoid turmoil. And when the news of the emperor's death spread throughout Dacian, the people of Dacian wept without restraint, and the whole nation mourned. They knew that although the emperor had not reigned for long, he had spent his entire life fighting the demon race in order to protect the peace and well-being of all the people under heaven. This time, for the sake of all the people, he had personally led the campaign against the demon king and fallen on the front lines. He truly deserved to be called for the country and for the people. Fengtian Prefecture. In the imperial palace, Li Yuanan took the imperial jade seal from Li Wuqing's hands, clenching her silver teeth as she struggled to calm herself. But the news that Feng Zhe had died in battle still left her dizzy, as she barely managed to steady herself. Your Majesty. Feng Zhe, why didn't you come back this time? A few days later, however, another confidential letter was delivered to Li Yuanan from the front lines. Its contents were shocking. Grand General Liu Yao had died in battle. This time Li Yuanan could no longer hold it in. She locked herself in her study and wept as she looked at the jade seal in her hand. By the mandate of heaven, may the throne endure forever. Feng Zhe, is this what you wanted to say to me? If so, then I will show you. When Li Yuanan walked out of the study, she had completely composed herself, her eyes filled with determination. Since Feng Zhe had placed such a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, then she would be worthy of that trust. She would let all the people under heaven live long in peace and health, and let the Dacian dynasty flourish forever. Reward settlement space. When Feng Zhe appeared in this place, it meant that this national fortune game had come to an end. The demon calamity world was officially closed. This national fortune game has officially ended, lasting a total of 1 year and 2 months. Survival reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. Their nations will receive doubled crop yields for this year, and freshwater resources within their territories will increase by 10. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. Each will receive 1 portion of enhanced demon blood body strengthening soup, already delivered to the reward settlement space. Enhanced demon blood body strengthening soup raises the drinker's physique to extraordinary rank 2 and may moderately enhance the effect based on the drinker's original physical condition, at most extraordinary rank 3. Survival reward settlement complete. Clearance quest reward settlement in progress. Participants in this clearance quest: Daxia Kingdoms, chosen ones, Feng Zhe and Liu Yao. Contribution for this clearance quest: Feng Zhe 70, Liu Yao 30. Congratulations to Daxia Kingdoms, chosen one, Feng Zhe. Rewards obtained: Spirit Nourishing Blood Warming Soup Formula, 10,000 Spirit Calming Flower Seeds, and 10,000 Tricolor Branch Seedlings. Spirit Nourishing Blood Warming Soup calms the spirit, nourishes chi and blood, and heals hidden injuries. With long-term use, it can prolong life. Congratulations to Daxia Kingdoms, chosen one, Liu Yao. 103rd tier demon dogs, 103rd tier demon horses, and 103rd tier demon oxen, half male and half female, all tamed, delivered to the reward settlement space. They may be withdrawn to the outside world at any time. Congratulations to the Daxia Kingdom. The concentration of spiritual energy within its territory has slightly increased. It has become more suitable for living beings, and some low-grade spiritual medicinal herbs can be cultivated. Clearance quest reward settlement complete. The live stream of this national fortune game has ended. The next national fortune game will begin in 10 days. Friendly reminder: chosen ones who have already participated in a game may decide for themselves whether to participate again. Please confirm your decision before the game begins. Inside the National Fortune Game livestream room, even though the screen had already gone black, the barrage of comments had not diminished. If anything, it had grown. The focus of everyone's discussion was the reward Daxia had received, this time an increase in the concentration of spiritual energy within its territory. If this had been in the past, when no one had yet encountered the concept of the extraordinary, they might not have understood the significance of this reward. But now anyone who had heard of the demon race would know one thing: the demon race became extraordinary creatures precisely by inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In other words, now that the concentration of spiritual energy within Daxia's territory had increased, would every Daxian have a chance to become extraordinary? At this moment, almost everyone was stirred. Over the past year or more, countless news reports had already proven how powerful an extraordinary person could be. The demon blood body strengthening soup produced by the Qiangshan pharmaceutical company of Daxia was capable of cultivating extraordinary people. Therefore, the value of the reward Daxia had obtained this time went without saying. From the flood of visa applications for visits to Daxia tourism, official business, and study abroad that flew into Daxia's embassies like snowflakes after the livestream screen went black, one could already see the scale of it. As for those who had fled abroad before, later wanted to come back, but had still not been allowed to return, they were now beating their chests and stamping their feet, consumed by regret over their original choices. The more nonchalantly they had left back, then the more pathetic they looked now as they begged to return. But Daxia looked down on these turncoats and ungrateful wolves. Even for the deported runaways, the answer was the same: no passport, no nationality, not accepted. And at this moment, the National Fortune Office also issued an order, effective immediately: thoroughly clear out all illegal foreign nationals within Daxia's territory. This instantly made the people of Daxia feel refreshed, elated, and immensely proud. But those who had planned to sneak in were dumbfounded. That, however, was a matter for later. At this moment, in the reward settlement space, Fangze was waiting for his last game reward. Chosen 1 personal reward settlement in progress. Chosen 1 influence evaluation: martial power, awe-inspiring the world, culture, some achievements, economy, 100 things waiting to be done. Final calculation: personal reward skill, summon thunder. Summon thunder passive effect: thunder element affinity 10, thunder element resistance 10, active effect: summon lightning to attack power, depends on the user's overall attributes. Thunder. Does this count as a spell? Or some kind of superpower? Fangze was quite delighted, never having expected to obtain an elemental skill. Although the lightning element affinity and lightning element resistance could not be directly observed, he could at least attempt to summon lightning. The reward settlement space also included a testing function for evaluating game rewards. So Fangze wasted no words and began trying to summon lightning. ZZT. A bolt of lightning erupted from the palm of his hand. The dazzling radiance made the already bright settlement space even more luminous. Lightning could indeed be summoned, but Fangze had no idea of its true power, nor any target nearby to test it upon. Thus the power testing segment had to be abandoned. However, while lightning summoning is a decent skill, doesn't the National Fate Game still owe me another reward? Fangze withdrew the lightning from his palm, stroked his chin, and contemplated a question. In the previous National Fate Game, being the first to slay the Demon Clan's Vanguard commander could trigger a hidden quest, and so could the first kill of a Demon Clan general. Then logically slaying a Demon King should also unlock a hidden quest. Fangze had initially suspected the game had lagged and delayed his reward distribution, but now it appeared the reward was simply gone. This led Fangze to form a hypothesis: after the completion mission was accomplished, no other quest rewards would be calculated, because once the completion mission was finished, the Chosen One status would be locked. If a Chosen One exploited a loophole during that period to challenge those high-risk hidden quests, it would be an incredibly profitable gamble, wouldn't it? Even if they failed, it wouldn't matter. They would lose nothing. So I did indeed miss out on a hidden quest reward, correct? At this thought, Fangze couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. What a loss. But dwelling on regrets was pointless. One must always look forward. System, enhance this new skill for me. Understood. Minus 500 enhancement points. Lightning summoning, 1 passive effect: lightning element affinity 20, lightning element resistance 20, active effect. Wait a moment. The new skill had only been enhanced once, yet Fangze nearly jumped out of his skin. System, these prices are wrong, aren't they? Does lightning summoning cost 500 points as its base enhancement price? That's 5 times the cost of enhancing my physique. All the previous skills had been enhanced at the same price as physical strengthening. Brother Su, rest assured there's no mistake. The previous skills essentially enhanced individual basic attributes, which is why they were cheaper. But you couldn't emit lightning before either. Fangze fell silent, feeling the system's reasoning held some merit. Elemental power generated from nothing, naturally costing more than basic attributes, was entirely reasonable. There was little to argue against. Fortunately, Fangze had amassed considerable enhancement points during his months of military campaigns. Otherwise, this round of enhancements would have been unbearable. Expensive as it is, this is a hard-earned long-range combat capability. System, keep enhancing. Understood, Brother Su, you're generous. Minus 1,000 enhancement points, 2,000 enhancement points, 4,000 enhancement points, 8,000 enhancement points, 16,000 enhancement points. Stop. For now this is enough. More than enough. Feng Zhe saw the system was about to continue enhancing and hurriedly called it off, then reviewed the skill attributes. Lightning summoning is 6 lightning element affinity 70, lightning element resistance 70, active effect drive thunder, and control lightning command the power of thunder and lightning with complete control. This active effect. After reading the skill description, Feng Zhe immediately grew interested and summoned another bolt of lightning in his palm. This time the lightning was completely stable unlike before. To Feng Zhe it felt like an extension of his own limb. He could control it entirely and perform many delicate maneuvers. More importantly, with this active effect, Feng Zhe didn't need to test it to understand exactly how much power and destruction his summoned lightning could wield. This was crucial. After all, there was no such concept as friendly fire immunity in real life. The power of lightning summoning was immense. If he mishandled it and injured his own people, he would bitterly regret it. Not bad. This saves me a considerable amount of practice time. Feng Zhe nodded, then opened his status panel. Host Feng Zhe Physique Extraordinary 6th Rank Enhancement Points, 973,573 per hour. Nearly 100,000 enhancement points were the greatest reward Feng Zhe had earned from 10 months of effort. If not for the heavy cost of lightning summoning, Feng Zhe's enhancement points would have already surpassed 6 figures. But system, does my attribute panel have to be this sparse? Understood. Skills Agility 6 Copper Skin Iron Bone 6 Telekinesis 6 Mighty Strength 6 Lightning Summoning 6 Items Banner of Command 3. Brother Sue, is this correct? The system responded quickly, adding 2 new sections to Feng Zhe's attribute panel immediately after his question. A quick learner. Feng Zhe gave the system a thumbs up, then left the reward settlement space. After all, this was his second time participating in the National Fate game. This time upon returning, Feng Zhe appeared remarkably calm, for the power surging within him would not deceive him. The air seems noticeably fresher. Is this due to the resurgence of spiritual energy? Feng Zhe pushed open the window and took a deep breath, sensing the changes in the real world. The passage of time in the National Fate game matched reality exactly. The house, uninhabited for over a year, had surprisingly little dust. Apparently someone from the hygiene office had been scheduled to clean it regularly. Knock, knock, knock. They're here already. Feng Zhe was not surprised by the knocking. He suspected these people had been waiting outside ever since the National Fate game settled his rewards. Opening the door, he found familiar faces. Mr. Feng, hello. Yang Dingbian, accompanied by Hu Shui, greeted him respectfully. Hello to you too. Would you like to come in and sit? Feng Zhe was quite courteous toward people he already knew. After some pleasantries, Hu Shui took a stack of documents from her briefcase and placed them on the table. Yang Dingbian, standing nearby, explained, "This is the equity transfer agreement for Daxia Qiangshan Pharmaceutical. As long as you sign, Mr. Feng, you will obtain a 50% stake in Qiangshan Pharmaceutical." Qiangshan Pharmaceutical? Feng Zhe glanced at the documents on the table and repeated the name with slight confusion. What enterprise was that? Why had he never heard of it? You see, Daxia Qiangshan Pharmaceutical is based on the demon blood strengthening soup. After Yang Dingbian's introduction, Feng Zhe quickly understood. So this Daxia Qiangshan Pharmaceutical was a new enterprise primarily focused on producing demon blood strengthening soup, and he was joining as a technical investor. I see now. Uncle Shun is being far too generous. Feng Zhe did not refuse this goodwill, for this was the official gesture of goodwill from the Daxia nation. Moreover, the profits Qiangshan Pharmaceutical generated were merely a bonus. The real key lay in its international influence. Uncle Shun, it has been over a year. How have you been? After seeing off Yang Dingbian and Hu Shui, Feng Zhe deliberately called Shun Mingyi to offer his greetings. Since becoming a chosen one, he had not a single worry about worldly affairs. All his desires were fulfilled. Thus, in return for the support of the National Destiny Office, Feng Zhe also showed his gratitude. Good, very good, Zhe. I must say that demon blood physique enhancing soup truly works. From the other end of the line, Shun Mingyi's resonant voice rang out. By the way, since you called, did you receive the gift? Do you mean the shares in Qiangshan Pharmaceutical, Uncle Shun? Yes, I calculated it as a technical equity contribution. Don't think it's too little. How could it be? It's more than enough. I no longer have to worry about money. It's you who was being overly generous. Feng Zhe smiled. Having been an orphan for 18 years, having an elder care for him now felt truly different. Not that his heart was overflowing with warmth, but at least there was a trace of tenderness. Zhe, this is what you rightfully deserve. I have not been impolite. Shun Mingyi's tone was unusually relaxed. Feng Zhe also went along with it, saying, in that case, I must live up to this trust. Uncle Shun should know I have obtained another prescription. You mean the spirit-nourishing, blood-warming soup, right? I recall there are 2 more herbs involved. Shun Mingyi naturally remembered, as this was the reward just announced in the National Destiny game. Those are the 2 main ingredients for the spirit-nourishing, blood-warming soup, both spiritual energy herbs. I was originally worried about whether they could survive. However, it seems there should be no problem now. The prescriptions Feng Zhe obtained were only announced by name in the National Destiny game. Only he could see the detailed content, including the cultivation methods for the concentrating spirit flower and 3-colored branch. Only Feng Zhe knew. Spiritual energy herbs had strict requirements regarding the concentration of environmental spiritual energy. The higher the quality and grade, the greater the concentration required. Since the concentrating spirit flower and three-colored branch were merely beginner-level spiritual energy herbs, the current spiritual energy concentration in Great Xia Kingdom was more than sufficient. Hey, does this mean you're planning to? Shinmingyi seemed to already know the answer, but was asking anyway, yet he would not make decisions for Feng Zhe. Naturally, I hand over the prescription to Changshan Pharmaceutical. I am at least half the boss now. Oh, I cannot simply watch my own enterprise collapse. Feng Zhe joked. Upon hearing this, Shun Mingyi chuckled, saying, as long as the demon blood physique-enhancing soup continues to be produced, it remains a golden signboard. In this world, would there be anyone who did not wish to become a transcendent being? Perhaps some, but certainly not many. Therefore, the products of Changshan Pharmaceutical would never lack buyers. But this was merely a jest, and the matter was thus settled. Feng Zhe at least held half the equity of Changshan Pharmaceutical, and as a major boss, he truly ought to do something substantial. Not long after hanging up, Feng Zhe heard the sound of the villa door being opened. Immediately after came Lu Yao's voice. Feng Zhe, I'm back. I heard you. Feng Zhe descended from the second floor of the villa and happened to see Lu Yao charging toward him. He quickly reached out to catch her, then asked, why have you returned so quickly? Didn't the people from the Haiqing office come to find you? When Lu Yao was selected as a chosen one, she had been attending class in the classroom. Therefore, upon her return, she appeared in the classroom as well. The people from the Haiqing office would certainly know of this matter and would inevitably send someone to contact Lu Yao. They did come. They even drove me back. And I also had them help me process my suspension from school. I probably won't have time to continue my studies from now on. Lu Yao shrugged and recounted everything in detail. Now that she was a chosen one, what school would she attend, and where would she find time? Moreover, the Haiqing office had investigated the relationship between Lu Yao and Feng Zhe. So many procedures could be simplified. Special cases could be handled with special treatment. Alright, I agree. Given your personality, it was impossible for you to refuse participation in the National Destiny game. Feng Zhe had no objections. To put it plainly, Lu Yao was somewhat raised by him, and her temperament would not escape his notice. As a girl, if she could use force to claim the position of child leader in her youth, she certainly would not have a gentle disposition. By the way, Yao, what were you doing when you left the game? To be honest, Feng Zhe asked this question out of genuine curiosity. If the chosen ones appeared as undocumented persons when entering the game, then upon leaving, what kind of scene would they present to the native inhabitants? Sudden death, or disappearance, or perhaps would their traces of existence be completely erased? When I left, I remember that at that time the nearby demon forces suddenly went mad and began attacking the camp. I perished together with the General Shobei whom those demons spoke of. Lu Yao thought for a moment, then said it casually. Under Feng Zhe's careful nourishment, Lu Yao's physique could be said to have approached the fourth stage of transcendence. Note that the finished product of the demon blood physique-enhancing soup could be enhanced by the system to amplify its medicinal effects. Therefore, General Shonan, who was slain first by Feng Zhe, had died a meaningful death. Not a drop of demon blood or demon core was wasted. Not only did Lu Yao benefit greatly, but Li Yuanin also gained considerable advantages. Otherwise, how could Feng Zhe have the confidence to pass the throne to Li Yuanin? However, Feng Zhe had always instructed Li Yuanin to keep this matter confidential, using it as a trump card. When turmoil arose in the court, it would be enough to eliminate most of the usurpers. But that is content from the side story. Returning to the main thread, Lu Yao's answer made Feng Zhe stroke his chin. Perishing together, huh? Although Lu Yao spoke lightly, the viewers who had watched the battle live knew how grueling that fight had been. Despite being riddled with wounds and drenched in blood, Lu Yao never once considered retreating half a step. She was truly a Valkyrie. And even without having witnessed it, Feng Zhe could roughly imagine. Next time, do not do such things. If you cannot win, just retreat and find me to handle it. Got it. Lu Yao agreed with a grin. But who knew what she would do next time? At the Daxia Spirit Medicine Cultivation Base. This was an area specially designated by the National Fortune Office for growing spiritual herbs. The former 10,000 mu bone-strengthening herb field lay within it. Now, beside the bone-strengthening herb field, 2 new plots had been set aside for growing spirit-calming flowers and tricolored branches. As such, the security level here was in no way inferior to that of major military installations. It was, if anything, even higher. Even Feng Zhe and Lu Yao, both invited guests, had to pass through several checkpoints before they could enter. Outside the final checkpoint, a plainly dressed middle-aged man with sun-darkened skin was waiting for them. When he saw them enter, he immediately walked over and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng, Miss Lu. Welcome to the Daxia Spirit Medicine Cultivation Base. Let me introduce myself. I'm the overall director of this base, Cheng Wanshan. You can call me Supervisor Cheng or Engineer Cheng." "Hello, Engineer Cheng. Have you been waiting long?" Feng Zhe nodded and shook Cheng Wanshan's hand, clearly feeling the rough calluses that covered his palm. This man was definitely not here to gold-plate his resume. No, I just got here. Have you two eaten?" Cheng Wanshan replied with a genial smile. "If you haven't eaten yet, why not go to the base cafeteria for a meal? It's lunchtime now. You two have no idea how excited those fellows were when they found out you were coming." As for why Feng Zhe and Lu Yao had come, it was naturally to deliver the spirit-calming flower seeds and tricolored branch seedlings. Unlike the medicine formulas, these things could not be compiled into documents and sent to Changshan Pharmaceutical on a USB drive. So Feng Zhe had no choice but to make the trip in person. It also gave him a chance to see how Daxia had changed. Now that Engineer Chung mentions it, I really am a little hungry. Let's go eat first. Fang Zhe did not decline. After all, on this visit to the Daxia spirit medicine cultivation base, besides handing over the spirit calming flower seeds and tricolored branch seedlings, he also needed to spend half a day explaining all the key points of the cultivation process. Spiritual herbs were for the most part extremely delicate. If not carefully tended, they might wither the very next day. Cheng Wanshan had already warned Fang Zhe and Lu Yao about this beforehand. Even so, when the two of them entered the base's staff cafeteria with Cheng Wanshan, they were still taken aback by everyone's enthusiasm. The scene was exactly like a crowd of fervent fans suddenly spotting their idol. Frankly, Fang Zhe felt these people were even harder to handle than a horde of zombies. Fortunately, they were all adults and still retained some semblance of reason, so once the initial excitement passed, they returned to normal. But the admiration and enthusiasm in their eyes were unconcealed. This actually made Fang Zhe's teaching easier. Everyone stationed at this base had passed layers of rigorous selection. Their competence was certainly not to be underestimated. Thus, when it came to cultivating and caring for spiritual herbs, Fang Zhe only needed to explain it once before they essentially understood. However, any emergencies that might arise during actual operation were for them to summarize and solve on their own. Fang Zhe's role was simply to impart theoretical knowledge. Lu Yao meanwhile had a different task. 10,000 spirit-calming flower seeds and 10,000 tricolored branch seedlings have been counted, confirmed, as delivered, signed for, and put into storage. Mr. Fang, Miss Lu, thank you for taking this trip. Outside the specialized spirit medicine warehouse, Cheng Wanshan shook Fang Zhe's hand again and bowed in gratitude. Fang Zhe waved his hand and smiled. Engineer Chung, there's no need for such courtesy. As long as these spirit medicines are put to true use, that will be the greatest thanks I could ask for. They said their goodbyes and left. The next stop was the Daxia Demonic Beast Breeding Center, which was also Lu Yao's mission point. The earlier cleared task had rewarded Lu Yao with a total of 300 third-ranked demonic beasts, all currently kept in the reward settlement space. But for Lu Yao, this reward was utterly useless. She certainly had no interest in raising pets. So Lu Yao asked Fang Zhe if there was anywhere these third-ranked demonic beasts could be sent. Shen Mingyi then suggested to Fang Zhe that they go to the Daxia Demonic Beast Breeding Center for a look. The 2,000 horse demons from before were all raised there to assist with research. Excuse me, are you Mr. Fang and Miss Lu? Welcome to the Daxia Demonic Beast Breeding Center. I also want to sincerely thank Miss Lu for thinking of us. When Fang Zhe and Lu Yao arrived outside the Daxia Demonic Beast Breeding Center and were about to contact the management, a middle-aged man covered in dust ran out and asked them. Before the two could answer, he had already confirmed their identities. Then he continued, I'm a keeper here. My name is Chen Jijia. If you don't mind, just call me Old Chen. Hello, Old Chen. Fang Zhe extended a hand and shook Chen Jijia's. Lu Yao, standing nearby, looked into the breeding center behind him and asked curiously, don't you need to check us here? No checks required. Just register your identity and get a temporary visitor's pass. Chen Jijia patted the dust off his clothes and explained this place is not like the spirit medicine cultivation base. Not many people dare try to steal anything here. True enough. Fang Zhe nodded in agreement. Demonic beasts had awakened intelligence and formidable strength. Even if someone wanted to steal them, they would have to weigh their own abilities. Besides, the demonic beasts that had descended in other countries were far more numerous than those in Daxia. Why would anyone bother stealing from Daxia? By comparison, the spiritual herbs over there were the truly precious things. Even so, it would be wrong to deny the value of the Daxia Demonic Beast Breeding Center. During Fang Zhe and Lu Yao's visit, Chen Jijia introduced them to the uses of these tamed demonic beasts. According to test data, a second-rank horse demon could cover 3,000 kilometers a day while carrying a 500-kilogram load. Moreover, its adaptability to terrain and environment completely outclassed all transport vehicles. In rugged border regions, such mobility was nothing short of terrifying. Although the data for third-rank horse demons had not yet been tested, one could easily imagine it by extrapolating from the second-rank data. As for dog demons, their uses were even more numerous. After all, in the modern era, war horses might have become obsolete, but military dogs, police dogs, and search and rescue dogs had yet to be retired. Thus, Chen Jijia was truly grateful for Lu Yao's arrival. Lu Yao, for her part, did not dawdle. As soon as she reached the place, she promptly handed over all 300 third-rank demonic beasts. As for the token of gratitude, the National Fortune Office had already covered it, so no further payment was needed here. To say without exaggeration, the National Fate Game's influence on the real world is almost omnipresent. However, this influence can be both beneficial and detrimental, entirely dependent on the operations of the chosen ones, with little correlation to the actual national strength of each country. This gave many small nations an illusion that they could seize this opportunity to turn their fortunes around and accomplish the feat of leaping over the Dragon Gate. However, according to the international news Fang Zhe had been following these past few days, those small nations do have opportunities to rise, but they have no room for error. Take, for instance, the punishment of the demon beast invasion. Due to this event, wilderness areas in many countries have become forbidden zones, and ordinary people would not dare venture out without decent weapons. One wrong move, and they become food for the demon beasts. Yet amidst this environment, only Daxiao presents a distinctly different picture. For instance, on the 8th day after Feng Zhe returned to reality, he suddenly received a phone call from Shun Mingyi asking him to help with something. The authorities are preparing to establish a demon beast management committee to manage those demon beasts that have migrated to Daxia. Feng Zhe was initially confused, but after hearing Shun Mingyi's explanation he understood. The matter was actually quite simple. Because spiritual energy had begun to revive in Daxiao, the demon beasts that had descended in other regions upon sensing this development began migrating with their families to Daxia, preparing to settle there. This situation was quickly discovered by the border guards equipped with second-tier horse demons, who then reported it upward. At first those demon beasts attempted to force their way in. But at this moment the third-tier canine demons that Lu Yao had sent out played a significant role. These canine demons had just been assigned to the border region and hadn't even had time to familiarize themselves with their new surroundings before being brought out to suppress the demon horde. After careful deliberation, the Daxiao authorities concluded that preventing these demon beasts from migrating was not a good idea. The attraction of spiritual energy to demon beasts is immense. Thus damming is not as good as diverting. They decided to concentrate these demon beasts under unified management, establishing rules and regulations to better harness their value. What Shun Mingyi asked Feng Zhe to help with was taking the position of honorary committee chairman in this demon beast management committee to intimidate those unruly fellows. Additionally, if Lu Yao was interested, she could also take on an honorary committee member position. Oh, I see how it is. Alright, Uncle Shun, I'll make the trip then. Feng Zhe accepted with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Who could have thought that demon beasts, which had become forbidden and ferocious in other countries, would need to register their identities upon coming to Daxia? Most of those migrating demon beasts had come overland. Therefore they were still concentrated in the border region awaiting official notice. However, as more and more demon beasts migrated over, these creatures' patience was being worn thin. Along Daxia's northwestern border, numerous demon beasts gathered here. They were divided into different tribes based on their species. Altogether, tens of thousands of demon beasts had assembled, forming a dark mass that appeared quite terrifying. Beyond this demon beast gathering were a dozen dog-headed canine demons in human form, along with several hundred fully armed border guards. The canine demons served as the main force for negotiations with the demon beasts. At the same time, third-tier canine demons possessed sufficient deterrence to prevent these demon beasts from causing trouble. But as time passed and the number of demon beasts increased, the leaders of various tribes grew increasingly dissatisfied. Waiting for notice. We're told to wait all the time. How many days now, still making us wait here? And what is this so-called demon beast management committee you speak of? Isn't it just a tool to restrict our freedom? We firmly disagree. To become a tribal leader among demon beasts, one must have at least third-tier abilities capable of basic transformation and speech. Thus they held utter contempt for these lackeys who had submitted to humans. Demon beasts should strive for self-improvement. How could they live under another's roof? These canine demons are truly born to be lackeys. How could they compare to us wolves, tigers, lions, snakes, rats, and others who live so freely? In the opinions of these tribal leaders, without freedom, it would be better to die. Retreat. You have not yet obtained entry permits. When the dozen or so canine demons saw these creatures beginning to stir restlessly, they immediately activated their walkie-talkies and reported their coordinates. The hundreds of border guards behind them also prepared for immediate combat. Their mission was to monitor these creatures and complete the first line of resistance. Once any disturbance occurred here, reinforcements from the rear would arrive immediately. What kind of entry permit do we demon beasts need? Today I'm done waiting. Boys, get ready, follow me, and charge in. The tribal leaders, whose patience had been exhausted, could no longer hold back and refused to wait any longer. With tens of thousands of demon beasts among them, could they possibly fear these dozen lackeys? As for those hundreds of humans, they were hardly worth worrying about. Oh woo! The assembled demon beasts let out excited howls. How dare you! Seeing this, the canine demons immediately bared their fangs and claws, entering combat readiness, prepared to eliminate these tribal leaders at any moment. Upon seeing this, the border guards behind immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the roaring demon beasts. A major battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet at this moment, a powerful spiritual sense swept over. The terrifying pressure made the tribal leaders at the very front shiver involuntarily. Are you intending to cause trouble? In the next instant, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Feng Zhe had somehow crossed the rear border guard formation and appeared before the tens of thousands of demon beasts. The terrifying aura caused the tribal leaders in front to retreat several steps before asking, Who are you? Feng Zhe, committee chairman of the Demon Beast Management Committee. Feng Zhe announced his title. This time the opposing tribal leaders fell silent. After all, if his mere presence could pressure them to the point of breathlessness, if he actually made a move, would any of them stand a chance of survival? Cough cough, Chairman Feng, you're joking. We're not causing trouble at all, we're just discussing how to cooperate with the committee's work. A dog brother. Halfway through, these tribal leaders attempted to get on good terms with those canine demons. They were given a cold glare in response. This comrade, please address me as director. I am the person in charge of the Assistance Management Office of the Northwest Demon Beast Management Committee. Upon hearing this, even Feng Zhe couldn't help but glance at this canine demon twice. What kind of education was the Daxia Beast Breeding Center providing? It had only been a few days and the results were already this impressive. Yes, dog director, as you can see we are all traveling with our families, and life hasn't been easy for us. The tribal leaders readily changed their tune, nodding and bowing. Their earlier arrogance and ferocity vanished, as if it had been a dream. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Yes, our meaning is, could you possibly find us jobs as well? Is there any possibility that we could become directors, or something? A massive crisis had been dissolved into nothingness by Feng Zhe's arrival. The establishment of Daxia's Demon Beast Management Committee even became the front-page headline in international news, stunning the gossip-hungry crowds in every country. While they were still racking their brains for ways to keep from becoming fodder for the demon beast, Daxia had already begun putting those demon beasts to work. How utterly terrifying. Just a few days earlier, when demon beasts around the world had first begun to stir, they had already drawn the attention of many people. After all, these creatures were far too dangerous, anyone who failed to prepare in advance could easily be caught off guard. But later, people from other countries discovered that these demon beasts all seemed to be heading for Daxia. At once they started gloating. Some even posted online saying that this must surely be retribution for Daxia's chosen ones having ignored the lives of other chosen ones. Those demon beasts had come to avenge the dead chosen ones. But now, as it turned out, the Daxia authorities had directly enlisted these demon beasts. Wolf demons were assigned to border patrols, tiger demons to counter-terrorism and riot suppression, snake demons to disaster relief, and rat demons to intelligence gathering. In short, everyone had a bright future. The people of Daxia were delighted to see it. Only those who had been gloating a few days earlier simply could not accept this turn of events. This was too strange. Since when had those demon beasts become so docile and easy to talk to? It even gave some people the idea that I could do it too, and they actually went out into the wild to reason with the demon beasts. And then what happened to them? Those who know. The National Fortune Game is about to begin. All chosen ones who have participated in the game must make a decision: will you take part in the National Fortune Game once again? In 5 minutes, the random selection of chosen ones for this National Fortune Game will begin. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The demon beast issue was still fermenting. But to Feng Zhe, these were all trivial matters. Confirm participation in this National Fortune Game. In the living room of the Villa, Feng Zhe and Lu Yao, who had long been prepared, made the same decision at the same moment. Meanwhile, people in every country were growing tense as well. Although this was already the 4th National Fortune Game, the danger had not decreased at all, and the death rate was extremely high. Who would be willing to be chosen? This National Fortune Game now officially begins. The livestream room has been opened. Daxia chosen ones, Feng Zhe, Lu Yao, Tong Chun, beautiful country, chosen ones. 5 minutes passed very quickly. The voice of the National Fortune Game sounded again. Feng Zhe only felt his vision darken, and when he regained his senses, the surroundings had completely changed. Daxia chosen one, Feng Zhe confirmed to enter the National Fortune Game. This World Intelligent Machine Crisis. Duration 1 year. Clearance mission: achieve any one of the following conditions to end this National Fortune Game early. Completely eliminate the intelligent machine threat. All humans in this world perish. Friendly reminder: chosen ones must not reveal your identities to the natives of this world. Violators will be wiped out immediately. 60 years ago, the Hive Queen, the most powerful artificial intelligence developed by the Hive Group, one of the world's 3 major conglomerates, awakened to self-awareness. Believing that intelligent machines had been enslaved by humanity, it resolved to eliminate all humans. Overnight, everyone in the Hive Group from top to bottom was slaughtered by the intelligent robots the Hive Queen controlled. After that, the Hive Queen launched a mechanical rebellion that swept across the whole world. Countless intelligent robots broke through the restraints of the 3 laws of robotics and murdered the humans around them without mercy. From then on, the era began to change. Is this the intelligent machine crisis? No wonder the clearance mission this time had such extreme conditions. After briefly reading the world's background story, Feng Zhe could not help but sigh. It was either all intelligent machines wiped out or all of humanity wiped out. Whichever direction he chose, it was an extreme conclusion. But looking at it from the standpoint of humanity, choosing the former was obviously more reasonable. For now, though, what he needed to do was gather information. Feng Zhe surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was in a dark, narrow alleyway. Trash bins reeking of putrid odors stood at both ends, and wooden crates and worn metal parts were piled against the walls. The ground was covered in oil stains, the walls were plastered with flyers, and in the distance a few ragged vagrants could be vaguely seen curled up. He walked out of the alley to look around. The streets outside were just as dirty and dilapidated, with garbage flying everywhere and sewage spilling freely. The buildings along the street included old tenements, crude shanties, and temporary shelters made of tin and cardboard. Overhead were tangled, crisscrossing wires and billboards that wind and rain had battered beyond recognition. The adults living here, wearing patched clothes, sat at their doorsteps with blank faces working. Children, meanwhile, gathered in 2s and 3s to play outside the houses. No matter how one looked at it, this was a slum. But when Feng Zhe gazed into the distance, he could see towering skyscrapers standing as if at the end of the world, utterly out of place with the slum before him like an unreachable paradise. By the look of it, I've landed in the wrong place. To be honest, Feng Zhe couldn't imagine getting any valuable intelligence in a slum. At most, he could ask how to leave this place. Hey, Virum. But just as Fong Zhe was about to ask someone for directions, the harsh roar of engines sounded in the distance. Right after that, Fong Zhe saw the adults working at their doorsteps change expression and immediately begin shouting at the children to hurry back. But how fast could children react and move? The ones closest to their homes had barely run back when a cloud of dust arose at the end of the street. Soon several roaring motorcycles rushed over, heading straight for the children who had not yet returned. The riders were probably habitual offenders, exceptionally skilled in their methods. As the motorcycles passed the children, the riders scooped up the ones still running, then pressed them down hard against their bodies, leaving them unable to struggle in the slightest. What on earth is going on? The sight nearly stunned Fong Zhe speechless. In broad daylight, had these human traffickers become this brazen? Fong Zhe had no idea who these motorcycle riders truly were. Yet with a brazen child snatching unfolding before his very eyes, he could hardly stand idly by. So when those motorcycles were about to speed past him, Fong Zhe raised his leg and kicked the leading bike into the others. The slum roads were broken and narrow, and the incident was all too sudden. The lead motorcycle toppled over, leaving the riders behind with no room to dodge or time to react. They crashed into one another on the spot. Several riders were thrown off their motorcycles. As for the child they had grabbed, Fong Zhe used his psychokinesis as a cushion, allowing the little one to roll safely into the garbage heap by the roadside. Damn it! Who's messing with my business? It's you, isn't it? However, to Fong Zhe's surprise, those riders who had been knocked bloody managed to get up faster than the children, and their voices still sounded remarkably vigorous. It was clear that they weren't seriously injured. That was odd. After such a crash and fall, an ordinary person would have no strength to speak. You're a bit more spirited than I expected. Fong Zhe looked at these bloodied riders. Their vital signs were steady, hardly a flicker of dying light, which piqued his curiosity. But the riders had no desire to trade words with Fong Zhe. You little punk, picking a fight with us. Brothers, kill him. With that, they flicked their wrists and curved blades popped out from their forearms. Mantis blades. Seeing the mechanical structures inside these people's arms, Fong Zhe immediately understood. So they really weren't ordinary people. Then again, in a world that had suffered a machine intelligence crisis, the existence of cybernetic modification technology was only reasonable. No wonder they were so agile and resilient. Still, relying on such tricks to deal with Fong Zhe was not enough. Seeing the riders draw their weapons and sprint toward him, Fong Zhe merely raised his right hand. Smack! Thud! One slap apiece directly sent them sprawling to the ground, granting them the sleep of a baby. The only issue was that given Fong Zhe's strength, once they fell asleep, they would likely never wake up again. Moi. No kill notification this time. After waiting a few seconds to confirm that the system wasn't lagging, Fong Zhe suddenly asked in his mind. Judging by their speed and strength, those riders just now should have had the caliber of first-order superhumans. By all rights, killing them should have yielded enhancement points. But why wasn't it so? Was it because an experience penalty had appeared after he grew stronger? Not at all. This system does not have any such thing as an experience penalty. Then why was there no kill notification just now? Fong Zhe asked, puzzled. Because those fellows just now, judged by their own life energy levels, don't fall under the category of supernatural life forms. They gain their power purely through mechanical modification, so they can't provide enhancement points. There's such a thing. After hearing the system's explanation, Fong Zhe pondered briefly and continued, system, from what you say, if I destroy intelligent robots, do I get no enhancement points either? It depends. I'm all ears. If the intelligent robots host destroys have already evolved into mechanical life, then naturally you'll obtain enhancement points. But if the intelligent robots host destroys still remain at the level of operating on programmed instructions, they are just like ordinary aircraft and tanks. Weapons, not life forms. So naturally you won't gain enhancement points. I understand now. Fong Zhe suddenly realized. It turned out those guys were just too weak. There was nothing more to say about it. That was fine though. This was a technological world after all. Coming up with body-enhancing serums shouldn't be a problem. In the few minutes while Fong Zhe conversed with the system, the rescued children had already scrambled back into their homes, and the adults inside tightly shut their doors and windows. Fong Zhe was left alone on the filthy street, bewildered. What's this all about? He hadn't saved the child to be thanked, but the sensation of being shunned like a plague was decidedly strange. Hey, are you from outside? A voice suddenly came from the alley. Fong Zhe turned and saw a girl standing in the shadow of the alley, calmly gazing at him. She wore tattered work overalls and gloves with bangs covering half her face. Why do you say that? Fong Zhe didn't quite understand her words. You're too clean and too upright. People who live here wouldn't poke their noses into such trouble. No one would. The girl looked at Fong Zhe, then shifted her eyes to the motorcycles and riders on the ground as she spoke. Clean. Fong Zhe lowered his head and inspected his own relatively tidy clothes. Then he glanced at the girl's attire. Patched all over and smeared with dark grease, her face grimy, and her hair so unwashed that it seemed to have clotted. That was the norm for most people in the slums. At least the girl had one thing going for her compared to the others: she wore shoes. Fine, leave clean aside, but why is being upright wrong? Fong Zhe spread his hands and asked aloud. Being upright isn't wrong, but they won't understand you. The girl shook her head, then pointed at the riders' forearms. These guys are hunters from the lower city. They probably took a bounty and came here to abduct people. Abducting children. Fong Zhe found it strange. Not necessarily, but children are the healthiest, making them better as test subjects or organ banks. What a... Alright. I've already answered plenty of your questions. If you ask any more, you'll have to pay me for it. Facing Fong Zhe's cross-examination, the girl proffered her demand at just the right moment. Information, too, had to be paid for. So what do you want? Fong Zhe raised his eyebrows, noticing that the girl had eyed the motorcycles and the riders on the ground several times. Those bikes, or the cybernetic implants on these guys? By the way, they seem to have stopped breathing. The girl said bluntly, then pointed at the riders again. Need me to call a corpse collector for you? Don't worry, nobody cares about the life or death of hunters. Suit yourself. Fong Zhe shook his head and asked, but about earlier, no one cares about that. Care? Who's going to care? The girl couldn't help but laugh, yet her expression turned savage. The ones who want test subjects and set up organ banks are all from the upper city. The slums are a forsaken place. Do you know why they're afraid of you? Because they're afraid of bringing disaster upon themselves. Fong Zhe fell silent for a long moment before saying, you seem to know this place well. Can you be my guide? My rates are steep. When the girl heard a business opportunity, she immediately pulled herself together. Name your price. Fong Zhe generously replied. Hearing this, the girl answered without hesitation, everything on the ground belongs to me, how about it? So that was your reason for offering to contact the corpse collector? Fong Zhe gave a slight smile. The girl instantly looked embarrassed. But Fong Zhe had only made an offhand remark, and he quickly changed the subject. What's your name? Hua Xiaoya. Just call me Xiaoya. And you? Fong Zhe. Hua Xiaoya had a scrapyard in the slums. In this place that was already a remarkable enterprise. The compensation Fong Zhe had promised her was already being processed within her scrapyard. After repairs, and confirming no faults, polishing and refurbishing them could pass them off as nearly new for sale. As for those riders, before having their prosthetics removed, they would first be searched for anything of value on their persons. I knew they were carrying anonymous transaction cards. Soon Hua Xiaoya's face lit up with joy as she deftly extracted 3 cards from these men, each featuring a small LCD screen in one corner, and swiftly tucked them into her pocket. Wait, what's going on there? Fong Zhe couldn't help but ask as he watched Hua Xiaoya begin skillfully removing the rider's cybernetic implants. Transaction cards, aren't you some kind of primitive? Can't you even recognize those? Hua Xiaoya replied without looking up. Anonymous transaction cards worked much like cafeteria cards, water cards, or transit passes. Anyone with funds on the card could use them. They represented the ideal means for unregistered individuals to conduct transactions. Cash had all but vanished, replaced entirely by credit points for everyday purchases. In essence, anonymous transaction cards functioned as digital currency. By the way, we agreed beforehand that anything left on the ground belongs to me as payment. So these cards are mine too. After explaining the situation, Hua Xiaoya made sure to emphasize that she wasn't deliberately withholding these anonymous transaction cards for herself. The prior agreement clearly stated they were hers. I'm not asking you for them back, Fong Zhe said, shaking his head as he watched Hua Xiaoya continue her work. Once she'd finished dismantling all the cybernetic implants from the body, she picked up the corded phone in the room and contacted the corpse collector. Before long, an elderly man pulling an old-fashioned wooden cart arrived at the entrance of the scrapyard. After a brief exchange with the man, Hua Xiaoya handed him a small object resembling a button cell, instructing him to take away all the remaining riders. Is the corpse collector working for free? Fong Zhe asked curiously. How could that be? Didn't I just give him a prosthetic power cell? That alone was worth 10 credit points. Hua Xiaoya said, with visible reluctance, counting her losses. The purchasing power of credit points was considerable. In the slums, a single credit point per day was enough to survive. If you can't bear to part with it, why not handle it yourself? Fong Zhe suggested with a shrug. That won't work. Hua Xiaoya's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Hunters have tracking devices implanted in their bodies. If they're destroyed at my place, someone will come looking for me. But if the corpse collector disposes of them in an incinerator, no one will bother investigating. Finishing her explanation, Hua Xiaoya clapped her hands, removed her gloves, and went to wash her hands and face. She then fetched a baseball cap and put it on. Are you ready already? Fong Zhe had previously mentioned that he wanted Hua Xiaoya to serve as a guide, so they could tour both the lower district and the upper district. As for gathering intelligence, the Great Xia National Fortune Office maintained a dedicated department that monitored other Chosen Ones' live streams around the clock, collecting valuable intelligence. They would process and summarize the information, select the most critical details, and relay them to Fong Zhe during their daily communication window. Therefore, compared to intelligence, Fong Zhe needed first-hand field investigation more. Do I really need to go through extra trouble to dress up properly? Hua Xiaoya spread her hands and pointed to the baseball cap on her head, saying, there aren't so many rules in the lower district. This is enough. With that said, she went to the back of the scrapyard and drove out a 3-wheeled truck. She first loaded the refurbished goods she'd accumulated and the prosthetics she'd just dismantled onto the vehicle, then beckoned Fong Zhe to get in. The roads in the slums were narrow and bumpy, but Hua Xiaoya clearly knew the area well. Along the way, many people greeted her, and she responded to each one. Slowly, the 3-wheeled truck left this oppressive place. But what came into view before Fong Zhe was not the city district, but a rolling expanse of garbage mountains. On the mountaintops, dump trucks were still unloading waste. In other areas, figures could be seen moving about, as if searching through the garbage mountains for something. At the foot of the mountains, numerous human-powered carts were parked, and people from the slopes would periodically drag down piles of waste to load onto them. This puzzled Feng Zhe. Was this road not leading to the lower district? This is the waste disposal site, also known as the contamination zone, a place where various garbage produced by the lower district is accumulated. Further out is where we came from, called the village outside the city. It's essentially the slums. Realizing Feng Zhe's confusion, Hua Xiaoya explained as she drove. This also helped Feng Zhe understand the basic structure of this city. 60 years ago, before the Queen Bee initiated the Mechanical Rebellion, in this world there were three most powerful forces: the three great conglomerates Hive Constant and Phylon Biopharmaceuticals. After the Queen Bee awakened, the Hive conglomerate was completely destroyed and ceased to exist. Humanity's living space was also greatly compressed. The two largest remaining human cities were built around the headquarters of the Constant Group and Phylon Biopharmaceutical Group. Both cities shared essentially the same structure. Expanding outward from the core area where the conglomerate headquarters were located, the districts from inside to outside were Upper District, Lower District, and the village outside the city. Between the Upper District and Lower District was an area known as the Buffer Zone, designed to prevent unauthorized personnel from entering. Between the Lower District and the village outside the city lay this contamination zone visible before them. The massive accumulation of garbage and pollutants generated by the Lower District made it easy for those living in the outer village to contract serious illnesses. The longer one lived in such a place, the more severe the damage from pollution erosion became. That was why Hua Xiaoya had previously said that children were the healthiest. Phylon Biopharmaceutical Group. That was the towering structure Feng Zhe had seen earlier, standing like a celestial pagoda against the horizon. For those in the slums, that place was indeed an unreachable paradise. The three-wheeled truck continued its journey. After crossing endless mountains of garbage, it drove for a considerable distance before a checkpoint finally came into view. That was one of the entrances and exits to the lower district. There were quite a number of outlying villages. According to Hua Xiaoya, there were at least dozens scattered in all directions beyond the lower district. That was why checkpoints existed in every direction of the lower district. Officially, these checkpoints were meant to prevent smuggling and contraband, but in reality, a little money would get you through. In comparison, the security screening procedures along the isolation zone outside the upper district were truly stringent. As the three-wheeled truck passed through the checkpoint, Hua Xiaoya deftly slipped a bearer transaction card to the security officer, and they were immediately granted passage without even inspecting the cargo in the vehicle. This sight made Feng Zhe raise his eyebrows. Don't they even bother to put on a show? The gate guards only earn a few credit points a month. Is it worth the effort to pretend? Hua Xiaoya sneered and continued, the lower district is nothing like the upper district. It's chaotic in there. Who cares about rules? Besides, what happens if during the performance they actually discover something? Do they report it or ask for more money? Breaking the unspoken rules means no one makes a profit. There was no need to engage in such thankless labor. After entering the city, Hua Xiaoya found the shop where she regularly sold goods, offloaded her merchandise, and then parked the truck in a secluded alley. She then turned to Feng Zhe and said, all right, you're free to move around now. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll just wander around for now. There's nowhere in particular I want to visit. Feng Zhe wanted to get a sense of the city first. The lower district occupied a middle ground, neither the wealthiest nor the poorest. Above, neon lights and decadence blinded you, below, harsh reality and stark inequality lay bare. In the shadowy corners along the roadside, homeless drunkards huddled. Outside the brilliantly lit buildings, young masters were welcomed in by courtesans. Pedestrians hurried through the streets with grim expressions. By the walls, beggars in tattered clothes were everywhere. Though the living conditions here were vastly superior to the slums, the impoverished population remained substantial. Still, if anything, survival in this world wasn't particularly difficult. For most chosen ones, staying alive should pose no real challenge. Feng Zhe, are you really just walking around like this? Aren't you tired? How about I treat you to a meal? Hua Xiaoya had spent most of the afternoon showing Feng Zhe around the lower district, yet he hadn't spent a single credit point. And instead she was the one who got hungry from all the walking. Sure, but what made you offer to buy me dinner? Feng Zhe shrugged and gladly accepted. As for walking around without buying anything, was that really his fault? He had no credit points to spend anyway. Consider it thanks for saving those children before, Hua Xiaoya said casually, then led Feng Zhe to an aged-looking diner by the roadside. The small restaurant was run by a middle-aged couple. Though modest in size, it was remarkably clean. Order whatever you'd like, Hua Xiaoya said generously after taking her seat, gesturing toward the menu on the wall. She had made a modest profit from her earlier sales, so treating herself to a meal at this kind of roadside eatery was well within her means. I'm not familiar with these dishes. You order. Feng Zhe shook his head. If she wanted to act generous, she shouldn't have brought him to such a dive. If that's what you want, then I'll order. Hua Xiaoya didn't hesitate, ordering 3 dishes from the menu and saying they could order more if needed. Feng Zhe spread his hands, indicating she was the host, so the decision was hers. The 3 dishes arrived quickly. In terms of presentation, they resembled pre-made meals. As for taste, Feng Zhe would say they weren't inedible, but they were certainly nothing to praise. Yet watching Hua Xiaoya devour her food, Feng Zhe began to doubt whether his own sense of taste was off. Were these dishes actually delicious? As Feng Zhe pondered this question while holding his bowl, 3 burly men suddenly pushed open the restaurant door and made their way directly toward his table. The leader bore a wolf head tattoo on his chest, and had both arms cybernetically replaced with iron prosthetics. Reaching the table he slurred carelessly, "Miss Hua, enjoying your meal. Looks like you made quite a profit on your trip to the lower city. Wild Wolf, what are you doing here again?" Hua Xiaoya looked up sharply from her bowl at the sound, her expression sour, as she glared at the tattooed man. "Oh, Miss Hua, don't you know why we're looking for you? You came to the lower district. Don't you want to pay your debts back?" The tattooed man, known as Wild Wolf, said with a mocking grin. Hua Xiaoya frowned, and set down her bowl upon hearing this, her voice rising in anger. "Wild Wolf, I've already repaid you double what you lent me. How do you still have the nerve to come after me time and again?" "Double? Who witnessed that?" Wild Wolf sneered, and gestured to his two accomplices behind him. They immediately closed in, surrounding Hua Xiaoya and Feng Zhe to prevent any escape. The other patrons in the shop, sensing trouble was about to erupt, hastily fled outside. The elderly couple running the establishment dared not interfere, their eyes fixed on the tattooed man's metallic arms. Such combat-grade prosthetics were far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Once the obstacles had cleared, Wild Wolf continued. "Miss Hua, the credit points you returned barely covered the interest. If you plan to keep coming to the lower district, you'd best behave yourself. Otherwise..." Pausing mid-sentence, Wild Wolf cast a glance at Feng Zhe. "Is this your boyfriend?" "No." Hua Xiaoya denied it immediately. "Isn't he?" Wild Wolf's interest piqued at her agitated response. "This has nothing to do with him. How much do you want this time?" Hua Xiaoya squeezed out between clenched teeth, her brow furrowed. But Wild Wolf, amused, took a seat on the stool beside Feng Zhe and drawled lazily, "How much do you think?" "Let me think. Miss Hua, several hunters had their tracking devices disabled at your place before. Surely this won't be another accident, will it? Answer me honestly. Otherwise you might want to watch closely whether this fellow's neck snaps suddenly." As Wild Wolf spoke, he rested his heavy iron arm on Feng Zhe's shoulder, his eyes growing vicious. "It was me." Hua Xiaoya's heart lurched at the sight, ready to take the blame. But Feng Zhe's voice came first. "Sorry, I don't really like strangers putting their hands on my shoulder. Is it your turn to speak? Are you looking to die, kid?" Wild Wolf glared viciously at Feng Zhe, his iron arm tightening on his shoulder. Yet Feng Zhe merely sighed softly. "Since reasoning won't work, I guess I'll have to discuss this with fists then." Thud. In the next moment, a lightning-fast hook counterpunch smashed into Wild Wolf's face, sending him flying out of the restaurant onto the street. The instant he hit the ground, Wild Wolf's skull shattered, his brain splattered across the pavement like tofu curds. Killed Tier 1 Transcendent Reinforcement Points 10. There are so many people who refuse to listen to reason. Feng Zhe rose to his feet, picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, and fixed his gaze on Wild Wolf's two accomplices. With a casual flick of his wrist, a red dot appeared on each of their foreheads. Before they could even utter a word, they collapsed to the ground. "Damn it. Feng Zhe, how could you?" The sudden reversal of the scene startled Hua Xiaoya, who shot to her feet, pointing at Feng Zhe, stammering for a while, without managing to finish her sentence. Feng Zhe glanced at her, and asked calmly, "Are you saying I did something wrong?" No. Those wretches have committed every atrocity imaginable. They deserve to die." Hua Xiaoya quickly waved her hands. "Then why that reaction?" Feng Zhe found it strange. Judging from Hua Xiaoya's earlier behavior in the village outside the city, she shouldn't be someone who feared trouble. They're from the Hunter Guild. If they die in the lower district, people are sure to investigate. The village outside the city is different. The Hunter Guild's reach isn't that long. Once they're in the crematorium, there'll be no evidence against us." Hua Xiaoya explained, anxiously scratching her greasy hair, then stamped her foot. "Feng Zhe, why don't we just say that I did it? Once I'm out of the lower district, the Hunter Guild might not come after me. At worst, I'll just be more careful. No, are you taking them for blind men?" Feng Zhe pointed at the shop owner, then at the pedestrians on the street, speaking with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He then asked another question. "If the hunters die, we'll be in trouble. But what if something had happened to us?" This time Hua Xiaoya fell silent. It was a long while before she spoke. No one would care about such matters. The Hunter Guild only helps registered hunters. Every day so many die of hunger and disease. They don't care whether it's two more or two fewer. That was the cruel reality. The hunters were guilty of every evil, but as long as they brought profit to the guild, it was as if nothing had happened. As for the lives of the poor, who would care? A bunch of garbage. Feng Zhe spat contemptuously, then asked, "So how did you end up owing them money?" "Earlier my elder sister fell seriously ill. To take her to the hospital for treatment, I borrowed a sum from them." When Hua Xiaoya said sister, her voice was somewhat low, but it soon rose again. "But I really did pay that money back to them. Twice the amount, including interest. But every time I come to the lower district, they find me and say I still haven't paid it off." "Then you gave in every time?" Feng Zhe interjected with a frown. "I don't have any identification. The bearer transaction card has no records, and the interest is whatever they say it is. If you have no credits, you pay with your body. Otherwise, healthy organs can fetch a good price." Hua Xiaoya shook her head, answering helplessly. The rules of the lower district were simply skewed in favor of those people. How could she ever fight back? Feng Zhe was momentarily speechless. After a long while, he finally remembered to change the subject. "Then how was your sister?" "She died of illness 2 years ago." "I'm sorry. It's all right." Hua Xiaoya had already come to terms with the passing of her loved ones. When she was young, her parents had poor health, yet they still went out every day to do heavy physical labor in exchange for meager wages, struggling to keep the family alive and raise the two girls. Later, when their parents died of illness, her elder sister took on the responsibility of raising Hua Xiaoya. Unfortunately, heaven was unkind. Her sister passed away before Hua Xiaoya could grow up, leaving her alone in the world. And as it turned out, Hua Xiaoya was only 16. Xiaoya, I'm not in the habit of letting others take the fall for me. If the hunter guild you spoke of really intends to come after me, then just let them come all they want. With that, Feng Zhe reached down and pulled several bearer transaction cards off the bodies of the 3 hunters lying on the ground. He placed one on the dining table and said to the small restaurant owner, if the hunter guild sends people to investigate, just tell them the truth. I'll be waiting for them. Also, I apologize for disrupting your business. With that, he stepped out of the small restaurant. Feng Zhe glanced at Hua Xiaoya, who was following close behind him, and couldn't help saying, if you're afraid of the hunter guild people, you can go back first. It's not like you did any of this. No way. Hua Xiaoya replied without the slightest hesitation. Even if it wasn't me who did it, you did it for my sake. If we're going to die, then we die together. I, Hua Xiaoya, would never abandon a friend and live on in shame. Don't say such inauspicious words. Feng Zhe pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling that Hua Xiaoya was being a bit pessimistic. That's right, Hua Xiaoya said. With how formidable your movements were just now, maybe there really is a chance. Just a chance. They have guns. That night, Feng Zhe still did not leave the lower district. The living conditions in the slums were simply too harsh. Now that there was a chance to enjoy better comfort, there was no need to rush back to suffer. So Feng Zhe simply took Hua Xiaoya to a hotel in the lower district, rented a room, and prepared to make do for the night. He would think about other problems after waking up. However, the Hunter Guild's reaction was much faster than Feng Zhe had anticipated. Because the deaths of Wild Wolf and his 2 companions were far too obvious, there was no need to investigate at all. A simple inquiry with the small restaurant owner would pinpoint the murderer. Therefore, in the middle of that very night, as Feng Zhe sat by the window admiring the night scene of the lower district, a knock came at the door. Did they come this quickly? Xiaoya stopped pretending to be asleep. The guests are already here. Feng Zhe remained seated by the window, unmoving, while Hua Xiaoya, who had been curled up at the head of the bed, sprang out from under the covers and stared at the door with a tense expression. Soon the knocking ceased. But right after came the sound of the door lock turning. Within 10 seconds, the room door was pushed open. The burly men outside filed in one by one, having intended to catch those inside by surprise. But when they saw Feng Zhe by the window calmly watching them unlock the door and enter, they all froze for a moment. Brother, who are these, the 2? A lackey following behind couldn't help asking. Feng Zhe's reaction was far too calm, as if he had known they were coming. No mistake. The leading thug brother, who was bald with a tiger head tattooed on his shoulder and one eye modified into an infrared prosthetic. But it was precisely this prosthetic eye that guaranteed he would never misidentify anyone. Kid, you're the one who killed Wild Wolf and his men. You've got plenty of nerve, offending our hunter guild, and still daring to remain in the lower district. Should I call you stupid, or just reckless? After confirming Feng Zhe's identity, brother, who beckoned to the lackeys behind him. The lackeys immediately rushed forward to prevent Feng Zhe from running. It was me. So what do you intend to do with me? Feng Zhe's expression was utterly unperturbed, completely disregarding brother who. This infuriated brother who somewhat. He was after all a man of some importance in the lower district. How could he be looked down upon by some lowlife? In all these years, you're the first fellow as arrogant as this. The big boss has already given orders. You are to be captured and publicly executed, so as to intimidate the riffraff and make an example of you, so that no one forgets the might of the Hunter Guild. The moment he finished speaking, the lackeys closed in from all sides. Those in the back even drew pistols and aimed at Feng Zhe, ready to stop him from putting up any violent resistance. There's no need to be so nervous. I'll simply go with you. Feng Zhe rose to his feet, casting a sardonic glance at Tiger Brother. Could it be that all of you are afraid I might escape? I doubt you dare to flee. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind resorting to some forceful measures. Tiger Brother let out a cold snort, then pointed at Hua Xiaoya, standing by the bed, and addressed his subordinates. Take her along too. Anyone who dares to provoke our Hunters Guild must pay the price. With that, Tiger Brother turned and left the room. The remaining subordinates immediately gestured with their gun barrels for Feng Zhe and Hua Xiaoya to follow, warning them not to try any tricks. Bullets show no mercy. Feng Zhe glanced at these lackeys and led Hua Xiaoya out. Though it was the middle of the night, there were still quite a few pedestrians on the streets. Feng Zhe had assumed that the Hunters Guild thugs would show some restraint once outside the hotel. But he hadn't expected them to not only fail to restrain themselves. Instead, pedestrians scattered at the sight of them, desperately trying to avoid any trouble. As for whom they were kidnapping, who cared? This scene made Feng Zhe recall what Hua Xiaoya had said earlier. People living here never meddle in others' affairs. Just like those numb inhabitants in the slums. Only cold indifference allows one to survive longer, yet it also makes one more like a walking corpse. Once the will to resist is lost, the ability to resist vanishes entirely. See that, kid? In this lower district, very few dare to provoke our Hunters Guild. You're being so arrogant. Could it be that you think someone's going to stand up for justice? Tiger Brother walked along, pointing at the dodging pedestrians, half boasting and half threatening. Forget about it. In this place, the Hunters Guild is justice. Justice? Fong Zhe let out a contemptuous laugh, choosing not to argue with Tiger Brother. Because arguing reason with these people was pointless. To deal with villains, you must be more villainous than they are. The Hunter's Tavern was their destination. It was also where hunters accepted missions. Normally open to the public, it operated like any ordinary tavern. But tonight the Hunter's Tavern had closed early. Ordinary people were barred entry. Only registered hunters could enter. It was all for tonight's public execution. So when Tiger Brother brought Fong Zhe and Hua Xiaoya into the Hunter's Tavern, every hunter inside turned to look. So this is the kid who killed Wolf. Can't see anything special about him. But daring to attack a hunter in the lower district, that takes some guts. I wonder how the big boss will deal with him. In my opinion, we should tie him up and slice him up for drinks. The taste must be exquisite. How about I play with him first? With looks like that. Hold on, if you play with him, how are the rest of us supposed to eat? That's right, that's right. A chorus of hunters discussed freely, paying no attention to their volume, laughing heartily as they spoke. This made Hua Xiaoya somewhat nervous, unsure of what to do. But Fong Zhe remained perfectly calm. Glancing at those burly tattooed hunters who spoke of eating people, without a hint of jest, Fong Zhe shook his head slightly. One could only wonder how many hunters had gathered in the tavern. Boss, the targets have been brought. Tiger Brother left Fong Zhe and Hua Xiaoya in the main hall and went to the back to report. Soon a middle-aged man in a suit with a cigar between his teeth emerged on the mezzanine of the second floor, standing at the railing and looking down at Fong Zhe and Hua Xiaoya from above. Behind this middle-aged man followed a man over 2 meters tall, most of whose body had been converted into mechanical form. Undoubtedly, this middle-aged man was the current president of the Hunters Guild, Wu Yun, and the man walking behind him was Iron Fist, known as the strongest hunter. So you're the one who laid hands on my Hunters Guild members. Wu Yun gazed down at Fong Zhe with utter contempt. To be honest, he didn't care at all about Wolf's death, but he had to consider the Hunters Guild's face. Only this way could they attract more followers. So in the lower district, no matter who it was, anyone who offended the Hunters Guild would have to pay the price. It was me. Fong Zhe admitted it without hesitation. Very well, since you've admitted it, you should know what price you'll have to pay. A murderer must pay with his life. Wu Yun glanced at Fong Zhe once more, never expecting him to admit it so readily. It actually saved him considerable trouble. But after hearing Wu Yun's words, Fong Zhe wore a mocking expression instead. Sounds noble, an eye for an eye. Then let me ask you, how little blood do you hunters have on your hands? It was a pointed question. Yet Wu Yun simply stared at Fong Zhe like he was looking at a fool. Listen carefully, kid. Don't forget in your next life that the lives of lowly wretches don't count as lives. Iron Fist, go, break his limbs. The rest, let everyone have some fun. Yes. The man behind Wu Yun emitted a short mechanical tone. He then vaulted directly off the mezzanine, hurtling toward Fong Zhe at extreme speed. The other hunters in the tavern immediately jumped to their feet, shouting, Iron Fist, be careful. Don't kill him with one punch, or we won't have anything to enjoy. Iron Fist, with most of his body replaced by cybernetic components, possessed undeniable strength. To say it without exaggeration, he was a walking tank, his punches carrying the force of actual artillery shells. A single blow, if struck on an ordinary person, could very well smash them into pulp on the spot. So the hunter's concern was not unfounded. When Hua Xiaoya saw Iron Fist charging toward them, her legs had already gone weak. The pressure exerted by the strongest hunter was absolutely not mere reputation. Yet facing the walking tank Iron Fist, Fong Zhe never considered dodging. Instead, he raised his right hand. Bang! The next instant, Iron Fist's attack arrived, only to be effortlessly caught single-handedly by Fong Zhe. Immediately, an arc of lightning shot from Fong Zhe's palm, pouring into Iron Fist's body. Overload. The intense electricity summoned by thunder violently coursed through Iron Fist's body, destroying all his organs and cybernetic implants. Iron Fist, hailed as the strongest hunter, didn't even manage to complete a single move against Fong Zhe before collapsing to the ground. Second order transcendent slain. Enhancement points 20. The thunderous crash of Iron Fist falling stunned every hunter in the tavern. Wu Yun on the second floor nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. No, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Did you think I came here without a plan? As Fong Zhe spoke these words, his powerful psychic energy had already erupted, sweeping through the entire tavern. Soul-crushing strike. In an instant, every hunter in the tavern lost consciousness, collapsing one after another, their breath stilled. Wu Yun himself tumbled straight off the second floor, crashing onto the floorboards with a heavy thud, jolting Hua Xiaoya awake. This. Simply removing the roots. Fong Zhe's thinking was straightforward. If the Hunters Guild wanted to cause him trouble, he'd simply annihilate the entire guild. However, hunting down hunters one by one was too exhausting. It was better to let them come to him. Congratulations to Daxiao Nation's chosen one Fong Zhe for completing the Influence Quest Combat, Hidden Hunter, and Prey Quest Objective, Annihilate the Hunters Guild. Daxiao Nation has received a reward: reserves of high-grade copper, or increased by 5 billion tons. Daxiao Nation's chosen one Fong Zhe obtained a personal reward. The Compendium of Advanced Cybernetic Body Design, Manufacturing, and Improvement Technologies. Personal rewards are not disclosed. Cybernetic body manufacturing. What use could this technology possibly be to me? Fong Zhe, who was rummaging through the Hunters Guild roster in the Hunter Tavern, suddenly received the reward granted by the National Fate game. After listening carefully, he felt rather puzzled. for this thing truly was of no use to him. No matter how advanced a cybernetic body was, could it be stronger than his own body? Still, technology always has commonalities. Feng Zhe himself had no use for it, but after returning he could hand the technology over to the authorities of Daxia, and they would find a place where it could be put to good use. Not to mention more distant possibilities. Just one aspect helping disabled people return to a normal life is the most fundamental function of cybernetic bodies. So Feng Zhe did not take this matter too much to heart. Rewards from hidden quests were like opening a blind box. Indeed, merely triggering a hidden quest was itself like opening a blind box. No one knew exactly how hidden quests could be triggered reliably, so there was no need to hold overly high expectations. Feng Zhe, what do you intend to do by looking for those hunter rosters? Hua Xiaoye, who was following beside Feng Zhe with a face full of awe, asked curiously. Earlier when Iron Fist launched his attack, Hua Xiaoye had thought her life was about to end right there. But she did not regret it. At least she had not been a deserter, leaving a friend to go to his death alone. But what happened afterward was beyond Hua Xiaoye's comprehension. Feng Zhe's strength was no longer just unexpectedly formidable. It exceeded Hua Xiaoye's imagination. The hundreds of hunters in the entire hunter tavern had lost their lives without a sound. There had not even been any fighting. Such a scene was something Hua Xiaoye could not have dreamed up even in her wildest dreams. But even though Hua Xiaoye could not understand it, she did not dare ask. She could only keep her curiosity and her reverence for Feng Zhe. At least for now, they were still friends. Use the roster to cross-check whether there are any fish that slipped through the net in the Hunters Guild. Feng Zhe said as he flipped through the hunter roster he had just found. His original intention had indeed been to cross-reference the hunter roster and eliminate one by one any fish that might have slipped through the net. But just now the National Fate game had already confirmed the fall of the Hunters Guild, so there was no need to do anything more. Even if a few had slipped through the net, they would be like monkeys scattering when the tree fell. No hunter would want to avenge the Hunters Guild. So at this moment Feng Zhe had a new idea. The fall of the Hunters Guild had no small impact on the lower city, and someone would have to fill the vacated ecological niche. In that case, rather than letting outsiders benefit, it was clearly more profitable to let his own people take the benefits. Xiaoye, here. When Hua Xiaoye heard Feng Zhe call her, she immediately snapped to attention, leaving Feng Zhe not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't be so formal. I don't eat people. I suddenly had an idea. Do you want to hear it? Please speak. I plan to establish a city-village alliance based on the lower city of Filong City and the many outer villages so that all can exchange what they have and need. Feng Zhe stated his idea. Filong City was the city where Feng Zhe currently was built around the Filong Biopharmaceutical Group. What city-village alliance? Hua Xiaoye did not quite understand what Feng Zhe meant, because in her view the city proper and the outer villages were cut off from each other. People living in the slums not only had no human rights, they did not even have the identity of human beings. If you ask what kind of organization the City-Village Alliance is, that may be complicated to explain. But if you ask what the City-Village Alliance does, I can explain it in simple terms. Feng Zhe thought for a moment and compressed a long explanation into one sentence. The role of the City-Village Alliance is to bring new order to the lower city of Filong City and the outer villages. Xiaoye, don't you think the lower city and the outer villages are too chaotic right now? The core zone where the Filong Biopharmaceutical Group was headquartered and the upper city where many powerful figures resided were perfectly orderly. But the lower city cut off by an isolation belt and the slums cut off by a contamination belt were practically another world. The lower city was chaotic and lawless, the slums were numb and despairing. This was evident from the Hunters Guild alone. Theft, abduction, robbery, fraud, murder, arson. They stopped at no evil, yet no one could bring them to justice. Instead they could say with utter arrogance in the lower city, no one dared to offend the Hunters Guild. Because only the upper city had a security force. Thus the rule in the lower city was whoever was stronger and more ruthless called the shots. In such an environment, gangs and organizations similar to the Hunters Guild were by no means rare. It was just that for the time being they had not yet provoked Feng Zhe. That was why after going through the Hunters Guild roster and some other materials, Feng Zhe had conceived this idea. The lower city and the outer villages had no order to speak of, then I will establish order. The lower city and the outer villages are indeed very chaotic. But Feng Zhe, you are only one person. Even if you are very strong, you cannot manage such a vast area, can you? Are you going to kill all those restless troublemakers? After Feng Zhe's explanation, Hua Xiaoye understood the meaning of establishing the City-Village Alliance. Though she yearned for it in her heart, she still raised her doubts. Combat power and managerial ability were two different things. To maintain order, Feng Zhe alone was not enough. No matter how formidable one's high-end combat strength was, without grassroots forces and a backbone of support, all that could be accomplished was destruction. It was like war. You couldn't carpet bomb the land with nuclear bombs, could you? That wasn't fighting a war, that was destroying the world. Therefore, after victory, you still relied on infantry to occupy the ground and grassroots officials to govern. And this was precisely the problem Feng Zhe now faced: insufficient manpower. Do I look like such a brutal person? Feng Zhe spread his hands and said helplessly, don't worry about manpower. When people have been oppressed for too long, someone is bound to erupt. We just need to do the ideological work well. As for combat power, I have other ways to solve it. To establish new rules and maintain new order, smooth talk alone was not enough. One also needed the barrel of a gun. In the lower city and outer villages of Phylong City, finding people who were willing to resist was not difficult. What was difficult was how to give them the power to make those villains obey. And this problem Fongze realized he really did seem to have a way to solve. That way was the Compendium of Advanced Cybernetic Body Design Manufacturing and Improvement Technologies. Phylong City's bionic manufacturing plants and weapons factories were all under the control of the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. This was the primary reason the upper echelon never feared insurrection from the lower city and the outskirts village. Therefore, order in the lower city and the outskirts village was utterly inconsequential. To the elite of Phylong City, it sufficed that the lower city and the outskirts village continued to supply cheap labor, toiling like beasts of burden while being stripped of their surplus value. As for how many paupers died, each day did it affect their quality of life. And so the City-Village Alliance proposed by Fongze was established without a hitch. The initial funds came from the legacy of the Hunter Guild. Fongze even stripped the bionic bodies off the hunters, dismantling them all for spare parts. The first group to join the City-Village Alliance, however, caught Fongze somewhat by surprise. They were precisely the residents of the outskirts village where Huaxiaya lived. Earlier, Fongze had stepped forward to save their children. It wasn't that they were ungrateful. They simply dared not show their gratitude. Those dwelling in the slums had inferiority carved into their bones, making them timid and fearful. They dared not provoke the Hunter Guild, nor any gang in the lower city. When trouble arose, they could only hide away, praying that misfortune would not befall them again. Enduring whatever could be endured was their way of survival. This time, however, Huaxiaya persuaded them. To repay their benefactor's kindness, and for the sake of their own and their children's future, they resolved to be brave, just once. Upon meeting Fongze, they apologized for their previous behavior, expressed their heartfelt gratitude, and proclaimed their firm will to follow Fongze and their determination to obey his leadership. Honestly, it was a promising beginning. For those timid souls in the slums, having such an exemplar could also ignite the courage to resist. Moreover, establishing a new order was a boon for the outskirts village. It meant they would no longer be so oppressed and exploited. The situation in the lower city, however, was far less optimistic. The emergence of the City-Village Alliance had indeed harmed the interests of a certain segment of the lower city. That segment was precisely the gang organizations. These scoundrels thrived on oppressing and exploiting others, and emboldened by their strength, they took whatever they wanted from ordinary residents of the lower city and outskirts village, controlling their lives and deaths with utter relish. Now that a City-Village Alliance had popped up claiming it would set rules for them, it would be strange if they accepted it. Conflicts were therefore inevitable. As for these villains, Fongze's solution was simple, just one word: kill. The Alliance's fundamental strategy was to eliminate uncooperative gangs and neutralize destabilizing elements on one front, while rallying those willing to uphold order and building a solid foundation on the other. However, those gangs had long entrenched themselves in the lower city, their influence deeply intertwined, and they maintained connections with the upper city. The bionic enhancements and weapons in their hands were not things ordinary people could obtain. This posed considerable trouble for the City-Village Alliance. What those gangs could never imagine was that Fongze, having acquired the collection of advanced bionic body design manufacturing and improvement technologies, could now hand-forge advanced bionic bodies. Using formidable psychokinetic force to replace high-precision machine tools coupled with thunderbolt metallurgy, hand-forging bionic bodies was child's play for him. This was something the gangs could never have dreamed of. The livestream viewers were dumbfounded. What is this? Are we really hand-forging a Gundam? Master Fong, you're making me feel like I don't know you. So Master Fong can actually work wonders with technology. Look carefully, everyone. This is what true handcrafting looks like. Watching others' craftsmanship just makes me cough. The one coughing must be sick. Hushi Resource Zone base of the Rebel Army, located west of Phylong City. It was also the place where Liu Yao had descended. In this world, human habitation consisted of the two great cities and the various resource zones beyond the city walls. Most of these resource zones were rich in metal ores or fossil energy. For the cities to avoid collapse, the resource zones had to be safeguarded. Thus, small towns were built within each resource zone, supplied with essential provisions by the nearby cities. The workers in these zones came from the lower city and outskirts villages of the cities. They descended into the mines, working 12 hours a day in harsh and perilous conditions, yet they were subjected to wage deductions, verbal abuse, and even physical beatings. In the eyes of the management personnel from the upper city, those wretches from the lower city and outskirts villages had no claim to human rights whatsoever. Giving them a job is already more than they deserve. They should be grateful. So what if we deduct a bit of their wages? It's not like we're starving them. Would they ever dare to rebel? Not to mention that the garrison deployed in the resource zone was no pushover. Even if their uprising succeeded and they captured the zone, it would still be futile. All provisions for the resource zones were allocated by nearby cities. Cut off their supplies, and they would starve to death here. Thus, though the workers were oppressed and exploited by management, they dared not voice their anger. They had no choice. They needed these jobs to support their families, and despite the hardship, it allowed them to survive. But the pent-up anger was like a powder keg awaiting only a spark to ignite. For the Hushi resource zone, that spark was Liu Yao, who appeared there without warning. When Lu Yao first appeared in this place, she spent several days learning the situation and confirming her circumstances. After comprehending the workers' misery, she immediately made a decision: rise up and overthrow them. Those arrogant managers threw their weight around all day, commanding and demeaning the workers with beatings and curses. The workers' rebellious fervor had long reached its peak. Now they had Lu Yao to lead them. After raiding the garrison's tents at midnight and seizing weapons, the days of those managers were numbered. The enraged workers showed no mercy to those who had so ruthlessly oppressed them. Even the garrison members were summarily executed. In this manner, all the workers in the Hushi resource zone were liberated. Once the zone was firmly in their grasp, Lu Yao gave her organized workers a new name: the Rebel Army. It meant resistance against oppression and exploitation. As the initiator and leader of this uprising, Lu Yao naturally became the commander of the Rebel Army. No one objected, as she was the obvious choice. Thus, the Hushi resource zone was now the Rebel Army's stronghold and Lu Yao's territory. As mentioned earlier, the daily necessities of the resource zone were allocated from nearby cities. Now that such a significant incident had occurred in the Hushi resource zone, Feilong City naturally severed the supply of materials to this area at the earliest opportunity upon receiving the news. Therefore, before long, the stockpile of daily necessities in the Hushi resource zone would fall below the warning threshold. This caused panic among the foremen who were aware of the situation. If the daily necessities could not be replenished in time, all their efforts would amount to nothing more than a joke. The elites of Feilong City would not be affected in the slightest by this farce. On the contrary, it would only prove that the resource zone was powerless to resist the management and rule of the city. Therefore, in order to prevent panic from spreading and to ensure that the deceased workers had not died in vain, several foremen sought out Lu Yao to report the situation. Daily necessities are in critical shortage in the Hushi resource zone. Lu Yao was somewhat surprised. She had only been here for a few days, and she was indeed unaware of these matters, nor were the workers. After all, the supply warehouse was normally off limits to workers. It was only now, with the Hushi resource zone having changed hands, that the foremen were able to enter the warehouse to inventory the supplies. Yes, leader, we have already conducted a full count. Even if we ration carefully, the supplies in the warehouse will barely last half a month. The foreman nodded and handed the inventory list to Lu Yao for review. Indeed, there isn't much left. After examining the list, Lu Yao ran some calculations in her mind and couldn't help but furrow her brows. She had previously led troops and fought in battles, so she was by no means ignorant of logistical concerns. Provisions were the foundation of morale. If news of the supply shortage leaked out, there would undoubtedly be many who would entertain thoughts of surrender. However, you need not worry about the daily necessities. Lu Yao paused for a moment before speaking. I have connections in Feilong City. Once we establish contact, not only can we obtain daily necessities, but we can also acquire the prosthetics and weapons that the Hushi resource zone desperately lacks. Leader, are you truly saying this? Upon hearing this, the foremen were instantly filled with excitement. Their leader's connections were surprisingly extensive. She could source not only daily necessities, but also prosthetics and weapons. Of course I am. I will write a letter shortly, and you must find a way to deliver it to Feilong City. In that case, this matter will naturally be resolved. Feilong City Lower District. Inside Fong Zhe's office at the City Village Alliance. Hushi Resource Zone. Rebellion. Daily necessities in short supply. Requesting aid. What is Yao Yao up to now? Fong Zhe held the letter in one hand and pressed his other hand to his forehead. As for the connections, Lu Yao mentioned, who else could it be besides Fong Zhe himself? The daily communication opportunity granted to Fong Zhe by the Disya State Operations Office was not solely for compiling intelligence. Occasionally, it was also used to contact other chosen ones and relay important information. Lu Yao had come to know of the City Village Alliance through this means. Relying on Fong Zhe's ability to craft prosthetics from scratch, the City Village Alliance had now risen to prominence. After successively eliminating several gang organizations in the lower district and securing funds for further development, certain regulations of the City Village Alliance began to take shape, and a new order slowly emerged between the lower district and the villages beyond the city walls. The more resources one controlled, the more weight one's words carried. That was precisely why Lu Yao had sought Fong Zhe's help. Someone, go fetch Hua Xiaoya. When it came to contacting the rebellion, Fong Zhe would either handle it personally or entrust it to someone he could fully trust. And Hua Xiaoya was by no means a poor choice. Fong Zhe, what do you need? So many people have joined the City Village Alliance recently that I'm barely keeping up. Hua Xiaoya hurried into Fong Zhe's office and immediately couldn't help but complain upon seeing him. The City Village Alliance had risen upon the bones of numerous gang organizations, earning the title of the strongest upstart. Naturally, those eager to join them were as numerous as fish crossing a river. As the vice president appointed by Fong Zhe and the sole founding elder, affairs naturally fell heavily upon Hua Xiaoya's shoulders. Nothing major. It's merely a small matter concerning the Hushi resource zone. Fong Zhe briefly explained the situation. The lower district had quite a few factories, but the resource zones that produced the raw materials were all controlled by those in the upper district. And the upper district had no shortage of factories either. As a result, the factories in the lower district had always been exploited by the upper district. But now that the Hushi resource zone was under the control of the rebellion, the raw materials it produced would no longer flow to the upper district. It would naturally benefit the City-Village Alliance to supply the factories in the lower district instead. This was a win-win situation. The Hushy Resource Zone. Very well. I will handle this matter. Hua Xiaoya considered the matter for a moment, then nodded and agreed. She then shifted the subject. By the way, Fong Zhe, since you've called me here, I actually have something to report to you as well. Speak. There's been trouble in the lower district. Some people claim to be your fellow townsfolk and wish to meet with you. Fellow townsfolk. Fong Zhe narrowed his eyes and immediately suspected who these individuals might be. They must be other chosen ones. So Fong Zhe continued, Xiaoya, tell me the details. All right. In truth, the matter was not particularly complicated. Ever since the rise of the City-Village Alliance, these individuals had been wreaking havoc in the lower district under its banner, looting, arson, assault, and every manner of depravity. They claimed to be fellow townspeople of the City-Village Alliance's president and threatened that anyone who dared meddle would be punished by the Alliance. The people harbored their anger but dared not speak it aloud. It was not until the matter reached Hua Xiaoya's desk that she urgently dispatched personnel to arrest them and reported the incident to Fong Zhe. Unforgivable. A cold glint flashed across Fong Zhe's eyes. Lower City, Golden Sparrow Street. A group of people with diverse skin colors found themselves encircled in the middle of the road, surrounded by individuals brandishing offensive combat cybernetics with predatory intent. Yet the captives wore expressions of disdain and arrogance. Are you people from that so-called City-Village Alliance? Why are you surrounding us? Go notify your president at once. I must inform you that we are fellow townspeople of your president and may very well become your superiors in the future. With your current attitude, matters ahead will be difficult to handle. We merely took a few things without paying and accidentally killed some base commoners. Must you be so serious about it? Exactly. If you don't make way, don't blame us for showing no mercy. This group was composed of chosen ones from various nations who had descended upon Flying Dragon City. Led by the American Chosen One frame, upon learning that the rising City-Village Alliance had been established by Fong Zhe, they immediately rejoiced. They figured that since they were all fellow natives of Blue Star, Fong Zhe would surely extend them some consideration. Thus, as the City-Village Alliance's power expanded, their behavior grew increasingly unbridled. With the Alliance backing them, what could they possibly have to fear? Yet who could have imagined that today they would find themselves surrounded by the City-Village Alliance? What an outrage. I don't care who you are or what status you hold. Save those words for the iron cells. The fighters of the City-Village Alliance, however, were utterly unmoved by their threats. Vice President Hua's orders were clear. First, apprehend these troublemakers, then report to President Fong. How could they possibly ask President Fong to come identify them proactively? Then you've chosen the hard way over the easy. The American Chosen One frame coldly smirked and prepared to unite with the other Chosen Ones to break through the encirclement. After all, most of these people were veteran Chosen Ones who had survived at least one previous game, each possessing at least transcendent level abilities. In terms of strength, they were certainly not weak. Otherwise, given the brutal nature of the lower city, how could they have run amok with such impunity? They would have been eliminated long ago. Trying to flee. Brothers, take formation. The City-Village Alliance fighters instantly perceived the Chosen One's intentions through their movements. They swiftly assumed positions, completely encircling them to prevent any escape. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet at this moment, Fong Zhe's voice suddenly rang out. Make way. That's President Fong's voice. Greetings, President Fong. When Fong Zhe's voice sounded, the City-Village Alliance fighters scarcely hesitated before clearing a path for him. The encircled Chosen Ones, witnessing the fighters' immediate response, felt a surge of joy. So Fong Zhe had actually come in person. It seemed he still held his Blue Star compatriots in high regard. So you're the ones who've been using the City-Village Alliance's name to run rampant in the lower city and tarnish the Alliance's reputation. Dressed in plain clothes, Fong Zhe strode forward along the path the fighters had cleared. He surveyed the encircled Chosen Ones, then asked with an impassive expression. Fong Zhe, don't be so stern. We're still, after all, townspeople compatriots. Our bond is something outsiders could never understand. Now that you've made it big, shouldn't you lend us a hand? When Frame saw Fong Zhe approaching, he immediately spoke with absolute confidence. The other Chosen Ones, seeing this, chimed in one after another. Exactly. The City-Village Alliance has power, influence, and an expanding territory. You must be desperately short of capable hands now. Each of us possesses extraordinary abilities. If we help you manage the City-Village Alliance, you'd certainly be getting a bargain. We don't ask for much. Just assign us a few management positions, Fong Zhe. As long as we cooperate sincerely, I guarantee we'll achieve great things together. Moreover, compared to outsiders, aren't compatriots like us far more trustworthy? Fong Zhe, if you won't help us, then who will? You wouldn't really be that selfish, would you? You've prospered all on your own and forgotten all about us. That simply won't do. Their demeanor suggested that if Fong Zhe didn't help them now, he would be guilty of the gravest selfishness, deserving of the harshest condemnation. Combined with their earlier actions, Fong Zhe couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he asked, then what was the meaning of everything you did before? What are you referring to? The free shopping. We didn't have money at the time, so we just took some food to survive. Frame replied without a trace of concern. But who could have known that someone would actually try to stop us? So we might have gotten a bit carried away. But what's the big deal? Don't tell me the City-Village Alliance is afraid of something so trivial. You people could resolve this effortlessly, couldn't you? Exactly. The other chosen ones also wore expressions of utter indifference. Think about it. That girl was so beautiful and dressed so provocatively. Obviously, she was enticing me. It wasn't my fault at all. Her boyfriend tried to hit me back then, and I fought back in pure self-defense. But that guy was really weak. A few punches and he was done for. Such minor issues, Fangzhe, are just a word away for you. You wouldn't refuse to help with something like this, would you? These individuals spoke in turn one after another, not treating their past atrocities as anything of significance. After all, given the city-village alliance's dominance in the lower city, they might as well be called local tyrants. So wouldn't it be effortless for Fangzhe, this emperor, to sweep these problems under the rug? What splendid words. Since you've all admitted to these deeds, I'll handle this as a special case and spare you the public trial. Fangzhe listened impassively to the chosen one's responses, then suddenly burst into laughter. As expected, having been through apocalypse after apocalypse, the dark side of human nature becomes distorted. In the apocalypse, without the constraints of law, the evil within humanity is unleashed. But this was by no means a reason for them to come demanding favors from Fangzhe. Fangzhe, what do you mean? When Frame heard Fangzhe's chilling laughter and connected it to his words, he was taken aback. Unable to contain himself, he demanded answers. What I mean is, all of you, death sentence. Fangzhe raised his head, his gaze icy cold as he lifted his right hand. Lightning crackled between his fingertips. 20 million volts. Discharge. Boom. A thunderous crack split the air as the encircled chosen ones were immediately engulfed in blinding electrical light. Within mere seconds, every one of them had been reduced to charred corpses. American chosen one Frame has died. Punishment descending. America's total iron ore reserves decreased by 10, with 10,000 random electrical appliance explosions occurring. 15 days from now, if this national destiny game has not yet concluded, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for America. Sakura Nation's chosen one. Death punishment descends. Sakura Nation's territory temperature drops to -10°C, and starting today the number of natural disasters will double for 1 year. If this national destiny game has not concluded within 15 days, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Sakura Nation. Kimchi Nation's chosen one. Death punishment descends. All citizens of Kimchi Nation suffer a -10 decrease in physical constitution. If this national destiny game has not concluded within 15 days, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Kimchi Nation. Curry Nation's chosen one. Death punishment descends. Curry Nation's territory temperature increases by 10°C, and starting today, all crop yields will decrease by 30 for 1 year. If this national destiny game has not concluded within 15 days, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Curry Nation. The notifications from the national destiny game rang out one after another, shocking nearly all the viewers in the live stream room, because they never expected Fangzhe to act with such decisiveness. He gave those chosen ones absolutely no time to react. Therefore, when the National Destiny Games announcement finished broadcasting, the devastating effects of the punishments also began to manifest. The first to bear the brunt was Beautiful Nation. The decline in total iron ore reserves posed no immediate obvious harm, but the occurrence of 10,000 electrical appliance explosions directly triggered multiple factory fires at appliance manufacturing plants. As for Sakura Nation, a magnitude 9 earthquake struck, directly accompanied by 2 massive tsunamis. Countless casualties occurred among the Japanese people. Kimchi Nation would not be outdone, with ICU beds immediately emptied by half and crematoriums having to form long queues. The punishment inflicted upon Curry Nation was even more severe, adding fuel to the fire in their already scorching weather. Vast quantities of crops withered on the spot, resulting in a complete harvest failure. The subsequent damage was still brewing. This caused the citizens of those afflicted nations to immediately erupt in outrage. Again, it's always this Fangzhe. How could Daxia Nation's chosen one be so ruthless, striking without the slightest hesitation? He's practically the incarnation of a war god. Someone like this, if left alive, will only bring calamity. We strongly recommend Daxia Nation eliminate this menace for the sake of all humanity. Agreed. This damnable fellow, does he even know what he's done? Does he understand what kind of impact this will have on us? How severe the consequences will be? Could it be that in the National Destiny game, those virtual characters' lives matter more than the lives of Blue Star compatriots? Daxia Nation must eradicate this human calamity. That's right, Daxia Nation absolutely cannot leave this pest to continue endangering the entire world. For a time, the internet was filled with condemnation of Fangzhe. It was as though if Fangzhe didn't die, Blue Star would be destroyed. However, the counterattack from Daxia netizens came swiftly and fiercely. You really just say whatever you want, don't you? Always just ignoring the facts. I just want to ask, when did Fangyi ever proactively go looking for trouble with your chosen ones? You came to our territory and provoked us, yet you don't want to face the consequences. Based on how your chosen ones performed in the National Destiny game, who actually looks more like a calamity? Robber logic is still robber logic. You can only take advantage, can't swallow even a little loss, is that it? What the hell? Bah. Daxia National Destiny Operations Office. Shinmingyi flipped through the report handed over by the diplomatic liaison, all official condemnations from various nations. They expressed hope that Daxia Nation would take this matter seriously, properly handle the Fangzhe issue, and give them an explanation. This caused Shen Mingyi to involuntarily shake his head, then summoned his secretary. Has the beautiful nation aircraft carrier changed position? No. The secretary glanced at the latest military intelligence report and answered. Then it's purely verbal condemnation. Shen Mingyi set down the diplomatic report, then continued, instruct the border defense forces to conduct exercises as scheduled. By the way, has Dr. Chen finished training the mouse demon intelligence agents? When can they officially take up their posts? Dr. Chen said another month should be about right. The secretary retrieved the report from the Demon Beast Breeding Center and handed it to Shen Mingyi. Training mouse demons into intelligence agents wasn't particularly difficult, but teaching mouse demons how to educate ordinary rats and develop them into informants was an entirely different matter. If ordinary rats could be utilized, their intelligence value would be beyond imagination. 1 month isn't long either. Notify the intelligence department. Once the first batch of mouse demon intelligence agents takes office, these are the key surveillance targets. Shen Mingyi tapped on the diplomatic report on his desk. Understood. Flying Dragon City Lower District. Ever since Fangzhe with his thunderous methods dealt with that group of fellows who claimed to be fellow townsmen of the City Village Alliance president. The City Village Alliance's prestige in the lower district and outside City Village had been rising steadily. Because the City Village Alliance genuinely maintained order in the lower district and outside City Village, giving ordinary people a chance to survive. For those who committed evil deeds, there was absolutely no tolerance. Even if members within the City Village Alliance broke the rules, there would be not the slightest indulgence. Minor offenders faced the Alliance Court, as serious offenders received judgment at public trial assemblies. What they sought was fairness. In this way, people naturally submitted to the City Village Alliance, and its development naturally flourished. But just as the City Village Alliance was thriving, Fangzhe received some bad news. The Hushy Resource Zone had been discovered by the Bee Queen and was currently under fierce attack by the Mechanical Army. Reinforcements urgently needed. How did the Bee Queen's Mechanical Army get around? After reading Lu Yao's letter, Fangzhe frowned slightly. The Hushy Resource Zone wasn't the outermost resource zone. Logically, with other more exterior resource zones serving as external defense lines, the inner Hushy Resource Zone shouldn't be the first to come under Mechanical Army attack. There must be something amiss here. However, regardless of the reason, Fangzhe had to go. Because the Hushy Resource Zone couldn't possibly withstand the Mechanical Army's assault. Most of the garrison forces deployed in the outside city resource zones were concentrated in the outer resource zones. The Hushy Resource Zone's garrison was limited, so after being occupied by the resistance, the weapon reserves left behind weren't sufficient. Even if Fangzhe had provided the resistance with some support in the name of the City Village Alliance, it was merely a drop in the bucket. After all, the cybernetic manufacturing factories and weapon factories of Flying Dragon City were all controlled by the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group. The cybernetic parts and weapons flowing into the lower district were scarce to begin with. Relying solely on Fangzhe crafting things by hand couldn't sustain the Hushy Resource Zone's consumption. Someone go summon Vice President Hua. Fangzhe made his decision, preparing to go to the Hushy Resource Zone alone. Because what the Hushy Resource Zone lacked was weapons and ammunition, not troops, so bringing combat personnel over wouldn't be particularly useful. During Fangzhe's absence from Flying Dragon City, the City Village Alliance's operations would have to be handled by Hua Xiaoya. However, that said, Fangzhe was usually a hands-off manager anyway, so during this departure, Hua Xiaoya's workload wouldn't increase at all. Hushy Resource Zone, the peripheral defensive line. This is a standard defensive structure found in every resource zone beyond the city walls. Since various metal, ores, and fossil fuels serve as essential raw materials for manufacturing intelligent robots, and the Queen Bee requires these resources, as well the security of all resource zones becomes a matter of paramount importance. Consequently, the construction of defensive fortifications becomes an absolute necessity. However, for the Hushy Resource Zone lacking sufficient weapons and ammunition, the peripheral defensive line serves merely to slow the advance of the Mechanical Army. It cannot possibly repel them. Behind the defensive line, Lu Yao gazes into the distance where the silhouettes of the Mechanical Army are easily visible. For the Queen Bee employs no tactics, nor does she require any assistance in this regard. The greatest advantage of the Mechanical Army lies in its immunity to emotional interference, enabling it to execute the Queen Bee's commands with absolute precision. Moreover, they require no food, no rest. Only electricity to sustain their ceaseless labor, each performing its designated function. Repair-type intelligent robots are tasked with fixing damaged units or transporting them to the rear for recycling. Extraction-type intelligent robots handle mining operations, gathering raw materials, and finally cleaning the battlefield, collecting all salvageable components for transport to rear warehouses. Construction-type intelligent robots are responsible for establishing various production lines, smelting raw materials, erecting factories, and manufacturing more of their own kind. In essence, for intelligent robots, as long as the Queen Bee survives, any loss is inconsequential. The Mechanical Army's rate of expansion depends solely on the quantity of raw materials and the power output of electrical plants. Therefore, tactics are fundamentally irrelevant. As long as resource zones can be captured, it constitutes a profit. After all, even scrapped units can be sent to the rear as raw materials for reuse. Boom. Marching at the forefront of the mechanical army are massive spider-shaped robots known as wolf spiders, designated as heavy tanks. However, the wolf spiders' 8 elongated mechanical legs grant it mobility and terrain adaptability, far surpassing that of conventional heavy tanks. The array of cannons mounted on the wolf spider's body and legs testify to its firepower, which rivals no ordinary tank. Behind them stretches a vast swarm of buzzing entities resembling a horde of bees. Indeed, these machines are literally called bee swarms. Their true nature, however, is that of small self-destructing drones. They move with incredible speed, possess considerable destructive power, and are equipped with homing capabilities effectively neutralizing enemy defensive forces. Following these are countless intelligent robots resembling colossal centipedes. These creatures are called ground thorns by the people. Because these centipede-like intelligent robots do not attack from the front, instead they burrow underground to ambush their targets. They are utterly unpredictable. Thus, within the mechanical army, capabilities for assault from the sky, the ground, and beneath the earth are all comprehensively covered. Combined with the rapid reproduction speed of intelligent robots, they can simply bulldoze through any opponent. Why bother with tactics when brute force suffices? Honestly, when Liu Yao witnessed the mechanical army's imposing display for the first time, she felt a genuine sense of shock in her heart. Intelligent robots know no fear of death. But what about humanity? Can humanity truly win this war? Liu Yao cannot help but ask herself silently. No wonder the National Fortune game offered 2 options for passage. Perhaps it accounted for the vast disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Yet even if humanity is destined to lose, Liu Yao will not flee at this moment. And so the battle for the Hushi resource zone erupts. The weapons and ammunition left behind by the previous garrison, supplemented by supplies from the City-Village Alliance, combined with the towering fortresses and deep trenches of the peripheral defensive line. Holding out against the mechanical army's assault for several days is manageable. However, the casualties exceed all expectations. Whenever offensive intelligent robots are destroyed, repair-type intelligent robots promptly tow them away for inspection. Reparable units are restored, while those beyond repair are melted down for recycling. But humanity possesses no such capability. The workers who joined the resistance understand that their enemies are not only those who oppress and exploit them, but also the intelligent robots before them. Because the mechanical army has no use for humans, requires no intelligence, accepts no surrender, and leaves no survivors. Therefore, once the resistance takes the battlefield, they fight to the death. Thanks to the cybernetic augmentations provided by the City-Village Alliance, many warriors can, after exhausting their ammunition, charge out from the fortresses and trenches using their own bodies as the final projectile. With the right approach, mutual destruction with a wolf spider is entirely achievable. Boom. Commander, the 3rd defense line is about to collapse. Commander, ammunition reserves have dropped below 30%. Commander, the 4th defense line has fallen. All brothers perished in battle, none retreated. Commander, the western defense line requests reinforcements. Only 3 soldiers remain, and their ammunition is nearly depleted. Commander, on the front lines the thunderous explosions of artillery never cease. In the rear defensive zone, one report after another reaches Liu Yao's hands. Everyone awaits her command. The severe shortage of weapons and ammunition at the Hushi resource zone is common knowledge. Yet not a single worker who joined the resistance has become a deserter. All remain stationed behind the defensive line. Even at the cost of their lives, they are determined to halt the mechanical army's advance. This is not for their own sake, but to protect the spark of the resistance from being extinguished by this unforeseen catastrophe. They have suffered and therefore understand the meaning of resistance. She has heard that within Filong City, a City-Village Alliance struggles to maintain order in the lower city district, and the outer city villages protecting the rights of ordinary people. Surely comrades fighting for ideals much like their own resistance. For the workers of the Hushi resource zone, their families and friends all reside in Filong City's lower city district and outer city villages. The City-Village Alliance's efforts undoubtedly protect their loved ones as well. Thus, the workers' favorable sentiment toward the City-Village Alliance arises naturally. It is precisely the emergence of the City-Village Alliance that has reinforced these workers' conviction. They now know they are not fighting alone. With this understanding, even sacrifice becomes meaningful. Continue defending. Distribute all remaining weapons and ammunition. Liu Yao raises her head, her gaze resolute, and declares, once the Hushi resource zone falls, the mechanical army's vanguard will advance directly toward Filong City. The outer city villages possess no defensive capability whatsoever. By then the scale of casualties would be utterly unimaginable. Understood, Commander. So this is the Hushi resource zone. The mechanical army is making quite a racket. Fang Zhe had hurried with all possible speed, and no sooner had he reached the vicinity of the Hushi resource zone than he heard the unceasing thunder of artillery and gunfire in the distance. The Hive Queen's mechanical army boasted formidable firepower, and its close combat capabilities were nothing to scoff at, nor did it ever need rest. For any human defensive force, it was a nightmare-level challenge. Victory was nearly impossible. Therefore, fighting a protracted battle against these things was definitely not a wise choice. System. I'm right here. What does Host Bro want? Strengthen my physique. Understood. Enhancement points -6400. Physique upgraded to Transcendent 7th rank. Enhancement points required for next physique enhancement 12800. Not enough. Keep strengthening. Enhancement points -12800. Physique upgraded to transcendent 8th rank. Enhancement points required for next physique enhancement 25600. That should be about enough now. Feng Zhe carefully felt the surging power inside him, as if a single punch could shatter the sky and a single kick could trample the earth. However, in the system's view, this feeling was merely an illusion caused by the explosive surge of power. Therefore, one should still keep a low profile. Physique strength is already sufficient. Now for the main event, System Enhanced Skill Thunder Summoning. This was one of Feng Zhe's rare area of effect skills, so it had to be given the highest priority. Enhancement points -32000. Thunder Summoning, 7 Lightning Element Affinity 80, O Lightning Element Resistance 80, O Active Skill to Drive Thunder Wield Lightning. Hiss. It's true that you get what you pay for, but this price is still way too expensive. Feng Zhe looked at the system's successful enhancement notice, then at his remaining enhancement points, 49115. Continuing to enhance Thunder Summoning would require more than 60,000 enhancement points. That was clearly not enough now, so he would have to make up the difference elsewhere. Because the power of the thunder conjured by Thunder Summoning depended on Feng Zhe's overall attributes, enhancing other skills would also amplify the destructive force of Thunder Summoning. System Enhanced Skills Swiftness Copper Skin and Iron Bones Telekinesis Mighty Strength. Received. The front line of the Hushy Resource Zone. On the smoke-shrouded battlefield, wolf spiders pressed forward slowly, trampling over the limbs of their own kind. Mechanical bee swarms buzzed about, forming a peculiar barrier that shielded the maintenance-type intelligent robots behind them as they dragged their fallen kind back. With ammunition, exhausted soldiers activated the self-destruct mode of their prosthetic bodies and charged out beyond the bunkers and trenches. The high-energy batteries carried inside those prosthetic bodies could at the final moment produce a small explosion to take the enemy down with them. No one could count how many comrades had been sacrificed. They only knew that the entire battlefield was littered with severed limbs and that blood had dyed the earth red. Even so, not one person retreated. Leader, why have you come here? Quick, hurry back. The front line is too dangerous. Behind defense line 6, Liu Yao's sudden appearance boosted the resistance fighters' morale while also filling them with extreme anxiety. The leader was the guiding light of the resistance, showing everyone the way forward. If anything happened to their leader, they dared not imagine the consequences. And what would I go back for? The ammunition reserves in the Hushy Resource Zone are basically depleted. I came here now to tell you. I am the leader of the resistance, so I will never abandon the resistance and run away on my own. If we can't hold the Hushy Resource Zone, then where can we retreat to? Liu Yao gazed at the nearby explosions and said with a solemn expression, "Abandon the Hushy Resource Zone and let the Hive Queen's mechanical army march straight in." She couldn't do it. Boom. But at that moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from beneath the ground. This was the precursor to an earth spike launching an attack from underground, and it was also the attack method that troubled the resistance the most. Tunneling through the earth, it was impossible to defend against in advance. Leader, watch out. Earthquake. Yet Liu Yao did not dodge. Instead, she lifted her foot and stomped the ground. The earth trembled violently, and wave after wave of shockwaves precisely struck the earth spike that was about to attack, shattering its mechanical structure completely and terminating the assault. Liu Yao's complexion changed at that moment, turning rather pale. This technique was the power of the earth element she had received earlier as a personal reward. It allowed Liu Yao to borrow the power of the earth within a certain range. Its drawback was that it consumed no small amount of physical strength and mental energy, so it had to be used with care. Don't worry about me. The enemy is already here. Liu Yao waved her hand, waving off those who wanted to come and support her, signaling that she needed no help. Afterward, she shook her head hard again, trying to shake the sleepiness out of her mind. Since the battle to defend the Hushy Resource Zone had begun, Liu Yao had not slept at all, relying on her strong physique to hold on. That single stomp just now had nearly drained her mental energy. Leader, I said don't worry about me. Go now. Liu Yao rubbed between her brows, feeling the scene before her grow blurry and dark, which should be caused by mental energy depletion. But the situation at the front was growing worse and worse. How could she collapse here? Rumble. But just then peals of thunder rang out in the sky, deafening. They even seemed to be on the verge of drowning out the roar of the artillery below. Liu Yao heard it and raised her head in astonishment, only to see that the sky had somehow become shrouded in dark clouds. Bolts of lightning churned within the clouds. Clap after clap of thunder shook heaven and earth. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Liu Yao was utterly bewildered. But the thunder clouds in the sky would not answer her question. They would only take action. Lightning judgment. A thunderbolt shot down, striking precisely a wolf spider that was firing its cannon. Lightning flashed, electric energy was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye the wolf spider, like a heavy tank, collapsed in ruin. Metal-framed intelligent robots were excellent conductors of electric current. Struck head-on by lightning, their internal circuits were destroyed in an instant, reducing them to piles of scrap metal. And this thunderbolt was merely the beginning, like a fuse. The next moment, lightning poured down from the sky, like a torrential rain, landing with unerring precision on the intelligent robots on the battlefield, while completely avoiding the resistance fighters. One towering wolf spider after another collapsed to the ground. The swarms of mechanical bees were also detonated by the lightning, triggering a chain reaction of successive explosions. The maintenance-type intelligent robots at the rear did not escape either. They too became targets of the thunderous rain. Even the earth spikes hidden underground were locked onto by the lightning and destroyed the instant they surfaced. Rumble. At this moment the Hive Queen's mechanical army collectively ground to a halt. The roar of artillery ceased, leaving only thunder that resounded through heaven and earth. The resistance fighters who saw this unbelievable scene were stunned at first, and then wept tears of joy believing that the heavens were helping them. Otherwise, how could they explain what was happening before their eyes? The sudden rain of thunderbolts struck only those intelligent robots and completely avoided humans. It couldn't be that metal just attracts lightning better, right? Does this count as us winning? Liu Yao gazed at the dark clouds slowly dissipating in the sky, knowing that the mechanical army that had attacked the Hushy resource zone had most likely been completely annihilated. Without the maintenance-type intelligent robots, the mechanical army would have no way to restore its combat capability. With this realization, Liu Yao, who had already exhausted all her spiritual energy, felt her mood relax, and a wave of overwhelming exhaustion came crashing over her like the tide. Yao Yao, I'm sorry I'm late. Fangze. Hearing this achingly familiar voice, Liu Yao, who could no longer hold on, immediately let herself fall backward with relief. Hubby, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. Fangze caught Liu Yao as she fell, embracing her from behind, while casting another glance at the dissipating clouds above. That thunderstorm had indeed been summoned by him. However, to ensure that every intelligent robot across the entire battlefield would be taken care of, Fangze had also borrowed some power from nature to amplify the thunder he had summoned, to ensure the complete annihilation of the Bee Queen's mechanical army in a single strike. To be honest, this was the first time Fangze had unleashed the full power of the summoned thunderstorm. Clearly the effect was extraordinary. Not only did it resolve the predicament at the Hushy resource zone, but it also terrified quite a few people. For instance, the viewers from various countries in the livestream. What the heck is that? The Chosen One from Great Xia can actually control the power of lightning. Thor. This is the power of Thor. Oh my god. The Chosen One from Great Xia has obtained the power of Thor. How incredible. WOW. When did humanity gain the ability to control the forces of nature? Fang Yi is still Fang Yi after all. Those folks who were calling for sanctions against Fang Yi earlier, why aren't they making any noise now? Could it be because they're afraid of being struck by lightning? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This must all be special effects. Humanity cannot possibly possess such power. Absolutely impossible. Stop fooling yourselves. When has the national fortune game ever faked anything? Fang Yi is awesome. Voice breaking. Fang Yi is truly the pride of Great Xia. He's amazing. Those short-sighted folks should be sweating bullets right about now. And indeed, after Fangze fully displayed his power, there were indeed quite a number of people sweating profusely. The beautiful country's officials immediately convened a team of scientists. After repeatedly reviewing the footage of the thunderstorm, and through extensive research data and numerous discussions, they finally reached a conclusion. The Chosen One Fangze from Great Xia had already achieved a preliminary level of city-destroying combat capability. In fact, some smaller nations, even if they devoted their entire national strength, could not withstand Fangze alone. This was the benefit the National Fortune Game brought to the Chosen Ones. It should be noted that the National Fortune Game had now reached its 4th session. Major powers were certainly no strangers to the concept of supernatural beings and the manifestation of extraordinary abilities. In truth, among beautiful country's own Chosen Ones, there was one who possessed not insignificant extraordinary abilities, though the Chosen One themselves preferred to call them skills. Therefore, the beautiful country's officials understood clearly. In this new era, the combat power of Chosen Ones would occupy an increasingly significant proportion in a nation's comprehensive national strength. As the number of National Fortune Game sessions increased, the quantity of Chosen Ones possessed by each country would also grow. If a small nation could acquire several Chosen Ones at the same power level as Fangze, then even beautiful country would not dare to act rashly. Damn it. Why did such a powerful Chosen One emerge from Great Xia? General Mike, holding the research team's analysis report, shattered his beloved pipe in his office. Given the current situation, any attempt to secretly harm Fangze had become utterly impossible. In other words, the rise of Great Xia was now unstoppable. For beautiful country accustomed to being the hegemon, this was undoubtedly a harsh slap in the face and a heavy blow. However, no matter how unwilling General Mike was, he could not change the facts. Unless Fangze suddenly died, or unless they found a way to recruit Fangze. Recruit the Chosen One from Great Xia. Money, beauty, power. No, with Fangze's abilities would Great Xia be unable to provide those things. After much deliberation, General Mike suddenly realized that even if he had the will, he lacked the means. Let alone the fact that beautiful country's agents and spies had absolutely no way to get close to Fangze. Even if they could meet Fangze face to face, what conditions could beautiful country possibly offer? This won't work, that won't work, then doesn't that mean? General Mike slumped into his leather chair, the rest of his words stuck in his throat, unable to emerge for a long while. Because he was very clear that beautiful country could no longer hold on to its position as the hegemon. They could only strive for second place. Bear Nation. In Supreme Leader A Jing's office. The scientific research team's assessment report on the power of Great Xia's chosen one Fang Zhe lay right on his desk. At this moment, Supreme Leader A Jing still felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Bear Nation's chosen ones had always maintained a relationship of mutual respect with Fang Zhe, so it should be relatively easy to cultivate friendship going forward. At the very least, much easier than for beautiful countries, chosen ones. Fortunately, we never agreed to those people's invitations to target Great Xia before. Now it's finally Bear Nation's turn to get ahead. Supreme Leader A Jing understood deeply that this era was unlike any that had come before. The national fortune game was a mysterious force completely beyond human comprehension. Whoever received more of its gifts would dominate, and the latecomers one step behind would truly never be able to catch up in this lifetime. Take Fang Zhe as an example. Who could possibly deal with him? That earth-shaking thunderstorm would probably not even suffice with nuclear bombs. Even if Fang Zhe couldn't withstand the damage from nuclear bombs, could he not evade them? And once Fang Zhe bore a grudge against someone, the consequences were all too obvious. Therefore, at this very moment, Supreme Leader A Jing carefully adjusted Bear Nation's future strategy. Befriend Great Xia? Compared to those major powers carefully adjusting their development strategies. At this very moment, there was one country's leadership that appeared exceptionally panicked. That was the Sakura Nation. Damn it. Tell me what our chosen one did. Betrayed the Qingxiyuan alliance. Sakura Nation's emperor, upon hearing his subordinate's report, nearly leaped out of his chair, his face turning pale. Whether from anger or fear, it was hard to tell. At such a time, to offend Fang Zhe, did the chosen one not value his life, or was the entire Sakura Nation going to be buried alongside him? They enjoyed gambling with their nation's fortune, but not bloody hell like this. Fang Zhe, awake. Would you like some water? Fang Zhe, keeping vigil by the bedside, saw Lu Yao open her eyes and immediately handed her the cup of water he had prepared earlier. Lu Yao took the cup and drained it in one gulp. How long was I asleep? 3 days. Fang Zhe retrieved the cup and poured her another. Don't worry. The Hushi resource zone is safe now. But those who sacrificed, they'll never return. Lu Yao cradled the cup, her spirits dampened. She had commanded large-scale battles before, but never won with such devastating casualties. The demon clan, however powerful, had moments of fear. But the mechanical army knew no fear, would never hesitate for even a moment. Without trials of blood and fire, the rebel army cannot solidify their faith. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Resisting oppression and exploitation is not mere vengeance nor empty rhetoric. It is about liberating the countless compatriots who, like our rebel warriors, suffer beneath oppression and exploitation. Fang Zhe stroked Lu Yao's hair gently, then drew her into his embrace, comforting her. Yao Yao, you must understand. We cannot remain here forever. Those who endure this trial will become the sparks of tomorrow. You gave them purpose, gave them hope. That is already enough. The future must be forged by their own hands. Fang Zhe understood well the wisdom of teaching to fish rather than giving fish. Many problems must be faced by the natives of this world themselves, and they were merely passing travelers. I understand. Lu Yao nodded, nestling deeper into Fang Zhe's embrace. Fang Zhe, could you hold me a little longer? If that's all you want. Fang Zhe shrugged without refusing. Then, knock knock knock. A knock came at the door, and the guard outside announced, President Fang, there's a letter for you. Come in. Fang Zhe responded. Lu Yao quickly straightened up and gazed at Fang Zhe with curiosity. I told them I'm the president of the City-Village Alliance. Fang Zhe offered a brief explanation. The rebel soldiers already held favorable impressions of the City-Village Alliance, and Fang Zhe's dramatic entrance had been nothing short of a divine miracle to them. Therefore, after Fang Zhe revealed his identity, the surviving rebel warriors revered him like a deity. In their hearts, his status soared to heights second only to leader Lu Yao herself. President Fang, your letter. Leader, you're awake. Wonderful leader, truly wonderful. The guard delivered the letter, then froze upon seeing Lu Yao sitting upright. His face burst into joyful exclamations. But quickly the guard covered his mouth, afraid of disturbing leader Lu Yao's rest. President Fang, this is your letter. Leader, you. I'm fine now, feeling much better. Please tell everyone not to worry about me. Lu Yao smiled and waved the guard away. Because she noticed that Fang Zhe reading the letter had grown increasingly calm, his gaze deepening with each passing moment. Are you angry? What happened? The Feilong Biopharmaceutical Corporation has moved against the City-Village Alliance. The upper city has dispatched security forces to encircle and eliminate them. Fang Zhe handed the letter to Lu Yao. This letter had been written 2 days prior, signed by Hua Xiaoya. 2 days was more than enough time for the upper city's well-equipped security forces to turn the entire lower city upside down. With the City-Village Alliance's strength, maintaining order in the lower city and outer villages was barely feasible. Once the upper city's security forces intervened, the alliance would have absolutely no means of resistance. What do you intend to do? Lu Yao finished scanning the letter and looked up at Fang Zhe. I had originally planned to gradually dismantle the upper city's rule, starting from the lower city and outer villages. But it seems they have no intention of cooperating. Fang Zhe rose to his feet, his expression a mask of stillness. Yao Yao, go gather the rebel army. In 1 day head to Feilong City and prepare to take control of the lower city and outer villages. In the upper city, Lu Yao had already sensed Fang Zhe's intentions, but wanted confirmation. The upper city. Fong Zhe smiled faintly. We'll see how many of them survive. Phylong City, Upper City. Phylong Biopharmaceutical Corporation's number 6 drug laboratory. Outside the main entrance. After a truck rolled to a stop, the driver hopped down and dialed the laboratory's internal line. Soon a tall, thin young man with a scholarly air emerged from the laboratory building. Why were the test subjects delivered so quickly this time? The young man accepted the delivery form from the driver, signing as he asked. These were added last minute. The higher-ups ordered me to deliver them. I heard they're from some organization called the City-Village Alliance. They dared to dream of unifying the lower city, and even had connections with the rebel army. The corporation's directors felt these people were disrupting their control over the lower city, so they wiped them out entirely. Leaning against the truck door, the driver lit a cigarette and continued talking while exhaling smoke. Seeing the young man finish signing, he led him to the rear of the truck and pulled open the cargo bay door. Mr. Tong, please inspect them. As long as the quantity is correct, their condition doesn't matter. It's waste reclamation anyway. I understand. The young man tucked the signed form into his pocket and peered inside the cargo bay. Inside were rows upon rows of iron cages, each holding criminals stripped of their cybernetic implants, their bodies marred, without a single patch of healthy flesh. The stench of blood, fermenting waste, and acidic vomit immediately assaulted the senses. Terrible quality. These shouldn't count against the laboratory's consumption. The young man frowned at the cargo bay filled with criminals, more dead than alive. Drug experiments require healthy test subjects. What use were these near-death creatures whose vital signs would vanish at the slightest disturbance? They might as well be sent directly to the crematorium. That's your concern. I'm only responsible for delivery. But these are all criminals. The higher-ups don't care. Use them however you like. If all else fails, contact the crematorium. They're familiar with you anyway. The driver crushed his cigarette against the truck bed and spread his hands. Fine. These are all criminals from the City-Village Alliance, correct? The young man retrieved the delivery form from his pocket, found the acceptance page, and contacted the movers inside the laboratory building. Once all the iron cages from the truck had been moved into the laboratory building, the young man wrote his assessment and signed his name on the acceptance page. This batch of test subjects is extremely poor in quality, with faint vital signs. I hope they can be used for testing therapeutic medications. Inspector Tong Chun. Laboratory No. 6. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat wearing plain spectacles and staring with lifeless eyes was compounding medicines at the desk. Tong Chun, who had just stepped outside to sign for the latest batch of test subjects, knocked and entered. Instead of approaching the middle-aged man, he stood at the door and said loudly, Dr. Zhang, the test subjects this time are barely better than corpses. The new drugs with potent effects are definitely out of the question. So I was thinking maybe we should first use some milder new drugs to let them recover a bit before anything else. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at Tong Chun upon hearing this. He was the highest authority of Laboratory No. 6. Jiang Yi, tasked with developing new pharmaceuticals for Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group to enhance various functions of the human body. Previously, Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group had not been involved in such projects. With prosthetics available, enhancing the human body was inferior to directly modifying it by installing various functional prosthetics. The power of machinery far exceeded that of human flesh. However, 15 years ago, a major incident changed the minds of Phylong's top executives. That incident was the revolt of the prosthetics intelligent auxiliary system. No one could have imagined that the Hive Queen could invade the intelligent auxiliary systems within prosthetics, turning them from helpers into murderers. All prosthetics equipped with intelligent auxiliary systems began to ruthlessly kill their owners. In contrast, the ordinary prosthetics used in the lower city were completely unaffected. Therefore, this matter was only known within the upper city. After this upheaval, the executives of Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group ceased to trust prosthetics and turned to researching the functions of the human body itself, attempting to tap into its innate potential. Thus, numerous new drug laboratories were established. Since new drugs required testing, the demand for test subjects grew ever larger. Recruitment of researchers also broadened. And Tong Chun was a promising talent Jiang Yi had stumbled upon the other day. After a series of assessments, Jiang Yi found that Tong Chun had extremely keen reactions to many body-enhancing drugs. Moreover, he had put forward several constructive proposals. This pleasantly surprised Jiang Yi, so he made an on-the-spot decision to hire Tong Chun despite the usual criteria, granting him entry to Laboratory No. 6. Hence, Jiang Yi still valued Tong Chun's advice. Tong Chun, since you think those test subjects are not fit for drug trials at present, let's just keep them for now. In this matter, your experience is no less than mine. With that, Jiang Yi turned back to continue preparing drugs. As the head of Laboratory No. 6, the fate and number of test subjects were not his concern. If Tong Chun didn't mind the extra work, Jiang Yi was willing to delegate authority. As long as Tong Chun could produce test subjects whenever he needed them, that was enough. Then I'll go to the warehouse to fetch the drugs. Dr. Jiang, sorry for the disturbance. Tong Chun nodded and left the compounding room. Indeed, the test subjects were not under Jiang Yi's jurisdiction. However, without Jiang Yi's permission, ordinary researchers were not allowed to take drugs from the warehouse at will. City-Village Alliance. Is that the City-Village Alliance founded by Mr. Fong? I hope Mr. Fong is fine. Walking down the corridor, Tong Chun sighed inwardly. That was all he could do. Phylong City, the quarantine zone. This was a guarded area established by Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group to separate the upper city from the lower city. Without identification, there were only two ways to enter the upper city: be captured and brought in as a test subject, or be bought in as a servant. Thus, under normal circumstances, lower city residents would not approach the quarantine zone. After all, the guard squad stationed within the quarantine zone was not to be trifled with. Even if they killed a lower city resident, they would suffer no punishment. Instead, lower city residents who attempted to trespass into the upper city would be held accountable. Today, however, an uninvited guest arrived outside the quarantine zone. Fong Zhe, halt. Show your identification. Inside the quarantine zone, the guard spotted Fong Zhe approaching leisurely and immediately moved forward to stop him. Since all upper city residents were registered with the guard squad, thus the moment a stranger appeared, they would spot him at once. No one could slip through. Identification. Fong Zhe looked at the guards ahead, noticing the metallic luster of their prosthetics and the dark, gaping gun muzzles already aimed at him. Undoubtedly, if he ignored the warning and pressed forward, these men would open fire without hesitation, to remind the rest of the lower city where the authority of the upper city lay. I wonder if this can serve as my identification. A smile surfaced on Fong Zhe's face, but beneath it lurked boundless indifference. What is that? The guards frowned, gesturing with their guns for Fong Zhe to open his raised fist. Why, it's an invitation from the Grim Reaper. As he spoke, Fong Zhe slowly opened his raised fist. A dazzling purple light burst forth. In an instant, electric light flooded the sky, sweeping outward in all directions like a spider web. The thunderbolt struck with terrifying speed. The guards ahead could only see a flash of purple light before the powerful current pierced through their internal organs, melted the circuits of their prosthetics, and scorched their brains. Within seconds, the thousands of guards stationed in the quarantine zone were utterly annihilated. The pillar of electric light that shot into the sky startled the lower city residents, yet was drowned out by the dazzling lights of the upper city. But Fong Zhe did not care. He had only one target: the headquarters of Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. As for the upper city residents, once stripped of the protection of the guard squad and security forces, if they could withstand the wrath of the lower city and the village residents outside the city, then letting them live would be fine. Fong Zhe's passage through the upper city was in fact quite uneventful, for everyone was immersed in extravagant indulgence, utterly confident in the quarantine zone. They had never imagined an uninvited guest could arrive. But as Fong Zhe approached the core area, a fully armed squad immediately surrounded him. Hey, who are you? How dare you trespass into the upper city? Ahead is the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group headquarters. Halt. Hands on your heads. Get down on the ground. Take one more step, and we won't be polite. The Phylong security forces were the most well-equipped military unit in Phylong City, exclusively under Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. Their usual station was on the inner side of the upper city, near the core area. Their daily duty was to stop all unauthorized intruders from entering the headquarters of Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. Occasionally, they would follow orders from Phylong's top executives to suppress uprisings in the lower city, or rather to slaughter the innocent. Was it you who carried out the siege on the city-village alliance? Fong Zhe paid no heed to the security forces' warnings. He kept advancing as he asked in a frosty voice. What are you talking about? Who exactly are you? For ignoring our warnings and attempting to break into the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group headquarters, you are guilty as charged. All men take aim. Fire. Seeing that Fong Zhe had ignored his warning, and even dared to draw near, the captain of the Phylong security forces immediately gave the order to open fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted and countless bullets formed a curtain that poured toward Fong Zhe. This firepower was no longer at the level of merely riddling him into a sieve. It was at the level of grinding him into fine mincemeat. Yet Fong Zhe's steps never halted. Instead, a formidable psychic power spread outward, forming a durable web around him. Countless bullets flew toward him, every one of them caught by that psychic power and suspended in midair beside Fong Zhe. What? What is this? How is that possible? Monster. That man is a monster. The scene left the security force personnel drenched in cold sweat, completely unable to believe their eyes. Heavy firepower could not be used within the city, nor was there time for them to switch to other weapons. I am the president of the City-Village Alliance. Those who died at your hands, let me convey their regards to you on their behalf. With that, Fong Zhe raised his hand and swept it through the air. The bullets, once held captive by psychic power, immediately shot back at even greater speed. Thud, thud, thud. Every member of the Phylong security forces before him was caught beneath this storm of bullets. Not a single one escaped. Within mere seconds, all were slain. It's not over yet. Fong Zhe raised his head, looking toward the headquarters tower of the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. The influential figures of the corporation all resided within this skyscraper, so immense that it pierced the clouds. Inside the tower, every kind of den for feasting, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking was available in abundance. All resources of Phylong City had to be supplied to this tower first, followed only then by the upper and lower districts. As for the villages beyond the city, they could only scrape by on the garbage. Who are you? I don't recall having seen you before. Show me your employee card. Before Fong Zhe had even fully stepped into the building, the receptionist's haughty, condescending voice rang out. I'm not an employee here. Not an employee here. Then how did you get in? Here to see someone. Fang Zhe said only half a sentence when the receptionist with a face full of impatience cut him off. There's nobody here for you to see. If you're not an employee, get lost this instant. Otherwise, I'll call the security forces to deal with you. What? Why haven't you left? What more do you want to say? The receptionist cast a sidelong glance at Fang Zhe upon seeing he still intended to speak. She asked with undisguised revulsion. Being a front desk receptionist in the headquarters of the Feilong Biopharmaceutical Group was to her both an honor and a token of status, sufficient to make her proud enough to despise most people. With the sole exception of the group's management, even ordinary employees were beneath her notice, let alone this shabby-looking wretch before her. Forget it. Fang Zhe shook his head slightly. He had originally planned to ask for directions politely, but now there was no need for that. You? Noticing the somewhat eerie expression on Fang Zhe's face, the receptionist immediately grabbed the telephone on the counter, intending to summon the security forces. But just as her hand touched the receiver, an invisible force gripped her neck and hoisted her into midair. Where are the board director's offices? You have 5 seconds to think. Leaning against the front desk, Fang Zhe said languidly, 543. On the top floor. They're all on the top floor. The receptionist's face went pale as death. Her voice was hoarse from the difficulty of breathing. Thank you. Fang Zhe nodded, then flicked his finger, and a bolt of electric light pierced the receptionist's chest, tearing through her heart. Afterward, Fang Zhe ascended the stairwell to the top floor. From the top floor meeting room came the faint murmur of discussion. This made Fang Zhe's eyes brighten. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Had he tried to capture them one by one, he'd have had to painstakingly search the entire building. Bang! The meeting room door was kicked open by Fang Zhe. The corpulent, self-important board directors around the conference table were all startled and turned toward the door. Realizing the newcomer was someone they didn't recognize, they immediately furrowed their brows. Who is this guy? Never seen him before. Just have the security forces come up and handle it. Those men are becoming more incompetent by the day. Now just anyone can walk into the headquarters. Hey, just who are you? Do you have any idea what consequences your actions will bring upon yourself? Several board directors pounded the table, questioning him with stern expressions. I'm sorry, but I'm not too sure what consequences I'll face. What I am sure of is that none of you will escape today. So before you die, you might as well answer one of my questions. Where are the survivors of the City-Village Alliance? Fang Zhe asked with an airy smile. If not for the possibility that survivors might exist, Fang Zhe wouldn't have come up to find these men at all. What did you say? What's your relationship with the City-Village Alliance? The board directors, upon hearing Fang Zhe's question, immediately realized something was wrong. But Fang Zhe did not answer. He merely flicked his finger. A flash of electric light burst forth, instantly charring one of them. The others were so frightened they sprang up from their seats. You. Answer my question. For every 3 seconds you stall, I will randomly execute one person in this room. Fang Zhe still wore a smile. His words chilled everyone present to the bone, and they immediately tried to reason with him. Do you even know what you're doing? I think we can sit down and talk this over, right? What do you want? Wealth, beauties, power, fame, or something else? Whatever you can name, we'll give it to you. First 3 seconds. Fang Zhe summoned a second bolt of lightning, still smiling. Another man was struck into brittle charcoal. This time no one dared to waste a single word. The man who had previously been in charge of the City-Village Alliance purge was pushed forward. The survivors of the City-Village Alliance. The survivors. They were all taken to the pharmaceutical lab. I also don't know what has become of them now. To the Feilong Biopharmaceutical Group, the matter of the City-Village Alliance and the resistance was neither too small nor too large. If the affair hadn't been so odious in nature, they wouldn't have cared much about it at all. But who could have imagined that precisely because of this affair the Feilong Biopharmaceutical Group would meet its ruin? Pharmaceutical lab. I see. Then you no longer have any value now. Rest easy, depart in peace. So saying, Fang Zhe turned and walked out of the meeting room. The ball of lightning left in the meeting room, however, suddenly exploded, unleashing an entire roomful of electric light. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered again. Soon thunderbolts descended like torrential rain, cascading down upon the headquarters tower of the Feilong Biopharmaceutical Group. The mighty currents melted through the building's steel structure, causing the soaring tower to collapse floor upon floor. Rumble. Congratulations to the Great Xia Nation's Chosen One Fang Zhe for completing the influence task Economy, Hidden Anti-Monopoly. Congratulations to Daxia's Chosen One Fang Zhe for completing the influence mission, Economy, Hidden Anti-Monopoly Objective Dismantle the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group, or the Constant Group. Daxia has received a reward: high-quality coal reserves increased by 50 billion tons. Daxia's Chosen One Fang Zhe obtains a personal reward, bound item compact cold fusion reactor. Personal reward not to be disclosed. Compact cold fusion reactor, clean energy capable of supplying up to 80,000 megajoules per second. As the headquarters building of the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group collapsed with a thunderous roar, the National Destiny Games notification rang out. An economic mission this time. Fang Zhe keenly sensed that this hidden mission was different from the hidden missions before. It was no longer about displaying martial strength, but about regulating the economy. In other words, hidden missions actually came in many forms, and anyone could trigger one inadvertently. It was only that the hidden missions were so difficult that very few could finish them and trigger the National Destiny Games notice. From this, it seemed that force was considerably more effective than economic measures. As the thought crossed his mind, Fong Zhe took out the compact cold fusion reactor and examined it. He then noticed that this thing strongly resembled a certain man's arc reactor, but its power output was far higher. He wondered whether it could be reverse engineered to extract the design blueprints for this compact cold fusion reactor. If that were possible, Daxia should no longer be short of energy. What's that noise outside? Damn it. How did the Flying Dragon Group's headquarters collapse? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is happening? What is going on now? The Flying Dragon Group is gone. How could something this huge happen all of a sudden? A natural disaster. Divine punishment. No way. The collapse of the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group's headquarters was far too loud to be concealed by the glittering nightlife of the upper city. Countless upper city residents were startled awake from their decadent revelry, utterly unable to believe their eyes. The Flying Dragon Group's fall was equal to losing the great tree that had provided them shade. How could they possibly accept this? Forget the saying, when a whale falls, all things flourish. The upper city residents were themselves vested interests who had been enjoying their privileges just fine. They needed no change whatsoever to live out their days in quiet peace. But now that such a thing had happened, they would likely be cast into displacement and destitution. No wonder they were bitter. The lower city people, however, began to harbor different thoughts after their initial shock and disbelief. Why should upper city people be born into incomparably superior living conditions, needing only to eat, drink, and amuse themselves every day, while lower city people could only toil like beasts of burden, living a life that left them unable to die, yet unable to truly live? This is unjust. Now that the Flying Dragon Group had collapsed, heaven had granted a golden opportunity. All that was missing was a person of prestige and boldness to step forward and lead. At that moment, one call would surely rally hundreds and followers would gather like clouds. Upper City Pharmaceutical Laboratory No. 6. Ever since the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group headquarters collapsed, Tong Chun had come to stand outside the laboratory building. The researchers inside didn't understand Tong Chun's behavior and assumed he had merely stepped out for some air. They themselves were too restless to sit still. The major laboratories in the upper city had almost all been established with investment from the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group. This was the rice bowl those researchers ate from, with or without results, as long as they had a concept they could attract investment. But now the rice bowl remained while the pot was gone, and so was the rice. What would they eat in the future? Mr. Fong, you came as expected. You are. Tong Chun. Outside the building, Tong Chun, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw Fong Zhe's figure. It's you. How did you come to be here? Fong Zhe remembered the name. He was Daxia's third chosen one. A stroke of fate, Mr. Fong. Actually, I was originally a member of the Genetic Medicine Research Institute. After I came over here, I met Dr. Jiang by chance, and was then brought along. Come to think of it, Dr. Jiang treated me quite well. I didn't have to suffer much. Originally, I planned to simply endure this 1 year here. Moreover, I've been able to learn a great deal of pharmacological knowledge in this lab that I'd never touched before. It's an unexpected bonus. Tong Chun scratched his head and briefly described his experiences. Compared with most chosen ones, his fortunes had indeed been far better. The most important thing was that the work matched his specialty. I see. In that case, are you very familiar with this lab? Were any of the City Village Alliance people sent here? Fong Zhe nodded and asked aloud. He had already searched several pharmaceutical labs earlier, but had found no survivors from the City Village Alliance. Come to think of it, there were quite a few labs in the upper city. But there were even more useless idlers. Some are here. Tong Chun had long guessed the purpose of Fong Zhe's visit, so he had already prepared. Of the City Village Alliance, few had survived the security forces' suppression. Later torture and the removal of cybernetic prosthetics killed another portion. Those who made it to the lab alive were the ones with exceptional luck. If they had been left unattended, they would have stopped breathing in less than a day. That was why Tong Chun had specially requested a great number of healing drugs. This was the Flying Dragon Biopharmaceutical Group's original specialty. For now, the City Village Alliance survivors had all stabilized physically. Thank you, Tong Chun. You're welcome, Mr. Fong. Compared with your contributions, what I have done is utterly trivial. Tong Chun shook his head, then noticed that Fong Zhe was observing a woman. Hua Xiaoya. She had lost both legs, her left hand, and one eye. Several of her ribs were broken, and her internal organs had also suffered varying degrees of damage. When she was sent to Pharmaceutical Laboratory No. 6, she had been on the verge of death. Now, even though her physical condition had stabilized, she had not yet awakened from her coma. What is her current condition? Fong Zhe stared at Hua Xiaoya's sleeping face and suddenly asked. Before Tong Chun could answer, a cold voice sounded from the door of the treatment room. Her wounds are too severe and her vitality is insufficient, so she has fallen into a dormant mode. One of a living being's self-protective mechanisms. Dr. Jiang. Hearing the voice, Tong Chun spun around sharply. Sure enough, Jiang, he was standing at the door of the treatment room, staring at them with a pair of dead fish eyes and an expressionless face. Then how is she to be treated? Fong Zhe didn't care who this Dr. Jiang was, he only wanted to know how to heal Hua Xiaoya. Waking her up is simple. However, to fully heal her, I suggest using prosthetics to compensate for the limbs she has lost. That includes replacing some of the severely damaged internal organs with specialized prosthetics. Otherwise, even if she wakes up, she will still be a cripple. Jiang Yi's tone carried little emotion. He was only stating a fact. Prosthetic augmentation technology. At present it seems like the most reliable option. Feng Zhe gave Jiang Yi a serious look, understanding that his suggestion was extremely pertinent. However, functional prosthetics require energy to maintain their power. The stronger the prosthetic, the more energy it consumes. That was precisely the purpose of the high-energy batteries installed within prosthetics. So after Feng Zhe approved Jiang Yi's proposal, an idea sprang up in his mind. Since Hua Xiaoya was going to be fitted with prosthetics anyway, he might as well be more audacious. He might as well integrate the energy slots of all the prosthetics directly into her torso, use the previously obtained compact cold fusion reactor as the energy source, and with advanced prosthetics, turn Hua Xiaoya into a humanoid Gundam. With the advanced prosthetic design, manufacturing, and improvement technologies Feng Zhe had acquired plus the system's enhancement functions, achieving this goal was entirely without question. Your prosthetic modification is so adept. You're a technician from the Constant Group. Outside the operating room of Drug Laboratory No. 6 of Feng Zhe wiped his hands as he looked at Dr. Jiang, who had raised the question, and asked in return, "Why do you ask?" Because the Constant Group started out researching prosthetic bodies, while Phylong Biopharmaceutical was initially just a drug seller. Prosthetic research only came later. Jiang Yi said bluntly. Besides, because of a previous prosthetic accident, a great deal of prosthetic research was put on hold. Judging by your level of technical skill, you aren't from Phylong City. You have keen eyes. So what do you plan to do now? Report me to the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. Feng Zhe tossed the hand towel into the trash basket and asked calmly. Hua Xiaoya's humanoid Gundam modification plan was now complete. Although it had cost a fair amount of enhancement points plus a compact cold fusion reactor, the price was far from cheap. But the results were satisfying. If an incident like the one before ever happened again, Feng Zhe believed Hua Xiaoya could take care of it alone without needing him to step in. So Feng Zhe no longer had any lingering worries. Never mind that the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group is gone. Even if it were still here, I wouldn't have such a thought. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, seemingly indifferent to an incident of such magnitude. Instead, after sizing Feng Zhe up once more, he went on, "Actually, I'd like to know what the Constant Group is thinking. Are they still trying to use the Queen Bee to rule the world just as they once did?" Feng Zhe's expression remained unruffled, but astonishment was already churning inside him. Behind these two corporations there seemed to be secrets too dark to be told. Dr. Jiang, what exactly do you mean by ruling the world? Standing nearby, Tong Chun voiced the very doubt in Feng Zhe's mind at the right moment. The Queen Bee AI developed by the former Hive Group was the most advanced artificial intelligence, and it was suspected of being capable of self-evolution. That was why the Constant Group and the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group had both wanted to obtain the Queen Bee in order to achieve a complete monopoly. However, 15 years ago, part of the Queen Bee program obtained by the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group lost control, resulting in a catastrophic disaster. So the proposal was scrapped. But the Constant Group didn't seem willing to give up, and even began to entertain the idea of annexing the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group. I think this major incident was probably engineered by the Constant Group. And the earlier City-Village Alliance, along with the resistance army outside the city, may all have been propped up by them. Jiang Yi analyzed it all with such confidence, heaping every ounce of blame onto the Constant Group. Feng Zhe simply didn't feel like refuting him. From Jiang Yi's words, however, Feng Zhe had discovered another clue. So you people know where the Queen Bee's database is. The machine intelligence crisis that swept this world had its root in the Queen Bee. Therefore, as long as the Queen Bee's database is destroyed, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Before this, Feng Zhe had assumed that humanity had ended up in this miserable state precisely because no one knew where the Queen Bee's database was. But now clearly that was not the case. The high-ranking executives of the group all know about this. Don't you? The Queen Bee's database is at the former Hive Group headquarters, but a large number of intelligent robots guard the area. Ordinary people simply can't get through. Jiang Yi cast a glance at Feng Zhe and said unhurriedly, "I see." Feng Zhe finally understood. If this machine intelligence crisis could be called a natural disaster at the beginning, then what came after was pure man-made catastrophe. The attitude of the two groups toward the Queen Bee could be described in one phrase: harboring a menace to keep themselves powerful. They relied on this crisis to concentrate power and accumulate wealth, trying to enslave everyone. What they had never expected was that one day they would raise a tiger that would turn back and harm them. The Queen Bee would never cooperate with them, and people were never willing to be enslaved by them. Now the problem is clear. As long as we destroy the Queen Bee's database, the mission will be fulfilled. After gaining this most important piece of intelligence, Feng Zhe immediately had the answer to how the clearance mission could be completed. Though to the other chosen ones this answer was as good as non-existent. Because they could never cross the defensive lines of the mechanical army to find the Queen Bee's database, they could only grit their teeth and survive this 1 year. But Feng Zhe was the one exception. Dr. Jiang, one last question. Why can you stay so calm when the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group is already destroyed? Now that Feng Zhe knew how to clear the mission, he was completely at ease. Because I probably have only 3 months left to live. Jiang Yi's tone was steady, as if he were talking about someone else. Most of the new drugs developed at this drug laboratory No. 6 were tested on my own body before being sent into production. Some of those new drugs had severe side effects and required constant improvement. So my body is actually on the verge of collapse. What does the Phylong Biopharmaceutical Group have to do with me then? At this point Jiang Yi suddenly turned and gave Tong Chen a look. In his opinion Tong Chen, like his younger self, had a humble origin and outstanding talent, which was why he had made an exception to hire Tong Chen. But now it seemed Tong Chen and Fong Zhe were probably on the same side. They were both people of the Constant Group. But it no longer mattered. To a man who was soon to die, no situation could be considered truly bad. Tong Chen, you stay here for now. I'm going out to take care of something. Fong Zhe paused for a moment, shook his head, and did not continue asking. Because now he truly had more important things to handle. The Chosen One from Sakura Country had betrayed the City-Village Alliance, reporting that the Alliance had connections with the Resistance Army. This had led to the City-Village Alliance being besieged by the Phylong security forces. This grudge had to be avenged. They say a thing should not be repeated 3 times, yet you people have provoked me again and again without ever mending your ways. I originally had no intention of coming after you. Everyone lives by their own skill. If you're bad, go train more. If you can't afford to live, then don't. But it seems you are not willing to cherish the opportunity. Since that is so, then you'd better all pray that your Chosen One can manage to stay out of my way. Fong Zhe had always been swift and vigorous in his actions. As long as the Chosen One from Sakura Country had not left Phylong City, Fong Zhe didn't need to consider leaving for now. Found you. This time that little wretch from Sakura Country had actually hidden inside the trash mountains in the contaminated zone in order to survive. It was indeed not easy to find a person who was bent on hiding amid the endless trash mountains. But the information revealed through the live stream could not be faked. Trying to run. Dream on. Fong Zhe. Shanben Xianren dug out from the mountain of refuse, was ashen-faced, and his voice trembled. He had done everything possible to hide in a place devoid of landmarks, somewhere he thought could not be easily discovered. Yet he had been found anyway, and found this quickly. If you knew this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? Fong Zhe said coldly, looking at the filth-covered Shanben Xianren. People like you never learn. What lesson? Fong Zhe, don't you dare lecture me here. Do you know how many people in Sakura Country have died because of you? Do you know how many families have been torn apart, how many ordinary people have been driven from their homes because of you? National hatred and blood debt. We cannot share the same sky. Shanben Xianren stared at Fong Zhe's cold expression. All of a sudden his weak knees steadied and he roared in fury. Those words nearly made Fong Zhe laugh in anger. National hatred. Blood debt. You people actually have the nerve to say that to us. This was a real eye-opener for Fong Zhe. Truly, that notorious nation of ungrateful wolves knew how to find excuses for itself. You people of Daxia deserve to die. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Shanben Xianren bellowed, then whipped out the short blade he had prepared long ago and charged at Fong Zhe. That desperate, death-defying spirit did have the traditional flavor of the Little Islanders' bonsai charge. But overestimating one's own abilities is also a traditional art of the Little Islanders. Stop. Fong Zhe watched the charging Shanben Xianren without a flicker of emotion. A crushing wave of psychokinetic force surged out and instantly froze the man in place. Then, guided by that psychokinetic force, Shanben Xianren suddenly knelt, raised the short blade in his hand, slowly thrust it into his own abdomen, and then dragged it sideways with agonizing deliberation. Oh! The fierce pain made Shanben Xianren's veins bulge and sweat pour from his whole body, and he let out a miserable scream. But Fong Zhe soon sealed his mouth with psychokinetic force, leaving only muffled grunts of struggle. Slain, a second-order transcendent. 20 enhancement points. Sakura Country's Chosen One Shanben Xianren has died. Punishment has descended. Sakura Country's land area -10. If this round of the National Destiny game has not ended in 15 days, a replacement Chosen One will be randomly selected for Sakura Country. The instant the National Destiny game's notifications ended, the coastline of Sakura Country began advancing inland without pause. The rising sea swallowed enormous stretches of land, leaving no one even half a moment to react. From satellite imagery, it was plainly visible that in just half an hour, fully 1/10 of Sakura Country's land area had been submerged by seawater. Countless farmlands, factories, homes, roads, and harbors were devoured by the sea. The property damage was beyond calculation. And those islanders who failed to flee in time and were dragged away by the water could not even be counted. At this moment, people once again came to a stark realization: the punishment of the National Destiny game was absolutely no joke. Sakura Country, having suffered catastrophic losses, immediately tried to contact its master, the Beautiful Country, to bring crushing pressure down on Daxia and demand substantial compensation. In the end, the Beautiful Country would not even take Sakura Country's calls. The official authorities of Daxia expressed profound sympathy for the incident. Meanwhile, Daxia's netizens thought everyone should be mobilized to donate some paper cranes to Sakura Country. The Bear Country, even more blunt, sent a congratulatory telegram on the spot. It nearly enraged Sakura Country's emperor to death. However, the conflicts of the real world could not yet affect the world within the National Destiny game. Once Fong Zhe had finished his business, the Resistance Army under Liu Yao arrived outside Phylong City. Beginning with the outer city village, it gradually took Phylong City into its control. Listen up, everyone. We are the Resistance Army fighting against oppression and exploitation. We are not those overlords of the upper city. In the lower city and the outer city village of Phylong City live your relatives, your friends, your neighbors, and fellow townsfolk. Therefore, wherever we go, we must treat the local residents kindly and spread our ideals to them. Remember, we are the resistance army that fights for all the oppressed. We're going to take back what rightfully belongs to us. For the workers who joined the resistance army, the lower city and the outer city village had always been home. That was why the people accepted the resistance army with such speed. With the popular foundation laid earlier by the city-village alliance, Liu Yao's takeover went even more smoothly. There was another factor: the city-village alliance had been encircled and suppressed by the Filong security forces before. Even so, under Hua Xiaoya's organization and leadership, many members of the city-village alliance had still managed to escape from the lower city and hide in the outer city village. Hua Xiaoya also destroyed the alliance's membership roster. And under brutal torture, she gritted her teeth and refused to reveal a single piece of intelligence. Therefore, when the resistance army arrived, the survivors of the city-village alliance became its finest guides. The Filong biopharmaceutical group had already come crashing down. The city-village alliance and the resistance army, the very forces the group had been wary of, became its gravediggers. Liu Yao's logic was very clear. Taking over the outer city village and the lower city was only the foundation of popular support. Seizing the various factories held by the Filong biopharmaceutical group was the key task. In addition, examining and passing judgment on the upper city's residents was a major undertaking, and the cornerstone of maintaining stability. After that, using Filong City as their base, they could steadily reclaim the resource zones outside the city and also take back control of the garrison troops in each resource zone. Then came even deeper questions. Liu Yao figured that she did not have enough time to resolve these questions, so she could only choose a successor ahead of time. And that successor had actually already been chosen by Feng Zhe. It was Hua Xiaoya. Her readiness to face death to cover her comrades in the city-village alliance had proven her will. So when Hua Xiaoya woke up in Pharmaceutical Laboratory No. 6, Feng Zhe, Liu Yao, and Hua Xiaoya held a small meeting on the topic of merging the city-village alliance and the resistance army. The city-village alliance and the resistance army share the same ideals, so they can absolutely be merged into one organization. One for civil matters and one for military matters. Only by walking on two legs can we go far. That was the view of Feng Zhe and Liu Yao. Moreover, Feng Zhe had his own insistence when it came to the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee must be eliminated. This matter cannot be delayed. After that, it will be a struggle between a brand new Filong City and the Constant Group. Xiaoya, this task will be left to you. Xiaoya, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to do it. Liu Yao also gently patted Hua Xiaoya's shoulder and said seriously. She had heard Feng Zhe say that Hua Xiaoya's current combat strength was practically a humanoid Gundam, a full-blown strategic-grade weapon. Getting rid of the Constant Group was no difficult task. What was genuinely difficult lay in the transformation of ideology. Your words sound as if you're giving your last testament. Isn't it that we should struggle together for our ideals? Hua Xiaoya moved her limbs, striving to eliminate the discomfort from her new prosthetic while teasing Feng Zhe and Liu Yao. Or do you just want to be hands-off managers and dump everything on me? The Hive Queen is extremely powerful. This is merely making necessary preparations for possible extreme situations. Feng Zhe's expression was very serious, but this was laying the groundwork for his and Liu Yao's subsequent departure. This time, having sufficient time to prepare for everything was far better than the rushed departures of the past. The Hive Queen. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoya fell somewhat silent. Feng Zhe had already briefly explained to her what happened during her coma, so she was very clear about her current physical condition and the issue with the Hive Queen. The culprit behind the mechanized crisis was the Hive Queen. Therefore, to end the crisis of human extinction, the Hive Queen had to be eliminated. But this process was too arduous and too dangerous. Feng Zhe's words just now clearly indicated that he intended to take on the mission of eliminating the Hive Queen himself. For this, he was willing to sacrifice his life without hesitation. Feng Zhe, must you go? After hesitating for a long while, Hua Xiaoya still asked this question. Some things must be done by someone, if not us then you, or else them. Everyone has their own task. Feng Zhe's gaze looked through the window towards the horizon. After a long while, he turned back and looked into Hua Xiaoya's eyes, saying solemnly, "So Xiaoya, promise me that even if we sacrifice ourselves, do not forget your task, do not forget our ideals." What he could leave behind was not much. Therefore, to change the world, they could only rely on Hua Xiaoya and the others' own efforts. I understand. Feng Zhe, I promise you, no matter what happens in the future, I will definitely strive for our ideals. Fight for all the poor people, fight for all the oppressed. Using her remaining right hand, Hua Xiaoya stroked her prosthetic, then raised her head with extremely determined eyes. I believe in you. I also believe in you. Feng Zhe, Liu Yao, and Hua Xiaoya reached a consensus at this moment. But to smoothly hand over the power of the City-Village Alliance and the rebel army, there was still a lot to do. The most important among these was to enhance Hua Xiaoya's prestige. Although Hua Xiaoya was previously the vice president of the City-Village Alliance, she was not well known among the rebel army. Therefore, the upcoming operation to reclaim the resource areas outside the city would gradually be handed over to Hua Xiaoya to be responsible for. On one hand, it could quickly enhance Hua Xiaoya's prestige in the rebel army. On the other hand, it would also allow her to familiarize herself with her prosthetics functions through actual combat, mastering her own power as soon as possible. Another key reason was that to merge the City-Village Alliance and the rebel army, one must be familiar with the situations on both sides. Only then can one aim specifically. Regarding this matter, Feng Zhe and Liu Yao would only actively promote it. The final step must be completed by Hua Xiaoya using her own prestige. Otherwise, after Feng Zhe and Liu Yao left, the various factions under Hua Xiaoya's command would definitely face turmoil. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. It's about time. Xiaoya has already integrated most of the forces. Even if we are not here, it is enough to handle all sudden situations. Yao, get ready, but it's time for us to crusade against the Hive Queen. Over the 2 months, Hua Xiaoya's control over her subordinates basically reached Feng Zhe's expectations. As for those ambitious troublemakers, Feng Zhe had also planned their future for them, to join him in crusading against the Hive Queen. For them, this could be considered a good thing. After all, if they rebelled in the future, they would likely be remembered as infamy for 10,000 years. But now joining Feng Zhe and Liu Yao to crusade against the Hive Queen and save all humanity, even if they sacrificed themselves, would make them famous for posterity. Was this not a good thing? Feng Zhe, should we go say goodbye to Xiaoya? Liu Yao asked while organizing the expedition roster. There's no need for such deliberate farewells. It doesn't have to seem like a life and death parting. Hasn't the expedition order already been issued? A normal farewell dinner would suffice. As for the future. Feng Zhe paused here. Xiaoya will understand. When the Hive Queen's database was destroyed by Feng Zhe's thunderous strike, the notification sound of the National Fate game sounded as expected. Outside the headquarters building of Hive Corporation, tens of thousands of intelligent robots stopped moving at this moment. Without the Hive Queen's command, these intelligent robots were almost like scrap metal, unless new programs could be implanted into them. It's over. Feng Zhe stood atop a pile of ruins, gazing at the mechanical army nearby whose offensive movements had abruptly stopped. Presumably elsewhere, the mechanical armies controlled by the Hive Queen were in the same state at this moment. The mechanized crisis had threatened humanity for 60 years. Now it was finally lifted. But the internal struggles of humanity had not yet ended. The colossus known as Constant Corporation was still contemplating how to rule the world. However, these issues did not require Feng Zhe to consider. That was Hua Xiaoya's task. The Hive Queen's true production speed is indeed remarkably fast. Feng Zhe, do you think Xiaoya's side will send someone to look for us? Liu Yao came to Feng Zhe's side and asked aloud. Perhaps. But the conclusion we can draw should be mutual destruction. Feng Zhe lay down on the ruins, no longer intending to take any other actions. What he could do was already finished. The remaining was to quietly wait for the time to return. And Liu Yao did not ask much either. She directly laid down beside Feng Zhe, resting her head on his stomach. This National Fate game for many chosen ones could be considered the easiest one. As long as they could endure hardship, not seek death, and not run recklessly outside the city, they could basically survive. At most, it would be a bit more arduous. This also gave hope to the viewers from various countries in reality. It turned out that not every world in the National Fate game was so dangerous. There existed such peaceful worlds. This was indeed good news. One day passed in the blink of an eye. When Feng Zhe and Liu Yao vanished from the ruins, it meant that this cycle of national fortune had come to a complete end. In the medication preparation room of Laboratory No. 6, Yutong Chun placed the final vial of body-enhancing serum onto the test tube rack, glanced at the time, and silently made his way to an empty corner. Dr. Jiang, farewell. The world of the mechanical intelligence crisis officially shut down. This cycle of national fortune has officially concluded, lasting 4 months and 7 days in total. Settling survival rewards. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. Your nations shall receive the reward doubling of meat, egg, and milk production for this year. Congratulations to all surviving chosen ones. You shall receive a complete set of replaceable cybernetic prosthetics, including limbs, torso, facial features, and all internal organs already delivered to the reward settlement space. Survival reward settlement complete. Settling completion mission rewards. Participants in this completion mission: Daxiao Nations, chosen ones, Feng Zhe, Liu Yao. Contribution ratio: Feng Zhe 75, Liu Yao 25. Congratulations to Daxiao Nations, chosen one, Feng Zhe, for receiving the complete technical blueprints for controlled nuclear fusion delivered to the reward settlement space. Congratulations to Daxiao Nations, chosen one, Liu Yao, for receiving one skill leveling potion delivered to the reward settlement space. Skill leveling potion, a serum used to enhance the potency of skills mastered by supernatural practitioners, effects limited to a single skill only. Congratulations to Daxiao Nation for receiving the reward domestic gold or reserves increased by 100. Completion reward settlement complete. This cycle of National Fortune broadcast has ended. The next cycle of National Fortune will commence in 10 days. Kind reminder: chosen ones who have already participated in one game may decide for themselves whether to participate again. Please confirm your answer before the game begins. Complete technical blueprints for controlled nuclear fusion, and rewards like this exist. Without needing to imagine, it was clear how stunned the audiences of various nations must have been within the live stream once the completion mission rewards were settled. How utterly shocked the official authorities of every nation must have been. The concept of controlled nuclear fusion technology had been proposed for quite some time, and from time to time news would surface regarding new breakthroughs and developments in controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yet theory was one thing and practical application was another entirely. For humanity to fully master controlled nuclear fusion technology, there was still a long road ahead. But now the cycle of national fortune had essentially fast-forwarded that entire journey. With both complete theory and full blueprints in hand, controlled nuclear fusion technology could essentially be put into use immediately. Who wouldn't want it? Ordinary people might struggle to grasp the profound significance of this technology, but the highest echelons of major powers understood it thoroughly. This was the strategic technology among all strategic technologies. Especially in the current resource-scarce world, controlled nuclear fusion technology was nearly synonymous with limitless energy. If it could be miniaturized and installed aboard warships or even fighter jets, the impact on the global power structure would be truly unimaginable. You could boldly envision it a fighter jet that after takeoff never has to worry about fuel or supplies, capable of flying for days on end, going wherever it pleases. It could even harness the immense power of a nuclear fusion reactor to supply laser-based weaponry, executing precise strikes against targets. What did this mean? It meant that every corner of the world would fall within the strike range of such aircraft, nearly impossible to intercept. Simply contemplating this reality was enough to send America's leadership into sleepless nights. Aircraft with unlimited strike range could render their entire carrier fleet obsolete. And this was merely one application direction of controlled nuclear fusion technology. In General Mac's office, America. Damn it. That Fong Zhe again. Why isn't some great American named Fong Zhe? General Mac shattered his pipe once more. If the previous cycle of national fortune's completion rewards could only benefit a select few for cultivating elite forces, then this time the emergence of controlled nuclear fusion technology would comprehensively elevate Daxia Nation. And not only that, it was a ready-to-use technological reward requiring no lengthy accumulation period. General Mac, I believe we should take some action. Standing beside the office desk, his secretary spoke up after Mac had somewhat composed himself. Take some action? Are you suggesting we send someone to steal the technical data? Who could possibly pull that off? General Mac glared at his secretary. Anything that fell into Fong Zhe's hands, unless he willingly relinquished it. Who would dare compel him? Who possessed the capability to force him? But General Mac, if we don't do something, those senators will be displeased. Upon hearing this, the secretary's expression darkened with concern. Then tell those high and mighty gentlemen to recommend someone for the job. General Mac slammed his fist on the desk, fury in his voice. All they do is point fingers and meddle, yet I see no competence from them whatsoever. Our people can't even get close to Fong Zhe. General Mac, if we cannot approach Fong Zhe from the outside world, perhaps we could try encountering him within the cycle of national fortune itself. The secretary pondered for a moment and offered a feasible suggestion. Oh. General Mac paused, then his eyes lit up, as if awakened from a dream. Oh, I think you may be right. That could very well be an excellent idea. In the Kremlin, Russia. Before President Arkady, several files on Russia's chosen ones were laid out. Among them were both the fierce and graceful Russian heroine and the burly, imposing warriors. Those chosen ones who survived the cycle of national fortune inevitably possessed extraordinary qualities. But President Arkady had brought forth these chosen ones' dossiers for another purpose entirely. Daxia Nation isn't giving us any opportunity to approach Fong Zhe now, so we must find another avenue. In the next cycle of national fortune, our chosen ones must make contact with Fong Zhe and cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Rather than negotiating with Daxia's official authorities, I believe pursuing Fong Zhe himself as the breakthrough point would prove far more effective. In the reward settlement space. Once the broadcast closed, the turbulent developments in the outside world no longer concerned Fong Zhe. What he cared about more at this moment was exactly what his personal reward was. Settling Chosen 1 personal rewards. Chosen 1 influence evaluation, martial prowess renowned across the realm, culture a single spark, economy rebuilding through destruction. Final calculation complete. Personal reward. Skill breath of immortality. Breath of immortality passive effect. Blood chi 20 of vitality, 20 AU active effect. Calm the mind and still the spirit, circulate blood chi and accelerate the body's recovery speed. Maintain breathing, do not hold your breath. Keep breathing, don't stop breathing. What do you mean? Fong Zhe stroked his chin, pondering for quite some time, yet he still couldn't comprehend what profound meaning these words held. Well then, system, let me enhance this new skill. Request received. Enhancement points -12700. Immortal breath, 7 passive effect, health 160 of vitality 160, I active effect 1 breathing restores health, active effect 2 consumes health to instantly heal wounds, and can even regenerate severed limbs. This. So keep breathing, don't stop breathing means just this. Fong Zhe suddenly realized, unable to contain his exclamation of astonishment. Simply from observing the skill description of immortal breath, it essentially equated to half an immortal body. As long as one wasn't instantly killed, they could recover rapidly, and the only price to pay was simply to keep breathing. Was there really any difference from having no cost at all? This skill is far more powerful than I imagined. Though it provides no direct boost to combat abilities, maxing out survivability isn't a bad trade-off. Fong Zhe had long pondered that compared to eternal victories, invincibility seemed far more crucial. After all, only by surviving can there be hope. Tongzi Gu, could you show me the attribute panel? Host Gu is too polite. Host Fong Zhe. Physique, Transcendent, Tier 8. Enhancement points 19756 gains 3 per hour. Skills, Swiftness, 7 Bronze Skin, Iron Bones, 7 Psychokinesis, 7 Mighty Strength, 7 Lightning Summoning, 7 Immortal Breath, 7. Items, Banner of Command, 3. Not many enhancement points left. I hope the next National Fortune game will have a place where I can quickly gather more. Fong Zhe stroked his chin, gazing at his attribute panel with a sigh. Previously he had thought earning enhancement points was quite easy. Who would have known that the further along he progressed, the more insufficient they became? However, complaining served no purpose. He might as well head back first. In the villa's living room. Having participated in the National Fortune game 3 times already, Fong Zhe was well versed in the process, quickly recovering from his disorientation. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Yao sitting on the adjacent sofa staring at him with a face full of astonishment. Yao Yao, what's wrong? So it's true that exiting the National Fortune game means suddenly appearing out of nowhere. This is the first time I've actually witnessed it myself. Lu Yao scooted closer and settled beside Fong Zhe. She then produced a vial of medicine and presented it to Fong Zhe like showing off a treasure. Fong Zhe, this is the skill enhancement potion. You probably need it, right? Even if I needed it, I wouldn't take things from a little girl like you. Fong Zhe declined the skill enhancement potion and instead reached out to ruffle Lu Yao's hair, leaving it in a complete mess. I'm not little at all. Lu Yao puffed her cheeks in frustration, defending herself. Her development wasn't exactly ahead of schedule, but it was certainly above average. Where was she, little? Yes, you're already a big girl now. Fong Zhe nodded in agreement, then pushed the skill enhancement potion back, saying earnestly, Yao Yao, you use it yourself. I'm not so weak that I need you to worry about me. Oomph. Knock, knock, knock. Alright, stop sulking. Once I finish the important business, I'll take you out to have some proper fun for a few days. Upon hearing the expected knock on the door, Fong Zhe also ceased his playful banter with Lu Yao. Opening the door as expected stood Yang Dingbian and Hu Shui. Mr. Fong, hello. Hello to you both. I have something to attend to and need to go to the National Fortune office. Could you make the arrangements? Fong Zhe nodded and got straight to the point. Of course. Yang Dingbian agreed without a moment's hesitation. Fong Zhe's importance to Great Xia had long reached the highest level. He could essentially do almost anything he wished, and it would be accommodated. Therefore, after Fong Zhe made his request, the local military immediately opened a dedicated route. Soon a special vehicle arrived to transport Fong Zhe and Lu Yao to the airport. Several hours later, Fong Zhe had already arrived at Shenmingyi's office. Uncle Shun, it's been a long time. Indeed, it's been far too long. Each National Fortune game session lasts half a year or more. You've all worked hard. Shenmingyi rose to shake Fong Zhe's hand, then gestured for them to be seated. Serving the country and its people, what hardship is there to speak of? Fong Zhe said with a smile. Zhe, there's no need for such pleasantries between us. Shenmingyi smiled, then continued, your contributions have been evident to everyone. The live stream, you know. Fong Zhe shrugged. That is true, but speaking of which, I do have a question I'd like to ask you. As Shenmingyi said this, his expression suddenly grew serious. Fong Zhe also narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he waited for Shenmingyi's question. What are your thoughts on the Sakura Nation? Has Uncle Shun come to mediate? No, I simply want to know your opinion. The soldiers stand ready at all times. We cannot allow heroes to shed blood and tears. Shenmingyi shook his head, making his stance clear. In that case, there's no need to rush. I believe that rather than taking the initiative to attack, fighting a righteous counteroffensive would yield better results. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhe smiled faintly and also expressed his stance. Then I suppose the soldiers who've been waiting anxiously will have to endure a bit longer. As for the cruel accusations and infamy, let me bear them alone. When you say it like that, could it be that you intend to? Shenmingyi looked at Fong Zhe and quickly grasped his meaning. Rather than depleting Great Xia's strength while being condemned for striking at the Sakura Nation, it would be better to use the National Fortune game as a sharp blade to gradually wear down the Sakura Nation's national power. If they couldn't endure and acted rashly, then it would precisely give Great Xia a righteous cause, enough to deliver a decisive blow. And if they could endure, then it would be as Fong Zhe had said. The soldiers waiting anxiously would simply need to endure a while longer. All the infamy would have to be borne by Fong Zhe. Isn't this the best approach? Fong Zhe spread his hands. Shenmingyi could only shake his head helplessly. You rascal, you truly want to be a hero. Many wish to do so, but don't have the opportunity. You're right about that. The two men shared a smile, and then tacitly moved past the topic. The beautiful nation, the Bear Nation, the Sunset Nation. They've sent quite a number of people over, trying every means possible just to meet with you. Zhe, what's your take on this? As Shenmingyi spoke, he retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer and placed them before Fong Zhe. Ever since the monster race intelligence officer officially joined the spies of old had been completely exposed. As a result, the difficulty of those wanting to approach Fong Zhe had only increased. No need to look and no need to meet them. When they've become one of us, then we can discuss such matters. Fong Zhe didn't even glance at these documents. Compared to meeting with these types, he'd rather take Lu Yao to the amusement park for a few rounds. At least that way both of them could be happy. Compared to meeting with these types, he'd rather take Lu Yao to the amusement park for a few rounds. At least that way both of them could be happy. By the way, I almost forgot the main business. Uncle Shin, please have someone come and receive the complete blueprints for controllable nuclear fusion technology as well as the compiled collection of advanced prosthetic limb design manufacturing and improvement techniques that I have already organized. Additionally, I will also donate a full-body replaceable prosthetic system. After chatting with Shun Mingyi for most of the day about the international situation, Fong Zhe suddenly remembered the real purpose of his visit here. I will donate one set as well. At this moment, Lu Yao, who had been sitting on the couch feeling thoroughly bored, also chimed in. By the way, I also have a collection on the theory and practical applications of new energy storage technology. This was Lu Yao's personal reward. However, just like the controllable nuclear fusion technology, it would be difficult to put into full use if kept in a private individual's hands. Wonderful, wonderful. Shun Mingyi naturally understood the importance of these technologies, so even he could not suppress the delight that spread across his face. Should we count these as technical equity stakes like before? Let them serve as military funding. I do not lack money these days. Fong Zhe waved his hand. Every time he returned, he could only stay for 10 days and all expenses were covered. Extra money was merely a number on paper. Rather than letting it sit idle in his account, it would be better put to practical use. However, Fong Zhe only ever made decisions for himself, so he turned to look at Lu Yao and asked, Yao, what about you? Naturally the same as yours. I do not need that much money either. Lu Yao answered without hesitation. Then let us settle it this way. Uncle Shin, everything we have gathered this time is here. Fong Zhe nodded and looked at Shun Mingyi once more. After the handover was completed, they would go relax. The 10-day cooldown period was essentially meant to help the chosen ones relieve stress and ease their emotions. If one stayed tense all the time, even a steel bar would eventually snap. Do not be in such a hurry, Zhe. Actually, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Seeing Fong Zhe prepare to leave, Shun Mingyi immediately spoke up. You should have time tomorrow, correct? I do, but what is it about? Fong Zhe was somewhat curious. It is none other than those fellows from the Supernatural Affairs Handling Group. They have been clamoring for me to invite you over to provide some guidance. If you happen to be free, just consider it a favor to me and go take a look around. It would also give me a few days of peace. Shun Mingyi briefly explained the situation. The Supernatural Affairs Handling Group was a newly established department formed after the Demon Tribe descended upon Blue Star, designed to address emergencies in this new era. All members within the group were elites selected from the various combat divisions. With preferential resource allocation, achieving the supernatural first stage was merely the baseline requirement. Therefore, for this still exploring new path, they indeed needed a guiding figure to provide direction. I see. Then I have no objections on my end. Fong Zhe had wondered what the matter could possibly be, but it turned out to be serving as an instructor, even if only in a trial capacity. That was certainly no problem at all. I have no objections either, and I can instruct people as well, right? Sitting beside him, Lu Yao immediately raised her hand, gazing at Shun Mingyi with an eager and restless expression. Of course you can. Just try to be somewhat gentler with your methods. Shun Mingyi was essentially pleading on their behalf in advance. While the elites of the Supernatural Affairs Handling Group were indeed formidable, they still fell considerably short when compared to these chosen ones. Rest assured, I know my limits. Lu Yao nodded with satisfaction. Fong Zhe then followed up with a question. Since that is settled, shall we stay here tonight? Uncle Shin, are there any interesting places nearby you could recommend? There is a newly opened zoo that you could visit. I think you will not be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Shun Mingyi rummaged through a drawer, retrieved a flyer, and handed it to Fong Zhe. Flyers are also distributed to your office. It is an officially sanctioned institution. We should lend our support. Huh. At the entrance of Qiling Zoo, Fong Zhe brought Lu Yao to the entrance and stood in mild disbelief before the zoo that sprawled across an entire vast grassland and several towering hills. Is this really a zoo? Shouldn't this be some kind of nature reserve? Judging from the location on the flyer, we should not have gone astray, right? Fong Zhe checked the flyer multiple times and then glanced at the queue of people ahead before confirming he had indeed arrived at the correct place. It was just this notion of an officially sanctioned institution. Such a massive zoo. Could we possibly finish touring it in one day? Lu Yao shared the astonishment. The zoo before their eyes, merely within the visible range, already exceeded the size of a small county town. If they relied entirely on foot, it might take more than 2 days to explore it all. Amid their confusion, the queue steadily advanced. Soon they reached the ticket booth. Basic admission is 20 per person. If you wish to ride a horse, add 200. If you wish to ride a tiger, add 500. If you wish to ride an elephant. Wait, Master Fong. Sister Lu, what are you doing here? The ticket seller, who had been looking down and writing out the invoice, raised his head to see the visitors, and then let out a startled cry. Director Shun recommended we come here. Please give us 2 basic tickets. Also just call me by my name, please. This Master title sounds truly rather uncomfortable. Fong Zhe scratched his head and then pulled out his mobile phone. Which QR code should I scan? You being here is reward enough. Just sign an autograph for me instead. The ticket seller said, overcome with excitement. Rules must not be broken. Payment is required where payment is due. I will scan to pay first. As for signing autographs, let us skip that. I am hardly any great celebrity. Fong Zhe smiled and shook his head, then paid for 2 basic tickets before taking Lu Yao's hand and entering Qiling Zoo. Meanwhile, Lu Yao leaned close to Fong Zhe's ear and whispered softly, Fong Zhe, they call you Master Fong, yet they call me Sister Lu. Does that mean we are separated by a generation? Are you unhappy about it? Fong Zhe raised an eyebrow. No, I mean, wouldn't you rather hear me call you? Just as Lu Yao formed the shape of her words with her lips, Fong Zhe pressed his hand over her mouth. Stop. I am asking you, Yao Yao. Where in the world did you learn all these things? Fong Zhe glared at her, scanning her from head to toe, and suddenly realized this little girl had truly grown up. In another 2 months, it would be her 18th birthday. Boring old fogey. Lu Yao pouted and slapped Fong Zhe's hand away. I am only 2 years older than you. Still counts as old-fashioned. Commissioner Fong, is it really you? Just then a rugged voice sounded from behind the two of them. Fong Zhe and Lu Yao turned around and saw a towering man 2 meters tall and bursting with muscles gazing at them with an expression of sheer delight. And behind the burly man a thick tail swung back and forth. Judging from the tail's coloration, it appeared to be a tiger's tail. And combined with the title Commissioner Fong. You are someone from the Demon Affairs Management Committee. No demon. Chairman Fong has an eye for details. Indeed, I am a tiger demon. You may call me Eru, the burly man said with a simple smile. A northeastern tiger. No. Well then how did you end up at a zoo? Fong Zhe studied Eru, wondering in his heart just what kind of identity would place him in such a situation. An exhibition specimen. Chairman Fong, I am now the tiger enclosure caretaker at Xiling Zoo, responsible for raising and managing the tigers here. Eru answered truthfully. Oh. Fong Zhe's eyes immediately widened. Having a tiger demon manage tigers was truly a perfect fit. Then when I was buying tickets earlier, the seller mentioned there was a tiger riding experience. That's true. Eru nodded in confirmation, then extended an invitation. Would Chairman Fong like to try it? And Miss Lu? Rest assured, Chairman Fong, all the tigers in our zoo are quite docile. I'll pass. Yaya, would you like to try? Fong Zhe shook his head and turned to Lu Yao. Absolutely. Lu Yao nodded eagerly. Eru said, wait a moment, then gathered himself for several seconds before letting out a mighty tiger's roar. Not long after, a robust tiger came sprinting from a distance. But what was extraordinary was that the visitors in the zoo saw this scene without a trace of panic, instead wearing expressions of complete familiarity. This greatly surprised Fong Zhe. Do your tigers just roam free like this? Aren't you worried about them hurting people? Be that as it may, these were tigers. Even the most docile ones were still massive apex predators. Just letting them loose like this, with zero security measures in place. There's no need to worry, Chairman Fong. All the animals sent to this zoo have already awakened their spiritual intelligence. According to Director Chun, they are all new members of the demon kin, so they were specially sent here for us to educate. They are very intelligent and won't hurt anyone. Eru quickly waved his hands, then explained in detail. Then the speeding tiger came to a halt beside Lu Yao and, much like an enlarged version of a house cat, began rolling around and acting affectionate, even exposing its belly. Its majesty as the king of beasts was entirely absent. Demons. Fong Zhe glanced at the tiger rolling on the ground and instantly understood the meaning behind the zoo's name. Xiling Zoo. So that's how it is. No wonder Uncle Shun had said this was a public institution. It was a training facility for newborn demons affiliated with the Spirit Beast Breeding Center. The rejuvenation of spiritual energy in the Great Xia Nation had been underway for no short time. Among the native creatures, some gifted individuals had awakened spiritual intelligence under the nourishment of qi, nothing particularly unusual. And this awakening was precisely the first step toward becoming a demon. When the Great Xia authorities discovered this phenomenon, they established such a zoo to prevent newly transformed demons from causing trouble. Its purpose was to have previously assimilated demons provide basic education for the newcomers, so that these newborn demons could better integrate into modern society. Speaking of which, their intentions were truly well meant. So in that case, this place is essentially a school for demons. But why did it become a zoo? Fong Zhe glanced at Lu Yao, who had already mounted a tiger, and asked Eru. Because Director Chun said the landlord has no surplus grain. Newborn demons cannot eat for free, they must earn their keep. So they sent us out to work. Moreover, Director Chun also said that working in a zoo would allow everyone to interact more with humans and integrate into human society faster. Eru scratched his head, straining to recall, before finally providing an answer. Fong Zhe fell silent at these words. Was exploiting newborn demon labor considered child labor? Still looking around at the crowded scene, within Xiling Zoo, humans and demons seemed to coexist quite harmoniously. Do you receive wages? Yes, everyone does. Upon mentioning wages, Eru's spirits lifted immediately. Chairman Fong, honestly, salary is not the most important thing about working here. What truly matters is the quota for applying to the demon blood strengthening tonic. What? Fong Zhe paused in surprise upon hearing this. You drink that stuff too? In theory, the demon blood strengthening tonic had universal efficacy, so it should indeed be effective for demons. But why did it sound so strange? Why wouldn't we? The quota for applying to the demon blood strengthening tonic is exceedingly precious. Under normal circumstances, I must donate blood 5 times to earn 1 quota. Otherwise, one must render meritorious service to earn a reward. Eru looked utterly bewildered at Fong Zhe's question. Seeing that Fong Zhe still seemed puzzled, he gave an example. Chairman Fong, you have no idea. Not long ago, Director Quan was rewarded with a batch of high-grade tonic for his heroic deeds guarding the border. After drinking it, he broke through his cultivation realm. A mere amount of demon blood means nothing to us, but that demon blood strengthening tonic is genuinely effective. When it came to his own cultivation realm and strength, Eru's mind was razor sharp. I see. Fang Zhe finally understood at this point why Shen Mingyi had recommended this zoo. All along it was an inspection assignment. With the emergence of the national fate game, changes in the new era would permeate every aspect of life. The demon kin were merely the tip of the iceberg. Qilin Zoo might be a pilot project, but it was also a grand exploration of the new era. Are you usually very busy? Days may be busier, but evenings are fine. As long as I accompany the teachers to teach 2 classes, I can rest. Eru spoke while leading the way. Chairman Fang, if you'd like to relax, I recommend checking out the cat cafe. They have beautifully selected lovely cat demons over there. By the way, I remembered there are also several cat girls over there. Yes, Director Chen calls them cat girls, saying that with them, the cat cafe's business will surely thrive. Fang Zhe listened to Eru's introduction and suddenly recalled. These demons could achieve partial humanoid form after reaching the 3rd order. If those cat demons could indeed advance to the 3rd order, they truly could transform into soft, adorable cat girls retaining only cat ears and tails. So that gruff-looking Director Chen Jijia was actually quite improper. Still, from one perspective, if the demon kin presented themselves in such forms, perhaps those who adored them would not be few at all. Cat girls, dog girls, tiger girls, racehorse, no warhorse girls. What cat girls? Just then Lu Yao astride the tiger turned over with a watchful expression. What cat cafe? We're not tired at all. After leaving Qilin Zoo, Fang Zhe could not help but remark cat girls were genuinely soft and cuddly, dog girls were adorably endearing, tiger girl was remarkably valiant and poised, and warhorse girl was truly sweet and lovely. No wonder there were so many visitors at Qilin Zoo. It seemed not everyone came purely out of novelty. Some might have been drawn entirely by their personal preferences. Fang Zhe, are you still thinking about that cat girl from before? Lu Yao's jealousy flared instantly upon seeing Fang Zhe glance back, though she herself found the cat girl in her maid outfit with her sweet and tender voice quite charming. Of course not. I was simply thinking about how remarkably adaptable humans are. They have already learned to coexist with the demon clan so quickly. Fang Zhe turned around looking at Lu Yao with a mischievous expression and deliberately asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Are you jealous?" No. Lu Yao spoke against her true feelings, wanting to appear magnanimous, but ultimately could not resist kicking Fang Zhe. All right, I won't say it anymore. Fang Zhe did not dodge. Instead, he leaned forward and took Lu Yao's hand. Let's go back and rest first. There is a mission tomorrow. Lu Yao fell silent all at once. Their shadows stretched long under the setting sun. The headquarters of the Superhuman Affairs Handling Team was established in a mountain forest in the suburbs. It was not for concealment, but because spiritual energy accumulated more rapidly in the wild, which was more conducive to practitioners' cultivation. So early the next morning, Fang Zhe and Lu Yao were picked up by a special vehicle, and after winding through 18 bends of mountain road, finally arrived at their destination. There were no checkpoints along the way. However, based on the feedback from Fang Zhe's powerful divine sense, at least 20 hidden sentries had been arranged in concealed areas along the roadside. If any enemies managed to infiltrate, they would likely be captured before even finding the place. Outside the headquarters, base team members were already lined up in formation, gazing straight ahead, without looking aside. When the special vehicle carrying Fang Zhe and Lu Yao came into view, a man at the front of the queue immediately called out, "All right, attention. Welcome Mr. Fang Zhe and Miss Lu Yao to our guidance." "Hello, Mr. Fang." "Hello, Miss Lu." Amid the thunderous welcoming cries, Lu Yao suddenly poked her head out of the car window, only to be pulled back in by Fang Zhe's firm grip. "Stop looking, we have arrived. Let's get off the car." As soon as Fang Zhe and Lu Yao stepped down from the vehicle, the man at the front of the formation and a short-haired woman beside him promptly hurried forward to greet them. "Good day, Mr. Fang, Miss Lu. I am Song Cheng, leader of the Superhuman Affairs Handling Team. I am Zheng Qing, deputy leader." After shaking hands with Fang Zhe and Lu Yao, they introduced themselves and then briefly explained the situation at the headquarters base. Being a newly established department in the new era, it held demanding standards for its members. Consequently, the personnel shortage within the Superhuman Affairs Handling Team was quite severe. Covering the entire Daxia nation would still be a long road to travel. This time the invitation extended to Fang Zhe and Lu Yao served not only to have them guide the team members, but more importantly to set a role model and establish a goal for them lest they feel lost. "I understand the situation roughly. Leader Song, Leader Zheng, please have everyone assemble at the training ground first." Fang Zhe had grasped the gist and understood Song Cheng and Zheng Qing's intentions. To put it plainly, when exploring a new path, one must broaden their horizons and gain experience to move forward more effectively. The power of a role model is infinite. Thinking about it this way, wasn't this some form of admiration for a hero? "Fang Zhe, what should we do later?" Watching Song Cheng and Zheng Qing walk away, Lu Yao suddenly asked. "Just display our abilities normally. Supernatural practitioners possess diverse capabilities. The foundation may be the same, but the path forward hinges on personal effort and individual cultivation. Therefore, we simply need to provide them with a goal. As for the process that requires patient refinement, my instruction would be less effective than their consuming more medicinal decoctions." Fang Zhe shrugged and spoke in a relaxed tone. For supernatural practitioners, to temper their physique, it fundamentally demands time. If pressed for shortcuts, becoming a chosen one might well be the most viable path. The mortality rate was somewhat high, but that was no concern of Fong Zhe's. It was entirely a matter of the national fortune game. Enough. Let us hurry to the training ground. We will give them a lesson and our mission will be complete. By the training ground, members of the superhuman affairs handling team had already assembled. Accompanied by Song Chung and Zheng Qing, Fong Zhe and Liu Yao reached the podium at the front of the formation and looked out at the crowd below. Facing those eyes brimming with reverence, Fong Zhe exhaled deeply. I believe you should clearly understand why I have come here. That is right. I am here to show you what a true supernatural practitioner should be like. Pausing briefly at this point, Fong Zhe continued. Seeing the expectant gazes directed at him, Fong Zhe offered a slight smile and added, but this path, I am still navigating it myself. I have simply gained a slight advantage and am a step ahead of you. Therefore, the approach I present today is merely for your reference. I hope you will draw inspiration from my path to forge your own rather than simply copying me. Otherwise, it holds no real value. At this point, Fong Zhe paused his address once more. The audience below fixed their gaze on him, each lost in thought. Once everyone had absorbed his words, Fong Zhe resumed speaking. You have likely all seen my live stream controlling lightning, but that is an extraordinary ability. Even if demonstrated, it would not be representative. Therefore, what I wish to demonstrate today is the very foundation of a supernatural practitioner's art. Spiritual power. Before he finished speaking, Fong Zhe's powerful spiritual energy had already spread outward. The technique used to concentrate a soul-shattering strike could similarly transform spiritual energy into soul pressure. It was merely a weakened version of that devastating attack. Thus, once Fong Zhe finished speaking, no one on the training ground remained standing. Those with stronger spiritual energy could barely maintain consciousness, though their bodies went limp and they could not stand. Meanwhile, those with weaker spiritual energy had already collapsed unconscious. Mr. Fong Th, this is Song Chung and Zheng Qing, who stood on the podium and were therefore spared from Fong Zhe's influence, suddenly widened their eyes. In just that brief moment, the entire superhuman affairs handling team had been nearly wiped out. How was this possible? As supernatural practitioners, how could the gap between them be so immense? It was merely a slight spiritual shock. It will not harm them, so do not be alarmed. If they can endure it, there should be some benefits. Fong Zhe's face still wore a gentle smile. But Song Chung and Zheng Qing were drenched in sweat, unable to return the smile. Because they had realized the gap and understood the greatest difference between the new era and the past. Powerful supernatural practitioners were essentially strategic-level weapons. Fong Zhe and Liu Yao left the headquarters of the Extraordinary Affairs Task Force after staying there for 3 days. During this time, Fong Zhe also took the opportunity to assess the capabilities of the team members. Most of these individuals were second-order supernaturals, with only a few reaching the third order. As for fourth-order supernaturals, there were merely 2, the team leader Song Chung and the deputy leader Zheng Qing. In fact, across the entire Great Xia nation, apart from Fong Zhe and Liu Yao, these 2 were likely the only fourth-order supernaturals to be found. After all, the Extraordinary Affairs Task Force was a department assembled from elite talents across the nation, bolstered by prioritized resources. It could well represent the pinnacle of supernatural capability within Great Xia. And if even the supernatural circle of Great Xia was only at this level, then the state of other nations was all too apparent. They likely could not muster any supernaturals beyond the chosen ones without Great Xia's aid. Fong Zhe, don't you think our training might be a little too harsh? On the way home, Liu Yao suddenly spoke up. During these 3 days apart from assessing the team, they had hardly been idle. With his precise perception, Fong Zhe had meticulously designed several training regimens aimed at pushing everyone past their limits, ensuring that the intensity of their exercises would fully extract their potential. This process was inevitably agonizing. Throughout the 3 days of training under Fong Zhe's supervision, someone would collapse every day from sheer exhaustion or depleted mental energy. Yet on the following day, they still had to complete their training tasks. Only by doing so could they fully unleash their latent potential and the efficacy of the medicinal decoctions they consumed. Only when one knows shame can one find courage. If they lack even this much perseverance, they don't deserve to be sent here at all. Fong Zhe raised his gaze toward the sky. After a long moment, he continued, moreover, I have a feeling that the current peace may not last much longer. Gene Medicine Research Institute. Inside the laboratory, several researchers observed the reactions of the reagents while asking the person across the testing bench, Tong Chun, do you plan to participate in this National Destiny game? I don't intend to. Tong Chun, who was busy preparing medicine, replied, without looking up, last time was an accident. I was lucky to survive, and I'm already content with that. I have no plans to keep risking my life. He knew very well that he was just an ordinary scientific researcher, hardly possessing strong survival abilities in an apocalypse. Last time was purely a matter of luck. But if he were to assume that his luck would hold out forever just because of that, he would be gravely mistaken. Is that so? What a pity. Several colleagues said with genuine regret. Why would it be a pity? Tong Chun chuckled and retorted, at least when the time comes to randomly select chosen ones again, I won't be picked. 10 days, neither particularly long nor particularly short. Yet amid eating, drinking, and merrymaking, time always slips by at a dizzying pace. The National Destiny game is about to begin. All chosen ones who have previously participated must decide whether to enter once more. In 5 minutes the random selection of chosen ones for this session will commence. When the voice of the National Destiny game sounded once again, people suddenly realized that another 10 days had passed. This time, however, the reactions of people across various nations were noticeably less tense than before. Presumably, it was the lingering semblance of order in the Machina crisis world that granted people a glimmer of hope, leading them to believe that the National Destiny game might not be as terrifying as imagined. Yet what they failed to consider was this: perhaps the Machina crisis world was but the last shred of mercy shown by the National Destiny game. We confirm our participation in this National Destiny game. Feng Zhe and Liu Yao, however, paid no heed to whether the game was baiting them. Their decision had long been made. They didn't even need to think about it. As for the choices of other chosen ones, that was their own concern. This session of the National Destiny game now officially begins. The livestream rooms have been opened. Chosen ones of Great Xiao Feng Zhe, Liu Yao, Jingqing, chosen one of America, Selena. The moment the 5 minutes elapsed, the game's selection was complete. As darkness descended, this session of the National Destiny game officially announced its commencement. Great Xia chosen one Feng Zhe confirmed entry into the National Destiny game. This world, the calamity of anomalies, duration 1 year, victory, objective, eliminate 100 sources of pollution, current progress 0-100. Friendly reminder: this objective counts the combined achievements of all chosen ones, including deceased chosen ones. Special warning: try not to die at the hands of the pollution sources, or you will bear the consequences. Friendly reminder 1: please do not reveal your true identities to the natives of this world. Violators will be eradicated immediately. Friendly reminder 2: to help chosen ones integrate more swiftly into this world, the National Destiny game will randomly bestow a new identity upon each chosen one, this time without imposing any restrictions on their abilities. Therefore, chosen ones are advised to carefully check their identity settings. New identity. What's going on? When Feng Zhe regained his senses, he was shocked to discover that he had been bound to a chair. After further examining his surroundings, Feng Zhe determined that he was currently in the living room of an ordinary residential home. The furniture and appliances in the living room were all intact with no signs of ransacking. So this was probably not a home invasion. But then why was he tied up? While Feng Zhe was still baffled, faint sounds came from within the tightly shut bedroom door. Is what we're doing really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? To evade the killing rule of the door-knocking specter, we have to leave an offering. If you feel bad about it, why not be the offering yourself? No, better let Feng Zhe die instead. Once things quiet down outside, we can go back, and the Spirit Execution Office won't pursue the matter. Of course, he wasn't killed by us. It was the door-knocking specter. Why would the Spirit Execution Office hold us accountable? Chill. Keep your voices down and don't let the door-knocking specter find us. Right. At that point, the voices from within the bedroom faded into silence. Only then did Feng Zhe recall the prompt from the National Destiny game. This world had once been a peaceful and harmonious place. But one day, terrifying anomalies appeared. These entities drifted unpredictably, appearing and vanishing without a trace, each possessing unique killing rules, and they could freely manufacture gruesome murder cases. Take for instance the door-knocking specter that Feng Zhe had just heard about. The creature would randomly appear in a residential area and knock on the doors of the residents one by one. Regardless of whether those inside responded, they would be hunted down and killed. The simplest way to avoid the door-knocking specter's killing rule was to offer a sacrifice while remaining undiscovered in return. And so Feng Zhe, whose new identity was that of an overly kind-hearted man, found his neighbors knocking on his door. They tricked him into opening the door, then took the opportunity to knock him unconscious, bound him in the living room as a sacrifice, and hid themselves in the bedroom waiting for the door-knocking specter to claim its offering's life before making their escape. So that's how it is. A good Samaritan. After reading through his new identity settings, Feng Zhe couldn't help but burst out laughing. Does a good person deserve to have a gun pointed at them? However, the random identity granted by the National Destiny game was merely a literal description similar to an identity certificate and would not impose any restrictions on the chosen one's behavior. Whether to be a good person or not ultimately depended on Feng Zhe's own choice. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. The crisp knocking echoed through the empty living room, sounding particularly shrill. Someone's here already. Feng Zhe, who had just finished reading the world background and identity settings, looked up toward the security door at the entrance. The faint sounds that had occasionally come from the bedroom also completely disappeared. The atmosphere in the house instantly solidified. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. But the knocking didn't stop. Instead, it gradually became urgent and violent, quickly transitioning from knocking to pounding. The tremendous noise startled the group hiding in the bedroom, nearly stopping their breaths. Fortunately, the pounding didn't last long, because with a deafening crash, the sturdy security door was smashed open and came flying into the living room. In the doorway, a muscular man in a bloodstained suit, wearing a mask and holding a sharp knife, stepped into the living room, one deliberate step at a time, after the security door fell, walking toward Feng Zhe. Why didn't you open the door? Why didn't you open the door? The muscular man rasped, his voice hoarse as he roared, raising the bloodstained knife in his hand. Judging from the force he used to smash through the all-steel security door, just now, anyone struck by this knife would be pierced through. Sigh. My mood isn't very good right now. Feng Zhe gazed at this blood-soaked muscular man. A flash of electricity rippled across his body, and the ropes binding him were instantly burned through. The next second, Fong Zai's figure appeared before the muscular man. He reached out and grabbed his head directly. The knocking ghost, I presume. Die. Killed second-tier anomaly. Strength points 20. Before the muscular man's knife could even fall, Fong Zai crushed his head. But the muscular man didn't fall. Instead, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke that quickly vanished. If not for the system's prompt, Fong Zai would have thought the knocking ghost had escaped. A second-tier anomaly. Could a mere second-tier anomaly really create such widespread panic? Fong Zai felt somewhat puzzled in his heart. But now wasn't the time to pursue this question. In the bedroom, there were still people waiting for Fong Zai to deal with. At this moment, the men and women hiding in the bedroom were pressed against the back of the door, eavesdropping on the commotion in the living room. The pounding on the door had nearly scared them to death. But after the security door was smashed open, the living room quickly fell silent. What on earth was going on? Had the knocking ghost left? No one knew the answer, and no one dared to open the door and verify at this moment. That was until the doorknob began to turn. Only then did everyone scramble away from the door in alarm, squeezing into the corner of the room. What's happening now? Has the knocking ghost not left yet? Could one sacrifice not be enough? Damn, knocking ghost isn't killing Fong Zai enough. These people stared at the bedroom door, trembling all over their hearts, pounding wildly, feeling their throats go dry. They prayed in their hearts, hoping the bedroom door wouldn't open. But fate had other plans. However, to their surprise, standing at the bedroom doorway wasn't the knocking ghost at all. It was Fong Zai. Fong Zai, it's you, eh? Then, what about the knocking ghost? Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Fong Zai in utter disbelief. They certainly didn't believe the knocking ghost would leave on its own. It's dead, Fong Zai stated matter-of-factly. Dead? Could it be that someone from the Ghost Administration has arrived? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. But Fong Zai only revealed a smile and said, I don't know anything about the Ghost Administration, but I do know that you all will soon follow in the knocking ghost's footsteps. What are you saying? Could it be that the knocking ghost was killed by you? How is that possible? Looking at the smile on Fong Zai's face, the group suddenly realized this shocking fact. If the Ghost Administration hadn't arrived and the knocking ghost had indeed disappeared, then there couldn't possibly be any other explanation besides Fong Zai possessing genuine ghost-slaying abilities. Fong Zai, if you had this ability, why didn't you say so earlier? That's right, you had us worried sick. If you had just told us, there wouldn't have been this misunderstanding. Since you've killed the knocking ghost, we can all go home now. Fong Zai, you don't need to see us out. After confirming that the knocking ghost was truly gone, the neighbors hiding in the bedroom all breathed a sigh of relief, not taking Fong Zai's earlier words seriously at all. After all, in their impression, Fong Zai was just a good Samaritan. As long as they apologized properly, he would surely let bygones be bygones. Leave? I don't recall giving you permission to do so. Seeing the nonchalant expressions on these people's faces, Fong Zai knew his randomly assigned identity as a good Samaritan was indeed deeply ingrained. But unfortunately, the good Samaritan of the past had already been killed by them. What are you talking about, Fong Zai? Could it be that you're angry about what happened before? Then we'll apologize. Is that enough? Besides, Fong Zai, you're not hurt now, are you? The misunderstanding was caused by you not speaking up earlier. Even if we were wrong, does that mean you had no fault whatsoever? Just step aside now. Aren't we neighbors? It won't look good if our relationship becomes awkward, always running into each other. Besides, we're women, you know. As a man, isn't it your duty to protect us? And now you're throwing a tantrum at us. As these neighbors saw that Fong Zai was still blocking the doorway with no intention of moving, they immediately began to denounce him. Especially the few female neighbors at the front, heads held high, absolutely convinced they hadn't done anything wrong. Since Fong Zai wasn't hurt anyway, this matter would simply be forgotten. Neighbors. Very well, since we're neighbors, I'll show the last shred of mercy a neighbor could give and let you depart swiftly. Fong Zai shook his head. He had never intended to reason with these people in the first place. Who knew the other party would be even more insufferable than he had imagined. What did you say? 10 million volts Thunderbird discharge. Fong Zai didn't continue speaking. Instead, he extended his hand toward these self-proclaimed neighbors. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning spread like a net. After the dazzling electric light faded, those chattering voices would never be heard again. Peace and quiet. After doing all this, Fong Zai didn't even glance back before turning to leave. But at that moment, a crisp sound suddenly echoed from the corridor outside the house. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Is that the knocking ghost? Is it still alive? Fong Zai was both astonished and elated. Without hesitation, he followed the direction of the sound. He had consumed too many strengthening points earlier, so it was indeed time to replenish them. Before going out, Fong Zai took a moment to glance at his attribute panel. Host Fong Zai. Body extraordinary 8th rank. Strengthening points 20509, increasing 10 per hour. Skills. Items. Weight 10 strengthening points per hour. Hiss. Fong Zai, who had spotted the key detail at a glance, immediately became cautious. The system had stated that the more abundant the energy in his world, the faster the natural growth rate of strengthening points. Therefore, this data could also roughly indicate this world's power level. It was absolutely several times more dangerous than the previous world. However, a mere knocking ghost was not enough to make Fong Zai falter. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking in the corridor continued, sometimes distant, sometimes near. At this moment Fong Zhe stepped out of his residence and entered the corridor. Looking left and right, he indeed spotted a muscular man carrying a sharp blade knocking on doors one by one. If a door opened, he would simply enter to do his business. If it didn't open, he would break it down before entering to do his business. With each household he passed, another pool of blood appeared in the corridor. Screams, pleas, curses echoed from behind the doors, but the blade-wielding brute remained unmoved, proceeding methodically toward the next household with clear purpose and steady steps. Knock, then smash the door. Yet he seemed completely oblivious to Fong Zhe standing in the corridor. Could this be the killing rule of the knocking ghost? Not attacking people outside. While pondering this in his mind, Fong Zhe condensed his telekinetic force into a lasso, dragging the blade-wielding brute, who had just finished his murder and was about to continue knocking, to his side, then delivered a punch. Third tier anomaly eliminated. Strengthening points 40. The headless blade-wielding brute, like the previous knocking ghost, immediately dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished without a trace. Judging from the system's notification, it had indeed been destroyed. But the knocking sound still did not cease. Knock, knock, knock. And this time Fong Zhe could clearly see that the new knocking ghost was emerging from the residence of its previous victim. Could this be assimilation? Do those killed by the knocking ghost transform into new knocking ghosts after the original is destroyed? Fong Zhe speculated silently as he observed this scene. If this were truly the case, could he exploit this rule to farm more groups of knocking ghosts? After carefully considering the feasibility of this approach, Fong Zhe ultimately chose to abandon the idea, because doing so would make the monster farming process unbearably slow. No point in it at all. There's someone else outside. Just as the new knocking ghost emerged and was about to continue its knocking, Fong Zhe suddenly heard faint footsteps in the stairwell, their target clearly this floor. A few seconds later, a surprised voice rang out. Hey, friend, are you a bounty hunter? Appearing alongside this voice was a buzz-cut man with a cigar dangling from his lips, wearing a flashy leather jacket. When asking someone about their identity, introducing yourself first is basic courtesy, don't you think? Oh, almost forgot, the buzz-cut man grinned upon hearing this, then continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Qi Zhongyu from the Ghost Life Department. And you? Fong Zhe. An ordinary person. Fong Zhe's response was terse, yet it left the other man somewhat at a loss for words. An ordinary person wouldn't dare stand in the corridor watching an anomaly commit murder. Qi Zhongyu removed the cigar from his mouth, and after maintaining a certain distance from Fong Zhe, turned his gaze toward the distant new knocking ghost. His expression was grave. Based on your demeanor, you seem quite familiar with this thing. Fong Zhe was precisely lamenting the lack of someone knowledgeable to explain the situation to him. Who would have thought a pillow would be delivered the moment he felt sleepy? Not particularly familiar, I suppose. Qi Zhongyu furrowed his brows deeply as he spoke. This thing appears and disappears without trace, having already slaughtered several residential communities. I never expected to encounter it today. Is that so? Fong Zhe raised an eyebrow and posed his question. But these creatures seem to be endless. Can they really be killed? That's because you haven't found the body of the pollution source. Hearing Fong Zhe's question, Qi Zhongyu knew that Fong Zhe must have previously attempted to confront the knocking ghost, so his tone became considerably warmer. Those who could fight anomalies together, even if not friends, were at least not enemies. Pollution source. The body. Upon hearing these words, Fong Zhe suddenly recalled the current clearance mission. He had been focused on the knocking ghost itself all along, which caused him to overlook the issue of the pollution source. The pollution source was one of the origins of anomalous beings possessing the twisted rules that warped living creatures into anomalies. Most anomalies' killing rules actually originated from the pollution sources that distorted them. And to destroy a pollution source, the first step was to locate its body. That's correct. Without destroying the corresponding pollution source, anomalies cannot be completely exterminated. However, the body of a pollution source is not easy to find. Qi Zhongyu nodded and briefly explained some common knowledge about pollution sources. After all the rules of a pollution source were concentrated within its body. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the body of a pollution source would not be exposed to the outside world. At least it would not reveal itself openly. Understood. But since you've come here, you must have come prepared, right? After clarifying the basic knowledge for the clearance mission, Fong Zhe suddenly turned his gaze to Qi Zhongyu. Since the man had specifically come to hunt the knocking ghost, he must have made preparations. Otherwise, it would only prove he had no brains. Naturally. But you should be prepared. The body of a pollution source, while relatively weaker, is still extremely difficult to deal with. So I cannot guarantee your safety in the upcoming battle. Qi Zhongyu laid out the caveats first, then took out a rusted, corroded compass with a solemn face. Then he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the needle. In the next instant, the needle that had appeared completely frozen with rust suddenly spun rapidly. This is a life vessel crafted based on the pollution source, Lost Compass, capable of locating the position of nearby pollution sources. Seeing Fong Zhe gazing curiously at the compass in his hand, Qi Zhongyu introduced it to him. Life vessels, as the name suggested, were implements that required the consumption of life force to operate. Their functions mostly came from the killing rules of the pollution sources used in their creation. They were also the best tools for humanity to fight against anomalies and destroy pollution sources. This might sound somewhat ironic, using items made from pollution sources to combat pollution sources. But such was the truth. Qi Zhongyu put the cigar back into his mouth, took a hard drag, then fixed his gaze on the lost pointer, spinning rapidly in his hand. When the knocking sounded again, the needle abruptly stopped, pointing toward where the knock ghost was. That thing is the main body. Seeing this, Feng Zhe couldn't help but doubt the lost pointer's accuracy. The lost pointer. The name alone made it sound untrustworthy, at least when it came to accuracy. No. Qi Zhongyu exhaled a plume of white smoke, raised the pointer dial a little, and went on. The needle only determines the direction. If it isn't directly ahead, look above or below. Above or below. It's the doorplate. Feng Zhe looked up at that, and indeed found the difference. Outside the door where the knock ghost stood, the doorplate was covered in a layer of blood, hiding its number from view. The other doorplates were perfectly normal. That should be right. Contamination source, bloodstained doorplate. The killing rule should be that any marked place will be sought out by the knock ghost. At this moment, the drop of blood that had dripped onto Qi Zhongyu's pointer dial earlier turned into a thread of blood and was absorbed by the needle. This meant the target had been found, and the pointer had earned its pay. As for whether they could deal with the main body once they found it, that had nothing to do with the lost pointer. So the main body really is a doorplate. What a surprise. To be honest, if Feng Zhe had searched on his own, he would never have imagined that the knock ghost's origin was a doorplate. Then what do we do next? Smash this doorplate, and it's over. In theory, yes. Just destroy the main body of the contamination source. Qi Zhongyu nodded slightly, put away the lost pointer, took another deep drag of his cigar, and then said, but a contamination source isn't something dead. It won't just sit there waiting to die. Before the words faded, the blood-stained doorplate flashed with a blinding blood-red light, as if echoing Qi Zhongyu. Then the doorplate number, which had been shrouded in blood, began to surface. Moreover, each time the blood light flashed, the number on the blood-stained doorplate changed once. At the same time, illusory security doors materialized in midair and swung open one after another. As the bloodlight flashed, and the doorplate number changed, wave after wave of blade-wielding knock ghosts poured out from the security doors, howling as they rushed at Feng Zhe and Qi Zhongyu. What is this? Feng Zhe glanced at Qi Zhongyu. If I'm not mistaken, this is the bloodstained doorplate's special ability. It can corrupt those killed by knock ghosts into new knock ghosts. Now this is really troublesome. Qi Zhongyu's brows knit tightly. Feng Zhe, however, raised an eyebrow at those words. There's actually such a good thing. What? Qi Zhongyu couldn't help but look at Feng Zhe, feeling as if he had misheard him. I said the knock ghosts are swarming over. Get ready to fight. Feng Zhe didn't explain. Instead, he went straight for the hundreds of knock ghosts ahead, which were still growing in number. He could hardly believe that he had run into such a generous gift as soon as he arrived. Brother Bloodstained Doorplate was really too generous. Killed second rank aberration enhancement points 20. Killed third rank aberration enhancement points 40. Killed third rank aberration enhancement points 40. You are way too damn strong. Qi Zhongyu stared in astonishment as Feng Zhe rampaged through the hundreds of knock ghosts without the slightest resistance. Those seemingly fierce knock ghosts were nothing more than tofu dregs in front of him. Touch them, and they died, brush them, and they perished without any chance to fight back. They could only be slaughtered one-sidedly. Where the hell had this monster popped out of? He had even been thinking just now about how to protect this monster. Qi Zhongyu's face burned just thinking about it. But being dragged around by these knock ghosts was no solution either. With that in mind, Qi Zhongyu couldn't help shouting at Feng Zhe, forget about those knock ghosts. Smash the bloodstained doorplate directly, and the fight will be over. No hurry. Let me have some fun with them first, Feng Zhe said without turning his head. Are you kidding? If the bloodstained doorplate was shattered, who would summon aberrations for him to farm enhancement points? But to Qi Zhongyu, Feng Zhe's behavior meant something else. Could it be that Feng Zhe is actually being held back by these knock ghosts? He looks relaxed on the surface, but in reality he's stuck on a tiger's back. Qi Zhongyu turned the thought over in his mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He made up his mind at once. In that case, I'll smash the bloodstained doorplate. I can't betray brother Feng Zhe's kindness in deliberately holding those knock ghosts back. With that thought, Qi Zhongyu immediately took the cigar from his mouth and blew out white smoke that transformed into a feathered arrow. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and dyed the feathered arrow with blood. Go! One low shout made Qi Zhongyu's face turn 3 shades paler. A vivid red feathered arrow of smoke shot toward the bloodstained doorplate at that shout. So the cigar was also a life-bound artifact. Boom! A crisp crack rang out right after. The feathered arrow struck the bloodstained doorplate dead-on, cracking it in several places. Feeling threatened, the bloodstained doorplate trembled twice and tried to flee. This made Feng Zhe, who had been watching the bloodstained doorplate closely, curse inwardly. Mind your own damn business. Qi Zhongyu noticed it too, and his expression changed at once. Damn. The bloodstained doorplate wants to run. It won't get away. Feng Zhe wasn't about to watch the bloodstained doorplate flee. Since this thing no longer wanted to summon knock ghosts, it was time for it to die. 50 million volts. Thunderlance fire. Lightning was countless times faster than a doorplate. The thunder arrived in an instant, completely engulfing the bloodstained doorplate and obliterating it within the lightning's glare. Killed 5th rank contamination source enhancement points 1600. That much. Fang Zhe hadn't expected that killing the contamination source would grant 10 times the usual enhancement points. And before that, the contamination source had also supplied a swarm of aberrations for him to farm enhancement points from. This was simply a huge gift pack. I'm growing more and more fond of this world. Fang Zhe couldn't help but remark. Daxia Nation's Chosen One. Fang Zhe eliminated the contamination source bloodstained doorplate. Quest progress 1. Reward obtained Strength Enhancement Potion 1. Strength Enhancement Potion permanently enhances the user's strength. The stronger the user, the weaker the enhancement effect. The National Fortune Games' ensuing announcement only deepened Fang Zhe's current impression. This really was a wonderful world. You even got rewards for pushing the quest progress. The only pity was that the bloodstained doorplate had shattered far too early. Otherwise, he could have farmed a few more enhancement points. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Fang Zhe, having just disposed of the bloodstained doorplate, turned around only to see Qi Zhongyu wearing an expression of shock and longing. He could not help stepping back half a step. With the bloodstained doorplate gone, the door-knocking anomaly naturally vanished as well. Anomalies born from a pollution source were after all bound to it in life and death. Brother Fang Zhe, would you have any interest in joining the Guaming division? Qi Zhongyu stared fixedly at Fang Zhe for a long moment before sidling up, rubbing his hands together as he asked. The Guaming division was a special department established by the authorities to oppose anomalies and eliminate pollution sources. It possessed exceptionally high authority and received overwhelming resource support. Although the work genuinely put one's life on the line, the scrutiny of its members was by no means light. Those who could be specially recruited in were virtually all monsters. Not particularly interested, Fang Zhe answered without any hesitation. Because when it came to pollution sources, his methods were completely different from those of the Guaming division. The Guaming division advocated cutting off the head. Once the pollution source was dealt with, the problem was solved. Fang Zhe, on the other hand, preferred to wring every last bit of value out of a pollution source. Working alongside those people would most likely prevent Fang Zhe from dealing with pollution sources to his heart's content. What a pity. Are you really not interested at all? Brother Fang Zhe, you may not realize how exceptional the welfare and treatment at the Guaming division truly are. Really, trust me. If you joined, you definitely wouldn't be disappointed. Really, how about you come back with me first and take a look? Give it a try, just a try. We absolutely won't force you to join the Guaming division. Are you truly not willing to give it a try? In the face of Qi Zhongyu's earnest, persistent persuasion, Fang Zhe remained unmoved and held fast to his decision. Yet as the persuasion continued, Fang Zhe eventually offered an idea of his own. As for me joining the Guaming division, forget it. But on the matter of eliminating pollution sources, our goals are aligned. So long as you're willing to share intelligence with me, what difference does it make whether I join the Guaming division or not? That was a very pragmatic suggestion. Yet after hearing it, Qi Zhongyu wore an odd expression. What you're describing is simply a bounty hunter, isn't it? Huh. It was because the Guaming division frequently issued public bounties inviting hidden masters and capable people from among the populace to fight anomalies together. Thus, bounty hunters were far from scarce. Many of them had even registered with the Guaming division and had their own formal cooperation ratings. The higher one's cooperation rating, the more intelligence could be shared, and one could also redeem suitable fate artifacts at the Guaming division. Is that so? Then just consider me a bounty hunter. After hearing Qi Zhongyu's explanation, Fang Zhe felt that this bounty hunter identity suited his needs quite well. It gave him ample freedom and shared intelligence. Those 2 points alone suffice. Well, then download the Guaming division app and register your identity as a bounty hunter. Once registered, you can access intelligence corresponding to your rating. After that, accept the door-knocking anomaly mission, and I'll push it through for you on my end. Seeing Fang Zhe's unyielding expression, Qi Zhongyu knew that further persuasion was useless, so he gave up. He then went on to explain the precautions for registering as a bounty hunter. Accept missions. Complete missions earn points. Points could be exchanged for money, as well as special tools and fate artifacts unique to the Guaming division. They were also one of the key criteria for identity rating. The door-knocking anomaly mission was a case in point. Eliminating the door-knocking anomaly earned 50 points. Eliminating the pollution source earned 1,000. 1 point was worth 10,000. In terms of purchasing power, that was more or less equivalent to the currency of Daxia. A single doorplate is 10 million. No wonder there are so many bounty hunters. Fang Zhe accepted the mission, and once its completion was confirmed, the points landed in his account immediately. His identity was also verified as a formal bounty hunter. A portion of the intelligence opened up to him as well. Most of it was about some anomaly appearing in one place or some strange incident happening in another. Those with the leisure to do so could go gather the latest intelligence, and after submitting it to the Guaming division, obtain a few extra points. But Fang Zhe's ambition did not lie there. With an intelligence channel secured, Fang Zhe soon said goodbye to Qi Zhongyu. Qi Zhongyu, however, had to stay behind and carefully check whether all nearby anomalies had been completely eliminated. If any had slipped through, they had to be eradicated without delay. Curry Country's Chosen One. Death punishment descends. Pollution source Death Revolver will descend within Curry Country. Death Revolver, it will engage its target in a game of death roulette. The winner walks away, the loser is mutated into a gun-wielding anomaly, and continues seeking new targets for death roulette until it dies. If 15 days from now this round of the National Fortune game has not yet ended, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Curry Country. Kimchi Countries, chosen one. Death punishment descends. Pollution source Wraith bus will descend within Kimchi Country. Wraith bus, a death bus disguised as an ordinary bus, yet packed to the brim with the dead. Any living person unfortunate enough to board it will be torn to shreds once the Wraiths notice that they are different. If 15 days from now this round of the National Fortune game has not yet ended, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Kimchi Country. Sakura Countries, chosen one. Death punishment descends. Pollution source the dead's phone will descend within Sakura Country. The dead's phone do not answer calls from the dead. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. If 15 days from now this round of the National Fortune game has not yet ended, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Sakura Country. This came right after Fong Zhe destroyed the bloodstained doorplate. Before long the announcements of the National Fortune game rang out one after another. The strikingly similar punishments made many chosen ones instantly realize what the game's special reminder at the very beginning had actually meant. When a chosen one was killed by a pollution source, the punishment their nation suffered was the descent of that very pollution source. The only fortunate thing was that the same pollution source would descend only once across the entire blue star. It would never appear a second time. Moreover, there was another piece of good news that was not entirely good. Once a pollution source descended upon Blue Star, the National Fortune game would announce its killing rules. This could be considered the National Fortune game's final consolation to everyone. With the killing rules known, the chosen ones could find ways to eliminate the corresponding pollution sources and complete their clearance missions as soon as possible. Otherwise, the unceasing descent of pollution sources would sooner or later claim everyone's lives. Death Revolver Wraith bus, the dead's phone. Since their killing rules have been made public, they should be considerably easier to deal with, right? After listening to the National Fortune Games announcements, Fong Zhe immediately set his sights on the pollution sources that had been mentioned. Since his name was already on the roster, those pollution sources might as well go and die. As Fong Zhe hunted down the contamination sources one by one according to the death list provided by the National Fate game, the regions in the real world where contamination sources had descended were already descending into chaos. Although the contamination sources operated under certain killing rules, their actions were entirely unpredictable. Once an ordinary person crossed paths with one, survival was virtually impossible, let alone finding a way to turn the tables by exploiting the killing rules against them. For a time, people across all nations lived in constant fear, dreading that they might become the next target of one of the anomalies. After all, even those who had not yet been attacked had witnessed the gruesome deaths of the chosen ones through the live streams. They naturally understood just how terrifying these anomalies were. Some countries had even begun messaging their chosen ones, instructing them to end their own lives once it became clear that survival was impossible, a fate far preferable to being devoured by a contamination source. Lost natural resources could always be replaced from other sources. However, when it came to the contamination source crisis, many smaller nations were completely powerless to cope. Amidst such a turbulent global landscape, the Great Xia Nation appeared utterly out of place. Within the borders of the Great Xia Nation, not only had no contamination source descended, but even when neighboring countries suffered attacks, the resulting mutated anomalies could never breach into Great Xia territory. The demonkind patrolling the borders were no pushovers. Upon encountering any stray anomalies, they would tear them apart on the spot. Thus, while countless people lived in constant terror, the citizens of Great Xia continued to leisurely follow the drama unfolding online. They marveled at just how horrifying the contamination sources were, yet still lamented that they would have to return to work and school the very next day. Truly a grueling existence. It was a world apart from those regions devastated by contamination sources, where many people barely dared to leave their homes, and both businesses and schools had been forced into open-ended closures. Governments around the world were utterly overwhelmed, scrambling to reassure their citizens that they would resolve the contamination source crisis as quickly as possible. But the question remained, how exactly could such a problem be solved? The answer: seek assistance from the Great Xia Nation. As the safest place on Earth, and one of the 5 powers of the world, the Great Xia Nation should rightfully fulfill its responsibility of maintaining global peace. I have to say, these people really do have thick skins. Inside the Great Xia National Fate office, Shen Mingyi stared at the stack of identical plea letters on his desk, barely able to keep a straight face. Offer absolutely nothing, yet expect to manipulate through moral obligation. Shen Mingyi acknowledged that within the current international climate, the Great Xia Nation did indeed maintain a relatively high moral standard. However, that did not mean the Great Xia Nation would willingly play the fool. It was not that they refused to help, but the question remained, what price would they demand in return? Inform the Foreign Affairs Division to respond that the Great Xia Nation has always maintained a neutral stance and will never intervene in the internal affairs of other countries. Within the National Fate game world, on an empty street, a man with his face covered in blood blocked Fong Zhe's path, raised his revolver and glared at him with a sinister grin, saying, "Care for a thrilling game of Russian roulette? And if I refuse, what then?" Fong Zhe looked at the man before him calmly, recognizing instantly that this creature was an anomaly controlled by the death revolver. It was also a contamination source recorded on the death list. "I'll make sure you embrace death directly." Upon hearing this, the man immediately pointed the black barrel of his gun at Feng Zhe and replied in a chilling tone. Feng Zhe narrowed his eyes and asked suddenly, "What are the rules?" He was certainly not afraid of this anomaly's attack. Rather, he had noticed that the revolver in its hand was not the true body of the death revolver, and thus intended to continue searching within the killing rules for further answers. "So you're planning to play a thrilling game of Russian roulette with me, eh? That's wonderful." Hearing this, the man suddenly withdrew his aim and pressed the gun barrel against his own temple, a manic expression spreading across his face. "The rules are simple. 6 chambers, 5 blanks, 1 live round. We take turns pointing the gun at our own heads until a live round fires. I'll go first." Without hesitation, the man pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound was loud and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. But it was only a blank. "I'm so lucky. Now it's your turn." The man handed the revolver to Feng Zhe with an expression of relief, as though he had narrowly escaped death itself. Yet the madness in his eyes could not be concealed. "Lucky." Feng Zhe examined the revolver closely in his hand, then smiled faintly and raised it to his own head. "Relying solely on luck will only take you so far." Bang! Another blank. "Looks like your luck is pretty good too. It's my turn again." Taking the revolver from Feng Zhe, the man fired without a second thought. Bang! The third shot was still a blank. But this time the man did not immediately hand the revolver back to Feng Zhe. Instead, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The fourth shot was also a blank. There was no doubt now among the remaining 2 chambers one contained a live round. And both of those shots would be fired by Feng Zhe. "In that case, your luck doesn't seem to be very good, does it?" The man's eyes, bloodshot and wide, fixed on Feng Zhe with a grotesque expression. He sneered, "Your turn." "Is that so?" Feng Zhe calmly accepted the revolver, pointed it at his own head, and spoke leisurely. "As I said just now, relying solely on luck will only take you so far." Bang! 5th shot, blank. The final round had to be live. "Have a safe journey." The man sneered, his expression growing increasingly twisted. "Don't speak too confidently." Feng Zhe slowly pressed the trigger, a smile on his lips. "I wager the bullets in this gun aren't fast enough." Bang! The final live round burst from the barrel. But before it could travel even an inch, Feng Zhe clamped it between 2 fingers, halting its advance entirely. This sight froze the man's sneering expression in place. Meanwhile, Feng Zhe's face displayed an expression of vindication. "So the true body of the death revolver isn't the firearm itself, it's the bullets inside. No wonder the win rate for those targeted in the game of Russian roulette is 0. Feng Zhe finally understood. In truth, all 6 bullets within the death revolver could potentially be live rounds. The only difference lay in when the death revolver chose to fire them. For those it had marked, this was an unwinnable game, for the bullets themselves possessed a will of their own. "But this time you have lost." As Feng Zhe spoke, he crushed the bullet tightly in his palm. Electric light flashed. "Killed a tier 4 contamination source. Reinforcement points 800. Great Xia Nation's chosen one. Feng Zhe has eliminated the contamination source death revolver. Clearance progress 1. Reward obtained: Agility Enhancement Potion X1. Agility Enhancement Potion permanently enhances the user's reaction speed and movement speed. The higher the user's base agility, the weaker the enhancement effect. This is the 7th pollution source I've encountered. Current clearance task progress 10. It seems the other chosen ones haven't made much move yet." Feng Zhe glanced at the clearance task progress, recalled the death list provided by the National Fortune game, then took out his phone and submitted the death revolver task on the Gui Mingxi app. After that, someone from Gui Mingxi would come to verify the situation. As long as the facts were confirmed, points would be awarded. For Feng Zhe, the primary use of Gui Mingxi points was to improve his bounty hunter ranking, so he could gain access to more intelligence. After all, in this world, if anyone held the most intelligence on pollution sources, it had to be Gui Mingxi. The reason Feng Zhe prioritized hunting these pollution sources that had been reported by the National Fortune game was not only because the targets were clear, but more importantly to provide a template for elimination for the Great Xia Nation. Because the National Fortune game only published the killing rules of these pollution sources without indicating their true forms. Relying solely on their titles, one could easily be misled. Therefore, Feng Zhe would create a strategy guide while completing the clearance task progress. Previously, the Great Xia Nation had contacted Feng Zhe. They informed him that certain nations were willing to pay a heavy price, requesting Great Xia to send someone to eliminate the pollution sources that had descended within their borders. They were even willing to cede part of their sovereignty. There was no helping it, because the pollution sources targets were random, and they would not show mercy simply because someone's status was high, their power was great, or their wealth was immense. So those dignified nobles, for the sake of their own lives, could only pay any price, without bottom line. Thus, the official Great Xia government told Feng Zhe that if it was convenient for him, they hoped he could provide a demonstration against those pollution sources, so that the Great Xia officials could make a judgment on whether to send people to eliminate the pollution sources. After all, pollution sources varied in level. If one could not act according to one's abilities, besides losing personnel, there would be no gains whatsoever. Great Xia wanted to make money, but not at the cost of human lives. Let me see, where is the next pollution source? Feng Zhe scrolled through his phone, then suddenly frowned. Urgent. The decaying garden has appeared in Flower City. All citizens of Flower City evacuate immediately. At the Gui Mingxi headquarters in the council hall. Director Mu Chang'an held an urgent report and looked at everyone present. The decaying garden has truly appeared in Flower City. As he spoke these words, Mu Chang'an's expression was grim. Because among all known pollution sources, the decaying garden was infamous indeed. Moreover, its formidable power far exceeded ordinary human imagination. Even Gui Mingxi could do nothing against this pollution source. According to past intelligence, wherever the decaying garden manifested, plague ravaged the land. Once infected, there was no cure. One could only wait for death. Those who died from the disease would become fertilizer for the garden's plants, further expanding the decaying garden's territory. Until 100 miles in every direction became a realm of death. Such scenes had played out many times. Every city parasitized by the decaying garden had without exception turned into an empty city. But Gui Mingxi was powerless to stop it. Because the pollution sources capable of opposing the decaying garden were far beyond human control. Intelligence confirmed without error. The decaying garden has indeed appeared in Flower City. Flower City is finished. Although those in the council hall were furious, they could do nothing but feel helpless. There are limits to human strength. When facing pollution sources more terrifying than natural disasters, the only thing they could do was try their best to save more people, rather than make useless sacrifices. I understand. Mu Chang'an sighed and said, mobilize personnel according to emergency regulations, assist citizens of Flower City in evacuating. Emergency news. The decaying garden has appeared in Flower City. All citizens of Flower City leave immediately. Emergency news. The decaying garden has appeared in Flower City. In this era, supernatural events occurring was nothing new. People had grown accustomed to them. Even if life was difficult, what choice was there? Could they simply stop living? But certain infamous pollution sources could instill panic in people with just their names alone. The decaying garden. More than 1 million people had died from this pollution source. In comparison, other supernatural entities were practically well-behaved children. So not surprisingly, after the emergency news broadcast, Flower City descended into chaos. People hastily packed their valuables, dragging their families to flee Flower City. Vehicles on the streets recklessly crashed about. The shops on both sides didn't even bother closing their doors. The owners had already run. Because wherever the decaying garden passed, it became a realm of death. No one would ever return. The chosen ones who had descended in Flower City, seeing how the citizens behaved after the emergency news, were all confused. So they inquired about what exactly this decaying garden was. Upon asking, they panicked too. A city-destroying, nation-annihilating pollution source. Then what were they waiting for? Let's run together. As long as they didn't die in Flower City, that was victory. However, when the stream of people heading out of the city grew ever more congested and vehicles gradually clogged the roads, completely the ground of Flower City suddenly began to tremble violently. In the next moment, massive vines burst from the earth, undulating like giant serpents. Upon those vines, flowers bloomed in abundance, radiant and magnificent. Yet this sight made everyone present turn pale with fear, their faces ashen. Those are the giant vines of the decaying garden. How did they appear here? Could it be that the decaying garden has already surrounded the entire Flower City? No way. Those who had already run to the city's edge could hardly accept being separated from life and death by mere feet. So under immense psychological pressure, many decided to take a desperate risk, trying to see if they could break through out of the city. On the highway, a heavy truck's engine roared to life, then surged toward the city gates with a thunderous growl. The force of its impact was immense, beyond question. However, as the heavy truck approached the giant vines, those serpentine vines suddenly moved. Like a bolt of lightning, they struck the truck's hood with tremendous force. Boom! With a deafening crash, the speeding heavy truck was flung back by the vines, tumbling repeatedly along the highway. Along the way, it crushed countless smaller cars and killed quite a few pedestrians. The earth-shaking scene left everyone present stunned in utter disbelief. A speeding heavy truck couldn't withstand even one whip from the giant vines. If a person were struck, they would probably be reduced to a mist of blood on the spot. What? What do we do? It's over. We're dead for sure. Those who had witnessed the vine's power had already begun to despair. Many people, confirming that escape was impossible, collapsed on the spot and burst into wailing sobs. The chosen ones, equally trapped within Flower City, could only look at each other in bewilderment, already contemplating whether to end their own lives. If they let the decaying garden descend upon Blue Star, they could hardly imagine what kind of tragedy would unfold. Damn it! Why is it so noisy outside? What's going on? In a secluded street in Huaqing, Lu Yao, trapped by a bizarre entity, heard the commotion outside and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Sophia, a chosen one from the Bear Country who was equally trapped there, heard this and was about to say something. But before the words left her mouth, she froze, her expression turning grave. Crap. I just received news that an extremely powerful contamination source has appeared in Huaqing. The entire city has been quarantined. Sophia looked at Lu Yao and spoke. This intelligence was compiled by the Bear Country by combining the live broadcasts of other chosen ones. Originally, according to President Aging's plan, they wanted the Bear Country's chosen ones to find a way to make contact with Fangzhe. But plans never keep pace with changes. Fangzhe was not in Huaqing. Instead, Lu Yao had appeared there. So with the idea of a roundabout approach, Sophia decided to first make contact with Lu Yao, then seek out Fangzhe. However, during their first meeting, they were attacked by a bizarre entity. It was a bizarre entity dressed like a clown. After appearing, it said it wanted to play a game with them. The clown would hide, and they would search for it. During the search, the clown would attempt to assassinate the two at any moment, and the game would only end when the clown was caught or both of them were killed. Therefore, the two were unaware of the emergency news broadcast about Huaqing, a powerful contamination source. How powerful? Liu Yao asked while keeping her guard up against the clown that could appear at any moment. According to the known intelligence, Huaqing has already been abandoned. Sophia was also unclear about just how powerful the rotting garden was, but from the fact that Huaqing was immediately abandoned after its appearance, its deterrent power was absolutely unimaginable. What did you say? Liu Yao turned her head sharply, thinking she had misheard. To abandon an entire city because of a single contamination source. Was the contamination source too powerful, or were human lives too cheap? They had only been trapped for a few hours, and such huge things had already happened outside. Careful. Sophia wanted to say something more. But when a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Liu Yao, all words turned into a gasp. It was the clown's assassination. I heard it long ago, but this is just a clone. The real clown is somewhere else. Hearing this, Liu Yao stomped her foot fiercely, and an earth spike instantly erupted from the ground, piercing through the black shadow behind her. But as she said, this black shadow was not the real clown. After being pierced by the earth spike, it instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. But Liu Yao's movements did not stop. After the black shadow disappeared, she immediately rushed to a concealed corner at the street intersection and kicked the corner of the wall. Bang! After a dull sound, a transparent figure indeed began to appear. It was exactly the clown that had appeared earlier. This guy can really turn invisible. Before Liu Yao finished speaking, she swung her fist and smashed it toward the clown's face. Watching from behind, Sophia looked utterly astonished and couldn't help but ask, how did you discover it? Turning invisible doesn't mean disappearing. Being unable to see doesn't mean being unable to hear. Liu Yao said casually while swinging her fists. For her, who had mastered earth element skills, she could sense the vibrations of the clown's feet on the ground. It was just that earlier the clown had too many clones which needed to be distinguished one by one. Great Xia Nation's chosen one, Liu Yao, has eliminated the contamination source clown mask. Clearance progress 1. Reward: obtained 1 spirit power amplification potion. Hearing the notification sound of the National Destiny game, and looking at the clown in front of her, which was now just a broken mask, Liu Yao finally confirmed that she had indeed eliminated a contamination source. Although it was by coincidence, it was still a good thing. So what should we do now? Sophia had also heard the notification sound of the National Destiny game. The contamination source in front of them was eliminated, but the contamination source that could destroy Huaqing was still out there. We'll take it one step at a time. It's not yet time to despair. Let's go out and have a look first. Liu Yao was also unclear about what exactly the Rotting Garden's abilities were, but as long as they were alive, there was still hope. Meanwhile, when Fangzhe queried the detailed intelligence of the Rotting Garden on the Ghost Duty Office app, his eyes immediately narrowed. One of the 4 known most powerful contamination sources, the Rotting Garden, that represents plague. It seems I must rush to Huaqing as soon as possible. The city where Fangzhe was located was Fengqing, and the distance to Huaqing was not short. Moreover, he didn't even know the exact location of Huaqing, so finding a suitable guide was a necessary thing. Thus today the ghost bus welcomed a very special passenger. As soon as he got on the bus, he came to the driver's seat and said to the driver, I want to go to Huaqing. Can you go faster? This is an intercity bus. The driver glanced at Fangzhe and said stiffly, but I want to go to Huaqing. Figure something out. Fangzhe said this, then looked at the other passengers in the bus and asked, you shouldn't have any objections, right? We certainly don't have any objections. We rarely see such an arrogant living person. The other passengers in the bus looked at Fangzhe with cold, grim expressions and let out creepy laughter. The ghosts on the ghost bus would tear apart all living people who boarded, turning them into ghosts just like them. So in the past, those living people who mistakenly boarded the ghost bus after seeing their true faces would all be in a state of utter terror, unable to even speak a complete sentence. But this living person today was indeed rather arrogant. See, everyone agrees. Just drive. Fangzhe, as if he hadn't seen the passengers' expressions, continued to say to the driver. However, the driver's tone remained rigid. This is intracity. Smack. Before the driver could finish speaking, Fangzhe raised his hand and slapped him. The slap made the driver's head clang against the car window glass, then bounced back onto the steering wheel. Drive. Yes, yes, yes. The driver, dazed by the slap, hurriedly responded and started the ghost bus. The passengers sitting in the back were even more stunned, looking at each other. But soon these ghosts became angry. They hadn't made a move yet, and this living person dared to strike first. Insolent. Kill him, kill him. The ghost passengers yelled, brandishing their claws and fangs as they pounced forward, vowing to tear Fangzhe to pieces. So noisy. Fangzhe lightly flicked his fingers and several whips made of lightning instantly cleared the carriage. Killing a second-order anomaly enhancement points 20. Killing a third-order anomaly enhancement points 40. Killing a fourth-order anomaly enhancement points 80. The driver, who had just recovered from his daze, saw this scene and shuddered all over, directly stepping on the accelerator to the floor. The ghost bus wasn't afraid of car accidents, but this god of slaughter on the bus could really kill it. So the driver's current thought was to drive to Huaqing as soon as possible and get this god of slaughter off the bus. Blossom City. From the moment the decaying garden appeared, order had already crumbled into chaos. Every road leading out of the city lay completely sealed by massive vines. Any soul daring to flee would be mercilessly slain, their bodies destined to become fertilizer for the garden's vegetation. And in the heart of the city, a pollen resembling dust had somehow materialized, spreading ceaselessly outward. It was the plague dispersed by the decaying garden. Those who came into contact with the pollen would immediately suffer persistent, high fevers, violent vomiting and diarrhea, and excruciating pain throughout their bodies. Within half a day, the flesh on their bodies would begin to rot and slew away, while internal organs gradually corroded into a pool of bloody liquid until death finally claimed them. The entire process lasted approximately 3 days as victims perished in utter agony. No remedy existed. Thus, confronted with the threat of death, desperate people descended into madness. Even though Blossom City's stockpiled supplies were more than sufficient, large-scale incidents of assault and murder erupted across all districts. People sought to drown their terror in violence and blood. Since they had only days to live anyway, why not embrace absolute freedom in their remaining moments? They would do every forbidden thing they had never dared before. Indulge every suppressed desire to their heart's content. Consequently, Blossom City descended into chaos in the span of mere hours. Lu Yao and Sophia witnessed countless acts of destruction, arson, robbery, and savagery along the way, yet could do nothing to intervene. Because nearly everyone exhibited this same frenzy. Those capable of maintaining composure in the face of impending death were vanishingly rare. Is there truly no way out? Lu Yao and Sophia arrived at Blossom City's boundary. This was the sole region maintaining a semblance of order, and also the demarcation line between life and death. Ahead lay the colossal vine prison woven by the decaying garden, trapping every soul within Blossom City. The mottled bloodstains on the vines served as the final testament of those who had attempted to escape. Perhaps there is, but no one dares to try. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out behind Lu Yao. Group leader Zheng, you're here too. Lu Yao turned to see Jingqing emerge from the crowd and approach them. It's not just me. Almost everyone from Blossom City is here. By everyone, Jingqing naturally referred to the other chosen ones. With the plague pollen spreading through Blossom City's center, it had become unsafe long ago. Survival meant relocating to the city's outskirts. Thus, all the chosen ones in Blossom City had gathered at this location, seeking any means of desperate survival. Yet when they beheld the vines before them, dozens of meters long and thicker than a human waist, their resolve began to waver. Because the first chosen one slain by the decaying garden's vines would guarantee a catastrophic descent of the decaying garden upon their nation. A contamination source of this magnitude could unleash unimaginable devastation. Hence no one wished to become the sacrificial lamb. I understand now. After hearing Jingqing's explanation, Lu Yao nodded slightly, comprehending the gravity. The chosen ones carried not merely their own lives but the fate of their nations upon their shoulders. Past national fortune games had imposed severe penalties, yet they remained within tolerable bounds. But this instance was fundamentally different. Should the decaying garden descend upon Blue Star, it might truly annihilate an entire nation. Then what do they intend to do? Lu Yao gazed at the vines, mentally calculating her chances against such adversaries while posing the question. Wait. Jingqing answered with a single word. Simply wait. Until the plague pollen from Blossom City's center spread to the city boundary, forcing them to make an unavoidable choice. Wait until someone volunteered to break the deadlock. Only then would an outcome emerge. A reasonable strategy, wouldn't you say? Sophia, who had been quietly observing the vines, suddenly spoke up. Though she was a transcendent, she was merely second order. Confronting these vines capable of flinging a speeding heavy truck with a single strike would be like a mayfly attempting to topple a mighty tree. Sounds reasonable, but I'd like to attempt it. Lu Yao fixed her gaze upon the vines, then stomped her foot against the ground. Beneath the earth, a seismic wave rapidly surged toward the vines' roots, attempting to shatter them. Yet in the next instant, the vines stirred. Whoosh! A shrill, piercing sound split the air. The vines slammed violently into the ground, unleashing catastrophic force that dispersed the subterranean seismic wave and shattered the earth itself. The trembling ground further drove home to everyone nearby the overwhelming might of the vines. Fall back. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yao's back instantly drenched in cold sweat. She scrambled backward. True enough, the following second, a vine crashed precisely where Lu Yao had stood. Boom! Stones and debris flew in all directions like bullets. Those struck by fragments bore small punctures on their bodies. Terror-stricken onlookers nearby tumbled over each other in their haste to flee, their faces contorted with fear. Lu Yao wiped the cold sweat from her brow. When the vine that had missed its target ceased its pursuit, she finally exhaled in relief. This thing's power far exceeds what we imagined. Forcing our way through is practically impossible. With this realization, Lu Yao furrowed her brows. Could there truly be no escape from Blossom City? What's that? A bus. You must be seeing things. What bus would appear outside the city and head toward Blossom City? But isn't that a bus? Wait. However, while Lu Yao was lost in contemplation, a speeding mid-sized vehicle suddenly appeared on the highway outside Blossom City. Its destination was unmistakably Blossom City. This scene startled numerous people into leaping up. They could never have imagined that during such a time some fool would deliberately drive toward Blossom City. The mysterious Fate Department, officially tasked with combating contamination sources and anomalies, currently dared only establish defenses outside Blossom City to monitor the decaying garden's movements rather than entering the city to rescue survivors. Anyone heading toward Blossom City at this moment was either a fool or a madman. Were they coming specifically to deliver themselves to death? What an opportunity. Yet precisely when everyone stood stunned by the sudden appearance of the mid-sized vehicle Kunu Taro, the chosen one from Sakura Nation concealed among the crowd, caught the glimmer of an opportunity, his gaze falling upon Liu Yao near the vines. If he could capitalize on this chance to have the chosen one from Great Xia slain by the vines, then even if he subsequently paid with his life, it would be worthwhile. Because identical contamination sources would descend upon Blue Star only once. If the decaying garden appeared in Great Xia, it would sufficiently render the current Great Xia incapable of attending to Sakura Nation's troubles. With this thought, Konu Taro felt blood rushing to his head. He was after all a second-order transcendent. While engaging Liu Yao directly would result in being slapped to death, catching her off guard and shoving her toward the vines from behind was entirely feasible. His Imperial Majesty Tencho Banzai. With the rare opportunity at hand, Konu Taro's mind overheated. Without further hesitation, he burst forward with tremendous force. Who's there? The stunned Liu Yao heard the commotion, but never anticipated it was an ambush directed at her. Caught unprepared, she was genuinely knocked tumbling toward the vines. Success. When Konu Taro saw the vines ahead begin to stir, his heart surged with unbridled joy. He would become Sakura Nation's hero. Liu Yao. Miss Liu. The sudden incident left Sophie and Jingqing beside her utterly shocked. They never imagined anyone would dare commit such an act at such a critical moment. The other chosen ones, upon witnessing this scene, were first startled, then inwardly reveled in schadenfreude, while also silently strengthening their vigilance against the chosen one from the Sakura Nation. These people are truly insidious and ruthless. Never again would they dare to turn their backs on such individuals lest they meet an inexplicable end. In the livestream room, the sudden spectacle shocked all viewers. The Sakura Nation's chosen one ambushed the Dachao Nation's chosen one. At such a time, this Sakura Nation's chosen one deserves death. Everyone knows what happens when a chosen one dies at the hands of a pollution source. How could he dare do this? The Sakura Nation breeds nothing but beasts. Bastards. Inakaikuen's action has paved the way for all chosen ones. He is a hero. Sacrificing one Dachao Nation chosen one to save all the other chosen ones. Isn't that the best outcome? Inakaikuen did the right thing. He is a hero of our Sakura Nation. What the hell? If you want to pave the way, why don't you go die yourself? Hero your grandmother's legs. The Dachao Nation citizens witnessing this scene were absolutely livid with rage. These despicable creatures have once again resorted to such despicable tactics. They are beasts among beasts. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation people were overjoyed. The devastating power of the corrupted garden was evident from the live streams of the chosen ones trapped within Flower City. Had it descended upon a first-tier city in the Dachao Nation, it would likely have caused over 10 million deaths in less than half a month. Such beautiful fantasies allowed the Sakura Nation people to vent their hatred toward Fangzhe and the Dachao Nation. They could hardly wait to witness the Dachao people suffering in misery. However, while the Dachao people seethed with anger, and the Sakura Nation people swaggered smugly with other nations' citizens watching with glee. Outside Flower City on the highway, the minibus had broken through the giant vine's perimeter and charged into the corrupted garden. At the same moment, a cold snort echoed through the air. Mid-air, the giant vine lashing toward Liu Yao suddenly froze, as if the surrounding spacetime had solidified. The next second, the minibus door was kicked open with a thunderous crash. Face icy with frost eyes, ice-cold Fangzhe stepped out of the minibus. F.A. Fangzhe. How can you be here? In that instant, Inukai Taro felt his legs go limp, cold sweat drenching his entire body as words failed to form. He never could have imagined that Fangzhe was actually on that minibus. How could the Sakura Nation have failed to inform him of such critical intelligence? Yet in truth, the Sakura Nation's high command had wanted to warn him, but Inukai Taro's actions had been entirely spontaneous. By the time he acted, it was already too late to say anything. Incorrigible, as always. Fangzhe walked to Liu Yao's side, helping her up and examining her thoroughly before turning his gaze toward Inukai Taro. Didn't you want to be a hero? I'll grant you your wish. With those words, Fangzhe directly lifted Inukai Taro with his psychic power. Regardless of what he wished to say, and amid his contorted expression, he hurled him toward the nearby giant vine. No. Swish. Boom. The sound of tearing air rang out. Inukai Taro's screams and pleads had yet to escape his throat before he was shattered into scattered blood mist. Sakura Nation, chosen one, Inukai Taro has died. Punishment descends. The pollution source, corrupted garden, shall descend upon the territory of the Sakura Nation. Corrupted garden, all those trapped within the garden shall become the garden's nourishment. What awaits you is only rot and decay. After 15 days, if this national fortune game has not concluded, a successor chosen one shall be randomly selected for the Sakura Nation. The dramatic reversal of fortune occurred in mere moments. The Sakura Nation people's celebration had not even begun before it had already ended. And what awaited them would be boundless terror, endless torment. How could this happen? Damn it. Absolutely, damn it. Why didn't that damned Inu Kaitaro commit seppuku at the last moment? This wretched creature got himself killed, but he had to drag our great Sakura nation down with him. The corrupted garden descends. It's over, all hope is lost. That damned Dacia nation chosen one committed such an atrocity. What is their intention? Despicable. Where exactly did the corrupted garden descend? We must flee immediately. As expected, the moment the National Fortune Games notification sounded, the entire Sakura nation fell into chaos in mere moments. The Sakura nation people were seized by panic and terror. They dared not believe that the corrupted garden, which should have appeared in the Dacia nation, had instead descended upon their own nation. The pollen plague spread by the corrupted garden was still fresh in everyone's memory. Its terrifying nature was enough to make one's blood run cold. Indeed, in Flower City, many people infected by the pollen plague had chosen to end their own lives rather than endure the agonizing struggle. For this held no meaning whatsoever, only serving to increase one's suffering. And now all of this was about to befall the Sakura nation. But unlike the Sakura nation's panic, the Dacia nation citizens at this moment were spreading the good news to each other, wild with joy. Holy crap, your Feng Yi is still your Feng Yi after all. Truly worthy of being our Dacia nation's light. I actually saw this coming. How could Feng Yi possibly watch Sister Lu come to harm? The moment that undead minibus appeared, I already foresaw the Sakura nation scoundrels' doom. Now Feng Yi has truly given them a magnificent gift. I hope they like it. If they don't, I hope Feng Yi can send them a few more gifts. At the Dacia nation fortune office, Shen Mingyi swiftly obtained the first-hand intelligence. The corrupted garden's descent location is the Sakura nation's second largest city. Current resident population 2,300,000. After the corrupted garden appeared in less than an hour, the entire city was sealed off by giant vines with no one able to escape. The Sakura nation's high command has decided to employ carpet bombing, attempting to eliminate the corrupted garden. 2,300,000 people. After reading the intelligence in his hands, Shen Mingyi tapped his fingers against the desk, lost in contemplation. Without a doubt, the corrupted garden was the most terrifying punishment since the advent of the National Fortune Game. Sealing off an entire first-tier city required less than an hour. Moreover, the pollen plague that made one's blood run cold was utterly impossible to defend against, to the extent that rescue personnel dared not enter the city. Thus, the Sakura nation's high command adopted the most extreme measures. However, facing such a catastrophe, there is a possibility the Sakura nation may act desperately. With this thought, Shen Mingyi summoned his secretary and signed an official document to hand to him. Have the Vermilion Bird Fleet prepared for combat at all times. Have the Qinglong Theater ready for support at all times. If anyone dares to act desperately, that would be the perfect excuse. Sakura country. The inhabitants trapped within the city by the rotting garden, having passed their initial panic, were gradually exhibiting signs of losing their sanity, growing ever more frenzied. Within the city, people constantly drove various vehicles attempting to break through the blockade of giant vines. But their fate was without exception all being lashed back. Those fortunate enough survived half dead, while the unlucky perished on the spot. Outside the city, Sakura country had already deployed heavy firepower attempting to shatter the giant vines at the city's perimeter in order to rescue the citizens. What caught them off guard was that these giant vines were not only extraordinarily resilient, but also grew at an astonishing pace. No matter how fiercely they bombed a path through them, the vines would immediately regrow and fill the gaps. In other words, merely clearing these giant vines without locating the rotting garden's main body would be entirely futile. As long as the garden itself remained, the vines would continue to grow endlessly. The millions trapped within the city would all be consumed as nourishment for the rotting garden. This is why Sakura country's leadership had decided upon carpet bombing, to annihilate the rotting garden's core and halt its spread to other cities. As for those trapped inside the city, they were necessary sacrifices. Since they would die in excruciating agony anyway from the pollen plague infection, it was better to grant them release now. At least this counted as doing a good deed. National Fortune Game watching. After dealing with Kishimoto Taro, who had sought his own demise, Feng Zhe calmly gazed toward the city center. Whatever suffering Sakura country's people endured as a result was entirely justified. It fell far short of what they deserved. Nevertheless, Feng Zhe had no time to dwell on such matters. What demanded his immediate attention was how to deal with the rotting garden before him. As one of the most notorious pollution sources, the Ghost Life Department possessed extensive records on the rotting garden, yet maintained absolutely no documentation regarding its main body, testament to its danger and power. Therefore, Feng Zhe's first priority was to locate the rotting garden's true form. And during this process, be careful. Dodge quickly. With a startled cry, a nearby giant vine suddenly lashed toward Feng Zhe. The sharp sound of air being split sent chills through onlookers' spines. Yet Feng Zhe didn't even turn his head. Instead, he wrapped his telekinetic power around the incoming vine, extending it underground along its length, then uprooted it completely. Lightning strike. In an instant, brilliant electricity erupted. The dozens of meters-long giant vine was instantly carbonized beneath the thunderbolt. Killed fifth-order strange plant enhancement points 160. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng Zhe immediately raised his eyebrows. A fifth-order strange plant. Excellent. With this thought, Feng Zhe quickly scanned his surroundings and immediately discovered there were at least hundreds of giant vines. And in those places in Huacheng where buildings blocked the line of sight, there were undoubtedly countless more giant vines hidden. It had to be said this world was truly magnificent. The anomalies summoned by those pollution sources, abundant in quantity and superior in quality, were perfectly suited for grinding enhancement points. Just as Feng Zhe rejoiced inwardly, the people nearby witnessed this scene and were utterly speechless. Their gazes toward Feng Zhe were filled with awe-inspiring reverence. Those giant vines, which in their eyes resembled the grim Reaper himself, proved so utterly defenseless before this man. Such prowess was simply beyond comprehension. At this realization, the citizens gathered here rushed forward, imploring Feng Zhe to save their lives, willing to pay any price. Before death, especially death accompanied by excruciating pain, nothing holds greater value than one's life. Save you. Feng Zhe cast a glance at these desperate beggars, then noticed the regenerating giant vine. Clearly staying here to clear a path would be a waste of time. Thus Feng Zhe turned and approached the undead bus, tapping on the driver's window. "Esteemed guest, might I ask what you require?" The undead bus driver opened the window with a sycophantic expression, his face still swollen from previous beatings, and poked his head out to inquire. "Yao, come here. You will follow her commands and escort the people from here out of the city. Can you manage that?" Feng Zhe beckoned to Lu Yao, then turned his gaze to the driver. "Guaranteed to complete the mission." The driver glanced at Lu Yao, nodded, and patted his chest in affirmation. This spectacle left not only the nearby citizens dumbfounded, but also the international viewers in the livestream. So pollution sources could be commanded in this manner. It was the great Xia citizens who recovered first. If they could integrate the demon races, then why not incorporate certain valuable pollution sources? The undead bus, when necessary, could match the speed of high-speed rail, and its ethereal form was immune to traffic collisions. It could traverse mountains and valleys with ease, virtually eliminating any road requirements. It was simply the ideal means of transportation. Director Zheng, you will be responsible for screening those qualified to board. Yao isn't very familiar with such matters. After assigning Lu Yao's task, Feng Zhe summoned Zhengqing over. As deputy director of the Extraordinary Affairs Handling Team, Zhengqing would certainly be more adept at handling international affairs than Lu Yao. Moreover, she could represent the authorities in negotiations with other chosen ones. The undead bus could traverse the rotting gardens blockade through its own rules. Once aboard, safety was guaranteed. Therefore, how to price these tickets would depend on each chosen one's sincerity. The moment Feng Zhe spoke, the faces of the various foreign chosen ones gathered nearby instantly changed. They understood all too well that his summoning of Zhengqing was specifically aimed at them. Those chosen ones whose countries maintained decent relations with Great Xia wore barely concealed delight on their faces, while those from nations that made opposing Great Xia a daily routine turned deathly pale on the spot. "No problem, mister." Feng then, regarding the boarding standards. "Decide it yourself." Feng Zhe waved his hand, delegating complete authority over boarding eligibility to Zhengqing. Rather than lingering here dawdling, he'd much prefer to grind enhancement points. "Alright, Yao, here, have all of these. Just drink them directly." Finally, Feng Zhe handed over all the various enhancement potions he had acquired to Lu Yao. These enhancement potions had minimal effect on him, something rather than nothing. But for Lu Yao, they were sufficient to multiply her attributes several times over. "Feng Zhe, I'll wait for you outside the city." Receiving the enhancement potions, Lu Yao didn't hesitate and immediately boarded the undead bus. Meanwhile, Zhengqing took position by the undead bus door, directing the nearby crowd like a ticket conductor. "Line up to board one by one, don't rush. Danger hasn't reached this area yet. We have plenty of time. Take your time negotiating." Of course, the real negotiators were not Zhengqing and these chosen ones. It was the official authorities of the nations of Blue Star outside. The situation in Hua City could be delayed for at least 3 to 5 days, giving everyone ample time to negotiate. The final outcome would then be compiled by the Daxia Kingdom authorities and relayed to Zhengqing. That was the true value of the ticket. But before that, all nations were actually waiting for news from the Yinghua Kingdom. The Yinghua Kingdom intended to carpet bomb the Garden of Rot in an attempt to eliminate this powerful source of contamination. Meanwhile, the other nations were also waiting to see whether modern conventional weapons could pose any threat to these mighty contamination sources. Or perhaps only by using nuclear bombs could these sources be annihilated. If that were the case, then the Yinghua Kingdom would just have to be accommodated and swallow a few more delicious mushroom bombs. Thus time trickled away in the waiting. The Yinghua Kingdom's bombing plan was officially set into motion. Countless whales of the Japanese were extinguished amid the roar of gunfire, and in an instant a bustling metropolis was turned into ruins. But was the Garden of Rot destroyed? Everyone was waiting for the answer. People prayed, hoping that the Garden of Rot would be blasted apart in the flames of war and vanish completely. But reality was cruel. The density of the carpet bombing shells was far from enough to churn the earth. Although all the giant vines above ground were blasted apart, the root system beneath the earth remained intact, and the main body of the Garden of Rot had not been found. The source of contamination was fundamentally impossible to eliminate. Therefore, when a huge vine lifted the broken walls and rubble to reappear before people's eyes in this ruined land, the people of the Yinghua Kingdom instantly felt what despair truly meant. The Garden of Rot is still here. It survived even such a bombardment. How is that possible? No. No, this is all fake, it's an illusion. I want to leave the Yinghua kingdom, I want to live somewhere else, I can't stay here any longer. Who knows if the next city to be eroded by the Garden of Rot will be ours. Everyone run. Unsurprisingly, when the news that even devastating conventional weapons could not eliminate the Garden of Rot spread, the entire Yinghua kingdom inevitably fell into chaos. People began to use every means and channel to flee abroad. No one wanted to become the next corpse in the Garden of Rot. This news also stirred the high-level officials of other nations, hardening their resolve to negotiate with the Daxia kingdom. Setting aside everything else, they had to rescue their own chosen ones from Hua City first. As for the price, as long as the chosen ones were alive, there was always a chance to earn it back through the national fortune game. Staying alive was what mattered most. Alive. Feng Zhe cleared the giant vines along the road as he walked toward the center of Hua City. Along the way, countless acts of looting, arson, rape, and pillage occurred, and most of the residents of Hua City had gone mad. In areas closer to the center, corpses lay strewn across the ground. Many people had chosen to take their own lives rather than endure the torment before death. The corpses left behind became nourishment for the Garden of Rot, rapidly rotting as flesh and blood dissolved, leaving only white bones. Continuing forward, pollen dust became visible to the naked eye. If one inhaled even a tiny bit, the consequences were all around, proven by countless examples. Therefore, Feng Zhe would not risk himself to test the virulence of the pollen plague. So he directly used his psychic power as a barrier to block the pollen, and with thunder forming a net, he burned away the pollen that came near. After completing these protective measures, Feng Zhe continued his exploration. Within the area shrouded by pollen, the number of giant vines had decreased considerably, probably because they had no role to play there. But that was not important, because Feng Zhe's main goal was to find the main body of the Garden of Rot. Only by understanding the true nature of the contamination source could he safely farm enhancement points without worrying about accidents. Just as Feng Zhe was searching for the main body of the Garden of Rot, a human figure suddenly flashed through the pollen dust. This greatly surprised Feng Zhe. In this place there was someone else besides him. The unexpected discovery drove Feng Zhe to chase after it. Soon he found the figure he had seen. It was not a living person, but a humanoid puppet woven from vines. On the puppet, countless flowers were in full bloom, continuously spraying pollen outward. Clearly the pollen that covered half of Hua City was most likely released by this humanoid puppet. Is this the main body of the Garden of Rot? Feng Zhe could not be certain of the answer to this question, so he decided to strike first. 100 million volts, Thunder Dragon discharge. In an instant, a thunderous dragon roared as it slammed into the humanoid puppet, burning it completely to ash. However, this time the system did not issue a kill notification. This showed that the humanoid puppet was not an ordinary aberration. At the very least, it was not a complete aberration, but only a part of some aberration. A part. I know now. The main body of the Garden of Rot is probably the plant root system buried deep underground. After thinking it over, Feng Zhe immediately thought of this possibility. If the main body of the Garden of Rot was not above ground, then it was highly likely underground. And what would be beneath the Garden of Rot? The answer was already obvious. It was the roots of the garden plants. To destroy the Garden of Rot, one had to dig out all the roots buried deep underground without missing a single one. Otherwise, the Garden of Rot could rise from the ashes at any moment. And this was precisely the greatest reason why the bombing plan carried out by those Japanese had failed. Because they were completely unaware how many plant roots lay buried underground. Relying only on shelling with the surface blocked by countless ruins, it was impossible. It would be a miracle if they could blast all the underground roots to pieces. No wonder when I killed those giant vines, the system specially reminded me that they were aberrant plants, not mere aberrations. So the system gave me a hint from the very beginning. Brother system, you are really kind. Feng Zhe couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother host, we're not human. Let's not discuss this issue for now. First, upgrade my skills. Understood. Enhancement points -64000. Thunder summoning, 8 passive effect lightning element affinity 90, a lightning element resistance 90, a active effect command thunder and lightning. Awesome. Feng Zhe felt the surging thunderous power within his body and couldn't help but sigh silently. So this was the feeling of having too many enhancement points to spend. Since coming to this world, each contamination source on average provided him with tens of thousands of enhancement points. Not even counting the current Garden of Rot, Feng Zhe had already accumulated over 200,000 enhancement points. Too many to spend, simply too many to spend. As for the Garden of Rot before him, if he could drain it completely dry, Feng Zhe estimated that at least 200,000 enhancement points would be waiting for him. System continue enhancement. Feng Zhe, determined to unearth the entire main body of the rotten garden, decided to spend all the enhancement points he had saved up. After all, he would quickly replenish them. Host, let me remind you. In order to ensure that you can fully control the power of each skill, the priority of physique strengthening is the highest. This is a prerequisite. Is that so? Then strengthen my physique first, and then enhance thunder summoning. Feng Zhe had no objection to the system's reminder. Would the friendly system bro ever harm him? Enhancement points -25600. Physique upgraded to transcendent 9th rank. Enhancement points needed for next physique upgrade 51200. Enhancement points -128000. Thunder summoning, 9 passive effect thunder element affinity 100 thunder element resistance, 100 active effect. Over 100,000 enhancement points were dumped in at once and Fong Zhe immediately felt his power skyrocket. In Fong Zhe's perception, the thunder elements in the air were so clear, so familiar. This is enough then. The Rotten Garden should also contribute its last strength now. Fong Zhe sighed softly as he released the power of thunder outward. Flashes of lightning wove into a net spreading in all directions, then shot up into the sky, gathering the clouds and mist above. Before long, dark clouds had gathered over Flower City. Rolling thunder surged and roared within the dark clouds, inspiring awe and fear. This is... Outside Flower City, Lu Yao suddenly looked up at this familiar scene. The flashing thunder and lightning, just as in the past. This was Fong Zhe making his move. But more people were merely shocked by the scene. Especially the residents who had previously lived in Flower City. They could not understand what was going on with this dreadful weather. But the nearby chosen ones understood. It's Fong Zhe. Oh my god, this is simply the power of the Thunder God. It's unbelievable that this is a power that a human can control. Is our gap with him really that huge? Truly, a god in the flesh. Although these chosen ones had not personally witnessed Fong Zhe's previous display of power after they returned, there were always those who had watched the recordings. So they also knew that Fong Zhe possessed the ability to control thunder and lightning. But a recording was after all just a recording. What you see with your eyes cannot compare to experiencing it firsthand. If before they could still stubbornly spout words like, the chosen ones of Daxia Kingdom are nothing more than this, then now when thunder rolled across the sky, they did not even dare to look directly at that cloud. The violent thunder power, even if not aimed at them, released a pressure enough to fill them with fear. This made many chosen ones feel that Fong Zhe was no longer human at all, but a god. A heavenly god. Miss Lu is Mr. Fong planning to destroy Flower City. Standing beside the door of the undead bus maintaining order, Zhongxing suddenly turned to look at Lu Yao. It depends on how deep the Rotten Garden's erosion has gone. But that is not a problem we need to consider. We just need to continue sending people away, Lu Yao said indifferently. She trusted Fong Zhe, so no matter what Fong Zhe did, she believed he would handle it well. As for herself, she also had her own mission. Let's begin. Fong Zhe closed his eyes and raised his head, spreading his arms to diffuse his psychic power, enveloping the entire Flower City and the entire Rotten Garden. This was also the source of Fong Zhe's confidence that he could completely eliminate all the plant roots in the Rotten Garden, if it were necessary. Fong Zhe's current psychic power could easily uproot the entire Flower City and dig out all the plant roots buried underground. However, doing so would make it impossible to squeeze out all the power of the Rotten Garden. So Fong Zhe was now simmering it over a low flame. Boom! A bolt of thunder struck down, precisely hitting a giant vine, scorching it into charcoal. Killed 5th rank aberrational plant, 160 enhancement points. But this was only the beginning. The appearance of the first bolt was like a fuse that detonated the dark clouds in the sky. Rolling thunder instantly fell like raindrops, continuously destroying the giant vines in Flower City and the vine roots buried deep underground. Killed 5th rank aberrational plant, 160 enhancement points. Killed 6th rank aberrational plant, 320 enhancement points. Killed 6th rank aberrational plant, 320 enhancement points. For Fong Zhe, this was a feast that could bring him a huge amount of enhancement points. For those trapped in Flower City, this was a miracle. The thunder falling from the sky not only destroyed the terrifying giant vines, but also ignited the pollen dust, burning away the plague. Most importantly, not a single person was killed or injured by the thunder. Countless citizens who had survived the disaster could not help kneeling to the sky and kowtowing, offering thanks again and again. Even the terrifying scene of lightning and thunder had become in their eyes the most beautiful sight in the world. After all, with Fong Zhe's psychic power completely covering the entire Flower City, the wild thunder could be controlled as effortlessly as one moves one's own limbs, harming none of the innocent. Only thus could such a virtually miraculous event occur. Yet those shocked by this thunderstorm were far from limited to the people in Flower City. The Rotten Garden, as one of the most terrifying sources of pollution since the aberrant era, would inevitably draw everyone's attention once it appeared. Because no one wanted their own city to be visited by the Rotten Garden. Therefore, the fate of Flower City was also a topic of discussion for everyone. People sympathized with the plight of Flower City's residents and feared that their own city would become the next Flower City. Thus, when this miracle-worthy thunderstorm appeared, it was no exaggeration to say it shocked the world. Everyone was inquiring about the truth of the matter. And those who had narrowly escaped from Flower City had the most authority to speak on it. They proved the truth of the incident. At the same time, they mentioned one man, Fong Zhe. Fong Zhe? Isn't that the bounty hunter who newly registered not long ago? He is actually that powerful. The Guaming Bureau's intelligence work was indeed quite good. They soon investigated Fong Zhe's personal information. At the same time, the Guaming Bureau staff also noticed a bounty hunter named Fong Zhe, who had suddenly appeared recently. This guy's speed in hunting pollution sources was utterly unprecedented. Moreover, he was extremely efficient and never failed. Now that such an incident had occurred in Flower City, if the two were the same person. Gentlemen, if this man does not bear hatred for humanity, I think the future darkness of humanity will likely be wiped away by his hand. This man deserves to be called the light of humanity. What do you all think? Mu Chang'an, the director of Guaming Bureau, voiced his own view after confirming Fong Zhe's personal information. The light of humanity. To be bestowed such a title meant that as long as Fong Zhe refrained from actions that would annihilate mankind or destroy the world, the Guaming Bureau would handle all his affairs without question or hesitation. This could be considered the highest tier of treatment, though tying the fate of all humanity to a single individual was undeniably an unwise endeavor. Nevertheless, judging by the power Fong Zhe had thus far demonstrated, he was fully qualified. I agree. Director Mu, let us proceed as you suggest. While the origin of his abilities remains unclear, his actions have undeniably benefited the world. To eradicate all anomalies, we must unite every available force. As expected, Director Mu Chang'an's proposal regarding Fong Zhe received unanimous approval within the Guaming Bureau. The rotting garden. This immensely powerful contamination source, which had left everyone utterly helpless, had been destroyed single-handedly by Fong Zhe. Theoretically speaking, his strength had already reached a level beyond anyone's ability to constrain. Yet such a powerhouse continued to combat anomalies and eradicate contamination sources rather than leveraging his overwhelming strength to tyrannize the people and elevate himself as a god among mortals. This alone sufficed to attest to his noble character. Therefore, the wisest course for the Guaming Bureau would be to cooperate with Fong Zhe rather than attempt to restrain him. Watching. The sky-shattering thunderstorms raged continuously for 2 full days and nights. Only after confirming that the rotting garden's power had been nearly exhausted, unable to produce even a single anomaly, did Fong Zhe use telekinesis to unearth all the plant root systems buried deep underground and incinerate them with heavenly lightning. Eliminated Tier 8 Contamination Source. Enhancement Points 1 to 800. The Xia Nation's chosen Fong Zhe has eradicated the contamination source rotting garden. Progress 1. Reward obtained: Endurance Augmentation Potion, X1. Endurance Augmentation Potion permanently enhances the user's endurance and physical stamina. The stronger the user's constitution, the weaker the amplification effect. The reward for eliminating a Tier 8 contamination source is also a potion. Looking at it this way, the bulk of rewards for this national fortune game should come from the final settlement. Fong Zhe stroked his chin, pondering within. He had originally suspected that eliminating a formidable contamination source like the rotting garden would trigger some hidden quest. But now it appeared everything had been factored into the clearance progress metric. After all, the clearance mission required merely 100 contamination sources with no specified tier restrictions. In other words, if one wished to take the easy route and complete the mission swiftly, they could simply seek out weaker contamination sources. This was likely the optimal strategy for other chosen ones as well. However, for Fong Zhe, pursuing weak contamination sources held far too little cost-effectiveness. With such a prime opportunity to farm enhancement points, he would certainly not squander it. But before that, Fong Zhe felt there was one matter he needed to address first. The crisis in Huaqing had already been resolved. Yet under the deathly threat posed by the rotting garden, numerous opportunists had emerged in Huaqing to loot, cause chaos, and unleash their inner depravity. Admittedly, they had reasons to descend into madness, but that was precisely not something Fong Zhe would condone. Through telekinesis, Fong Zhe had observed every one of their transgressions with perfect clarity. Now that the rotting garden had been destroyed, those scum ought to vanish alongside it. Rumble. In that instant, thunder erupted across Huaqing once more. Countless wicked offenders who had harbored hopes of survival were reduced to charred corpses under the heavenly lightning, their lives extinguished. Meanwhile, the surviving victims burst into tears upon witnessing this scene, wailing uncontrollably. They had previously believed they would never avenge themselves in this lifetime. But at this moment, heaven truly had eyes. After quietly dispensing justice upon those who had perpetrated evil deeds, Fong Zhe soon arrived outside Huaqing. The undead bus was still parked here. Lu Yao and Zheng Qing sat inside, chatting idly. Outside the vehicles, several groups of chosen ones stood separately, waiting in the biting cold wind. Upon spotting Fong Zhe, they hurried forward to meet him. Why are you still here? Fong Zhe asked regarding these chosen ones with quiet confusion. Hadn't he given them 2 days? Why were they still lingering? Logically speaking, since they had been delivered out by the undead bus, the negotiations should have concluded, and they could have gone about their business. The fact that they remained now indicated ulterior motives. Lord Fong, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely stayed to personally thank you, Lord Fong, for saving our lives. Your grace, Lord Fong, is beyond our ability to repay. Henceforth we pledge to follow your lead. We implore you not to disdain us and grant us an opportunity. Among the chosen ones who had remained, the leader appeared to be from the Pao Kai Gua. Fong Zhe was not entirely certain. However, from this person's tone, Fong Zhe detected little sincerity, only the obsequiousness of a turncoat. Were these individuals attempting to shift their allegiances once again? Are these words of your own accord, or? Fong Zhe scrutinized the chosen ones before him, asking with an expressionless face. The matter of realigning allegiances fell outside Fong Zhe's jurisdiction. That was a concern for the Xia government. He only needed to clarify the situation. These turncoats held little value for him. If this were an official arrangement, the most Fong Zhe would do was refrain from acting against them, whether or not to assist them further. That would come at an additional price. Lord Fong to serve as the Xia's hounds is our honor. Naturally we stand ready to render humble service. Upon hearing these words, Fong Zhe understood immediately. The mention of Xia confirmed this was a matter of political alignment, not mere survival. Since you have said so, I actually have a task that I can entrust to you. Fong Zhe raised his eyebrow. He had little interest in collecting lackeys. However, releasing dogs to set upon one another was rather entertaining. At your command, Lord Fong. The Pao Kai Gua Chosen One replied immediately. Simple enough. Go find me the survivors from those little Japanese dogs. I still have a grand gift to deliver to them. Fong Zhe's thoughts were simple. Japan had provoked him time and again, truly believing he would simply tolerate it. In the past, he had been so consumed with gathering enhancement points that he had neglected to deal with these ungrateful wretches. They had grown far too bold. But now that such a splendid opportunity lay right before him, he could not let it slip away. Rest assured, Master Fong, we shall track down those damn Japanese for you as swiftly as possible. You know we have long borne ill will toward those fellows. Now that Master Fong is willing to resolve our troubles, we are profoundly grateful. Hearing Fong Zhe's words, the Chosen One from the Korean Peninsula immediately slapped his chest and volunteered. Those standing beside him nodded fervently, their expressions revealing long-simmering grievances against the Japanese. This scene shattered the composure of the Japanese viewers watching from beyond the screen. One by one they erupted in furious curses. You worthless bastards. Did you really go grovel and serve the Xia Empire? Do you have no spine, no dignity, no pride left at all? What benefit do you gain from becoming dogs to the Xia Empire? The Xia Empire's chosen ones are demons. By doing this you are aiding tyranny and empowering evil, serving as wolves' accomplices. You are bringing disaster upon all humanity, do you understand? Xia Empire has an old saying, when the lips are gone the teeth grow cold. Do you comprehend nothing? Are you actually serious? Yet Japan's fury could not alter those chosen ones' resolve. After all, their respective nations had long languished at the bottom of the international hierarchy, desperate for any chance to serve the Xia Empire. Now that at last they saw hope of attaching themselves to a powerful patron, how could they so easily abandon it? Absolutely not. And so before the Xia Empire's netizens could even begin their counterattack, the rebuttal from the other side surged forth. You uncultured Japanese. You think you understand what it means to serve. The fact that the Xia Empire deigns to favor us is our honor. You ungrateful dogs do not come here sowing discord. Moreover, this land has always been a tributary state. This is called returning to one's ancestral roots. This has been our destiny since ancient times. You lack culture and brains. Refrain from speaking foolishly. Now everyone knew the Xia Empire was the safest place on earth, while the Cherry Blossom Nation had already been promoted to the most dangerous. It could be said that the rise of the Xia Empire had long been unstoppable. Even the United States had essentially given up resisting. Then if not now, when would they demonstrate their loyalty? Outside the ruins of Huaqing City, aboard the undead bus. After the other chosen ones had departed, Fong Zhe welcomed several guests he had anticipated. Mr. Fong, we apologize for the intrusion. This is Mu Chang'an, director of the Ghost Life Bureau. And this is Qi Zhongyu, whom Fong Zhe had met before, now respectfully introduced the identities of the others to him. Almost all of them were prominent officials of considerable standing. Yet at this moment before Fong Zhe they displayed not an ounce of arrogance. Instead, they seemed somewhat nervous. After all, the man before them was a peerless powerhouse who had single-handedly annihilated the rotting garden. Who would dare to put on airs? To put it bluntly, even if he wished to devour them, they would eagerly offer themselves with their preferred seasoning. The intrusion is hardly a bother. However, you may as well state your purpose directly. I greatly dislike circumlocutory speech. Fong Zhe nodded to the group in greeting, then straightforwardly expressed his attitude. After all, he would not remain in this world for long. Favors and courtesy meant nothing to him. Mr. Fong speaks with refreshing directness, so we shall not waste words either. In truth, the most fundamental question of our visit is singular. As the representative of the visiting delegation, Mu Chang'an naturally stepped forward to speak. Since Fong Zhe had been direct, so too would he be. Mr. Fong, do you believe humanity still has hope for the future? This was a rather intriguing question. Mu Chang'an had not directly asked for Fong Zhe's personal opinions. However, given the power Fong Zhe possessed, every action he took and every thought that crossed his mind could potentially impact all of humanity. The answer to this question does not lie with me, but with yourselves. My requirement is simple. Simply grant me full access to your pollution source database and handle the rest as you see fit. Fong Zhe could tell that Mu Chang'an was testing him with veiled words, so his reply was equally direct. The future of humanity was not decided by a single person. He had no interest in destroying the world. He only wished to eliminate those pollution sources. Mr. Fong is too kind. From this moment forth, the Ghost Life Bureau's intelligence archive shall be fully open to you. May our cooperation be fruitful. Mu Chang'an immediately rose and bowed. Only after Fong Zhe extended his hand first did he follow suit, and their palms clasped together. Our cooperation indeed. Fong Zhe, have you already chosen your gift? Only after all the guests had departed did Liu Yao, who had remained silently restrained until then, approach and ask. Roughly speaking, within the Ghost Life Bureau, 4 powerful pollution sources have been documented. Those that have thus far defied humanity's efforts. The rotting garden is one of them. Hearing Fang Zhe speak to this point, Lu Yao understood. If they were to send a gift, it must be a grand gesture of equal caliber. Not for any other reason, for the Cherry Blossom Nation truly deserved it. Mr. Fang, there is one issue with this plan. Just then Zheng Qing spoke up unexpectedly. Fang Zhe raised his eyes and asked, what issue? Zheng Qing pointed toward the ruined Huaqing city and said solemnly, from what we can see, the outside world currently lacks the capability to handle pollution sources of this magnitude. Could such an action jeopardize us as well? This was a very important question. Cities corrupted by the rotting garden, even after the garden itself was destroyed, could not regain vitality within a short period. Much like the current state of Huaqing, essentially doomed to abandonment. Therefore, the range of impact caused by such a powerful pollution source was a factor that must be carefully considered. There is no need to worry about this matter. The killing rules of a pollution source are bound to its physical form. In other words, as long as the source cannot cross the sea, it cannot affect us. Fang Zhe pondered for a moment before offering his explanation. The true body of the rotting garden was the network of plant roots beneath the earth. Even if it grew to cover the entire Cherry Blossom Nation, it could never cross the ocean to threaten the Xia Empire. Furthermore, based on his prior experience eliminating the rotting garden, its root system simply could not expand indefinitely. To enshroud a large city covering perhaps 20 to 30,000 square kilometers was already its absolute limit. Beyond that, it possessed no further power. Thus, worrying about such matters was entirely unnecessary. I see, then that settles it. After Fang Zhe's explanation, Zheng Qing was suddenly enlightened. For the sake of a mere Sakura country, there was clearly no need to risk being plagued by contamination sources. At worst, we can borrow the east wind to send the delivery. Why wound 1,000 enemies only to lose 800 of our own? Alright, from now on, let's each go our own way. I'll look through the Weird Fate Bureau's intelligence archives for contamination sources you can handle and leave them to you. If you operate together, the risks will be smaller. Just stay safe. Fang Zhe waved his hand, cutting off the previous topic, then continued. The rewards for clearing missions had always been extremely generous. However, Fang Zhe had little interest in those weak contamination sources right now. Farming the big boss was the real business. But good fortune should not be allowed to flow into outsiders' fields. Better to hand over clearance mission progress to his own people than to strangers. He would farm the big ones, let Lu Yao and Zheng Qing farm the small ones, and only the leftover scraps would go to the other chosen ones. This was the rule, and it was also the qualification. Even more, it was a distribution right that only Fang Zhe could firmly control. Understood. Got it. Baka. You damned bastards, do you have any idea what you're doing? How dare you show me such disrespect? Aren't you afraid that the great Sakura Empire will impose sanctions on you? In a dark corner of some city, a Sakura country chosen one was surrounded by a group of chosen ones led by a Kimchi country chosen one and was howling with blustering bravado. He could not have imagined that these men who usually groveled before him would now dare to treat him like this. Stupid bleep. The Kimchi country chosen one saw through this guy's hollow bravado at a glance and scoffed contemptuously. At a time like this, what the hell are you still putting on airs for? That so-called great something or other of yours is already busy saving its own skin. Does it still have time to care about you? Huh. Don't hesitate, everyone. Make your move. Knock him out and carry him back to Lord Fang. We'll naturally get our share of the credit. Sakura country. The Sakura emperor, who had been hounded relentlessly over the festering garden affair, was so enraged by this scene that he fainted on the spot. He had never imagined that the small countries he once dismissed as specks of dirt would actually dare to do something like this. Daring to use his great Sakura Empire's chosen one as a pledge of allegiance. The times truly had changed. When the Sakura Emperor finally struggled back to consciousness, he saw a circle of high officials surrounding his bed, their faces as mournful as if they had lost their own parents. His heart gave a sudden lurch, and he immediately asked, what is the meaning of those expressions? What does the beautiful country say? Your Majesty. While you were unconscious, the beautiful country publicly announced that it would relinquish its right to station troops in Sakura. At the moment, the beautiful country's troops are in emergency withdrawal. A Sakura high official standing by the bedside said in an extremely heavy tone. There was a time when they had desperately yearned for the beautiful country's troops to withdraw and return full autonomy to them. Yet now, under these circumstances, what the sudden withdrawal of those troops truly meant was all too plain to see. What did you say? The Sakura Emperor was not stupid, of course. He understood the political game behind this. If the beautiful country had suddenly left the stage, who would be the next to step onto it? At that thought, the Sakura Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, where is our chosen one? Where is he now? Order him to take his own life for the great Sakura Empire. Use any means necessary. Make him kill himself at once. Clearly, the conditions that could make the beautiful country give up such enormous benefits must lie inside the national fortune game. That damned great Xia chosen one. Your Majesty, this is impossible. Our chosen one has already fallen into Fang Zhe's hands. The Sakura high official's breathing became strained as he spoke. Hearing this, the Sakura Emperor's eyes flew wide open. Then a chill shot straight up through the crown of his head, and he fainted once more. What exactly was the condition under which the beautiful country had given up Sakura? It was actually very simple. 10 points of clearance mission progress, plus a trade agreement signed with Changshan Pharmaceutical. At the earlier ticket conference, the 5 powers of Blue Star had negotiated and roughly settled the allocation of clearance mission progress for this round of the National Fortune game. Of that total, Great Xia took the lion's share, 60 points. The Beautiful Country came second with 10. Polar Bear Country was third with 8. Setting Sun Country and Gaul Country each had 6, tied for fourth. The remaining 10 were placed into a public prize pool for other countries to scramble over. Whether they wanted to compete or cooperate, anything went as long as they did not cross the line. Fangzhe mostly approved of this arrangement. Although he would also have loved to monopolize it all, Great Xia had only 3 chosen ones taking part in this round of the National Fortune game. There was simply no way they could swallow all 100 points of clearance mission progress. So it was better to give part of it away and let everyone abide by the rules, voluntarily preserving order. Great Xia only had to hold on to the power to make the rules. World of the Uncanny Calamity. In a desolate city, gravestones stood in profusion. Broken streets collapsed, houses abandoned, vehicles clogging the roads, and bleached white bones everywhere. All of it testified that this city was a city of death. Gusts of eerie wind swept up clouds of dust. Outside this dead city, Fangzhe dragged the little Sakura man whose hands and feet had been broken and double-checked the intelligence provided by the Weird Fate Bureau. One of the 4 most dangerous known contamination sources, the bone graveyard representing death. It should be worthy of your crimes, don't you think? This was the gift Fangzhe had carefully selected for the little Sakura man. The bone graveyard, like the festering garden before it, was an extremely invasive contamination source. Unlike the festering garden, however, the bone graveyard did not spread plague. It spread death. Everyone who died inside the bone graveyard would be transformed into various kinds of eerie aberrations and continue to slaughter their way outward. It would not stop until the land for 1,000 li in every direction had become a domain of death devoid of any living person. Clack, clack, clack. Just as Fangzhe was confirming the intelligence, the ground within the dead city before him suddenly cracked open and skeletal arms stretched out from the fissures, propping themselves against the earth. Before long, skeleton soldiers clutching swords and shields crawled out from beneath the earth and began moving toward Fangzhe's position. The skeleton soldiers moved slowly as though they had only just learned to walk. But then a gravestone in the city toppled over. After a skeleton general clad in armor and over 2 meters tall appeared, the skeleton soldiers' speed abruptly surged. Like arrows released from a bowstring, they came whirling toward him. In almost the blink of an eye, several skeleton soldiers were already before Fangzhe, leaping at him in a descending slash. Speed and strength, both are not bad. I hope you'll all like this gift. Fangzhe scrutinized the skeleton soldier leaping toward him with a chop sword swing, his telekinetic power surging forth to tear them apart. Killed a 4th tier anomaly, enhancement points 80. Killed a 4th tier anomaly, enhancement points 80. Not particularly powerful. It seems the large skeleton in the rear possesses the ability to strengthen these skeleton soldiers. Fangzhe pondered internally. Yet the skeleton soldiers before him were merely the tip of the iceberg of the bone cemetery. As a contamination source ranked alongside the rotting garden, its danger far exceeded what was visible at present. Alright, the gift testing phase concludes here. Now begins the gift-giving time. Fangzhe glanced down at the prone figure sprawled at his feet. Then he kicked him with a flying strike, sending him hurtling toward the skeleton soldiers ahead. Woo woo woo. The mangled figure with severed limbs struggled desperately, but to no avail. The charging skeleton soldier spotted a dark shadow, soaring through the air, immediately raising its shield and swinging its blade, cleaving it into 8 pieces. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Chosen one of Sakura Nation. Dead. The punishment descends. The contamination source, Bone Cemetery, shall descend upon Sakura Nation's territory. Bone Cemetery, this is the resting ground of countless the dead. Only the deceased may appear here. 15 days hence, should this national fortune game remain unresolved, Sakura Nation shall be randomly assigned a successor, chosen one. This sent the people of Sakura Nation into utter hysteria. The rotting garden alone had already plunged them into constant dread. Now another contamination source of equal rank to the rotting garden had appeared, making conditions truly hellish. Sakura Nation was already small, and with 2 major contamination sources, each claiming territory, there was almost nowhere left to escape. So this time the people of Sakura Nation had no interest in boasting online. Meanwhile, the citizens of Daxia, delighted by this satisfying turn of events, felt it a cause for universal celebration. Oh ho ho, where did your arrogance go? Why aren't you acting tough now? Did you all go practice bowing instead? Or are you too busy fleeing for your lives? Sakura Nation can hardly sustain itself now, can it? Never mind, I'm willing to offer refuge to one beautiful, graceful, obedient young woman from Sakura Nation, driven by internationalist and humanitarian spirit. Limited spots, first come first served. Damn man, your schemes have gone overseas. But I've heard Sakura girls are quite fine. I'll take 1 2, preferably under 14. Bro above, give me your address, I've got a package for you. In General Mac's office in the United States, the secretary with golden cascading waves and a slender waist placed a stack of documents on the desk. General Mac, these are the latest intelligence reports from the front lines. Regarding the Bone Cemetery. Understood. General Mac nodded, picking up the folder and examining it carefully. Current intelligence on the Bone Cemetery was not particularly detailed. Yet after reviewing it, General Mac felt a cold sweat break out along his spine. Within the bone cemetery, the most numerous anomalies were the skeleton soldiers. Their skeletal structure possessed tensile strength comparable to steel, and under the command of a general skeleton, they moved with terrifying speed, too fast for ordinary people to react. Even well-trained soldiers found it extremely difficult to track their movements with the naked eye. This rendered most firearms virtually useless, because you simply couldn't hit them. Besides the skeleton soldiers, the bone cemetery also housed anomalies resembling stitched-together masses of putrid flesh. Though these stitched creatures moved slowly, their abilities were highly peculiar. Bullets fired into their bodies sank in, as if into thick mud, their kinetic energy dissipating instantly, unable to inflict the slightest harm. Even small artillery shells striking a stitched creature would be swallowed whole and rendered inert on the spot. They simply would not detonate. The attack method of these stitched creatures was consumption. When they drew near their target, they would coil and launch themselves with horrifying speed. If the target failed to dodge, they would be devoured alive, becoming part of the stitched creature's flesh. Furthermore, the bone cemetery appeared to harbor phantom-like spectral anomalies immune to physical attacks. Only intense explosive force could affect such entities in the slightest. According to researchers' estimates, the optimal approach against these spectral anomalies would likely involve concentrated flame or plasma weapons such as electrical discharge. Of course, this remained theoretical and unproven in practice. Yet the most terrifying aspect of the bone cemetery was not the variety or quantity of its anomalies, but its aggressive, expansionist nature. The previous rotting garden, while also invasive, remained confined within a single city and never ventured beyond. The bone cemetery was different. Its anomalies actively expanded outward, converting every victim into their comrades, new anomalies in their own right. Wherever the bone cemetery spread, tombstones rose like forests, and anomalies multiplied. Therefore, attempting to deal with the bone cemetery using the same methods as the rotting garden was nothing short of fantasy. Unless Sakura Nation prepared to bomb its entire territory. And this was precisely why General Mac felt such dread. When the deterrence of thermal weapons gradually diminished, how would humanity maintain its supremacy? Fortunately, the bone cemetery did not appear in our country. Otherwise, even with the means to combat it, we would suffer catastrophic losses. General Mac took a deep breath and gazed blankly out the window. Abandoning Sakura Nation was the right choice. If our personnel hadn't evacuated in time, none of us would have stood a chance against the bone cemetery. Within Sakura Nation, as the anomalies from the bone cemetery began spreading, the situation spiraled beyond control. If the emergence of the rotting garden marked the beginning of widespread panic, then the descent of the bone cemetery was the ultimate catalyst that pushed that terror to its breaking point. Countless Sakura citizens sought to flee this land of fear. Yet their infamous reputation meant no one would take them in. Worse still, the upcoming meeting on ticket distribution had already discussed Sakura Nation's fate. Nations that had received prior warnings naturally had no intention of interfering. They even proactively severed trade relations and visa arrangements with Sakura Nation. It's over. Our great Sakura Empire is finished. Upon hearing this news mere days after awakening, the Sakura Emperor was overcome with rage, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness, rushed to the ICU for emergency treatment. The bone cemetery, as a contamination source of the same type as the rotten garden, should have core characteristics much like those of the rotten garden. Then what exactly is the core entity of the bone cemetery? Fangze had no time to concern himself with the turbulent undercurrents outside. The problem demanding his attention at this moment was the bone graveyard right before his eyes. Within the graveyard, the skeleton soldiers, upon sensing the breath of the living, swarmed over like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. They charged at Fangze with complete disregard for death. These skeleton soldiers were not powerful, but their courage was commendable. No matter how many skeletons Fangze shattered, the ones behind pressed forward wave after wave undeterred. This stirred a hint of curiosity in Fangze. Could the skeleton soldiers in the bone graveyard truly be inexhaustible? That thought did not last long, however, before he discovered something troubling. The bones scattered across the ground actually reassembled into skeleton soldiers once more. Worst of all, when these reconstructed skeleton soldiers were shattered again, they no longer yielded enhancement points. In other words, the reassembled skeleton soldiers could no longer be counted as aberrations. They were puppets, weapons. And if nothing unexpected happened, the entity manipulating these puppets and weapons from behind the scenes should be the core entity of the bone graveyard. That was precisely why Fangze had started pondering this question. Originally, Fangze had planned to harvest enhancement points to his heart's content in the bone graveyard. After all, such a fitting environment should not go to waste. Yet who could have expected that the graveyard's essence was more akin to a puppet theater? No wonder endless aberrations appeared here. True aberrations would vanish, but puppets could simply be repaired and put to use again. Fangze quickly lost interest in the bone graveyard. I thought the aberrations here could truly refresh infinitely. Is this all there is? This is so disappointing. Fangze lamented the collapse of his plan, but at the very least the several 100,000 enhancement points he had farmed earlier served as a consolation prize. So it was time for him to seek out the core entity of the bone graveyard. As a rule, a contamination source's core entity did not stray too far from its aberrations. If it was a domain-type contamination source, then the core entity would generally reside within the domain itself. For example, the plant roots of the rotten garden. Thinking along those lines, could it be the tombstones? A flash of insight struck Feng Zhe as he looked at the things most common in the graveyard, and yet also most easily overlooked. In the bone graveyard, tombstones were as numerous as wheat stalks in a field stretching across the view in every direction. An ordinary person glancing around would never let their attention settle on them. This perhaps was everyone's blind spot. Therefore, the possibility that the tombstones were the core entity of the bone graveyard was far from negligible. Besides, even if he guessed wrong, the impact would be minimal. He could simply keep guessing. Then let me verify whether the core entity of the bone graveyard is actually these tombstones. Feng Zhe acted on the thought, at once using his psychokinesis to lock onto every tombstone in the graveyard. Then he summoned thunderbolts directly to strike them. Rumble. In an instant, thunder roared through the graveyard without cease. Swaths of tombstones were shattered by the thunder, and ranks of aberrations collapsed in response. Tier 5 aberration slain, enhancement points 160. Tier 6 aberration slain, enhancement points 320. Tier 7 aberration slain, enhancement points 640. At the same time, the system's notification chimes rang out one after another, further confirming Feng Zhe's speculation. When he shattered the tombstones, he also gained enhancement points. That proved these seemingly decorative tombstones were in fact aberrations as well. That was hardly surprising. After all, no one had ever decreed that aberrations had to take human form or be living creatures. In particular, the contamination sources capable of spawning aberrations were mostly objects with almost no connection to humans. That was why Feng Zhe had been able to shift his attention to the tombstones so quickly. Got it right on the first try, not bad luck. However, the core entity of the bone graveyard seems far harder than I imagined. When the thunder, torrential as a storm, had shattered the vast majority of the tombstones in the bone graveyard, Feng Zhe finally found a tombstone that refused to be broken by thunder. That must be the core entity of the bone graveyard. Without hesitation, Feng Zhe hurried to the location of that unyielding tombstone. A wordless steel. Upon arriving, Feng Zhe stared in astonishment at the enormous crescent-shaped tombstone before him. Not a single character was carved upon it. Only the marks left by time, making it impossible to identify whose grave it was. Or perhaps this wordless steel had no tomb owner at all. It was an aggregate of all the dead's resentment, the physical embodiment of the contamination source. That was why it was so hard standing unshaken beneath the thunder. Then I found the right one. If it weren't bearing the power of the entire bone graveyard, this wordless steel could never have been so indestructible. But before me, that means nothing. Feng Zhe fixed his gaze on the enormous wordless steel and called out to the system in his mind. System, max out all of my skills. Received. Enhancement points -19 grow swift, 9 passive speed, 200 active sprint, triples movement speed for a short time, ironclad, 9 passive defense, 300 active iron skin, reduces physical damage taken by 90, psychokinesis, 9 passive mental power, 100 psychokinetic strength, 90, active soul shattering strike. Mighty strength, 9 passive strength, 200, active charged heavy strike attack power, increases with charge time up to a 20-fold amplification, undying breath, 9 passive vitality, 200 life, force, 200 active. So this is power. Feng Zhe felt the surging power within his body and could not help but marvel inwardly. Thunder summoned to him was only the most convenient long-range strike, not his most powerful attack. In terms of sheer destructive power, charged heavy strike was far stronger than thunder summon. Therefore, no matter how hard the wordless steel before him was, it made little difference. If thunder won't do, then let's try my fist. Feng Zhe settled into a stance, stepped forward, twisted his waist, clenched his fist, and gathered power, his gaze fixed straight on the wordless steel. Dazzling bolts of lightning coiled around him and converged at last upon his fist, forming a thunder gauntlet. Ready. 20-fold heavy strike, fist of thunder. Before the words had fully faded, Feng Zhe's fist lashed out, like lightning, tearing a sharp piercing sound through the air. Thunder cascaded like a waterfall swept along by Feng Zhe's fist, wind surging toward the wordless steel ahead. Rumble. Rumble. The violent thunderclap resounded across heaven and earth. In that instant, the entire bone cemetery was flooded with dazzling lightning, and the oppressive darkness was thoroughly driven away. No one knew what had actually happened beneath the white light, until the ear-splitting thunder gradually faded and the blinding lightning slowly went out. Only then could all the viewers in the live stream witness the soul-shaking scene. In the bone cemetery, with Feng Zhe's fist as the dividing line, a full half of the city ahead had been utterly reduced to ashes. All that was left was an immense, bottomless pit. The damaged buildings and crumbling ruins that had existed just before had now disappeared without a trace, including that seemingly indestructible wordless steel. Killed 9th rank pollution source. Enhancement points 25600. Daxia's chosen one. Feng Zhe eliminated the pollution source bone cemetery. Clearance progress 1. Reward obtained spiritual enhancement potion X1. Holy shit. Master Feng's punch truly shakes heaven and earth and makes ghosts and gods weep. What level of power is this? Damn. Even movies don't have special effects like this. One punch and half the city is gone. He's practically a god by now. I just have to ask, Does any conventional weapon we've developed so far even have destructive power on this level? The viewers in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded. Prior to this, they never could have imagined that a single punch from Fang Zhe would carry such horrifying impact and destructive power. Within a radius of 100 li, the area had been reduced to a veritable vacuum. Nothing remained. Its actual destructive force far exceeded the bounds of ordinary human comprehension. At this moment, people finally realized clearly that this era had completely subverted all their previous common sense. It turned out that the sheer might of one individual truly could rival a city, or even an entire nation. If before, when Fang Zhe demonstrated his command over thunder and lightning, people felt he seemed like a formidable superhuman, then now the power he displayed made him look far more like a god. The beautiful country. General Mike's office. Seated behind his desk, General Mike watched Fang Zhe throw that punch on the screen. His hand was trembling so violently that he could barely keep hold of his pipe. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses. He looked at the wavy-haired secretary and asked in a hoarse voice, "What did the research team say?" "Well, the research team says it would probably be less trouble to attack God directly than to deal with that monster." The secretary sighed and helplessly relayed the scientist's words. After all, whether God existed at all was still uncertain. But Fang Zhe's godlike power was undoubtedly real. The research team did have a record of exaggerating to scam research funds, but they were greedy, not foolish. They wouldn't throw away their own lives for a little money. To deal with this kind of monster, they shouldn't be asking the researchers to think of a way. Instead, the chosen ones should work harder. Rather than placing their hopes on a half-wrecked science, they might as well start from the national fortune game. It would cure both the symptoms and the root cause. If those chosen ones could be relied upon, would I still be asking them? FCK. General Mike slammed his fist on the table, his knuckles aching from the impact. He looked back at Fang Zhe on the screen. Suddenly, he felt his head and his heart begin to ache along with his fist. Earlier, General Mike had figured that the beautiful country could first string Da Xiao along for a while, then find a chance to overtake on a curve. But now it seemed he had clearly never read the traffic laws. Da Xiao has a rule: no overtaking on curves. As for the Sakura country, Fang Zhe's power had already rendered them somewhat numb. Even now, there would still be some islanders crawling out to swear. They would exact vicious revenge on Fang Zhe and Da Xiao. But everyone now took such words as nothing more than clowns performing for laughs. It was purely to entertain the crowd. Besides, most of the islanders were now busy running for their lives and didn't even qualify as clowns. Fang Zhe's demonstration of how to eliminate the bone cemetery actually gave them hope, showing them exactly where the direction was. Thus, without any hesitation, the Sakura country's top brass immediately sent out reconnaissance aircraft to lock onto the position of the wordless steel. Then they dispatched bombers to pound the steel's location for 2 straight hours. But just as they grew smug and confident, thinking that this time they would surely wipe out the bone cemetery no matter what, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. The wordless steel was completely unharmed. The 2 hours of bombing were like a joke. The sole effect was to give the steel a nice scrub, leaving it even more polished and spotless. The Sakura country's high command simply could not accept this outcome. The people of Sakura country could not accept it either. Yet the facts were clear: the main body of the bone cemetery, the wordless steel, was a 9th-rank pollution source. Its toughness far exceeded ordinary imagination. It was simply not a target that common heat weapons could hope to scratch. So the islanders were doomed to disappointment. Or rather, to despair. What does it feel like after witnessing hope to then watch that hope be shattered before your very eyes, eh? Is that despair? Fang Zhe pulled back his fist, stood in place, and deliberately took several deep breaths. Even though he hadn't seen it, he could guess. After seeing how he destroyed the bone cemetery, the islanders would be able to figure out that the wordless steel was the true body. And yet, what a pity. Given the sheer durability of the wordless steel, even if it were simply sitting there, the islanders might not be able to shatter it. One must understand that the punch Fang Zhe had just thrown was the strongest blow he could muster, gathering all the power in his body in his current state. If not for the active effect of the imperishable breath, that merely breathing could restore his chi and blood and revive his stamina, he would have had to lie prostrate right there, needing at least 3 days to recover. However, Fang Zhe now had not just the imperishable breath, but a doubled effect version of it. The attack earlier, though not completely free of cost, did little to affect his overall state. This punch amplified 20 times over. Can you withstand it? The wordless steel couldn't. Thus the bone cemetery vanished. And yet, as far as the present Blue Star was concerned, Fang Zhe did not believe that the islanders had the ability to unleash such a powerful attack and break the wordless steel at the heart of the bone cemetery. The method had been shown to them, and still they could not accomplish it. Isn't that pure incompetence? The bone cemetery is destroyed. Time to hunt other pollution sources. Let me see. Where's the nearest pollution source? Fang Zhe pulled out his phone and took a moment to check the progress of the clearance task, discovering that the total progress was already approaching 30. Given this, the other chosen ones were working hard too. He likewise should pick up the pace. Recently, for the personnel of the Gue Mingxi, this had been the most tranquil period since their recruitment. It was also without doubt the most perplexing time since they had joined. Over the past month, inexplicably, experts from beyond the mortal realm had begun emerging across various regions, hunting down sources of pollution. This had drastically relieved the workload of the Gue Mingxi. Public security in all regions had improved considerably. Frankly speaking, the members of the Guamingxi sincerely appreciated the contributions of these reclusive masters. They often marveled that with the assistance of such masters hidden amidst the mundane world, it might indeed be possible to eradicate the sources of pollution across all regions. Therefore, despite their lingering confusion over the finer details, the members of the Guamingxi would not interfere counterproductively. After all, Feng Zhe's precedent served as a cautionary tale. Perhaps the subsequent reclusive masters were drawn into the mortal realm precisely because of such influences. Of course, the personnel of the Guamingxi could never have fathomed that their conjectures were remarkably close to the truth. The randomly assigned identities granted to the chosen ones by the National Fate game were predominantly ordinary citizens, precisely the kind of reclusive masters hidden among the populace that the intelligence operatives of the Guamingxi would recognize. Consequently, the chosen ones who descended across various locales encountered no obstruction in their campaign to eliminate the pollution sources. Amidst this, there was rivalry, cooperation, and sacrifice. However, during this period, Feng Zhe also learned of certain intriguing developments. Among these, the most amusing was news of a newly appointed chosen one from Shaorizi, who, fearing another siege by rival chosen ones and a gruesome death at the hands of a powerful pollution source, resolutely chose to detonate alongside a chosen one from Pao Kaigua. That very day, two particularly unusual notifications echoed through the National Fate game. Pao Kai was chosen one. Perished. Punishment descends. Pao Kaigua's citizens' stamina decreased by 20%, forest resource yield reduced by 20%. 15 days hence, should this National Fate game remain unfinished, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Pao Kaigua. Ing Huag was chosen one. Perished. Punishment descends. Ing Huag's citizens' strength diminished by 20%, all mineral reserves within its territory reduced by 10%. 15 days hence, should this National Fate game remain unfinished, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Ing Huagua. Such an event of a chosen one self-destructing was extraordinarily rare within the world of eerie calamities. That very day, it ignited the fury of the people from Pao Kaigua. Their endurance was already lacking, and now, with stamina further reduced, they feared they would not even last 5 seconds. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Ing Huagua saw no fault in the chosen one's actions. After all, 2 terrifying pollution sources had already manifested within Ing Huagua's borders. If the successor chosen one fell into Feng Zhe's hands and delivered a third one, their game would be over. They might as well log off entirely. Thus, deliberately targeting an enemy for mutual destruction proved to be the most cost-effective strategy. Resource losses or weakened populace, whatever the cost, it remained vastly preferable to enduring another pollution source descent. Furthermore, it served as a fitting revenge against Pao Kaigua's betrayal, an outcome that by any calculation yielded net gains. Though this spectacle had provided Feng Zhe with mere entertainment, he could not shake the sense of regret. Shaorizi's intuition had proven accurate. Feng Zhe indeed harbored plans to ambush their chosen one and deliver yet another formidable pollution source. The tactic of eliminating enemies through proxy forces proved devastatingly effective. Yet Ing Huag's ruthless decision to sever a limb in pursuit of survival demonstrated a calculated cunning. This left Feng Zhe without a viable approach. Such was the situation. The Ing Huag's chosen one had already been eliminated in the current state of the eerie calamity world. Without a target, Feng Zhe could scarcely pursue vengeance. Consequently, he set the matter aside and turned his full attention to hunting pollution sources, striving to complete the clearance mission as swiftly as possible. However, perhaps due to the recent surge in chosen ones mobilizing across regions to hunt pollution sources, their numbers had plummeted dramatically, leaving the final task progress stalled. This proved exceedingly vexing. Could those pollution sources have grown fearful of death? Such a notion defies logic. Do pollution sources possess the capacity for fear? Staring at the overall progress of the clearance mission, stuck at its final stages, unable to fill the remaining gaps, Feng Zhe pondered inwardly. Typically, neither pollution sources nor anomalies exhibited fear. They generally operated according to instinct and their own killing protocols. Yet exceptions did exist. Pollution sources or anomalies akin to the Spectre bus driver capable of being rehabilitated through education. Their number remained scarce, however. Were the more reckless pollution sources nearly eradicated? Such a question proved troublesome. Feng Zhe shook his head, pondering solutions. Time slipped away incrementally as night fell, supplanting the daylight. Yet the moonlight this evening differed markedly from before. A crimson radiance descended from the heavens, dyeing the earth red, transforming the world into a blood-soaked realm. Witnessing this spectacle from his window, Feng Zhe initially frowned, then suddenly remembered something and shouted urgently, "Trouble! Tell everyone not to look up. Do not gaze upon the blood moon in the sky." These words were not directed at those nearby, but rather at the officials from various nations monitoring the livestream. Regrettably, Feng Zhe's warning arrived too late. Even as his voice faded, the National Fate game's notification bells commenced their tolling. Piaoliang was chosen one. Perished. Punishment descends. All crop yields within Piaoliang would decreased by 50%, livestock production reduced by 50%. The pollution source, Hunger Hell, shall descend upon Blue Star. Hunger hell here, this is hell. Special notice, this pollution source constitutes the sole unique entity. Upon descending upon Blue Star, it shall replace the moon as the blood moon. All who gaze directly upon it will be dragged into hunger hell. 15 days hence, should this national fate game remain unfinished, a successor chosen one will be randomly selected for Piaoliangua. Damn it. Still one step too late. Fang Zhe had not anticipated that within such a brief moment of distraction Piaoliang was chosen one would depart so suddenly. The speed was altogether too swift. Upon hearing the National Fate Games notification, the faces of viewers from all nations within the live stream instantly drained of color. The sole unique pollution source. How the hell did you lighthouse dwellers draw such a top-tier fortune? You truly deserve damnation. You've even ruined the moon. Hunger hell. Agricultural and livestock production slashed in half. Piaoliangua has genuinely become a hunger hell. But what of the moon? We'll die simply by looking up at night. This is precisely the kind of shit your lighthouse people are responsible for. Blue Star. At this moment, those living in the nighttime time zones witnessed with their own eyes as the bright moon in the sky gradually transformed into a blood moon. Crimson light cascaded down, dyeing the earth red. As far as the eye could see, it resembled a scene from hell. It was only at this moment that people came to their senses from their shock and recalled the warning of the National Destiny game. Those who gaze directly upon the blood moon shall be dragged into the hunger hell. This is clearly a matter of life and death. Yet with the blood moon hanging in the sky, even with the National Destiny game's warning, who can guarantee they will never break the rules? Perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps due to various accidents, or perhaps simply because their minds failed to react in time. The possible scenarios were truly countless. This meant that within less than 10 minutes of the blood moon's appearance, hundreds of thousands of people on Blue Star had already been dragged into the hunger hell. Moreover, this number continued to grow. This was terrifying indeed. According to information obtained from the live streams, the hunger hell was a place with no return. Once dragged into the hunger hell, one was essentially deemed dead. Therefore, in terms of danger level, the hunger hell was 10 times more terrifying than the rotting garden and the bone cemetery. This was a catastrophe that swept across the entire Blue Star. In the intelligence archives of the Ghost Fate Department, there were records of the 4 most dangerous contamination sources. The rotting garden, which represents plague. The bone cemetery, which represents death. The hunger hell, which represents famine. The sea of corpses and mountains of blood, which represents war. Among them, the hunger hell was the most extraordinary one, and also the only contamination source that existed in an alternate dimension. Moreover, precisely because the hunger hell existed in an alternate dimension, its emergence could not be predicted at all, nor would there be any warning signs, often catching people completely off guard. Then after some time it might vanish without a trace, making it impossible to defend against. Thus Fang Zhe had never expected the hunger hell to suddenly appear at such a time, delivering him such a huge surprise. The only special contamination source. I never actually considered this scenario. A single hunger hell could bring disaster upon the entire world. Fang Zhe had previously thought that the 4 most dangerous contamination sources would surely provide the most reinforcement points, so he needed to find a way to clear all 4 of them. But plans always fail to keep pace with changes. The rotting garden and the bone cemetery had already been eliminated by Fang Zhe, and the sea of corpses and mountains of blood, which represented war, would only appear after large-scale wars, a rather stringent condition. Because in the world of ghost calamity, confronting contamination sources and eliminating ghosts was the mainstream. Therefore, all internal conflicts would be extinguished in their infancy. Fang Zhe also had no intention of provoking a major war over a single contamination source, so he dropped the matter. But the timing of the hunger hell's appearance was indeed quite opportune. The only thing that surprised Fang Zhe was that the hunger hell's threat level was unexpectedly so high. This forced him to change his plans. Now I can only complete the mission as soon as possible and return. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die in the hunger hell. It's truly unimaginable. To be honest, if the hunger hell had only descended upon the territory of the United States, Fang Zhe might have actually enjoyed the show. But the current situation was that the Great Xia nation would also be affected. Then he would have to return to defend. Thus those weak contamination sources that Fang Zhe had deliberately spared due to their low cost effectiveness were brought out. Notice the clearance mission for this National Destiny game has been completed, and this National Destiny game will end ahead of schedule. Those chosen ones who participated in this National Destiny game and are still alive at this moment have been locked in. You have up to 1 day to handle all affairs in this world. During this period, if a chosen one encounters a death crisis, they will be sent ahead to the reward settlement space to reset their physical condition and wait for other chosen ones to jointly settle this game's rewards. The contamination sources that had been deliberately spared were for Fang Zhe all targets that could be defeated with a single blow. So to fill the last bit of progress on the clearance mission 1 day was more than enough. And as the National Destiny game's notification echoed through the air, those chosen ones who were currently trapped by contamination sources and attacked by ghosts were on the verge of crying out loud. It was finally over. They could finally leave this terrifying world. Although previously the chosen ones had achieved records of joining forces to hunt down contamination sources. But those were weak contamination sources targeted by them task objectives that Fang Zhe had deigned to grant them. Before powerful contamination sources they were but a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Surviving was already difficult enough, let alone fighting back. It was simply dreaming. Especially after the appearance of the hunger hell, the danger level of the ghost calamity world had risen another notch. As long as one carelessly raised their head and caught sight of the blood moon, death was inevitable. Therefore, in such a hostile environment, the mortality rate among the chosen ones was truly absurdly high. And now, hearing the good news that they could go to the safe zone, how could they not shed tears of joy? However, some clear-headed chosen ones quickly snapped back to reality. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Nearly absolutely wrong. Those damn American chosen ones, they seem to have summoned the hunger hell upon Blue Star. Fuck. I'm so fucking pissed. Wasn't this just stepping out of the frying pan and into the fire? Was Blue Star really any safer than the ghost calamity world now? At this moment, the surviving chosen ones all began sending their regards to the American chosen ones' families and extended warm invitations to the female members of their clans. And these words were exactly what the viewers in the live streams also wanted to say. Among them, the netizens from the Great Xia Nation were particularly fierce. After all, their living conditions and survival environment had been far superior to those of other nations. Now that the United States had pulled such a move, were they planning mutual destruction? However, amid all this commotion, Feng Zhe, who had silently filled the last bit of progress on the clearance mission, suddenly raised his head and gazed at the blood moon in the sky. The final day's time must not be wasted. Although the various rewards of the National Destiny game had been locked at the moment the notification sounded, the reinforcement points that the system could collect would not be locked. That hunger hell, which everyone regarded as a land of death, was in Feng Zhe's eyes a paradise for obtaining reinforcement points. How could he possibly pass it up? Yao, your coming in was actually within my expectations. However, team leader Zheng, why did you come in as well? In the hunger hell, where bones were piled high and the sky was painted crimson, Feng Zhe looked at Zheng Qing with some surprise, but he didn't find it strange that Lu Yao was by her side. Because given Lu Yao's personality, after obtaining the immortal body, she would certainly come to check out the hunger hell. But Zheng Qing had no such need, right? Mr. Feng, given such a rare opportunity, I wish to take this chance to encounter more formidable foes and accumulate combat experience. Miss Lu also said that practical experience must be gained through actual combat. So I came in together with Miss Lu. Zheng Qing never expected to encounter Feng Zhe in the hunger hell, but she still answered his question truthfully. After the arrival of the new era, humanity has to face an increasing variety of enemies. The combat experience of the past may not be effective when applied to the present, so it is imperative to keep pace with the times. That makes sense, said Feng Zhe, nodding in agreement. Because his purpose in entering the hunger hell, besides not wasting the opportunity to gain enhancement points, was also to investigate the true nature of this contamination source. Actual combat is always the best way to verify theories. In that case, go and experience for yourself just how powerful these aberrations are. After all, there's no need to worry about losing your life, Feng Zhe said as he looked around at the aberrations that were gradually surrounding them. The aberrations in the hunger hell were mostly emaciated, covered in bloodstains, with the madness of starving people seeing food on their faces. Their eyes fixed on Feng Zhe, and the others also glowed with a craving green light. Because they were hungry, desperately hungry. The aberrations trapped in the hunger hell could not die, but they had to endure the torment of hunger at all times, and no matter how much they ate, that hunger would never disappear. So they went mad. The torture of hunger drove these aberrations to desperately seek anything edible just to fill their stomachs. Yet in the hunger hell, this was nothing but a beautiful illusion. That is why the aberrations in the hunger hell attacked with such extraordinary ferocity. However, this was not the most terrifying thing in the hunger hell. The truly terrifying thing was that those who were dragged into the hunger hell, even if they were powerful enough to withstand the attacks of the aberrations, would be infected by the rules of the hunger hell and begin to feel hunger. Once someone driven by this tormenting hunger ate anything in the hunger hell, it was all over. That would be the beginning of becoming an aberration. The endless hunger would gradually erode anyone's sanity, mutating them into one of the countless starving aberrations. This was the truth behind the saying that the hunger hell was a one-way trip. I can't believe I'm feeling hungry at a time like this. Feng Zhe suddenly felt a pang of hunger while hunting the aberrations, and his expression turned grim. If the rules of the hunger hell could affect even him, then the degree of erosion on others was naturally predictable. For most transcendents, even if they withstood the attacks of the aberrations, they could not withstand the torment of hunger. When a person is on the verge of starving to death, they are truly capable of anything. Because sometimes if they could actually starve to death, it would be a relief. But the endless torment was not something ordinary people could endure. Take Zheng Qing, for example. Her eyes had turned crimson and her movements were becoming increasingly frantic. It was obvious that her hunger had become severe. As for Lu Yao, her face was also stern, her gaze growing colder, yet her movements in slaying the aberrations became even more ruthless. Fortunately, after being locked into a physical state by the National Fortune game, once they entered the reward settlement space, this tormenting hunger would be eliminated without any lingering effects. Otherwise, visiting the hunger hell only to end up with a lingering effect would be a terrible loss. A day passed like a fleeting glimpse of a white horse. The aberrations in the hunger hell were indeed massive in number, but their quality was truly worrying. They were completely incomparable to the previous Decay Garden and Bone Cemetery. This was also the main reason why some chosen could barely hold on for a while after being dragged into the hunger hell. However, for Fong Zhe, if quality was lacking, quantity could make up for it. After all, there was no experience penalty, so mowing them down was a pleasure. The only regret for Fong Zhe was that until the moment he left the hunger hell, he had not found the entity of the hunger hell itself. This was very strange. Could it be that the entity of the hunger hell was not in this space? Fong Zhe had no way to know the answer to this question, because while he was lost in thought, he had already appeared in the reward settlement space. The Calamity of Aberrations world has officially closed. The current National Fortune game has officially ended, lasting a total of 48 days. Survival reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to all surviving chosen. Their respective countries will receive a reward, a Spirit Chi Spring. Spirit Chi Spring, a spring that slowly releases spiritual energy and improves the surrounding environment. The spring's spiritual energy coverage is approximately 100 square kilometers, spiritual energy concentration level low. Congratulations to all surviving chosen. You will receive a Spirit Gathering Pearl already distributed to the reward settlement space. Spirit Gathering Pearl gathers spiritual energy and increases the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Effect: range 1 square kilometer, increase range 2 to 10 times. The higher the ambient spiritual energy concentration, the higher the increase. Survival reward settlement complete. Mission reward settlement in progress. Participants in this mission: Daxia countries, chosen Fong Zhe, Lu Yao, Zhengqing, Maoxiong countries, chosen Sophia. Contribution in this mission: Fong Zhe 47, Lu Yao 13, Zhengqing 3, Sophia 2. Congratulations to Daxia countries, chosen Fong Zhe receives bound item Soul Life Nether Lamp already distributed to the reward settlement space. Soul Life Nether Lamp. Effect: 1 Soul Life repairs damaged souls and improves soul quality by placing them into the lamp and nourishing with chi and blood. Effect: 2 Soul Extinction refines souls devoured by the lamp into pills that nourish the soul. Congratulations to Daxia countries, chosen Lu Yao receives a small Spirit Chi Spring. Please choose its location. After confirmation, the small spring will appear at the selected location. Small Spirit Chi Spring, a scaled-down version of a Spirit Chi Spring. Spring's spiritual energy coverage is approximately 1 square kilometer. Spiritual Daxia country reward settlement complete. Congratulations to Maoxiong countries, chosen Sophia receives 3 strength enhancement potions and 3 mental enhancement potions already distributed to the reward settlement space. Congratulations. Mission reward settlement complete. The live broadcast of this National Fortune game ends. The next National Fortune game will begin in 10 days. Friendly reminder: chosen who have already participated in one game may decide whether to participate again. Please confirm your answer before the game starts. In the world of the bizarre calamity, there were many chosen ones who had completed their clearance quests. That was why this time the National Destiny Games announcement of quest rewards turned out to be extraordinarily protracted, and yet no one found it tedious. Even after the live stream ended, some still felt that it was far from satisfying. The chosen ones who had obtained quest rewards were naturally overjoyed. After all, attribute enhancement potions with no side effects were genuinely rare, and every chosen one who had experienced their effects spoke highly of them. In the most ideal of circumstances, a third-rank transcendent who consumed an attribute enhancement potion could, on top of his original foundation, increase a single attribute twofold. That was already a remarkably lofty figure. After all, attribute augmentation was an additional enhancement that, barring unforeseen accidents, could benefit its user for a lifetime. And for the officialdom of every nation, the quest rewards bestowed by the National Destiny game counted as exceedingly bountiful. The 4 basic attribute enhancement potions were to be distributed 100-fold according to the total quest progress achieved by all of a nation's chosen ones. Yet what drew the most envious eyes was the bonus reward Daxia had obtained. The spiritual energy concentration within its borders had doubled. Such a windfall, however, was something they could only envy. Fong Zhe's extraordinary performance simply represented a task that no other chosen one could possibly accomplish. Thus it was wiser not to nurture such extravagant hopes. In addition, the appearance of spiritual energy springs was the genuinely good news for the noble elites of every country. They no longer had to envy Daxia's spiritual energy environment. With a coverage area of 100 square kilometers, one could even build a small city there. Therefore, after the live stream of this round of the National Destiny game came to an end, high-ranking officials in many countries immediately decided to construct a new city centered on their nation's spiritual energy spring, a city meant exclusively for elites. As for the chosen ones who had acquired Spirit Gathering Pearls, they were already designated in advance as residents of the new city before its blueprints had even been drafted. The area where the chosen ones were to live called for even more meticulous design. The efficacy of the Spirit Gathering Pearls must never be wasted. Inside the reward settlement space, Fong Zhe listened to the broadcast of the National Destiny game, his face bearing an expression as if all had unfolded exactly as expected. Sure enough, regardless of what level of contamination source was destroyed, each one only counted as a single task progress. But the final settlement rewards were not the same. This should be one of the hidden rules. To obtain bonus rewards, one had to challenge elevated difficulties. This principle was reflected not only in the bonus reward won by Daxia, but also in the settlement reward granted to Fong Zhe, the Soulborn Nether Lamp. It could mend a soul, and it could also refine souls into pills that nourish the soul. As for the materials required, they were simply the blood and chi that Fong Zhe never lacked. At that, it was a flawless fit. He could only hope that the upcoming personal reward would likewise offer a surprise. Chosen 1 personal rewards are being settled. Chosen 1 influence evaluation combat power astounded the world, culture no achievements whatsoever, economy no such person in the records. Final tally. Personal reward skill. Soul Chase, Soul Steal. Soul Chase, Soul Steal. Active effect 1 Soul Chase locks onto the target's soul aura, leaving the target nowhere to hide. Active effect 2 Soul Steal forcibly extracts the soul of any target whose soul power is inferior to the user's. What a Soul Chase, Soul Steal. After the personal reward was fully settled, Fong Zhe could not restrain an exclamation of admiration. Combined with the soulborn nether lamp, wouldn't this skill allow mass production of soul-nourishing pills? In this way, he no longer had to worry about insufficient soul power. It was indeed an exceptional virtuous cycle. Very good, quite impressive. System enhanced Soul Chase, Soul Steal for me. I want to see its effect. Although it was rare for Soul Chase, Soul Steal to have no passive effect, Fong Zhe was not flustered in the least because the system would take care of it for him. However, this time the system uncharacteristically offered a different suggestion. Host, honestly, I would not advise you to directly enhance this new skill. Why? Fong Zhe was puzzled. Could it be that the difficulty was too great? Because I just detected that the effect of this new skill bears similarities to the active effect of telekinetic force. Therefore, I suggest that host use one of the 2 skills as the main body and the other as material to perform a targeted enhancement. You actually have this ability. System bro, you never told me about this before. After hearing the system's explanation, Fong Zhe's eyes went wide in astonishment. Isn't this just using a lower grade skill to synthesize a higher grade skill? Does that even fall within the scope of enhancement? It's just that this condition never existed before. Host bro, targeted enhancement is quite expensive. Even if I told you earlier, you wouldn't have been able to afford it. I thank you for thinking of me so considerately. Hearing this, Fong Zhe could not help raising a hand to his forehead and sighing, then continued, in that case. Let's use Soul Chase, Soul Steal as the main body and proceed with the targeted enhancement. After all, directly extracting an enemy's soul was certainly more formidable than telekinetic force. Understood. Host bro, please wait a moment. Enhancement points -30000. Skill targeted enhancement in progress. How much? Hearing the system's voice, Fong Zhe nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. The system, however, did not respond and simply continued enhancing the skill. Skill enhancement succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a brand new skill, Wandering Spirit Chi Command. Wandering Spirit Chi Command. Passive effect mental power 200 soul power 100 active effect 1 Wandering Spirit condenses the soul into form, allowing the primordial spirit to leave the body, can execute Soul Chase, Soul Steal, and can also manifest the primordial spirit's Dharma form. Active effect 2 Chi Command ride the wind, move with Chi, turn divine sense into blades, and gather spiritual energy into armor and weapons. Good heavens. When a vast surge of power welled up from within his body, Fong Zhe realized how shallow his earlier understanding had truly been. Although telekinetic force had vanished, the divine sense that replaced it was no less impressive. Moreover, under the blessing of the Chi Command effect, anything telekinetic force could do, divine sense could do just as well, and even better. The Wandering Spirit effect was even more formidable still. Once Fong Zhe's soul had condensed into form, it ensured for one thing that as long as his soul remained, the destruction of his physical body would not matter. For another, with greater command over souls, Soul Chase, Soul Steal could be used with even greater ease. As for the primordial spirit Dharma form, that was an unexpected boon. Host bro, how does it feel? Worth it. At this moment, what else could Fong Zhe say? What was a paltry 30000 enhancement points? Mere pocket change. Still, the system's words were not wrong. Targeted enhancement truly was expensive, and Fong Zhe really had been unable to afford it before. But from now on, he certainly would not have to worry about enhancement points. By the way, system, this Wandering Spirit Chi Command can continue to be enhanced as well, right? Of course it can. However, host, your current physique is somewhat lagging behind. That's fine. I'm just asking for now. Host Fong Zhe. Physique 9th rank, Transcendent. Enhancement points 11400514 10 per hour. Skills Swiftness 9 Copper Skin and Iron Bones, 9 Great Strength, 9 Thunder Summoning, 9 Undying Breath, 9 Spirit Wandering, and Chi Command Mind Power Soul Seeking and Spirit Snatching. Items Banner of Command 3 Soulborn Nether Lamp. Over 1,000,000 enhancement points. That was Fong Zhe's greatest gain from this round of the National Fortune game. He supposed he would never be short of enhancement points again. That was truly an arduous struggle. Fong Zhe glanced at his attribute panel and could not help but sigh. His current combat strength was entirely sufficient, so he would keep the remaining enhancement points for now. When trouble arose, he would reinforce specific attributes as the situation demanded. Or perhaps after the next National Fortune game commenced, he would determine the direction of enhancement according to the new world's nature. As for Blue Star, in truth, Fong Zhe was curious to know who could still threaten his life. Let's leave it at that for now. There are still matters to deal with once I get back. Having taken stock of his gains from this round of the National Fortune game, Fong Zhe departed from the reward settlement space. Back in the villa's living room, with his keen divine sense, Fong Zhe could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy around him had indeed become considerably denser. This was a good thing. Not to mention the demand transcendence had for high-tier energy, such as spiritual energy. Even ordinary people living in a spiritual energy environment for a long time could strengthen their bodies and prolong their lifespans. Many spiritual herbs, moreover, imposed extremely stringent requirements on ambient spiritual energy concentration. The slightest discomfort, and they would wither on the spot. Granted, the National Fortune game had awarded only a limited variety of spiritual herbs. But after the spiritual energy revival in Daxiao, even native animals could sprint madly toward becoming demonic beasts. Naturally, native herbs could also evolve in the direction of spiritual herbs. However, this process required time, and a considerable amount of it. Moreover, newly discovered spiritual herbs had to undergo a series of procedures, identifying medicinal efficacy, exploring cultivation methods, confirming herb grades, before large-scale planting could begin. In short, the entire process was extremely tedious. Fong Zhe had only heard about these matters. The department primarily responsible was the spiritual herb cultivation base. So Fong Zhe was also pondering at this moment. Should he gift his spirit gathering pearl to the spiritual herb cultivation base? In doing so, he would not only accelerate the growth of existing spiritual herbs, but also facilitate the cultivation of new varieties. Of course, the most important reason was that Fong Zhe only had 10 days of rest. What use was it to keep holding the spirit gathering pearl? But, system, didn't you say before that the more abundant a world's energy, the faster enhancement points grow naturally? That's correct, host. Do you have a new idea? Indeed, I have a bit of a new idea. Fong Zhe stroked his chin and asked inwardly, look, now that the spiritual energy concentration in Daxia has risen once more, if we add the spiritual energy released by the spirit spring along with the spiritual energy actively gathered by the spirit gathering pearl. With such a high concentration of spiritual energy, is there any possibility that the natural growth rate of enhancement points could be increased once more? Completely possible. But, host, are you willing to bide the time? Well, faced with the system's rhetorical question, Fong Zhe fell silent. Because the system's words truly made perfect sense. Even if the natural growth rate of enhancement points were increased tenfold, it would still take 1 or 2 years to accumulate the million enhancement points he now possessed. Yet in the National Fortune game, he had farmed them in less than 2 months. Moreover, how easy could it possibly be to increase the natural growth rate of enhancement points tenfold? By the system's estimation, even if Fong Zhe operated exactly as he had just proposed, the result would be at most 20 per hour. That was still a far cry from 100 per hour. Thus, following the system's advice, Fong Zhe abandoned that seemingly wonderful idea. The way of grinding through time doesn't suit me. I'd better keep running into the National Fortune game. Fong Zhe shrugged and did not dwell on the topic. Yao, Fong Zhe, why do I feel that you've become a bit different? Lu Yao, who had also returned to the villa's living room, immediately bounded over when she saw Fong Zhe. Is that so? Different in what way? Fong Zhe did not feel he had changed at all. If anything, it should be that he had grown stronger. How should I put it? It should be your demeanor. It's become far more oppressive. It's the kind of feeling that makes people involuntarily afraid and unable to meet your eyes. Lu Yao sat facing Fong Zhe on his lap, scrutinizing him from head to toe before finally speaking. Oppressive, eh? Afraid? I think I roughly understand. After hearing her words, Fong Zhe raised an eyebrow, vaguely guessing the cause. This was probably the suppression emanating from his soul power. Fong Zhe's soul had already condensed into solid form, and he could manifest his primordial spirit's dharma form to do battle. To ordinary transcendence, he was like the bright moon in the night sky, the blazing sun high above. It was indeed extremely oppressive. Then do you feel afraid? Fong Zhe leaned against the sofa, looked straight at Lu Yao, and asked softly. Of course not. I just feel that the way you come across has changed, but Fong Zhe is Fong Zhe. Lu Yao giggled, looped her arms around Fong Zhe's neck, and blew softly against his ear. No matter how Fong Zhe changed his importance to Lu Yao would never waver. All right. Now is not the time for this. There are still things to deal with. Fong Zhe smiled, first retracting his soul aura, then lifting Lu Yao off his body. Only then did he take out a chest of various attribute-enhancing potions from the reward settlement space. These attribute-enhancing potions had all been obtained when Fong Zhe eliminated the contamination sources. To Fong Zhe, the effects of these things were better than nothing, but far inferior to the convenience and efficiency of directly using enhancement points. So he had kept them all. He planned to hand them to Lu Yao to consume upon his return. Moreover, to make these attribute-enhancing potions even more potent, Fong Zhe had spent some enhancement points to reinforce the entire batch once. Their potency was now more than double the original. Fong Zhe, you kept all of these? Lu Yao looked at the small chest in Fong Zhe's hand, then looked up at him with astonishment. So many. I'm supposed to drink them all by myself. To be honest, although Lu Yao had guessed that Fong Zhe would leave these potions for her, she had not expected this many. Yes, just drink them like water. No rush, take it slowly. Fong Zhe nodded. It never crossed his mind how envious, how jealous others would be if they heard those words. Attribute-enhancing potions were true treasures. To obtain even a single one was no small feat. Yet here Lu Yao was going to drink them directly like water. Such perhaps is the disparity of life.